An ordinary programmer finds himself reincarnated and inherits the all-encompassing development system he designed. Standing in Sioux City Park, Zhou Yuchen was practicing the Xingyi 3 body posture when he heard the long-lost system notification sound in his ear. Instantly, he felt his entire body surge with energy, his bones itching and muscles trembling, clear signs of a significant increase in his martial arts prowess. Seeing the Xingyi master level notification on the system panel, Zhou Yuchen was thrilled. For years ago, he was a project manager at a gaming company on Earth. At 35, he was laid off due to his high salary, after which he led a team of skilled technicians to create the wildly popular, all-inclusive development game, becoming a billionaire overnight. However, an irregular lifestyle led to terminal liver cancer in just 2 years. In despair, he turned to alcohol and accidentally drowned. To his surprise, upon opening his eyes again, he had crossed over to a parallel world called Blue Star, in the Summer Country, inhabiting the body of a young prodigy with the same name. This Zhou Yuchen was the top scorer in the Xinjiang province college entrance exams, but was imprisoned for a year after injuring a wealthy second-generation heir while saving his girlfriend, Su Xiaoya. She later turned against him, claiming it was just a joke. Upon his release, too ashamed to face his family, he moved to Sioux City to work as a hotel waiter. He died saving a drowning girl, allowing the Zhou Yuchen from Earth to take over. Even more astonishing, the all-encompassing development system he designed had also crossed over. Upon activating the system, he had to choose a skill. Learning from past mistakes, he chose Xingyi Quan without hesitation, as the system required a skill to reach the master level before switching. Thus, he dedicated 4 years to this practice. Finally, his persistence paid off, and Xingyi Quan reached the master level, earning him 5 attribute points and a chance to draw a prize. This reminded Zhou Yuchen of his previous good fortune when he reached the proficiency level in Xingyi Quan, drawing a reward scroll that granted 8 attribute points. Thanks to this, he achieved the master level in just 4 years. The wheel spun rapidly, eventually landing on the reality scroll. This treasure could verify the authenticity of 3 items, making it a perfect tool for antique appraisal. Recalling a possible Song Dynasty Royale vase he saw yesterday at Sioux City Antique Street, Zhou Yuchen was overjoyed. Although the vendor asked for 520,000, and he only had 400,000 in savings, if it proved genuine, he would borrow money to buy it. After buying breakfast, he returned to his rented apartment in Daequi community, located 5 kilometers from the city center. He rented a 6th-floor apartment with an attic in Building 2, transforming the attic into a study. Over the past 4 years, he had read extensively, covering finance, management, and computing, so that once he mastered Xingyi Quan, he could quickly acquire other skills. Now, his bookshelf held over 300 professional books, thanks to the photographic memory gained from the fusion of 2 souls. Otherwise, the number could have been 3 or 4 times greater. After freshening up, Zhou Yuchen took his bank card and rode his beloved electric scooter toward Antique Street. In early May, the weather in Suzhou is pleasantly mild. A gentle breeze caresses the face, refreshing the spirit. As Zhou Yuchen arrived at the Antique Street, the 400-meter-long street was already bustling with people. The stalls on both sides, filled with an array of antique trinkets, drew many tourists to stop and browse. He locked his electric bike at the street corner and headed straight for the stall he visited yesterday. Before long, the roux kiln jar that had caught his eye appeared again. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with dark skin, looked simple and unpretentious. "Hey there, young man, you were here yesterday afternoon, right?" The stall owner recognized Zhou Yuchen immediately. Yes, Zhou Yuchen nodded, his gaze still fixed intently on the jar. The stall owner leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke and asked with a grin, "So, you fancy this roux kiln jar?" Zhou Yuchen didn't reply directly, but quietly used a truth-revealing scroll. Several lines of text instantly appeared before his eyes. Item: imitation roux kiln jar. Year: 1993. Value: 520 yuan. Though disappointed inside, Zhou Yuchen maintained a calm demeanor and said, "It's a good piece, just too expensive for me." At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman approached the stall and spoke. "Hey there, handsome. You're interested in this jar too?" Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. "What a coincidence." The woman clapped her hands in excitement. "I want to buy it too, but the seller's asking too much. I can offer up to 300,000 yuan. How about we buy it together? You chip in 220,000? Zhou Yuchen glanced at the overly enthusiastic woman and then at the stall owner, who was feigning nonchalance while smoking. He understood the situation. "Ma'am, I can't even come up with 10,000 yuan, let alone 220,000, he said, turning to leave. The woman quickly grabbed his wrist. "Don't go. Let's discuss this further." Zhou Yuchen shook his arm, easily freeing himself from her grasp. His gaze was sharp as he looked directly into her eyes, causing her to step back in alarm and avoid his stare. "I don't like watching plays, and I like acting in them even less," Zhou Yuchen said calmly. "Can I leave now, boss?" The stall owner quickly stood up. "Of course you can." Zhou Yuchen nodded, and walked away briskly. Brother, that young man's eyes are terrifying, the woman said, exhaling deeply after Zhou Yuchen left. For a moment, I thought Chen Haoyu was going to kill me on the spot. The stall owner looked serious. If I'm not mistaken, that young man is highly skilled. We better not mess with him. Yeah, he seemed to see through our trick. The stall owner sighed. Not off to a good start. What they didn't know was that Zhou Yuchen was also lamenting his poor start. He had seen through the woman's ploy once they bought the jar together. She would easily find an expert to declare it a fake, and his 220,000 yuan would go down the drain. However, such a crude scam didn't bother him much. What he really cared about was that if the beautiful woman had appeared earlier, he wouldn't have had to waste a precious real scroll. Now, Zhou Yuchen only had 2 chances left, and this deal was indeed a significant loss. He strolled slowly along the antique street and eventually entered a small jadeite raw stone market in the southeast corner. The market had more than 20 stalls lined up neatly, each piled high with raw stones of various shapes. Many people were crouched down, holding flashlights, carefully examining the stones in front of them. Although Zhou Yuchen had some knowledge of antiques after becoming wealthy, he had never ventured into the realm of stone gambling. He was drawn to the liveliest stall. Upon closer inspection, he saw that all the raw stones there were priced at over 100,000. The most eye-catching was a football-sized stone with a crack, through which a hint of green could be seen, priced at an astounding 12 million. Despite this, several men were gathered around it, evaluating it. Zhou Yuchen's gaze shifted to a few raw stones priced between 350,000 to 400,000. He chose this price range for 2 reasons. First, his bank card balance was exactly 400,000. Second, although he didn't understand raw stones, he knew that the higher the price, the greater the chance of finding jadeite. With the real scroll in hand, he could test it first. If there was no jadeite inside, he wouldn't buy it, incurring no loss. He observed twice and finally used the real scroll on the largest raw stone among them. Item: jadeite raw stone. Origin: Myanmar old pit. Value: between 2.3 million to 3 million. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Yuchen pointed at the oval-shaped raw stone and shouted, "Boss, number 26 raw stone. I'll take it." A middle-aged stall owner in his 40s quickly approached. "Sir, number 26 raw stone is priced at 370,000. You can pay by card." Soon, Zhou Yuchen completed the payment. At his request, the stall owner immediately started to cut the stone on site. With a shout, people around gathered, eager to witness the fate of this raw stone. With the first cut, water was poured on the cut surface, and a hint of green immediately appeared. The onlookers gasped, "It's green." Someone analyzed, "Having green is good. Now let's see how big the area is with the second cut." The stall owner's face lit up with joy. This was the first raw stone sold today, and regardless of the size of the jadeite inside, any jadeite was excellent publicity. He took a deep breath and cut again, revealing a mesmerizing green that sparkled in the sunlight. "It's jadeite. Wow, it's ice-type vivid green. This young man has incredible luck." Voices of amazement echoed around, and the crowd cast envious glances. Zhou Yuchen finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a bright smile. 10 minutes later, the piece of fist-sized jadeite with a vibrant green hue was finally revealed by the shop owner. Zhou Yuchen took the jadeite, which glimmered enticingly under the light, and after examining it for a moment, asked, "How much do you think it's worth? Are you planning to sell it?" The owner looked surprised. When Zhou Yuchen nodded, he immediately held up 2 fingers. "I can offer 2 million. No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged man with a slight paunch interjected with a sneer, "Mr. Wu, such fine jadeite for just 2 million? That's a bit greedy." "Young man, I'll offer 2,200,000. The atmosphere in the room heated up quickly as bids came in one after another. "This jadeite can make 2 bracelets. I'll bid 2,400,000, 2,450,000, 2,480,000. After a round of intense bidding, the price settled at 2,580,000. This was quite a good price. The system's reference range was between 2,300,000 and 2,800,000. Seeing no further bids, Zhou Yuchen decisively closed the deal. The buyer was a young man in his early 20s, clearly someone from a wealthy family. He simply made a quick phone call, gave Zhou Yuchen's bank account number, and within 5 minutes, the transfer confirmation was received. This transaction netted Zhou Yuchen a profit of 2,210,000. After securing the sales agreement, Zhou Yuchen decided not to continue gambling on stones. Considering the importance of the real scroll and the potential for better opportunities in the future, he chose to save his last chance. Just as he stepped out of the antique street, his phone rang. It was Wang Jie, the owner of Longwei Fitness Center. Wang Jie had a mentor-friend relationship with Zhou Yuchen, and his daughter was the girl Zhou Yuchen had saved from drowning in the past. After she recovered, Wang Jie invited Zhou Yuchen to join the fitness center with a generous monthly salary of 12,000. Zhou Yuchen chose to practice Xingyi Quan largely due to Wang Jie's exceptional skills. Although Zhou Yuchen's abilities had surpassed Wang Jie's, he still maintained genuine gratitude and respect. Hey Jia, what's up? Yuchen, in half an hour, Fei Gu wants you to spar with him at our fitness center. Alright, I'll be there soon. This Fei Gu, named Wu Xiongfeng, was ostensibly the head of a transportation company but was actually the boss of Sioux City's underground gang, with at least 40 or 50 subordinates. Since witnessing Zhou Yuchen's Xingyi Quan, Wu Xiongfeng frequently sought him out for sparring. Zhou Yuchen would only defend, never attack, and with his extraordinary strength and speed, he could always smoothly counter Wu Xiongfeng's moves. Each time they sparred, Wu Xiongfeng would tip him 2,000 yuan. Riding his electric scooter through the bustling streets, Zhou Yuchen arrived at Longwei Fitness Center. The Longwei Fitness Center is located on the 16th floor of the Longwei Business Tower. The spacious area is scientifically divided into 5 main sections: a gym, a martial arts hall, a boxing ring, a swimming pool, and a yoga studio, all equipped with various advanced fitness equipment. The place is bustling with activity every day, with membership numbers well over 1,000. As Zhou Yuchen entered the martial arts hall, he saw Wang Jie and Wu Xiangfei engaged in conversation. Wang Jie was burly and rugged-looking, with sharp, intelligent eyes. As the son of Wang Rongdong, a nationally renowned Xingyi Quan master, he transformed his father's declining martial arts school, due to a lack of students, into today's most prestigious fitness center in Sucheng. Standing next to Wang Jie was Wu Xiangfei, 2 years his senior, with a fierce look in his eyes. Though not formally apprenticed, he always considered himself a disciple of Wang Rongdong. When Longwei Fitness Center was founded, it was Wu Xiangfei who lent Wang Jie the startup capital. At present, several kung fu instructors and Wu Xiangfei's 3 subordinates were also present. Brother Jie, Brother Fei, sorry to keep you waiting, Zhou Yuchen greeted them with a smile. Wu Xiangfei stood up and bluntly said, cut the chatter, change clothes, put on your gear. My fists are itching. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuchen was in a white training suit, helmet, and gloves, standing on the boxing ring. Wu Xiangfei was already waiting on the platform and loudly asked, ready? Let's begin, Zhou Yuchen replied, lowering his stance. Huh? Wu Xiangfei shouted, rushing forward with a powerful punch aimed directly at Zhou Yuchen's chest. The punch whistled through the air with great force, eliciting cheers from the spectators. Wu Xiangfei combined techniques from Xingyi Quan, Hung Gar, Taekwondo, and Sanda, excelling particularly in Muay Thai. With these skills, he made a name for himself in Sucheng. However, Zhou Yuchen was now a different person, with master-level prowess that enhanced his strength, speed, and reflexes 2- or 3-fold. To Zhou Yuchen, Wu Xiangfei's seemingly fierce attacks appeared slow and discernible. In a real life-and-death battle, Zhou Yuchen was confident he could easily win. Bang! Their fists collided in midair. Wu Xiangfei followed with a sweeping kick aimed at Zhou Yuchen's waist, which Zhou Yuchen deftly dodged and quickly countered. The exchange on the ring was lively, drawing continuous cheers from the audience. Nearly 10 minutes later, a sweating Wu Xiangfei was panting heavily. I'm done, Zhou Yuchen, unfazed, handed him a bottle of mineral water. Brother Fei, are you alright? Looking at the calm Zhou Yuchen, Wu Xiangfei asked while drinking, I feel like you've gotten a lot stronger since last time. Be honest, how much strength did you use? Of course, I gave it my all, Zhou Yuchen replied immediately. Bullshit. Wu Xiangfei laughed and swore. You're trying to fool me. No matter how fast or powerful his punches were, Zhou Yuchen could effortlessly block them. In the training ground, Wu Xiongfeng squinted, observing his opponent's moves, fully aware that Zhou Yuchen's skills far surpassed his own. Fei, does it really matter if I go all out? Zhou Yuchen asked casually. Of course it matters, Wu Xiongfeng replied seriously. Zhou Yuchen shrugged. Honestly, I don't even know how much strength I'm using. That's simple. Wu Xiongfeng raised an eyebrow. Since we're both wearing protective gear, let's have an all-out match. A peculiar expression crossed Zhou Yuchen's face. Are you sure you want me to use all my strength? Stop talking nonsense and get on with it, Wu Xiongfeng urged impatiently. Then you better be careful. The two stood in the center of the field, 7 meters apart. Begin. Wu Xiongfeng barely finished speaking when a gust of wind hit him. By the time he reacted, Zhou Yuchen's fist was already stopped just 5 centimeters from his face. Holy, that's speed. It's unbeatable. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhou Yuchen's burst of speed was like the legendary art of shrinking the ground to inches, showcasing his astounding prowess. After retracting his fist, Wu Xiongfeng stood stunned for a moment and then smiled wryly. Buddy, was it frustrating sparring with me before? No, my Xingyi Quan just recently reached a new level, Zhou Yuchen replied calmly. Wang Jie, who was standing nearby, perked up. Yuchen, have you reached the legendary Huajin level? Zhou Yuchen nodded. I think so. 4 years from a novice to a Xingyi master, that's incredible. Wang Jie marveled. Just lucky, Zhou Yuchen said modestly. Later, the three of them gathered in Wang Jie's office for tea. Wu Xiongfeng patted Zhou Yuchen on the shoulder and offered, "Brother, join my transport company. I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000 plus 10% equity." "Sorry, Fei. I'm planning to start my own business," Zhou Yuchen said firmly as he sipped his tea. "You're leaving?" Wang Jie's expression changed slightly. "Jie, I'm only 25. If I don't venture out, I'll regret it." "Where to?" A gleam flashed in Zhou Yuchen's eyes. "Yunhai City. I fell there 5 years ago, and now I intend to rise from there." Wang Jie understood Zhou Yuchen's extraordinary ambition, evident from the books that filled his room. He wasn't surprised by Zhou Yuchen's decision to start a business. "Brother, starting a business needs capital. I can lend you 2 million, Wu Xiongfeng offered generously. Zhou Yuchen felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you, Fei. If I need it in the future, I won't hesitate to ask." Zhou Yuchen paused for a moment, looking at Wu Xiongfei seriously. "Brother Fei, the future is bound to be the era of smart internet. Relying on violence is outdated. You should start preparing for that." Wu Xiongfei rubbed his temples, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Retreat? I would like to, but it's not something you can just walk away from." The saying, "once in the underworld, you can't control your fate," feels especially fitting now. In this era where surveillance is everywhere, the underworld is more hidden than ever. Take Wu Xiongfei, for instance. Everyone knows he has a team running big trucks, often clashing with other companies over transport routes, even leading to fatalities. Yet the police never find solid evidence. However, among those in the underworld, Wu Xiongfei is considered a man of integrity, which is why Zhou Yuchen is willing to associate with him. "When I make it big, I'll definitely help you retire safely," Zhou Yuchen promised earnestly. "All right, I'll be waiting for that day." Wu Xiongfei laughed heartily, though he didn't take it seriously. Whether Zhou Yuchen would succeed, and if today's promise would still be remembered at that time, that was human nature. As the three of them were chatting over tea, Zhou Yuchen's phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. "Hello, this is Zhou Yuchen. Who is this?" "My name is Shan Jingyun." A clear and gentle female voice came from the other end, tinged with urgency. "Shan Jingyun?" Zhou Yuchen struggled to recall, but the name meant nothing to him. "Miss Shen, do we know each other?" "No, but we have a daughter named Yuemoon. She was hit by a car today and urgently needs a blood transfusion. Yuemoon has rare blood, which she probably inherited from you. I need you to come to Yunhai First People's Hospital." Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Shen, first. Although I do have rare blood, direct relatives can't usually donate to each other. Second, if you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable. We don't know each other. So how could there be a daughter?" Without waiting for a reply, he hung up the phone. Wang Jie shook his head with a smile. "Scammers these days aren't even trying. Can't even come up with a decent lie." "Exactly." Before he could finish, Zhou Yuchen's phone rang again. "Persistent, aren't they?" Zhou Yuchen answered, sounding impatient. "Miss Shun, you're a woman. Have some self-respect. 4 years ago, you were working as a waiter at the Tianhai Hotel in Sucheng. That day, I was set up, and you helped me." Shun Jingyun's voice came through clearly. Zhou Yuchen suddenly stood up, a breathtakingly beautiful face flashing through his mind. His voice slightly tense. "Are you saying that after that night, you got pregnant?" 4 years ago, Zhou Yuchen found himself in the body of a young man who had drowned while trying to save someone. Although he was eager to start working at Wang Jie's Longwei Fitness Center, he didn't want to miss out on the monthly salary from the Tianhai Grand Hotel, so he continued working there as a waiter for another week. During that time, he rescued a woman who had been drugged. They spent the night together, and by the time he woke up, she was gone. Zhou Yuchen considered it a fleeting encounter, never expecting that this woman would show up today, telling him she had given birth to their daughter. "Zhou Yuchen, please come to Yunhai First People's Hospital quickly." Shen Jingyun's voice was urgent over the phone. "Although there are risks with blood transfusions between direct relatives, we have no other choice now. We'll be there right away," Zhou Yuchen replied firmly. After hanging up, he turned to Wang Jie. Wang Jie immediately stood up, saying, "I'll go with you." Having the same rare panda blood type, Wang Jie understood its value. 2 years ago, he had survived thanks to Zhou Yuchen donating a liter of blood. If Zhou Yuchen's daughter had inherited this blood type, he would be one of the best donors available. After saying goodbye to Wu Xiongfei, they drove straight to the hospital. An hour later, their Mercedes SUV was parked at Yunhai First People's Hospital. Following the location sent by Shen Jingyun, they rushed to the third floor of Building 1, where the surgery room was located. Outside the surgery room, a woman with perfect features and demeanor was pacing anxiously, her slightly reddened eyes frequently glancing at the door. Next to her sat a dignified middle-aged woman, also looking worried. The young woman was Shen Jingyun, and the middle-aged woman was her mother, Daiwan. Earlier that morning, Daiwan had taken her granddaughter to play outside their community when a motorcycle suddenly hit the child. The perpetrator quickly fled, leaving the child unconscious with a head injury. By the time Shen Jingyun arrived at the hospital, her daughter had already been taken into surgery. An hour ago, the doctors had informed them of the urgent need for a blood transfusion, but the hospital's blood bank was helpless due to the child's rare panda blood type. The phone number was one Shen Jingyun had kept since that unforgettable night 4 years ago. She had never called it, nor deleted it. She had thought it might be useful for her daughter to find her father in the future, but today it became a lifeline. At that moment, the door to the surgery room opened, and a nurse stepped out. Shen Jingyun and Dai Wan immediately approached her. The child's condition is critical. A blood transfusion is needed immediately, the nurse said. Shen Jingyun quickly took out her phone and dialed Zhou Yuchen's number. Suddenly, the ringtone echoed in the corridor. Zhou Yuchen was rushing up the stairs, with Wang Jie right behind him. Shen Jingyun. Zhou Yuchen's voice resonated through the hallway. Shen Jingyun was overjoyed and quickly waved her hand to signal. I'm here. Zhou Yuchen hurried over to her and asked anxiously, where's the child? In the operating room. Shen Jingyun's voice trembled. Yaya is in bad condition. You need to go in and donate blood for the child. A nearby nurse immediately asked, are you the child's father? Zhou Yuchen scrutinized Shen Jingyun carefully. After confirming she was the woman from that night, he nodded. Yes. Are you negative? Yes. The nurse turned to Wang Jie, who was standing nearby, and added, Mr. Wang Jie is also negative and is not related to the child. That's great. The nurse's eyes lit up. Mr. Wang, are you willing to donate blood for the child? I came here to save the child, Wang Jie said without hesitation. The nurse gestured. Please follow me inside. Before Wang Jie followed the nurse into the operating room, Zhou Yuchen thanked him. Wang Jie waved it off. You saved my daughter once, and later you donated blood to save me. I owe you 2 lives. Today, I'll repay 1. Zhou Yuchen then had the chance to take a closer look at Shen Jingyun. She had stunning features, delicate willow-like eyebrows, eyes as clear as water, and an exquisite face that seemed to have stepped out of a painting. As for Zhou Yuchen, apart from his height of 1.85 meters, his looks were average at best. However, years of martial arts had given him a masculine aura, combined with the gentle demeanor of a scholar, which endowed him with a unique charm. Miss Shen, Zhou Yuchen's tone was marked with obvious discontent. If the child hadn't had an accident, would you have ever told me about her existence? Yes, Shen Jingyun wiped away her tears and admitted frankly. Why? I investigated you. Shen Jingyun met his gaze directly. You have been in prison and have ties to the underworld. Does being in prison automatically make someone a bad person? Zhou Yuchen retorted. Is it not possible to be wrongfully accused? Shen Jingyun opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Dai Wan, who had been observing silently, suddenly spoke up. Zhou Yuchen, you're a student at Yunhai University, aren't you? Zhou Yuchen bowed respectfully to Dai Wan. Professor Dai, it's been 5 years. I didn't expect you to remember me. Mom, do you know him? Shen Jingyun asked in surprise. Dai Wan nodded and then recounted Zhou Yuchen's remarkable past. Being the top scorer in the Xinjiang province entrance exam, turning down prestigious schools in Yindu to attend Yunhai University, and completing a 4-year finance course in just over a year, only to end up in jail for causing minor injuries in a fight. This information left Shen Jingyun shocked. Zhou Yuchen looked at Dai Wan with burning eyes. Professor Dai, do you believe I was wronged? Dai Wan sighed. Even if you were wronged, what difference does it make? You can only blame yourself for having poor judgment and liking the wrong person. Zhou Yuchen smiled gratefully. Thank you for believing in me. Dai Wan adjusted her glasses. Whether I believe you or not isn't important. What's important is why you became little Yaya's father. That question, Zhou Yuchen glanced at the slightly blushing Shen Jingyun, is better answered by your daughter. Mom, Shen Jingyun said softly. Let's wait until little Yaya is out of danger to discuss this. Dai Wan looked towards the operating room and nodded. All right. Half an hour later, the indicator light above the operating room turned off. Dr. Chu Xingfeng emerged with 2 nurses, his exhaustion barely hidden beneath his mask. As the most esteemed internal medicine expert at Yunhai First People's Hospital, his personal involvement in the surgery was thanks to Shen Jingyun's father's connections. Dr. Chu, how is the child? Dai Wan anxiously approached him. Dr. Chu removed his mask, revealing a gentle smile. Professor Dai, the child is out of danger. That's wonderful. Dai Wan sighed in relief. Thank you so much, Dr. Chu. If you want to thank someone, thank the gentleman who donated blood. Dr. Chu waved his hand dismissively. Without his timely donation, the child's condition would have been uncertain. Just then, the door of the operating room opened again. A nurse came out holding Wang Jie by the arm. Mr. Wang, you've just donated 800 milliliters of blood. You need to rest well. Did you see him? Wang Jie gestured towards Zhou Yuchen with a relaxed tone. 2 years ago, he gave me 1,000 milliliters. Just carry on. I've practiced martial arts for years, so I'm full of energy. This amount of blood is nothing. Zhou Yuchen reassured, Nurse, he'll be fine. The nurse looked questioningly at Dr. Chu Xingfeng. Seeing that Wang Jie looked healthy and was speaking energetically, Dr. Chu nodded, and the nurse left. Shen Jingyun bowed deeply to Wang Jie. Mr. Wang, I'm the child's mother. I'm grateful for your life-saving help. No need to thank me, Wang Jie smiled. Luckily, the child takes after you. It would be terrible if she took after her father. Jie, you're at it again, Zhou Yuchen said helplessly. Do you want me to take you home? No need. You stay and look after the child. Wang Jie waved goodbye. Zhou Yuchen escorted him outside the surgical building. Before getting into his car, Wang Jie suddenly paused. Do you know who the kid's grandfather is? Who? I heard from the nurse that he's the deputy mayor and police commissioner of Yunhai City, Shan Qingyang, Wang Jie whispered. Brother, if you want the father and daughter to reunite, it won't be easy. Zhou Yuchen's pupils constricted. He had long heard of the nemesis of criminals. With 30 years of outstanding service in the police force, Shan Qingyang held a high position, second only to the top official. As long as it's confirmed she's my daughter, Zhou Yuchen declared firmly, not even the Grand Chancellor of the Xia Kingdom can stop us from reuniting. Wang Jie gave him a thumbs up and then drove away. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, but Zhou Yuchen did not immediately return to the ward. Zhou Yuchen first stopped by a toy store near the hospital to pick out an exquisite stuffed doll, then bought 3 box meals from a clean and tidy fast food restaurant nearby before hurrying back to the hospital. By the time he arrived, the operating room was already empty. He immediately called Shen Jingyun and learned they had moved to special care room number 6. As he pushed open the door to the room, he was met with the sight of not only Dai Wan and Shen Jingyun, but also a burly middle-aged police officer. This man, about 50 years old, was Shen Jingyun's father, Shen Qingyang. His presence exuded an authoritative aura, and his sharp features and piercing gaze spoke of his many years in the police force. Shen Qingyang turned to scrutinize Zhou Yuchen, his intense gaze enough to make most people retreat. However, Zhou Yuchen remained unfazed, meeting his gaze with equal intensity. As a master of Xingyi Quan, this presence came from years of martial arts training and was not to be underestimated. You are Yeye's biological father, Zhou Yuchen? Shen Qingyang asked in a deep voice, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had never met someone who could remain so composed in his presence, which made him regard Zhou Yuchen with a bit more respect. Zhou Yuchen's eyes fell on the little girl on the bed, wrapped in white bandages and pale-faced. An innate sense of kinship surged within him. I should say, no, this child is definitely my daughter. I can feel it. Shen Qinggang's expression turned grim. Let's talk outside. Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement, gently placing the stuffed doll beside the girl's pillow and said to Shan Jingyun, I bought these box meals for you and teacher Dai. Please have some. His thoughtfulness caught Shan Jingyun off guard, and she thanked him softly. The three of them moved to a quiet spot in the corridor, where Shen Qingyang got straight to the point. We're all grateful you came to rescue Yeye. Yeye is my daughter. It's my duty to save her. Director Shen, please speak your mind. Zhou Yuchen replied, frowning. I don't want you to reunite with Xiao Yeye, Shen Qingyang said bluntly. I've had your background checked. You served time for intentional injury. And then? Zhou Yuchen challenged. If Xiao Yeye finds out you were in prison, how do you think she'll react? Shen Qingyang questioned sternly. Zhou Yuchen's temper flared instantly, and he retorted. Your police force's wrongful conviction cost me 10 months in prison, and now you want to deny me the right to reunite with my daughter? Director Shen, do you think that's fair? The police are supposed to rely on evidence. Just because you can't find any, does that give you the right to ignore the truth and prevent a father from reuniting with his daughter? His pointed questioning left Shan Qingyang momentarily speechless. Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath, calming his emotions. He lifted his head, looking steadfastly at Shen Qingyang, and spoke in a steady and resolute voice. I am well aware of my unfavorable background, which could affect my child's chances of working in government sectors in the future. Therefore, until I can provide her with protection, I will not establish a legal father-daughter relationship with her. However, his voice rose a few notches. In private, no one has the right to stop me from recognizing my child. That's my bottom line. He paused briefly, his gaze growing sharper. Moreover, I believe the child should live with me. As the director of public security, you've made many enemies. If they seek revenge, the child could be in danger at any time. Incidents like today could easily happen again. He looked directly into Shan Qinggang's eyes. Director Shen, can you truly protect her? This question ignited Shan Qinggang's anger. He pointed at himself, laughing in disbelief. You say I can't protect the child? Ha, that's the most ridiculous joke I've heard this year. It seems we have nothing more to discuss. We shouldn't have talked in the first place. Zhou Yuchen left these words, turned decisively, and walked away with firm steps. Shen Qingyang was flushed with anger. What a scoundrel! Dai Wan, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. Did you see that? That's the genius student from Yunhai University back in the day. Quite impressive, right? What do you mean? Shen Qingyang asked irritably. Are you agreeing to let Xiaoye meet him? If I disagreed, could you stop it? If pushed, I'd arrest him. Daiwan's expression turned serious. If Xiaoya finds out in the future that her beloved grandfather jailed her biological father to prevent their reunion, how do you expect her to face that? Shin Qinggang sighed. So what do you suggest we do? Daiwan adjusted her glasses and asked, what do you think of Zhou Yuchen as a person? Shin Qinggang paused for a moment and then said, he's got guts. Although reluctant to admit it, a young man who had been imprisoned standing his ground against a director of public security was indeed impressive. Daiwan's gaze was profound. From the moment our daughter called Zhou Yuchen, we were destined to have interactions with him. Forcibly preventing their reunion is just avoiding the issue. I suggest we watch and wait, observing his behavior. Time will tell if he's fit to be a father. If he's not a good father, we can take action then, and Xiaoya will understand. What if he is a good father? Isn't it better to have one more person who loves our granddaughter? All right, let's see how he performs. Shin Qinggang walked towards the hospital room with his hands behind his back. Watching his retreating figure, Daiwan realized something and muttered softly, what an old fox. At the same time, the all-round development system in Zhou Yuchen's mind suddenly activated. 3 system tasks popped up in succession. To gain the approval of his daughter Shin Xinyue, Shin Xiuyun, and the couple Shin Qinggang and Daiwan within a year. This chain of tasks made Zhou Yuchen's eyes light up according to the rules of the all-round development game from his past life. Completing tasks would surely bring generous rewards. He quickly analyzed the situation. Getting Zhou Yu and Shin Xiuyun to accept him shouldn't be difficult. The real challenge lay with Shin Qinggang and Daiwan, a couple with contrasting personalities. One was domineering and strong-willed, the other was gentle yet firm, neither easy to deal with. But none of that mattered, as long as he could gain his daughter's approval. Entering the hospital room, Zhou Yuchen saw that Shin Jingyun hadn't eaten yet, so he promptly handed her a lunchbox. Thank you. Shin Jingyun glanced at him and took the lunchbox. I should be the one thanking you. Zhou Yuchen gazed softly at the little girl in the hospital bed. Raising a child alone can't be easy, can it? This unexpected display of empathy warmed Shin Jingyun's heart. It was my own choice. Zhou Yuchen, Zhou Yu just had an accident, and we can't do a paternity test right now. There's no need for a paternity test, Zhou Yuchen said firmly. From the moment I saw Zhou Yu, I felt the bond of blood. She is 100% my daughter. Have you always been this confident? If you were first in the county, the city, and even the province in every exam growing up, you'd be as confident as I am. Just then, Shin Qinggang strode in, sneering. If you're so confident, then why did you end up in prison? Maybe I'm just too much of a genius, so heaven wanted to give me some challenges, Zhou Yuchen shrugged in response. A wager about the future was thus set. Shin Qinggang proposed that Zhou Yuchen earn 1 billion yuan within a year. Zhou Yuchen shortened the deadline to 6 months and added that if he succeeded, Zhou Yu would take his surname. If he failed, he would leave Yunhai and only return when he could ensure his daughter's well-being, never mentioning the surname change again. A gentleman's word is as good as a bond. They shook hands to seal the promise. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on Shin Qinggang's face. Zhou Yuchen, although I'm not fond of you, I do hope you win this bet. As Shin Qinggang was about to leave, Zhou Yuchen reminded him, Director Shen, I hope you can find the motorcyclist who hit the child quickly. He won't get away. Shin Qinggang's eyes flashed with determination before leaving the room. Zhou Yuchen turned and handed another lunchbox to Daiwan. Teacher Dai, have something to eat. Xiao Zhou, 1 billion is no small sum. Are you confident? Daiwan asked as she took the lunchbox. I am, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. The moment Shin Qinggang proposed the bet, Zhou Yuchen saw through the old fox's scheme. With a slight smile, he understood Shin's ploy. Shin knew Zhou wouldn't give up his child, so he intentionally applied pressure to provoke him into accepting the wager in a fit of anger. Regardless of the outcome, it was a win-win for Shin Qinggang. However, Shin missed one thing: Zhou Yuchen, despite his youthful appearance, was actually over 70 years old, older than Shin himself. Such an experienced veteran wouldn't easily fall into a trap. Though the outcome differed from Shin's expectations, the terms Zhou offered were actually more favorable for Xiaoya, which Shin was happy to accept. What do you plan to do next? Daiwan asked, unable to resist, seeing Zhou Yuchen's confident demeanor. In the beginning, focus on making money legally, Zhou Yuchen replied calmly. Once I have the capital, I'll establish an investment company and a tech company. In fact, Zhou Yuchen had already mapped out his entrepreneurial blueprint the day after his arrival. The world situation was similar to Earth's, with Xia having developed over decades into the third-largest economy globally, following the lighthouse nation and Neon. However, there was still a noticeable gap in technology compared to Western countries. Zhou Yuchen set 2 goals for himself: to become the world's richest man and to build a high-tech group capable of breaking foreign technological monopolies, much like Huawei did in his previous life, to drive national technological advancement. With his comprehensive understanding of future technology and the support of the all-around development system, if he couldn't succeed with such a prime starting point, he might as well give up. As for the bet to earn 10 billion in 6 months, it seemed more like a routine system task to him, not too challenging. An hour later, Xiaoye finally woke up. She looked around groggily and asked, Mom, where are we? With red eyes, Shun Jingyan replied, We're at the hospital, sweetheart. You really scared Mommy. Why am I in the hospital? Xiaoye furrowed her little brows, trying to recall, Oh, I remember now. I got hit by a really fast car. Sweetheart, I'm sorry. It's all Grandma's fault for not taking good care of you, Daiwan said guiltily. Xiaoye quickly shook her head. No, Grandma, it was my fault for playing too much. If I had listened to you and gone home earlier, I wouldn't have been hit by a car. Then she sighed. Oh well, now I can't go to kindergarten for a few days. Do you like going to kindergarten? Zhou Yuchen asked with a smile. Only then did Xiaoye notice Zhou Yuchen and exclaimed, Uncle, I feel like I've seen you before. Have we met? Zhou Yuchen asked, surprised. Xiaoye studied him seriously. In my dream. You look just like my dream daddy. Looking at the innocent and adorable little girl, a strong wave of affection surged in Zhou Yuchen's heart. Zhou Yuchen, who had lived over 40 years in his previous life, had experienced numerous relationships but never considered marriage or having children. Yet, at this moment, he felt the profound and intense emotions of being a father for the first time. Looking at the little girl, Xiaoye, lying in the hospital bed, Zhou Yuchen felt a pang of emotion as he gently held her delicate hand. Sweetheart, you're right. I am your daddy. A radiant smile spread across Xiaoye's pale face. That's great. Daddy, you're finally home. She tilted her little head towards Shen Jingyun. Mommy, did Daddy come back because he knew I got hurt? Yes, Daddy flew from far away just to be here, Shen Jingyun replied softly. Xiaoye pouted and innocently said, Then I should have gotten hit by a car sooner so I could see Daddy earlier. These words brought tears to Shan Jingyun's eyes, and Daiwan, standing nearby, turned away with reddened eyes. It was then they realized what a father's presence meant to this little girl. Zhou Yuchen felt a sharp pain in his heart. It's all my fault for not visiting you all these years. Do you blame Daddy? No, I don't. Xiaoye shook her head. Mommy said you were out earning money to buy yummy food for me. But, Daddy, can you stay with me for a few more days? The kids at kindergarten say I don't have a daddy. Zhou Yuchen pressed her little hand against his face and promised solemnly, Daddy guarantees to stay with you, every day from now on, never leaving. Really? Xiaoye's eyes sparkled. Really? Then let's Pinky swear. All right, Pinky swear. 100 years and no change. Her clear child's voice struck Zhou Yuchen's heart like a heavy hammer, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Daddy, why are you crying? Xiaoye asked curiously. Zhou Yuchen wiped his tears and forced a smile. Because Daddy is so happy to see you. Then you should smile like me. Right, Daddy should smile. Ha ha ha. The father and daughter laughed joyfully together. A system notification suddenly sounded, informing Zhou Yuchen that he had completed a task and received a reward. However, he was too focused on his daughter to pay any attention. Before long, Xiaoye fell asleep, but her small hand still clutched Zhou Yuchen's tightly, afraid he might vanish. This sight made Shen Jingyun, observing from the side, feel deep regret for not telling Zhou Yuchen about their child sooner. Zhou Yuchen, we need to have a serious talk, Shen Jingyun said, taking a deep breath. In the ensuing conversation, Zhou Yuchen learned that Shen Jingyun worked at the Yunhai Tax Bureau and had to drop Xiaoye off at Yunhai Elite Kindergarten half an hour early each day and pick her up an hour after school. The kindergarten was 10 kilometers from home, and Xiaoye's grandmother helped with pickups and drop-offs when needed. Now that I know about Xiaoye, I must fulfill my responsibilities as a father, Zhou Yuchen proposed. I plan to rent an apartment near your community to take care of picking her up. You can collect her after work. Aren't you starting a business? Won't this affect your work? Shen Jingyun asked, concerned. I'm the boss. I can arrange my schedule freely. If any special situations arise, I'll let you know in advance. The discussion about Zhou Yu's upbringing lasted for a whole hour. During this time, Daiwan quietly listened without saying a word. When Zhou Yuchen offered to pay 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses, Daiwan's gaze softened noticeably not because of the amount, but because she was impressed by his sense of responsibility. At that moment, the attending doctor, Chu Xingfeng, entered the ward to conduct a routine checkup on Zhou Yu. After the examination, he smiled and reported that the situation had stabilized. When can we be discharged? Daiwan asked. Chu Xingfeng thought for a moment and replied, Considering the child has a head injury, I recommend staying for a week for observation. Once a re-examination confirms there are no brain issues, we can discuss discharge. Daiwan nodded in understanding. Thank you, Dr. Chu. It's my duty, Chu Xingfeng said. By the way, someone needs to handle the hospitalization fees. I'll go. Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun stood up simultaneously. Chu Xingfeng chuckled. One person is enough. Zhou Yuchen turned to Shen Jingyun. Let me take care of this for the child. Shen Jingyun pursed her lips and sat back down. You go ahead. After Zhou Yuchen and Dr. Chu left, Daiwan remarked, Xiao Zhou seems very responsible. He seems good now, but the key is whether he can keep it up. Shen Jingyan responded, time will tell. I hope he becomes a good father. Daiwan stood up. I'll head home first and bring you all lunch this afternoon. Despite Shen Jingyan reminding her that the hospital has a dedicated patient cafeteria, Daiwan insisted on going home to prepare nutritious food for blood replenishment. When Zhou Yuchen returned after paying the fees and learned of Daiwan's plan to travel 12 kilometers to deliver meals, he immediately proposed a solution. How about I hire a dedicated driver to handle meal deliveries 3 times a day? This suggestion brightened Xian Jingyun's eyes. That's indeed a good idea. Zhou Yuchen acted swiftly, heading out to find a suitable candidate. Among the taxi drivers waiting at the hospital entrance, he selected a young man named Bao Yang. This 23-year-old local driver, with a neat appearance and a spotless vehicle, had been working in the taxi industry for 3 years. Zhou Yuchen got straight to the point about delivering meals. Brother, 3 meals a day. I'll give you 500. How does that sound? 500. Bao Yang's eyes widened in surprise. It's only a few kilometers. That's too much. You really are a straightforward guy. Zhou Yuchen laughed. Let's exchange numbers and agree on it. This afternoon at 6, I'll have the child's mother take you to our home to show you the way. Bao Yang nodded in agreement, and then Zhou Yuchen returned to the intensive care unit to give Bao Yang's phone number to Shan Jingyan. At 6 in the evening, Shan Jingyan rode with Bao Yang to confirm the route home. Daiwan was quite satisfied with Zhou Yuchen's arrangement. After setting a time, Shan Jingyan took the food back to the hospital. In the hospital room, little Yaya, who had already woken up, was nestled beside Zhou Yuchen, listening to him tell stories. The little girl let out clear, cheerful laughter from time to time, infecting the entire room with her joy. Honey, what are you doing that's making you so happy? Shin Jingyun asked with a gentle smile as she put down the thermos. Daddy's telling me a story. It's really good, Yaya said excitedly. No matter how good the story is, we need to eat first, right? Right. My tummy is already hungry, Yaya said, touching her belly and looking up at Zhou Yuchen. Daddy, my hand hurts a bit. Can you feed me? Of course I can. Zhou Yuchen agreed happily. Shen Jingyan pretended to be upset. Honey, are you abandoning mommy? That makes mommy so sad. Mommy, don't be sad. Yaya quickly explained. I just want daddy to feed me once because daddy has never fed me before. Shen Jingyun's heart ached, but she responded softly. All right, let daddy feed you then. Daiwan had prepared a nutritious black-bone chicken soup, with herbs like astragalus, red dates, angelica, and cotinopsis to enrich the blood. It was Zhou Yuchen's first time feeding a child, and his clumsy but earnest attempts to carefully bring the spoon to Yaya's mouth amused Shen Jingyun, making her laugh out loud. Her bright smile lit up the entire room, and Zhou Yuchen found himself momentarily captivated until Shen Jingyun turned away with a blush, bringing him back to his senses. After dinner, Zhou Yuchen played with Yaya for a while longer and told her more stories. It wasn't long before the little girl fell into a sweet sleep. Zhou Yuchen motioned for Shen Jingyun to talk in the hallway. Let's set up a schedule, he suggested. You can go home to rest at night, and I'll stay with Yaya. During the day, I need to handle moving and renting a place. You don't have experience taking care of a child. I should stay at night, Shen Jingyun said, concerned. At night, she's just sleeping. There's not much to do. I can handle it. Besides, I don't have a place to stay in Yunhai. Instead of finding a hotel, I might as well stay here, which is more economical. You hired a driver to deliver meals, but you're worried about saving money on a hotel? Shen Jingyan laughed. Money should be spent wisely. Hiring a driver is a necessity. A hotel is a luxury. They're completely different. I didn't expect you to be so thrifty, Shen Jingyan chuckled. All right, I'll go home to rest. If anything comes up that you can't handle, call me immediately. After Shen Jingyan left, Zhou Yuchen returned to the room and quietly sat by sleeping Ye's bedside. Looking at his daughter's sweet, adorable face, his heart was filled with a warm sense of happiness. Reflecting on the day, he not only became a master of Xingyi Quan and fully activated the all-around development system, but also had such a lovely daughter. Zhou Yuchen was convinced that from this day forward, his life would only get better. Zhou Yuchen gently kissed Xiaoyu on the forehead before lying down on the accompanying bed beside her. He summoned the attribute panel of his all-purpose development system, and the familiar data appeared before him. Physique, 14 average person, 10. Spirit, 10 average person, 10. Attribute points, 8. Skills, Xingyi Quan Master Level 1.2. Items, Futures Prediction Scroll 10 days, 1 real scroll. The Futures Prediction Scroll was the treasure he needed most at the moment. Although such a tool that could foresee the future was powerful, Zhou Yuchen was acutely aware that in reality, one couldn't just roam the markets as freely as in online novels. If he rashly invested billions of dollars, it would inevitably disrupt the market and lead to inaccurate predictions. Not to mention, vigilant financial institutions and regulatory bodies wouldn't stand idly by. However, within reasonable limits, there was still much to gain. Taking out his phone, Zhou Yuchen began browsing international news. The 3G network was maddeningly slow, but he had grown accustomed to the pace of this era. Half an hour later, he identified his target: oil futures. Two major oil-producing countries in the East Asia region were on the brink of war, with both sides continuously amassing troops at the border, causing significant volatility in the oil futures market. Zhou Yuchen made a decisive move, writing crude oil on the prediction scroll. Immediately, a clear futures chart appeared in his mind. Over the next 6 days, the price of crude oil would soar from 38 to 68 per barrel. Then, in the following 4 days, it would sharply drop to 42. Zhou Yuchen speculated that the two countries would ultimately pull back from the brink of war just in time. To his delight, the bottom of the chart had a note saying maximum investment of 2 billion. This meant he could invest up to this amount without affecting market trends. It was practically the perfect cheat code. Throughout the night, aside from taking Zhou Yu to the bathroom once, the little girl slept peacefully. At 6 the next morning, Shun Jingyan arrived at the hospital room right on time. She was dressed in a light blue shirt paired with white wide-legged pants, exuding a fresh and elegant spring-like aura. Even Zhou Yuchen had to admit that Shin Jingyun was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his past and present lives, almost without exception. Noticing that Zhou Yu was sleeping soundly, Shun Jingyun gestured to Zhou Yuchen to talk outside. The two of them quietly stepped into the corridor, where Shin Jingyun softly said, "You should get some rest. I'll take care of Zhu here." Zhou Yuchen shook his head. "I need to say a few words to her when she wakes up, so she doesn't think I'm not coming back." "You're quite thoughtful," Shin Jingyun said with an approving smile. "Children are very sensitive and perceptive, especially little girls. You have to be attentive," Zhou Yuchen replied seriously. "I have something important to handle today, but I'll definitely be back tonight, though I can't say the exact time. Take care of your business. We can stay in touch by phone if needed." Half an hour later, Zhou Yu woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Seeing her parents sitting on either side of her, her face lit up with a bright smile. "Daddy, Mommy, I'm so happy today." "And why is that?" Shin Jingyun asked gently. "Because both Daddy and Mommy are here with me." Zhou Yuchen gently held his daughter's small hand and rubbed it against his face. "But Daddy has to go to work soon and we'll be back in the evening. Can you forgive me, Yaya?" Zhou Yu's smile vanished instantly, and her big eyes quickly filled with tears. "Daddy, you're not going to work far away again, are you?" "No, I won't," Zhou Yuchen hurriedly reassured her. "Daddy will be working here in Yunhai City from now on, and I'll pick you up from school every day." "Really? If you're lying, you're a puppy." "All right, let Mommy be the witness. If Daddy doesn't come back tonight, then I'm a puppy." Zhou Yuchen's promise brought a smile back to Zhou Yu's face. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Yuchen grabbed a quick bite at a street stall while planning his strategy for raising funds. The crude oil futures market would open at 9 p.m. tonight. According to the forecast scroll, there would be a slight drop in the first hour, followed by a sharp rise after 10 p.m. He had to get the funds in place today. The four major domestic crude oil futures trading platforms Xiaotai, Haifeng, Dongfang, and Zhengzhou offer up to 50 times leverage, but anything over 10 times requires an offline application, which takes too long. After comparing options, Zhou Yuchen decided on the Xiaotai platform's 5 times leverage, which had the fastest approval time of just 6 hours. He quickly completed the account opening process at an internet cafe, transferred 2.2 million into the account, and applied for 5 times leverage. But this amount was still far from enough. To maximize his returns, he took out his phone and dialed Wu Xiongfei's number. The call connected quickly. "Hey brother, I heard from Wang Jie that you really have a daughter?" "That's right. An unexpected event brought me a daughter, and I feel it's the best gift heaven has given me." Zhou Yuchen's phone screen lit up, displaying a call from Wu Xiongfei. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Xiongfei asked, "What can I do for you?" "Brother Fei, do you trust me?" Zhou Yuchen asked directly. "Of course, I trust you," Wu Xiongfei replied without hesitation. "I want to borrow as much money as possible from you. I'll pay it back in 2 weeks with 20 interest," Zhou Yuchen stated firmly. 20%? Wu Xiongfei's voice was filled with surprise. "Are you sure about this, brother?" "Absolutely," Zhou Yuchen continued. "I have nothing to offer as collateral. If it succeeds, that's great. If it fails, I'll work to pay off the debt." After a moment of thought, Wu Xiongfei said, "All right, I can give you 5 million now." Zhou Yuchen immediately recited a bank account number. "After the deal, I'll give you 6 million. Brother, can you tell me what kind of business this is?" "Crude oil futures," Zhou Yuchen answered bluntly. "How confident are you?" Wu Xiongfei asked cautiously. 100%, Zhou Yuchen replied decisively. "I'll transfer the money to you right away." "Brother Fei, thank you. I won't let you down. We're brothers. No need for such formalities." Zhou Yuchen then asked, "Brother Fei, do you know anyone in Yunhai who can provide high-interest loans?" "Wow, you're considering high-interest loans too?" Wu Xiongfei exclaimed. "The more funds, the better. Brother Fei, I've been waiting for 4 years for this opportunity. If I seize it, I can soar. You intellectuals are tougher than us in the underworld. Wu Xiangfei laughed. All right, I'll send you a number later. You can contact them. After hanging up, Zhou Yuchen reached out to Wang Jia, who promptly transferred 2 million without hesitation. With Wu Xiangfei's 5 million, Zhou Yuchen now had 7 million in funds. Looking at the transfer information on his phone, Zhou Yuchen was overwhelmed with emotion. In a world where relationships are often shallow, the trust Wu Xiangfei and Wang Jia placed in him deeply moved him. He silently vowed that when he became successful, he would repay this immense favor many times over. Following the number provided by Wu Xiangfei, Zhou Yuchen arrived an hour later at the Muay Thai gym on the 28th floor of Yunhai Business Tower. As he opened the door, a strong smell of sweat hit him, and over 20 tattooed thugs were noisily gathered around the central boxing ring. In the ring, an intense match was underway. Despite being less than 1.7 meters tall, a muscular man with a scarred face was skillfully engaging his opponent, relying on his solid physique. The thugs below the ring were shouting encouragement, and the arena echoed with their resounding cheers. Scanning the room, Zhou Yuchen quickly identified a notable figure on the side: a middle-aged man with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar. This must be Jiang Hao, the underworld boss he had just spoken to on the phone. In stark contrast to the low-profile Wu Xiangfei, Jiang Hao exuded arrogance from head to toe, with a haughty gaze and domineering demeanor. As Zhou Yuchen was about to approach, a burly man with a bushy beard blocked his path. Who are you? Zhou Yuchen, I have an appointment with Brother Hao. Hearing this, Jiang Hao turned his head and waved, Ashan. Let him through. The bearded man immediately stepped aside, gesturing him to proceed. Just as Zhou Yuchen was about to speak, Jiang Hao waved him off, saying, We'll talk after the match. This was clearly a power play, trying to control the conversation. Zhou Yuchen wasn't bothered, simply standing aside to watch the fight. Jiang Hao discreetly observed the young man. Despite his age, Zhou Yuchen's composed stance and demeanor earned him some respect in Jiang Hao's eyes. Soon, the match reached its conclusion. The scarred fighter delivered a fierce elbow strike, knocking his opponent to the ground. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Ahu, I knew you could do it. Jiang Hao laughed heartily. The scarred fighter, known as Ahu, responded with a cool nod, showing no sign of pride. Jiang Hao suddenly turned to Zhou Yuchen. You're here to borrow money from me?
Yes.
How much do you need? As much as you can lend. Jiang Hao blew out a smoke ring, teasingly saying, I have 100 million. Do you dare to borrow that much? If you're willing to lend, I'm willing to take it. Do you think you're worth 100 million? Zhou Yuchen paused for a moment. Life and money can't be compared. Jiang Hao spoke calmly. For Wu Xiangfei's sake, I'll give you a chance. He pointed to the scarred man in the ring. His name is Hu, a Muay Thai expert and my most trusted aide. Wu Xiangfei mentioned you're quite the martial artist yourself. In that case, if you can defeat him, I'll lend you 5 million for 1 month, with 10% interest. If you lose, you can go back to where you came from. Jiang Hao's voice echoed throughout the boxing gym. Zhou Yuchen pondered for a moment, then spoke up, meeting everyone's gaze. If I can defeat him in under a minute, you lend me 10 million for half a month, with 5% interest. What do you say, Brother Hao? His words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Defeat Tiger in a minute? This kid must be crazy. People whispered among themselves. On the ring, Anhu's eyes flashed with anger as he stared intently at Zhou Yuchen. Young man, you've got guts. Jiang Hao gave him a thumbs up. No wonder Wu Xiongfeng thinks so highly of you. All right, I agree. No matter the outcome, Jiang Hao would profit with these terms. Zhou Yuchen strode confidently onto the ring, stood before Anhu, and cupped his fists. Zhou Yuchen of Xingyi, please teach me. Anhu hesitated for a moment, returned the gesture, and assumed his stance. Only then did Zhou Yuchen realize his opponent was mute. Begin the match. Jiang Hao shouted as he pressed the stopwatch. Before the words were fully spoken, Zhou Yuchen had already stepped forward, launching a Bong Quan punch straight at Anhu's chest. The air hummed like a bowstring being plucked. Anhu's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly lifted his right leg to deliver a fierce kick. Bang! Fist and foot collided, the massive impact resonating throughout the gym. An unstoppable force surged through Anhu's leg, sending him flying uncontrollably backward. Even though Zhou Yuchen had only used 70% of his strength in that half-step Bong Quan, it far exceeded what Anhu could withstand. Just as Anhu was about to be knocked out of the ring, Zhou Yuchen darted forward, grabbed his ankle, and pulled him down. Anhu landed heavily on the ground, staring at Zhou Yuchen in disbelief. The gym fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. One punch. With just one punch, he had defeated their top fighter. If Zhou Yuchen hadn't intervened, Anhu might have been seriously injured. Jiang Hao tossed aside the stopwatch and began to clap, prompting a thunderous applause from the audience. People exclaimed, Master, he's definitely a top-level master. That shingy half-step Beng Quan sent tiger flying. Zhou Yuchen extended a hand to help Anhu up. Are you all right? Anhu grasped his hand, stood, and gave a thumbs up in admiration. The rest of the proceedings moved quickly. Zhang Hao had someone bring the loan agreement, which Zhou Yuchen carefully reviewed before signing and stamping. Soon, his phone buzzed with a notification of 10 million deposited into his account. Brother Hao, I need to prepare for the crude oil futures market, Zhou Yuchen said, cupping his fists in farewell. The futures market is tricky. One piece of news can ruin you. Be very careful, Zhang Hao advised. Zhou Yuchen nodded in gratitude and left the gym. Stepping out of the building, Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath of fresh air, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Calculating the funds he had, he quickly made a decision. Including Zhang Hao's 10 million, the total funds amounted to 19.2 million. After setting aside a 1.92 million margin, he had 17.28 million available. With a five-fold leverage, he could control a fund scale of 86.4 million. Although this amount wasn't much in the futures market, it was the limit for Zhou Yuchen. He was well aware that in reality, there was no such thing as getting billions of funds out of thin air. Those scenarios only appeared in online novels. Finding an internet cafe, Zhou Yuchen skillfully operated the computer, transferring 17 million into the Shatai futures platform. Due to the large deposit, his application for five-fold leverage was quickly approved. Nodding to himself as he saw the 86.4 million available funds displayed on the screen, Zhou Yuchen felt satisfied. After leaving the internet cafe, he quickly had lunch at a nearby fast food restaurant and then rented a van from a car rental service, heading straight to Sucheng. He needed to handle the house matters promptly. Meanwhile, in a ward at Yunhai First Hospital, little Yaya was tightly hugging the doll Zhou Yuchen had bought as she slept. Daiwan, puzzled, asked her daughter, Shun Jingyun, hasn't Yaya always liked plush toys? Why is she so attached to this doll? Because it was a gift from Zhou Yuchen, Shun Jingyun explained. She hasn't let go of it since breakfast. Last night, while staying over at her parents' house, Shun Jingyun had recounted how she was almost set up at a hotel and how Zhou Yuchen had saved her. After hearing the story, Shun Qinggang was furious, his face turning pale. For years, he had been trying to find out who his granddaughter's father was, even investigating his daughter's ex-boyfriend, only to discover that the truth was his daughter had almost been manipulated by bank officials and several company executives. No wonder his usually sensible daughter insisted on leaving the bank 4 years ago. Daiwan was already in tears, filled with fear. If not for Zhou Yuchen, she might never have seen her daughter again. Mom, the child needs a father, Shun Jingyun said softly. It's my fault for hiding it from Yaya for the past 3 years. Now that they've met, they should have the chance to spend time together. And what about you? Daiwan pressed. Do you think there's a possibility between you and Zhou Yuchen? Shun Jingyun shook her head. I don't have feelings for him. You're not still hung up on that scumbag Zheng Shui, are you? Daiwan frowned. He was the only boyfriend Shen Jingyan had ever dated, and not even a month into their relationship, he got involved with a rich girl, leaving her heartbroken for a long time. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I possibly still think about that jerk? Shen Jingyan quickly denied, then changed the subject. If you don't like Zhou Yuchen, I can introduce you to some young and excellent teachers from my school. There you go again. I'm not meeting anyone. Daiwan frowned and said, what about your future? Are you planning to be alone forever? As long as Xiaoya is with me, I won't be lonely. Shin Jingyun softened her tone when she saw her usually graceful mother getting upset. Mom, don't worry, maybe my fate hasn't arrived yet. Daiwan took a deep breath to calm herself. Jingyun, your father and I have seen how hard and tiring it's been for you these past few years. We just hope you can find someone to rely on, instead of handling everything alone. Shun Jingyun held her mother's hand gently. Mom, I've grown up. If I really can't handle it, don't I still have you and Dad? We asked you to move back home so we could help with the child. Did you listen? Daiwan said, a bit irritated. I just don't want you both to get tired, Shin Jingyun said playfully. Daiwan stood up. You're stubborn and won't listen. Forget it. I won't say more. I have a class this afternoon, but I'll make fish soup for you tonight. There's no one like Mom, Shin Jingyun said with a cheeky smile. Daiwan gave her a look and turned to leave. Shin Jingyun saw her off to the elevator. Back in the hospital room, her mother's words lingered in her mind, and Zhou Yuchen's face appeared in her thoughts. Looking at the doll in Xiaoya's hands, Shin Jingyun pondered. Is he really a good choice? Meanwhile, Zhou Yuchen was busy with moving arrangements. In his rented room, apart from personal items, he only had a laptop and over 300 books. After loading everything into the van, he went to the landlord to check out. The landlord initially wanted to charge a cleaning fee, but seeing the bookshelf worth over 2,000 yuan left behind, and with half a month's rent remaining, he didn't press further. By the time Zhou Yuchen drove back to Yunhai, it was already 7 p.m. After a simple dinner, he bought a large stack of picture books suitable for a 3-year-old girl. Nearing 9, he went to an internet cafe. Given the poor network conditions in the 3-Gera hospital, even his smartphone took half a minute to load a page. At 9 sharp, crude oil futures opened. Zhou Yuchen logged into the Shanghai futures platform and immediately noticed the crude oil price was 266.35 yuan per barrel. Without hesitation, he invested all his funds, buying over 324,300 barrels. Judging from his analysis, the price should rise to 476 yuan, but considering exchange rate and domestic foreign price differences, he cautiously set the selling price at 430.35 yuan. After completing the transaction, Zhou Yuchen quickly shut down the computer and rushed to the hospital. Mom, does Dad not want Zhou Yu anymore? In the hospital room, Zhou Yu tightly hugged the doll that Zhou Yuchen had bought for her big, bright eyes filled with worry. Dad loves Zhou Yu so much. How could he not want her? Shin Jingyun gently reassured her. But it's so late, and Dad still isn't back. Mom, can I call him? Shin Jingyun took out her phone and handed it to her daughter with a knowing smile. The call was quickly connected. Hello, is that you, Dad? Zhou Yu eagerly asked. Zhou Yuchen, who was on his way upstairs, playfully teased her. Who is this? It's you. Oh wow, what a coincidence. I have a daughter named Zhou Yu too. By the way, her full name is Shen Xinyue. Do you know her? I am Shen Xinyue. Dad, I miss you. When are you coming back? As she spoke, Zhou Yu's voice began to choke with emotion. Sweetheart, don't cry. How about this? Close your eyes and count to 10, and I'll magically appear in front of you. Really? Really? Zhou Yu obediently closed her eyes and started counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7. By the time she reached 5, Zhou Yuchen had quietly slipped into the hospital room and was standing right in front of her. Shin Jingyun watched from the side, smiling at her husband playfully engaging with their daughter. 3, 2, 1, 0. Zhou Yu opened her eyes and immediately saw Zhou Yuchen smiling at her, excitedly shouting, Dad, see, I told you, if you count to 10, Dad will magically appear. Zhou Yuchen laughed. Dad, you're amazing. Zhou Yu looked at him with admiration. Zhou Yuchen placed a sketchbook on the table and began discussing care arrangements with his daughter. With his patient explanation, Zhou Yu understood the plan that Mom would stay with her during the day and Dad at night. Before leaving, Shen Jingyun offered to bring Zhou Yuchen breakfast, but he politely declined. He mentioned that he had visited Sioux City today and had brought some essentials, planning to rent an apartment at Lijiang Garden. This location was less than 200 meters from Shen Jingyun's residence in the Mingda community, with a serene environment and spacious layouts ranging from 170 to 360 square meters. Zhou Yuchen had specifically gone to inspect it today and was very satisfied with the neighborhood. Lijiang Garden? Shen Jingyun's voice was full of disbelief. Do you know how expensive the rent is there? It's one of the most upscale neighborhoods in Yunhai City, with an opening price of 10 million per square meter. It's enough to scare anyone. She recalled her visit there, and the image of those beautifully furnished buildings flashed before her eyes. They were built with top-notch international eco-friendly materials, and the area was fully equipped with amenities, boasting a greenery rate of 55%. The property prices at Lijiang Garden hadn't decreased but increased, likely making it one of the top 3 in Yunhai City. The annual rent alone is 3 to 400,000, which is my salary for 3 years. Shen Jingyun looked at Zhou Yuchen in disbelief. Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly. I made a bet with your father to earn $1 billion in 6 months. For someone who's about to become a billionaire, this rent is nothing. Are you sure you can actually make $1 billion? Shen Jingyun was amused by his words. Probably more, Zhou Yuchen replied after a moment of serious thought. I really don't know where you get your confidence, Shen Jingyun said, helplessly patting her forehead. You can wait and see, Zhou Yuchen said with a determined and confident look. For a moment, Shen Jingyun thought he might actually pull it off. But reason quickly took over. Someone without background, resources, or capital trying to earn $1 billion in 6 months was nothing short of a fairy tale. After Shen Jingyun left, Zhou Yuchen spent time with little Yu, reading her children's picture books. Before finishing the 3rd story, the little girl fell asleep in his arms. He carefully laid her on the bed, gently covering her with a light blanket. Sweet dreams, darling. After turning off the light, Zhou Yuchen sat in a chair and whispered, All-Purpose Development System. The system interface immediately appeared before him, with a skill tree laden with tens of thousands of skill fruits. Apart from the radiant Xingyi Quan fruit, the others seemed dim. He had already made up his mind. Next, I choose hacking skills. As soon as he spoke, the corresponding fruit lit up. As a former game development leader and a somewhat renowned hacker, while not a master, with the system's support, reaching a master level or even becoming the king of hackers was no mere fantasy. The system prompt sounded, players' hacking skills detected at proficient level, awarding 5 attribute points and 1 skill lottery opportunity. Zhou Yuchen immediately checked the attribute panel. Player, Zhou Yuchen. Physique, 14 average person 10. Spirit, 10 average person 10. Attribute points, 13. Skills, Xingyi Quan Master level 1.2. Hacking proficient level 62. Items, Futures Prediction Scroll in use, Reality Scroll, Skill Reward Scroll. Seeing his hacking skill at proficient level 62, Zhou Yuchen almost laughed 4 years of study hadn't been in vain. He used the Skill Reward Scroll without hesitation, and the prize will spun quickly. The result left him speechless. Culinary skills. While drawing a skill scroll in the game was indeed fortunate, he was already skilled in cooking, making this reward a bit redundant. However, upon using the scroll, a flood of recipes from around the world filled his mind, and the attribute bar showed culinary skills at proficient level 99, giving him a new appreciation for this skill. According to the system's criteria, master level was the pinnacle of the industry, and proficient level above 90 equated to top-tier expertise. This meant he was now truly a culinary god, proficient in both Western and Chinese cuisines. Looks like I'll never have to worry about food, Zhou Yuchen whispered to himself, then picked up his phone to check the oil futures market, finding it perfectly aligned with his mental predictions, which put him at ease. The next morning, when Shen Jingyun walked into the hospital room, she saw Zhou Yuchen just returning from the bathroom with little Yaya in his arms. As soon as Yaya saw her mother, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed happily, "Mom, you're finally here." Shen Jingyun took her daughter and said gently, "It's only been a night, and you already missed me?" Yaya nodded vigorously and whispered a secret into her mother's ear. "Mom, I have to tell you a secret. I had a beautiful dream last night." "What kind of dream? Tell me about it." "I dreamt that you and Dad took me to the ferry amusement park for a whole day, and it was so much fun," Yaya said enthusiastically, then added, "Dad already promised that once I'm better, he'll take me there." "Mom, will you come too?" "Of course." Shen Jingyun agreed without hesitation. "Yay. Mom and Dad are taking me to the amusement park." Yaya cheered with joy. Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun exchanged knowing smiles. At 10 in the morning, Zhou Yuchen walked into a real estate agency near Lijiang Garden. The owner was a stylish woman with a tall figure and striking looks, scoring about a 7 out of 10. She seemed familiar to him, and after glancing at the business card on the table, he realized who she was: Zhang Xia, a fellow student from the finance department at Yunhai University. Although they weren't in the same class, they attended lectures in the same classroom every day. "Are you Zhou Yuchen?" Zhang Xia immediately recognized the former provincial top scorer and campus academic star. "Zhang Xia, it's been a while." "Oh my god, it really is you." Zhang Xia looked incredulously at the tall, composed man in front of her. "I was only in prison for a year, not executed." "Is it that surprising?" Zhou Yuchen said calmly. "I thought you had left Yunhai." "I stayed in Sucheng for a few years after being released, just returned a couple of days ago, planning to start a business here." "Zhou Yuchen, you're something else," Zhang Xia said, giving him a thumbs up with admiration. "If I were that impressive, I wouldn't have been deceived and ended up in prison," Zhou Yuchen replied with a self-deprecating smile. Zhang Xia cautiously asked, "Do you know how they're doing now?" "I've lost touch with everyone, so I don't know anything. Everyone knows what kind of person Luo Hao is. Back then, everyone knew you were innocent, but there was no evidence. Even your girlfriend, Su Xiaoya, testified for Luo Hao, and that's... Well, let's not talk about that." Zhang Xia paused. "Do you remember Professor Wu Zhenhua?" Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow. "Of course I remember." Wu Zhenhua was a highly respected economist, renowned in the field of finance, and enjoyed national-level recognition. The professor had a particular appreciation for Zhou Yuchen's academic excellence and character, often giving him extra guidance. Honestly, without Wu Zhenhua's help, Zhou Yuchen wouldn't have been able to complete 4 years of university coursework in just over a year. Wu Zhenhua had once planned for the original owner to take the graduate school entrance exam early during the second semester of sophomore year, but the unexpected incident of fighting disrupted those plans. Zhang Xia informed Zhou Yuchen that after he was imprisoned, Professor Wu was so upset by the incident that he was hospitalized with high blood pressure. Even after being discharged, when he learned the school decided to expel Zhou Yuchen, Professor Wu repeatedly tried to negotiate with the principal and even sought help from the national government's economic department, but to no avail. Hearing this, Zhou Yuchen's eyes reddened. Having emotionally integrated with the original owner after the time travel, memories of his interactions with the strict yet humorous old professor flooded his mind. "Is Professor Wu in good health?" Zhou Yuchen asked, trying to control his emotions. "He retired 3 years ago, so I'm not really sure about his current situation." Zhang Xia paused. "Since you're back, would you like to visit him?" Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath. "I'll visit him once I've achieved something, to prove he wasn't wrong about me." "That's the Zhou Yuchen I know." Zhang Xia nodded approvingly. A hint of coldness appeared on Zhou Yuchen's face. "What about Su Xiaoya and Luo Hao now?" "Years ago, it was because he saved Su Xiaoya from nearly being assaulted by Luo Hao that he was labeled as a violent offender. Su Xiaoya not only failed to testify for him but also falsely accused him, completely ruining his life. Even more infuriating was that during his imprisonment, Luo Hao arranged for thugs to cause trouble for him, though fortunately, a martial arts expert came to his aid. After being released, to avoid the Luo family's influence, the original owner had to flee to Sioux City to live. Now, Zhou Yuchen is a master of Xingyi Quan and no longer fears such petty villains. Luo Hao is now the deputy general manager of Haifeng Transport Group, and Su Xiaoya is one of his many girlfriends. Zhang Xia said with a peculiar expression, that guy is notorious for being a playboy. He reportedly has 4 girlfriends and enjoys flirting with married women. But Zhou Yuchen, Haifeng Transport Group has a complex background. So don't act rashly. I understand. Zhou Yuchen shifted the topic. Have you been running this agency since you graduated? No choice. Jobs are hard to find nowadays without connections, so I had to start my own business. What about you? Pretty much the same, freelancing, Zhou Yuchen replied. By the way, I'm looking to rent a large apartment in Lijiang Garden. Do you have any listings? Oh my gosh, Zhang Xia exclaimed. You really made it big. Even the cheapest rent there is 400,000. She quickly pulled up information on her computer. There are only 3 apartments left. A 360 square meter flat for 88,000 a month, and 2 177 square meter ones for 45,000 a month negotiable. Do you have the keys? Of course, I've peeked into that large flat several times. It's absolutely stunning. If the owner weren't going abroad, they wouldn't rent it out. Then let's go have a look. No problem, let's head there now, Zhang Xia said, grabbing the keys and getting up immediately. As soon as Zhang Xia walked out of the agency, she spotted Zhou Yuchen's van parked by the roadside and couldn't help but laugh. Do all you wealthy people keep such a low profile? You can afford to rent in Lijiang Garden, yet your car is worse than mine. It's rented. Zhou Yuchen pointed to the trunk, mainly for transporting daily necessities from Sucheng. Oh, then let's walk over since it's not far, Zhang Xia suggested. Along the way, Zhang Xia enthusiastically updated Zhou Yuchen on their finance classmates. Despite having been in the professional world for over 2 years, she maintained a sincere attitude when talking about them, showing neither disdain for those less fortunate nor excessive praise for the successful. This genuine nature made Zhou Yuchen secretly decide to hire her as a customer service manager if he succeeded in his future business ventures. Soon, they arrived at Unit 1201 in Building 6. Zhang Xia quietly followed behind Zhou Yuchen, allowing him to freely explore the spacious apartment. The entire place was simply yet elegantly decorated. The living room boasted a high ceiling of 3.6 meters, offering excellent lighting and ventilation. Furnished with top global brands, the furniture, carpets, sofas, and appliances made the space both grand and comfortable. The 40 square meter kitchen featured a double-door refrigerator and a full set of kitchenware. The 5 bedrooms had imported wooden floors, and each was equipped with a Kaiser brand mattress, each worth over 50,000. The 2 master bedrooms came with ensuite bathrooms. What captivated Zhou Yuchen the most was the study, over 50 square meters, with a large desk and wall-towel bookshelves capable of holding 2,000 books, all perfectly lit. The 12-meter-long balcony was an added bonus. Compared to the 220 square meter flat he had in his previous life, this was undoubtedly superior. Zhang Xia had expected Zhou Yuchen to be amazed by such a luxurious home, but he remained calm and composed, which impressed her greatly. Zhou Yuchen, what do you think? It's very nice. Shall we look at the other 2 apartments? No need, I'll rent this one. Zhang Xia's eyes widened. I must emphasize again, the rent for this apartment is 88,000 a month, and you have to pay a year's rent up front, totaling 1,056,000, with no room for negotiation. At that moment, Zhou Yuchen had only a little over 300,000 left, as most of his funds were tied up in crude oil futures. However, this challenge did not faze him. He only needed to show his futures account to any bank, and within half an hour, he could secure a loan of hundreds of thousands to millions. Zhou Yuchen smirked. Old classmate, don't worry, I can afford it. Zhang Xia looked at her former classmate in front of her and had to reassess him in her mind. Zhou Yuchen, back in the day, you outperformed us with your grades to the point we could hardly breathe, and now in society, you're still so outstanding. She shook her head with a wry smile. It's really frustrating comparing oneself to others. I'll take that as a compliment, Zhou Yuchen laughed. It is a compliment? Zhang Xia rolled her eyes, then took out her phone and walked to the balcony to call the landlord. 5 minutes later, she returned with a troubled expression. What happened? The landlord doesn't want to rent to me? Zhou Yuchen asked. The landlord decided yesterday to live in France from now on. So the apartment is for sale, not rent, Zhang Xia said angrily. For sale? Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow. How much are they asking? He was quite satisfied with the apartment's location and style. If the price was right, he considered buying it. A flat price of 45 million, including an extra-large storage room in the basement and 3 parking spaces. Zhou Yuchen calculated silently. If everything went well, he should earn around 100 million from crude oil futures. Buying this apartment wouldn't be a problem, though it might slightly deplete his startup capital. However, that wouldn't be hard to solve once he became the owner. A bank mortgage could handle everything. Zhang Xia, I heard that when these apartments launched, they were only 10,000 per square meter, right? You use only quite aptly. Zhang Xia smiled. 3 years ago, Lijiang Garden did launch at 10,000 per square meter. But starting from early last year, land prices in Yunhai City skyrocketed, and housing prices have been rising ever since. If the landlord wasn't in a hurry to liquidate for a house in France, 45 million wouldn't cut it. If it were me, I would ask for at least 50 million or hold on for a couple more years. So 45 million is a reasonable price? It's not about being reasonable. It's a steal. Zhang Xia paused. Zhou Yuchen, don't tell me you're planning to buy this apartment. I'm considering it, Zhou Yuchen said, touching his nose. Zhang Xia was stunned as if struck by lightning. Previously, she was already shocked when Zhou Yuchen was ready to pay over $1 million to rent a placia person without a college degree and a record. Making that much after prison was impressive enough. But now, it seemed that was nothing. In 4 years, to have a net worth of 45 million, it made her want to bang her head against the wall. Is this the power of genius? It's almost too incredible. Are you really going to buy this apartment? Zhang Xia regained her composure, still somewhat incredulous. Yes. But I need you to do me a favor, Zhou Yuchen said seriously. Help me tell the landlord to give me at most 12 days, and I'll pay the 45 million. If he's uneasy, I can pay 30,000 as a deposit. If I can't produce the money in 12 days, he can keep the deposit. Meanwhile, I want to live here. Zhang Xia thought for a moment. No matter what, the landlord is guaranteed a profit, so he should agree. But I don't understand. Why 12 days? We studied finance at Yunhai University. If we can't apply what we learned in play in the financial market, wouldn't it be a waste? Got it. All your money is in the stock market. No, it's in crude oil futures. Zhou Yuchen looked at Zhang Xia. You're the first classmate I've seen in 5 years, so it's fate. I want to offer you a money-making opportunity. Are you willing to take it? As a top student from Yunhai University, Zhang Xia quickly understood. Crude oil futures? Zhou Yuchen nodded. Give me all your money to manage, and in 12 days, I'll give you a 20% return. There are still 5 hours before the bank closes this afternoon, so you can think it over. If you're not willing to take the risk, just pretend I didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xia smiled. Is this a test of my trust in you? A 20% return sounds a bit scary. No rush, just help me settle the house first. All right. Zhang Xia dialed the landlord again. After explaining Zhou Yuchen's payment terms, the landlord agreed almost immediately. After all, anyone would wait for 30,000 in 12 days. Upon returning to the agency, Zhang Xia quickly printed 2 copies of the real estate sales contract. Zhou Yuchen picked up a pen and signed his name with flair. The owner is in France. How will he sign the contract? Does he have to come back? Zhang Xia asked, puzzled. No need, Zhou Yuchen explained. The real owner of this large apartment is his father. He's just in charge of renting and selling. The old gentleman should be here in about half an hour. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, a distinguished gentleman in his 60s entered the agency. While the old man carefully reviewed the sales contract, Zhou Yuchen also took the opportunity to examine the property deed he brought, ensuring the apartment's ownership was clear and without issues. After the old man signed, the 3 of them went to the bank together. Zhou Yuchen transferred a deposit of 300,000 into the gentleman's account on the spot. After seeing the old man off, Zhang Xia turned to Zhou Yuchen and said seriously, I've decided to entrust you, a financial genius, with my money to invest in crude oil futures. Why do you trust me so much? Zhou Yuchen asked with interest. 1. Because of our classmate relationship, and 2. Because you just paid 300,000. Zhang Xia shrugged. Zhou Yuchen immediately understood her logic. If he were a scammer, he wouldn't have paid the deposit without being sure of Zhang Xia's investment. As for their classmate relationship, it was a factor but likely not a major one after all. They hadn't seen each other in 5 years, and he had a stint in prison. How much can you invest? Zhou Yuchen inquired. Zhang Xia held up 2 fingers. 2 million. Were you pretending to be broke this morning? Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow with a smile. This 2 million is my last resort, Zhang Xia said seriously. If you lose it, I'll be out on the streets. I'll write you an IOU. Zhou Yuchen looked at her intently. No need. I trust you. Zhang Xia shook her head. If you really wanted to cheat me, an IOU wouldn't matter. Conversely, if you're sincere in helping me, you'd pay back the money even without one. Zhou Yuchen secretly admired Zhang Xia's boldness and wished it takes courage to invest 2 million. But even smarter was her decision not to demand an IOU while starting a recording on her phone as they entered the bank. With transfer records and audio evidence, even if he tried to default, it would be futile. She managed to maintain their relationship while protecting herself, demonstrating quite a bit of emotional intelligence. Thank you for your trust, Zhou Yuchen said earnestly. In 12 days, I'll return 2,400,000 to you. Soon, Zhang Xia transferred 2 million to Zhou Yuchen's account. They had lunch at a nearby upscale restaurant, and then returned to the agency. Zhang Xia offered to help move Zhou Yuchen's belongings from his van into the new apartment. Seeing the more than 300 well-read books, Zhang Xia sincerely marveled. No wonder he succeeds. This is why. After Zhang Xia left, Zhou Yuchen immediately dove into futures trading. He quickly logged onto the Shotyin Futures platform, and when he saw that his account had already gained over 7 million, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Without hesitation, he injected the 2 million given by Zhang Xia into the account and applied for the maximum tenfold leverage allowed by the platform. To his surprise, the platform approved his application in just 10 minutes this time, without even requiring a margin. Zhou Yuchen knew that the massive funds in his account must have played a role. He immediately invested the entire 20 million in going long on crude oil. Although the futures market, much like the stock market, is volatile, a straight upward or downward trend is almost impossible. If he was willing to profit from small fluctuations, his returns could increase by more than 30%. However, this kind of operation could easily attract the platform's attention and might lead to him being studied as a research subject. After all, even the greatest investors can only see the big picture, and no one has ever been able to predict every minor fluctuation accurately. To enhance his technical skills, Zhou Yuchen turned to the field of cybersecurity. He bought 12 hefty professional books, including Advanced Linux Penetration, Anti-Hacker Storm, and XSS Cross-Site Scripting Attack Analysis. He believed that once he finished these books, his hacking skills would reach a master level. The bookstore owner was surprised by his choice of books, but said nothing. After placing the books in his car, Zhou Yuchen headed straight to the hospital. "Why are you here so early today?" Shen Jingyun asked in surprise, glancing at her watch when he entered the ward at just 4 in the afternoon. In the ward, a handsome young man was sitting by the bed, telling stories to Xiao Yeye. The table was adorned with fruits, flowers, and a doll similar to the one Zhou Yuchen had bought. This man was either a relative of the Shin family or a suitor of Shun Jing'e. After a brief exchange, Xiao Yeye excitedly exclaimed, "Daddy!" This call visibly startled the young man, who began to scrutinize Zhou Yuchen with caution. Through Shun Jingyun's introduction, Zhou Yuchen learned that this gentleman was Yang Xuelin, the deputy director of the tax office. From Shun Jingyun's deliberate emphasis on "our daughter," Zhou Yuchen immediately understood her intent. She was subtly sending a message of rejection to the suitor. Though the atmosphere was delicate, the group exchanged pleasantries. When Shun Jingyun suggested taking Xiao Yeye out for a walk, Yang Xuelin tactfully announced that he needed to return to work. Finally, Shun Jingyun thoughtfully wrapped a coat around her daughter, preparing to head downstairs together. Soon, Zhou Yuchen came downstairs holding Xiaoyu, with Shun Jingyun carrying a thermos. After seeing Yang Xuelin off, Zhou Yuchen and Shun Jingyun stood facing each other. "Thank you," Shun Jingyun said softly. "You're welcome," Zhou Yuchen replied, looking at her. "I think we should change how we address each other. You can call me Yuchen, and I'll call you Jingyun. It sounds more intimate." "All right," Shun Jingyun agreed with a nod. Xiaoyu, nestled in Zhou Yuchen's arms, suddenly tilted her head and asked, "Daddy, shouldn't you call mommy wife and mommy call you husband?" Shin Jingyun was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Xiaoyu to know such terms. "Xiaoyu, who told you that?" she asked. "A lot of my classmates say that," Xiaoyu answered innocently. Shun Jingyun was at a loss for words and looked to Zhou Yuchen for help. Zhou Yuchen crouched down to be at eye level with his daughter. "Sweetheart, every family is different, and so are the ways people address each other. Think about it, how do grandpa and grandma address each other?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment. "Grandpa calls grandma teacher Dai, and grandma often calls grandpa old Shun. See, not everyone uses husband and wife," Zhou Yuchen said with a smile, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. "But remember, sweetheart, it doesn't matter how we address each other. What matters is that we all love you very, very much." "I love you all very, very much too," Xiaoyu said sweetly. "But you can't love daddy as much as daddy loves you," Zhou Yuchen teased. "No, I definitely love daddy more," Xiaoyu pouted in protest. The father and daughter continued their playful banter, while Shun Jingyun smiled silently in the background. The setting sun cast a long shadow over the three of them. A week later, Zhou Yuchen returned home from work and immediately went to his study to check the Shatai futures platform. He had previously set the selling price for crude oil at 430.35 yuan, and it had surged to 439.82 yuan the previous night. Seeing the 64,508,267 yuan in his account, Zhou Yuchen smiled with satisfaction. This long position operation had netted him over 42 million yuan after deducting the principal of 21.2 million yuan. But this was just the beginning. Zhou Yuchen carefully compared the exchange rate changes between the Xia Yuan and the US dollar, finding a difference of about 5%. By combining the foreign crude oil futures curve on the prediction scroll with the current exchange rates, he calculated that the crude oil peak should be around 452 yuan, with a margin of error not exceeding 1%. To be safe, he decided to set the short selling price at 445 yuan. Seeing that the curve showed the maximum fluctuation in crude oil futures over the next 4 days would not exceed 3%, Zhou Yuchen applied for 10 times leverage from the platform. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, this is Zhou Yuchen. Who's calling?" "Hello, Mr. Zhou, I am Zhuang Wenbin, the leverage review officer from the Shanghai Futures platform." Mr. Zhuang's call came unexpectedly. Mr. Zhou, I noticed you've applied for a tenfold leverage on the platform. As per regulations, we need to confirm whether this was done by you personally. It was me, Zhou Yuchen replied straightforwardly. Crude oil has risen from 266 yuan to nearly 440 yuan in less than a week. I believe this price has peaked, so I want to apply for tenfold leverage to short it. You're quite candid, even sharing your plan with me, Mr. Zhuang said with a hint of surprise in his voice. Zhou Yuchen laughed. Mr. Zhuang, please don't follow my short position. This is just my personal judgment. If I'm wrong, I can't bear the responsibility for your losses. This candidness was not without purpose. Zhou Yuchen knew well that the more sincere he appeared, the more it would alleviate the platform's concerns, making his trade smoother. Rest assured, our platform employees are prohibited from participating in futures trading, Mr. Zhuang said earnestly. As a valued client, the tenfold leverage is fine, but it requires a 15 margin. Is that acceptable? No problem. The application was quickly approved. After deducting the margin, Zhou Yuchen had 55 million yuan available, with a tenfold leverage equating to 550 million yuan. He decisively set the short price at 445 yuan, allowing him to purchase 1.236 million barrels of crude oil. According to the curved chart in his mind, the price of 445 yuan would appear at 9:30 p.m. that night. Zhou Yuchen calmly set the parameters and then turned off the computer. He silently brought up his status panel. Player, Zhou Yuchen. Physique, 14 average person 10. Spirit, 10 average person 10. Attribute points, 18. Skills, Xingyi Quan Master level 1.5. Hacking expertise level 66. Culinary expertise level 99. Items, Futures prediction scroll in use, reality scroll, comprehension scroll duration 30 days. The comprehension scroll was a reward he received for completing a task for Shan Jingya. During this time, he was almost always in the hospital room, patiently accompanying little Yaya by telling stories and playing games, making the little girl laugh every day. Shen Jingyan observed all this and gradually accepted Zhou Yuchen's presence. Their relationship evolved from initial unfamiliarity to becoming friends who could share jokes, and Shen Jingyun genuinely acknowledged him. The system rewarded him with 5 attribute points and a comprehension scroll. This scroll is like a divine artifact, significantly enhancing the user's ability to understand. No matter how profound the knowledge, a single glance allows for thorough comprehension, with the ability to infer and apply it flexibly. Coupled with Zhou Yuchen's near-photographic memory, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Zhou Yuchen had been staying by his child's side in the hospital, temporarily setting aside the comprehension scroll. He planned to use it once Zhou Yuyu was discharged and fully recovered, believing that it would take less than half a month to elevate his hacking skills to a master level. Just as he was thinking this, his phone rang, displaying Xian Jingyun's call. Zhou Yuchen answered immediately, and Zhou Yu's cheerful voice came through the receiver. Dad, I've got good news for you. Hearing his daughter's energetic voice, Zhou Yuchen's lips curled into a smile. Sweetheart, what's the good news? Tell me. Guess. Zhou Yuyu said playfully. If you guess right, there's a reward. First, you have to tell Dad what the reward is. Yaya can give you a kiss. No way, that's too little of a reward, Zhou Yuchen bargained. At least 3 kisses. Okay, just guess. I guess it's that Zhou Yuyu can be discharged today, right? Zhou Yuchen deduced. After all, the doctor had conducted a thorough checkup on Zhou Yu yesterday afternoon, and the results would be available this morning. Since it was good news, the answer seemed obvious. Oh wow, Dad. How did you guess that? Because Dad's smart. Will you come to pick me up? Of course, that's a given. I'll be there right away. Zhou Yuchen changed into clean clothes and drove straight to the hospital. Opening the ward door, he found not only Shin Jingyun but also Shin Qinggang and Daiwan present. During this time, Zhou Yuchen often saw Daiwan, but had very little interaction with Shan Qinggang, having only met him 4 times and exchanged few words. However, compared to their initial tense encounter, Shan Qinggang's attitude towards Zhou Yuchen had softened considerably, at least no longer glaring with hostility. As for Daiwan, she maintained a gentle and amiable demeanor, speaking politely while keeping a respectful distance. Compared to the straightforward Shan Qinggang, Zhou Yuchen found this professor even more challenging to deal with. Gaining her approval and recognition seemed like it would take more than just a day or two. Dad. As soon as Xiao Yaya saw Zhou Yuchen while being held in Shan Qinggang's arms, her eyes lit up and she eagerly reached out to him. Yaya, can't you let Grandpa hold you a little longer? Shan Qinggang looked helplessly at the little one squirming in his arms. Grandpa, you've held me for a long time. I want Daddy to hold me, Xiao Yaya said with big, pleading eyes. With a sigh, Shan Qinggang released her. Zhou Yuchen stepped forward to take his daughter, holding her securely in his arms. He laughed. Sweetheart, shouldn't you give me a reward? Before he could finish, Xiao Yaya had already wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him 3 quick kisses on the face like a little woodpecker. Zhou Yuchen wiped the saliva off his face and pretended to be angry. You little rascal, Did you do that on purpose? Ha ha, Daddy fell for it. Xiao Yeye squinted her eyes in delight, her laughter radiant. Watching the playful scene between father and daughter, Shen Qinggang sighed inwardly. At this moment, Dai Wan and Shun Jingyun had finished packing. Zhou Yuchen handed Xiao Yeye back to her grandfather and swiftly picked up 2 suitcases to head out. Shun Jingyun followed closely, reminding him, "My car is in the underground parking lot." "I know, my van is parked right next to yours," Zhou Yuchen replied. In the parking lot, Zhou Yuchen loaded the luggage into his car, indicating he would follow Shen Jingyun's car to find the way. Shen Qinggang placed Xiao Yeye in the child seat of Shan Jingyun's car and said to Daiwan, "I'll ride with Zhou Yuchen. You take care of the child." Daiwan held him back, whispering, "Yuchen is a good kid. Don't be too harsh on him." "Got it," Shen Qinggang replied as he got into the passenger seat of Zhou Yuchen's car. As the 2 cars drove out of the hospital, Shen Qinggang rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and asked casually, "What do you think of Jingyun?" Zhou Yuchen had anticipated this question and answered calmly, "She's beautiful, has a great figure, is gentle yet resilient, decisive and wizzy, a perfect blend of softness and strength. Do you have any inappropriate intentions towards Jingyun?" Shen Qinggang's gaze was sharp. What man wouldn't be moved by a woman like her? Zhou Yuchen's tone was steady. After spending so much time together, it's impossible not to have feelings. "Quite honest," Shen Qinggang sneered. "I'm a man too. I understand your thoughts using Yeye as a way to pursue Jingyun. I've never thought of it that way." Zhou Yuchen shook his head in denial. "Having the desire but not the courage. I just said you were honest, but now you seem quite hypocritical." "Director Shin," Zhou Yuchen stared straight ahead, his voice firm. "It's best not to rush to conclusions about someone you don't know well. I do have feelings for Jingyun, but until I've achieved something in my career, I won't recklessly pursue her." "Why?" Shen Chungang asked, looking directly into Zhou Yuchen's eyes. Zhou Yuchen's expression was somber as he slowly replied, "I'm just an unemployed ex-convict now. Starting a business is my only way to make something of myself. Although I'm confident, confidence doesn't guarantee success. If Jingyun follows me and I fail, it would ruin her and her daughter. I can't be that selfish." Shen Qinggang gazed at Zhou Yuchen intently, then turned to blow a smoke ring out the car window, saying calmly, "You're not bad. The day I win the 10 billion yuan bet in 6 months is when I'll start pursuing Jingyun," Zhou Yuchen said with determination. "At that point, whether you approve or not, I won't give up." After a long silence, Shen Chenggang finally spoke, "Zhou Yuchen, I hope you succeed." Seeing Zhou Yuchen's surprised expression, he quickly added, "But I will never agree to let Jingyun marry you. For reasons you should understand." Zhou Yuchen did understand. The idea of a former convict and the head of the police department becoming in-laws was laughable. After a lifetime of catching criminals, letting his daughter marry one was hard to accept. "I will handle all the issues properly." Zhou Yuchen paused. "Director Shin, I was too simplistic in my thinking before. The bet needs to be amended even if I earn 10 billion in 6 months. Zhou Yu should continue to have the surname Shun until Jingyun gets married." "Are you sure?" Shin Qinggang raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. "I'm sure." Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath. "Zhou Yu is the little angel Jingyun brought into my life, and I'm genuinely grateful. I don't want my presence to bring any negative impact on the Shin family." Shin Qinggang was taken aback. "Zhou Yuchen, you're a real man? Thank you for the compliment." Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. Shin Qinggang also smiled, though his smile carried a hint of complexity. For the next half hour, both men were lost in their thoughts, remaining silent. The 2 cars eventually stopped at the base of Building 8 in the Mingda community. Zhou Yuchen got out with his suitcase, while Shan Qinggang took Zhou Yu from Daiwan and headed upstairs. "Dad, Mom and I live on the 3rd floor. Hurry up, don't get left behind." Zhou Yu's childish voice echoed in the stairwell. "Got it," Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. On the 3rd floor, Shun Jingyun opened the door, and Zhou Yuchen entered the cozy 80 square meter home for the first time. Although the layout was old-fashioned, the renovation was modern. The flooring, furniture, sofa, and lighting were all top domestic brands, giving the place an elegant yet warm feel, spotless and inviting. It was clear that Shun Jingyun had thoroughly renovated when she bought the apartment. "Dad, this is where Mom and I live. Can you stay with us?" Little Yaya asked eagerly, looking up at Zhou Yuchen with hopeful eyes as she jumped down from Shan Qinggang's arms. This unexpected question caused Shen Qinggang and Dai Wan to exchange glances, their expressions changing. Nearby, Shun Jingyun held her breath. Zhou Yuchen knelt down and gently picked up little Yaya, a gentle smile on his face. "Probably not, sweetheart." "Why not?" Little Yaya pouted, her big eyes filling with tears. Her voice quivered. "Do you not like me anymore?" Faced with this tricky question, Zhou Yuchen quickly thought of an answer. "Because Dad snores really loudly at night. It would disturb you and Mom's sleep." "That's not true." Little Yaya immediately protested. "When we were in the hospital, I never heard you snore at night. That's because I stayed up all night taking care of you." Zhou Yuchen explained with a smile. Do you want me to show you how I snore now? Yes, yes. Little Yaya's eyes lit up. Zhou Yuchen set her down. Go to your room and close the door first. See if you can hear it. Little Yaya eagerly ran into her bedroom and shut the door. Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath and produced an earth-shattering snore, causing the living room to reverberate. Xin Xingang, Daiwan, and Shun Jingyun all had to cover their ears. How did you do that? Xin Jingyun asked in amazement once the sound ceased. I practiced martial arts, so I have good lung capacity, Zhou Yuchen explained simply. Just then, little Yaya opened the door and came out, her face full of amazement. Dad, your snoring is scarier than thunder. It really scared me. Could you fall asleep with that noise? No. Little Yaya shook her head vigorously. So, Dad can only live outside, Zhou Yuchen explained gently. But I live really close, and I can be here in 5 minutes if you call me. Really? Can I see where you live? Of course, it's also your home. That's great. Little Yaya beamed. I have 2 homes now. Seeing his daughter's sweet smile, Zhou Yuchen felt his heart melt. Xiao Zhou, stay for lunch, Daiwan suggested. We should celebrate little Yaya being discharged. Sure, I'll cook. You can cook? Daiwan asked, surprised. Just simple home-cooked meals. Is it going to be a disaster? Shen Jingyun teased. It shouldn't be that bad. Zhou Yuchen shrugged and headed into the kitchen. Shen Jingyun followed to help, but 10 minutes later, she came out looking astonished. Daiwan asked, weren't you helping with the cooking? Why are you out here? Shen Jingyun gave a wry smile. The difference in cooking skills is too great. I really can't be of much help. Is it that impressive? I'll go take a look, Daiwan said with curiosity as she walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Zhou Yuchen was wearing an apron and skillfully preparing a mandarin fish. His movements were smooth and efficient, deftly chopped off the fish head, sliced through the body stopping just before the tail, and then carefully removed the entire fish bone. In less than 2 minutes, he had cut the fish into uniform diamond-shaped pieces, each cut so precise it was astonishing. Are you making squirrel fish? Daiwan asked. Yes, Zhou Yuchen nodded. Squirrel fish is crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and has a sweet and sour taste. The little one should like it. That's amazing. Daiwan gave him a thumbs up. I wanted to make this dish for Xiao Yaya before, but my knife skills are lacking, and I failed every time. Your skills are on par with a 5-star chef. While slicing potatoes, Zhou Yuchen casually explained, maybe I have a knack for it. I learned a lot secretly while working at the hotel and studied videos. Eventually, I got the hang of it. His knife skills were astonishingly fast, and Daiwan could only see a blur of flashing blades. In no time, a potato was transformed into perfectly uniform strips, each as if measured with a ruler. An hour later, Zhou Yuchen served 6 dishes and a soup. Vinegar-glazed potato strips, stir-fried cabbage, stir-fried pork, squirrel fish, oil-burst shrimp, 9-turn large intestine, and tomato mushroom soup. Each dish was presented beautifully, especially the squirrel fish, which looked like a work of art. Just from the presentation, you can tell it must be delicious. Shen Jingyan marveled. Yuchen, if you opened a restaurant, you'd make a fortune? I couldn't handle being in the kitchen every day. Zhou Yuchen laughed and shook his head. Xiao Yaya tilted her head, examining the squirrel fish. Daddy, this squirrel is so pretty. Can we not eat it? This is fish, not a squirrel. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. No, Daddy is lying. This is clearly a squirrel, Xiao Yaya insisted. Zhou Yuchen picked up a piece of fish and offered it to his daughter. Sweetheart, try a bite and you'll see. Xiao Yaya took a bite, and her eyes lit up immediately. It's so good. Of course it is. This is a national banquet dish. Daiwan laughed. Little Zhou, I didn't expect you to not only excel in studies, but also be such a great cook. Xiao Yaya is lucky. As long as Xiao Yaya likes it, Zhou Yuchen said. Let's eat before it gets cold. All right, I'll try the vinegar-glazed potato strips first. Xin Jingyun picked up a chopstick full, tasted it, and her eyes brightened. She turned to her daughter and said, Sweetie, didn't you always dislike potato strips? Try the ones Daddy made. They're really good. Xiao Yaya looked at her mother suspiciously, but couldn't resist the temptation. After trying a bite, her eyes lit up again. Mommy, I want more. Okay, Shun Jingyan replied, smiling. Seeing the mother and daughter enjoying their meal, Shin Xingang and Daiwan also picked up their chopsticks. They sampled the 6 dishes and the aromatic tomato and mushroom soup, all praising Zhou Yuchen's excellent cooking skills. Since they had to work in the afternoon, Shin Xingang didn't drink any alcohol, but the food was so delicious that they finished everything on the table, not even leaving a drop of soup. Mom, something's wrong. Little Yaya exclaimed, looking down at her round, full tummy. My tummy has gotten so big and round. Shin Jingyun couldn't help but laugh at her daughter's adorable expression. That's because you ate too much. Zhou Yuchen affectionately pinched Yaya's cheek and turned to Shin Jingyun, asking, Jingyun, when are you planning to send Yaya back to kindergarten? Tomorrow. Yaya eagerly answered before her mother could speak. You really like going to school, huh? Zhou Yuchen asked with a smile. Yaya nodded enthusiastically. I have lots of good friends at school who play with me. Mom and Dad can play with you too, can't we? Playing with you too is no fun at all, Yaya said with a pout, looking quite disdainful. Hey, didn't you say you loved playing with me when we were in the hospital? Why the sudden change at home? Zhou Yuchen pretended to be surprised. I was just worried you wouldn't play with me, Yaya replied with a mischievous grin. Zhou Yuchen laughed heartily, picking up his daughter and giving her a kiss on the cheek. You little rascal. Is it okay for Yaya to go back so soon after being discharged? Daiwan asked worriedly. Mom, the doctor said she's fully recovered and is just like any other child now. She can go back to school as usual, Shun Jingyan explained. Great, I can go to school. Yaya clapped her hands in excitement. Then from tomorrow on, I'll take care of dropping her off and picking her up, Zhou Yuchen offered. Shin Jingyun nodded in agreement. This suggestion brought relief to Shin Qinggang and Daiwan previously. During the 3 months Yaya attended kindergarten, the issue of transportation had been a hassle for their daughter. The elderly couple wanted to help but had their own difficulties. Shin Qingyang was busier than his daughter, and although Daiwan had the time, her driving skills were less than reliable. Shun Jingyan had considered hiring a nanny, but with Zhou Yuchen, the biological father, stepping in, it was the perfect solution. After seeing off Shun Qingyang and Daiwan, Zhou Yuchen played with Yaya for a while. When he noticed she was getting tired, he carried her around the living room until she fell asleep, then gently placed her on the bed and carefully covered her with a thin blanket. I'm heading back now, Zhou Yuchen told Shin Jingyan. When she wakes up, you can bring her over to my place so she gets familiar with it. I'll pick her up every afternoon, and you can just come by after work to get her. Okay, Shin Jingyan agreed. Zhou Yuchen changed his shoes and was about to leave when he heard Shan Jingyun's soft voice behind him. Zhou Yuchen. He turned to look at her. Thank you, Shun Jingyun said quietly. Zhou Yuchen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Xiaoyea is my daughter too? After leaving Shan Jingyun's home, he headed straight to a nearby shopping mall. Pushing a cart through the supermarket, he bought various seafood like lobsters and scallops, fresh seasonal vegetables, and different types of meat, filling both refrigerators at home to the brim. Since moving into this spacious apartment, he had never used the kitchen, but today he decided to cook for the first time because Shin Jingyun and her daughter were coming over in the afternoon. After spending 2 whole hours in the kitchen, just as he was focused on making a sauce, Shun Jingyun called. Zhou Yuchen quickly ran downstairs to welcome the mother and daughter into his home. Wow, Dad. Your place is so big, it's like a palace. Xiaoyea exclaimed with wide eyes. Do you like it here? Zhou Yuchen asked gently. I love it. Xiaoyea nodded enthusiastically. Shin Jingyan was also amazed by the luxurious apartment and asked softly, is the rent for this place very high? A bit, Zhou Yuchen replied. I'm still cooking in the kitchen. Feel free to look around with Xiaoyea. The large bedroom on the left is prepared for you too. You can rest there if you get tired. Shin Jingyun gave him a long look. Got it. Not long after, Zhou Yuchen heard Xiaoyea's excited squeal from the kitchen. Wow, the plush toys of the 36 flower fairies. A smile appeared on Zhou Yuchen's face. A few days ago at the hospital, he heard Xiaoyea mention that her favorite was the 36 flower fairies, but because they were too expensive, Shun Jingyan had only bought her 2. He was puzzled at the time, and upon researching, he found out these were characters from a cartoon, each fairy representing a different flower. The toys, released by Mimia Group after purchasing the rights, cost 10,000 yuan for a set and 400 yuan for a single one. Yet they were still the most popular toys on the market. He had visited several stores before finally collecting the entire set. Dad, are these flower fairies for me? Xiaoyea peeked into the kitchen, hugging the peony fairy, full of anticipation. Of course, they are for our cutest Xiaoyea, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. Dad, Yaya loves you so much. Xiaoyea exclaimed joyfully. Lower your head, Yaya has a gift for you. Zhou Yuchen squatted down. What gift? Xiaoyea gave him a big kiss on the cheek. This one. Do you like it? If you could give me a few more, I'd like it even more. Okay. Xiaoyea hugged his neck and gave him several more kisses, making Zhou Yuchen laugh heartily. Afterward, she eagerly ran off to play with her flower fairies. A moment later, Shun Jingyun walked into the kitchen. Spending 10,000 on toys, are you burning money? Zhou Yuchen was silent for a moment. I just want to make up for being absent for over 3 years. Are you blaming me for not telling you about the child? Shun Jingyun's expression shifted slightly. Zhou Yuchen turned to look at her seriously. No, I'm not blaming you. In fact, I want to thank you. Thank you for being willing to have Xiaoyea even after learning I had been in prison. Another woman might have chosen to terminate the pregnancy. A bright smile appeared on his face. Do you know? You gave me an angel. Hearing this, warmth surged in Shan Jingyun's heart. I should have told you sooner. Now's not too late. Yes, now's not too late. They exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with understanding. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuchen finished preparing dinner and went to the bedroom to call Shen Jingyun and Xiao Ye. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a floor covered in fairy toys, with 36 little dolls neatly arranged by Xiao Ye. Sweetie, you really know how to play, Zhou Yuchen said with a helpless smile as he looked at the scene. It's only because you bought so many, Shen Jingyun chimed in. I think I bought too few. Look, there's still plenty of empty space on the floor, Zhou Yuchen said teasingly, leaving Shen Jingyun speechless. On the dining table were 3 dishes and a soup. Steaming beef stew with radish, golden and tempting mashed potatoes, fragrant celery stir-fried with meat slices, and a bowl of tofu soup with strands of tofu floating in the broth. Is this the famous 1C tofu from state banquets? Shen Jingyun asked, pointing at the soup. Yes, Zhou Yuchen nodded. Huaiyang cuisine is mainly light, preserving the original flavors of the ingredients and providing balanced nutrition, which is perfect for children. Squirrel fish for lunch, and now 1C tofu, Shen Jingyun said with a smile. What's next? Boiled cabbage or Buddha jumps over the wall? As long as you want to eat it, it's all possible. You're really amazing, Shen Jingyun said, giving him a thumbs up and sincerely praising his cooking skills. By this time, Xiao Ye had already finished her 1C tofu soup. Daddy, I want more. You little foodie, Zhou Yuchen said affectionately, picking up her bowl while watching his daughter adorably stick out her tongue. After dinner, the family of 3 went for a walk in the neighborhood. In the distance, a few children were playing by the slide, and Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. Mommy, I want to play on the slide with them. After getting permission, Xiao Ye cheered and ran over, quickly joining the other children, and the sound of laughter filled the air. The environment here is indeed much better than where I live, Shen Jingyun said, looking around at the green trees and lawns. If you want, you can move here with Xiao Ye, Zhou Yuchen suggested. Move in together? Shen Jingyun's eyes sparkled with amusement. There are 3 rental units available in this community, Zhou Yuchen said calmly. You can stay in this one, and I'll rent another. What exactly do you do for a living? You seem quite well off. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. I only have 2 million, but I owe 19 million, including 10 million in high-interest loans. However, I am confident I can pay off all my debts in 3 days and buy this $45 million house. Finance, Shen Jingyun guessed. You're smart, Zhou Yuchen complimented. I deal in crude oil futures. You're gambling, Shen Jingyun said, her brows slightly furrowed. Everyone in finance is gambling. What if you lose? Shen Jingyun asked, her eyes intently focused on him. Zhou Yuchen was silent for a moment. For years ago, when you met me, I didn't even have $100. If I lose, I'll just return to being penniless like I was back then. Why do you have to do this? I have no background, no capital. If I want to start a business, I have to find a way to earn my first pot of gold, Zhou Yuchen answered resolutely. Shen Jingyun said, isn't it better to find a stable job? Zhou Yuchen's lips curled into a bitter smile. It's been 5 years since I went to prison. In these 5 years, I haven't been home even once. Do you know why? Without waiting for Shen Jingyun to answer, he continued, because I'm afraid. His voice was low. From my first day at school, I was the so-called model child. In elementary, middle, and high school, I was always the top student, making my parents proud, and even my younger sister looked up to me. But now, I'm no longer the top student at Yunhai University. I'm a convict who served a year in prison for intentional injury. Zhou Yuchen's hands trembled slightly. After my incident, my parents endured a lot of gossip. I went from being the model child to a cautionary tale. If I go back now, the calm that was so hard to achieve will be disrupted again, and my parents will have to face those rumors once more. He clenched his fists. I can endure any hardship, humiliation, or even beatings, but I cannot let my parents be shamed because of me. That's my bottom line. Only by succeeding in business and returning home in glory can I wash away the stain on my name and restore respect to my parents. By the end, Zhou Yuchen's voice was trembling, but his eyes were resolute. Shen Jingyun was moved, realizing this usually composed man was carrying such a heavy burden. Do you miss them? She asked. This question seemed to strike a chord, and Zhou Yuchen's body shook as a wave of longing surged through him. Tears uncontrollably welled up and fell as he quickly turned to leave. I'm sorry, I have to go. Shen Jingyun watched his lonely figure disappear, letting out a soft sigh. Not long after, little Ye came running, her face sweaty. Mom, where's Dad? Dad went home. We should go too. Which home? Ye asked innocently. Of course, our previous home, Shen Jingyun replied, slightly exasperated. Seeing her daughter's disappointed expression, Shen Jingyun softened. You can stay at Dad's place on Fridays and Saturdays, but not during school days. Ye immediately beamed. Okay. Shen Jingyun was about to call Zhou Yuchen when she heard a phone ringing nearby. She turned to see Zhou Yuchen standing ahead, holding a bag of cherries, smiling. Dad! Ye ran to him joyfully. Zhou Yuchen quickly moved to catch her, worried she might fall. Dad! Mom said I can stay with you on Fridays and Saturdays. Yaya exclaimed. Really? That's great. Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. Look, I bought cherries. You can try them when you get home. If you like them, I'll buy them often. Yaya kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, Dad. You're the best dad in the world. Shen Jingyan remarked from the side. These cherries cost over 200 per pound. This bag must be at least 1,000. You really went all out. Money isn't an issue as long as Yaya is happy, Zhou Yuchen said gently. Come on, let's register your car plate at the guardhouse. Soon, the guardhouse registered Shan Jingyun's car plate number. After dropping off the mother and daughter at Mingda Community, Zhou Yuchen drove back home. He took a quick shower and then headed straight to his study, where he logged into the Shanghai Futures platform on his computer. At exactly 9 o'clock, the crude oil futures market opened. As he had anticipated, oil prices continued to rise sharply. Within just 20 minutes, the price broke through his preset threshold of 445 yuan, prompting him to short 1.236 million barrels of crude oil. Merely half an hour later, the price surged to 448 yuan. At that moment, a sensational piece of news shocked the world. Under the mediation of the Great Bear Nation, two major oil-producing countries in Yadong signed a peace agreement. The war that everyone believed was inevitable came to an abrupt halt. The announcement sent the crude oil futures market into chaos. Prices plummeted from a high of 448.82 yuan to 350 yuan, like a kite with a broken string. Countless individuals and corporations who had bet on rising prices were wiped out. The comment section on the Shanghai Futures platform was filled with despair. It's over. My 3.8 million is wiped out. 3.8 million is nothing. I secretly invested over 20 million without telling my wife, and now it's all gone. Guys, I'm already on the rooftop. See you in the next life. What was the Great Bear Nation thinking mediating this? Now my wife and I are going to fight. My wife wants a divorce, urgently need advice. Zhuang Wenbin, who had just approved a tenfold leverage for Zhou Yuchen this morning, was pale as he watched the oil prices plummet. He recalled how he had once secretly mocked Zhou Yuchen's decision to switch from long to short, but now he found it bitterly ironic. When he checked Zhou Yuchen's trading records, Zhuang Wenbin was even more shocked. Shorting at 445 yuan, Zhou Yuchen had made a profit of 120 million yuan in just half an hour. Meanwhile, Zhuang himself was trapped, with his entire 6 million yuan investment caught in the crash. As a financial industry professional, Zhuang Wenbin, like his peers, participated in futures trading, using family accounts to circumvent company regulations. Fortunately, his wife was more cautious, only using 5-fold leverage. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out. However, if the oil price dropped another 50 yuan, his 6 million would vanish. Closing the position now would mean a loss of 4 million. But if the price rebounded later, he would regret it. Caught in a dilemma, an idea struck Zhuang Wenbin. Why not consult Zhou Yuchen? He immediately closed his office door, took out his phone, and dialed Zhou Yuchen's number. Hello, Mr. Zhuang. Zhou Yuchen realized the importance of building a good relationship with Zhuang Wenbin, the leverage review director. So he saved his number on his phone. Just as the contact information appeared on the screen, Zhuang Wenbin's call came through. Mr. Zhou, congratulations. Your prediction was spot on. You must have made quite a profit this time. Zhuang Wenbin's voice had a friendly tone. Knowing that Zhuang could access his trading records, Zhou Yuchen modestly replied, just a small profit. To be honest, Mr. Zhou, Zhuang's voice suddenly turned serious. My family also invested in crude oil futures with 5 times leverage, and we're deeply in the red. If crude oil drops another $50, we'll lose all our principal. Zhou Yuchen immediately understood Zhuang's implication and straightforwardly said, I think the drop will be significant. Another $50 down is quite possible. You believe the price of crude oil will fall below 300? Zhuang asked urgently. Zhou Yuchen gave a light hum, saying, it's highly likely. If I were you, I'd exit immediately, add some principal, and short crude oil with 10 times leverage. You might even recover your losses. Mr. Zhou, at what price will you sell your position? Unable to hide his trading records, Zhou Yuchen candidly admitted, 305. I'm cautious by nature. Though I predict a certain trend, I prefer to play it safe. After hanging up, Zhuang Wenbin closed his eyes for a moment, ultimately deciding to trust Zhou Yuchen this time. He promptly instructed his wife to sell their long positions in crude oil, then invested their entire savings of 8 million with 10 times leverage to short crude oil, setting the target price at 305. Success or bust. Zhuang exhaled deeply after completing the trades, silently hoping Zhou Yuchen's prediction was correct. Just as Zhou Yuchen put down the phone, a call from Shen Jingyan came through. Hey, are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? Zhou Yuchen asked, puzzled. I saw crude oil futures seem to have plummeted. Shen Jingyan's voice was filled with concern. Zhou Yuchen then realized she had been keeping an eye on the market since learning about his crude oil futures investment. Her concern warmed his heart. Don't worry, I switched to short positions before the crash. Not only did I avoid losses, I made quite a profit. Their conversation naturally shifted to Zhou Yuyu. and they chatted for over half an hour, reluctantly saying goodbye close to midnight. After setting down the phone, a smile crept onto Zhou Yuchen's lips. Looking up, he noticed the Hello Communication app's white bear icon flashing in the bottom right corner of his computer screen. In this world, the instant messaging field is dominated by Hello and IQ, represented by a white bear and a little duck, respectively. Both have a comparable number of daily active users, consistently rivaling each other. Zhou Yuchen clicked on the flashing icon and found a message from Wang Jie, urging him to log into the National Martial Arts Contest Forum. This forum is a hub for martial arts enthusiasts in Xia country. Although Zhou Yuchen frequented it, he rarely posted. Upon logging into the forum, a post had climbed to the top position. Zhou Yuchen's attention was immediately captured by the title, revealing the Tai Chi visualization method personally written by Wudong founder Zhang Sanfeng. In this martial arts forum, such mystical posts were not uncommon. Most were a hodgepodge of Taoist or Buddhist theories, crafted to grab attention and earn forum points. However, the content of this post made Zhou Yuchen's eyes light up. Clicking on the post, 3 photos appeared. The first 2 were documents filled with dense traditional Chinese characters, the yellowed paper showing signs of age. The last one was an image of a Tai Chi diagram. The document contained an intriguing mantra: clear the mind like water, clear water is the mind. With no breeze, the waves remain calm. Sitting alone among the bamboo, playing the zither with a long whistle, the mind should be calm, focusing on my spirit alone. Mind and spirit is one, with energy following. If separated, remain unperturbed through countless changes. The mantra felt strangely familiar to Zhou Yuchen, as if he'd read it in a fantasy novel from a previous life. As he focused intently on the Tai Chi diagram, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the player for discovering the Taoist method of meditation and spirit cultivation. Meditation and spirit cultivation method? Zhou Yuchen tried to inquire further from the system, but received no response. Frustrated, he decisively used his reality scroll. A text appeared on the screen. Item: Tai Chi visualization method. Era: Early Ming Dynasty. Function: enhances mental state, nurtures body and mind, helps ordinary people meditate through Tai Chi visualization. 1 hour of meditation equates to 6 hours of deep sleep. This last description made Zhou Yuchen's eyes light up. If he could master this technique, wouldn't it significantly reduce his need for sleep, effectively extending his life? The post's author commented below the photos, stating that after 6 months of practice, he accidentally managed to meditate once 3 months ago, waking up feeling refreshed. However, due to too many distractions, he had not been able to replicate the experience. The comment section had accumulated over 1,000 replies, mostly filled with skepticism and ridicule. Remarks like nonsense, this is definitely fake, they'll say anything for points, and Tai Chi visualization method is fake, confirmed, were rampant. Faced with the overwhelming malicious comments, the poster ultimately chose to delete the post. Fortunately, Zhou Yuchen, with his photographic memory, had memorized the mantra of the Tai Chi visualization method and the Tai Chi diagram he needed to visualize. He quickly sent a message to Wang Jie, informing him that he was ready to try out this technique. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply, Zhou figured that Wang Jie had already gone to sleep. He couldn't help but smile when he thought about how his friend had changed so much since having a second son 2 years ago. The once notorious partygoer was now cooking for his family and coming home on time, embodying the epitome of a good husband. Zhou used to tease him about this transformation, but ever since having his own child, Xiao Yeye, he finally understood the sense of responsibility that comes with being a parent. Shutting down his computer, Zhou Yuchen sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to chant the mantra. The Tai Chi diagram in his mind gradually became clearer. As time passed, he entered a peculiar state. The diagram spun continuously in his mind, and though he felt weightless, he was acutely aware of the ever-rotating image. Letting go of his thoughts, he fixed his focus on the diagram. Eventually, the Tai Chi diagram stopped spinning, prompting him to open his eyes. Ding! The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the player for increasing mental strength by 0.3 through practicing the Tai Chi visualization method. You are awarded 3 attribute points and 1 lottery chance. Congratulations on reaching over 20 attribute points, enabling the system shop. Would you like to open the system shop? Zhou Yuchen immediately checked his attribute panel. Player: Zhou Yuchen. Physique: 14 average person 10. Mental: 10.3 average person 10. Attribute points: 21. Skills: Xing Yi Quan Master Level 1.5, Hacking Proficiency Level 68, Cooking Proficiency Level 99, Tai Chi Visualization Mental Technique. Items: Futures Prediction Scroll in use, Comprehension Scroll 30 days duration. He had been saving his attribute points to open the system shop. The shop was rumored to have all sorts of bizarre items, but the opening condition required 20 attribute points. If he'd known he would end up in this world, he wouldn't have set the bar so high. Agree to open the system shop. At his command, a golden light flashed, and the words System Shop appeared at the bottom of the attribute panel. He immediately opened the shop, where various items were displayed on a rotating disc, changing with each spin. I want nuclear fusion technology data, Zhou Yuchen thought. The disc stopped, and a hefty book titled New Nuclear Fusion Technology appeared, priced at 100,000 attribute points. The staggering price made him gasp. It seemed impossible to accumulate that many points even in 10 lifetimes. I want lithography machine development technology data. He tried again. A new book, Lithography Machine Development, appeared, priced at 8,000 attribute points. Although much cheaper than nuclear fusion, it was still far out of reach. After analyzing, Zhou Yuchen made an important discovery. Technologies in the mall that hadn't been developed on Earth were exorbitantly priced, whereas existing technologies were relatively affordable. For instance, the cost of nuclear fusion technology, which remains unsolved, was astronomical, while the price for the already mastered 2 nanometers chip lithography machine technology was much more reasonable. To verify this hypothesis, he specifically looked into the research data for cancer treatment drugs, and indeed, the price was a staggering 80,000 attribute points, whereas the research data for other existing drugs required only a few thousand points. This realization plunged Zhou Yuchen into deep thought. With the current means of acquisition, even with a century of relentless effort, he wouldn't be able to accumulate 1,000 attribute points, making the entire mall system seem like a mere display. He believed there must be a way to obtain a large number of attribute points, but he hadn't discovered it yet. Unable to find an answer, Zhou Yuchen decided to try his luck with the lottery. As the wheel spun rapidly, it finally stopped on diarrhea relief development technology data. Seeing this result, Zhou Yuchen was almost exasperated. There were already 70 or 80 similar products worldwide, rendering it practically worthless. However, on second thought, since items in the mall could also be acquired through the lottery, it meant there might be a chance to win groundbreaking technologies like nuclear fusion in the future. This realization brought him some comfort. He glanced at his phone. It was just past 2 a.m. A mere hour of meditation had left him feeling invigorated, his mind sharp and completely awake. This made him realize that replacing sleep with meditation not only gave him 5 to 6 extra hours compared to an average person, but also significantly enhanced his mental acuity. Zhou Yuchen returned to his study with a cup of warm water and picked up a hefty book on hacking techniques. Considering that he would have ample time after Xiaoya goes to school tomorrow, he decided to use a comprehension scroll. Instantly, a cool sensation infused his brain, making his thoughts exceptionally clear, and previous complex problems were effortlessly resolved. He immersed himself in learning, reading continuously for over 3 hours. When he closed the final page, daylight had already broken. Checking his attribute panel, his hacking skills had reached 80 proficiency at the expert level. In just 4 hours, he had improved by a full 12 percentage points, a rate of progress that left him ecstatic. Stretching lazily and changing into his workout clothes, Zhou Yuchen headed to the community square for his practice. By early morning, the square had already gathered over 20 people, mostly elderly, with a few middle-aged individuals, but not a single young face in sight. They were scattered around, some jogging, some practicing Tai Chi, others doing Bajuanjin exercises, and a few dancing gracefully to music. Zhou Yuchen scanned the square, paying particular attention to the elderly practicing Tai Chi and Bajuanjin. He quickly realized that their movements were merely common fitness routines seen online, far from true martial arts. The chances of meeting a true martial arts master in real life are indeed slim, he thought to himself. Finding a spot facing the sunrise, Zhou Yuchen began his practice of the Santi Shi stance. As a master of Xing Yi Quan, his posture was distinctly different from that of ordinary people. His upper body stood as straight as a pine, his feet rooted firmly to the ground, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. He maintained this stance for half an hour, concluding with a long, drawn-out exhalation that lasted for 3 minutes. Opening his eyes, Zhou Yuchen noticed an elderly man standing nearby and smiled as he spoke. "Sir, you've been watching for 20 minutes. Can I help you with something?" Despite his gaunt face and graying hair, the 70-something-year-old man appeared vigorous, with sharp eyes that suggested the presence of a seasoned warrior, exuding a formidable aura. Zhou Yuchen surmised that he might be a retired high-ranking officer from a military district. "You, young man, are practicing the Xing Yi Santi Shi, aren't you?" the old man inquired. Hearing himself addressed as young man warmed Zhou Yuchen's heart, feeling much more pleasant than being called youngster in a condescending tone. After a brief chat, the elder mentioned he had seen people practicing Xing Yi Quan in the military, but none as proficient as Zhou Yuchen. Zhou explained that at advanced levels, the practice emphasizes intention over form, aiming to create a unique sense of artistry. As he needed to go home to prepare breakfast for his daughter, Zhou Yuchen bid farewell, agreeing to meet for further practice the next day. Watching Zhou Yuchen's departing figure, the old man murmured to himself, "It seems this young fellow doesn't know who I am. Old Zhao, come practice Tai Chi." A call came from afar. "Coming," the old man replied. This elder was none other than Zhao Shenghua, the retired commander of the Yunhai military district. Though retired, he still held high respect within the military, watching the National Day military parade from a prominent position on the Yindu city wall each year. Notably, his son Zhao Yinjing was already a top official in Yunhai City, a city comparable to the status of Shanghai in a previous life, and being in such a position required at least a deputy chief commissioner rank. Zhou Yuchen, knowing nothing about the old man's identity, returned home and immediately got busy. He took out the beef tenderloin he had chopped up yesterday afternoon, had minced it finely to aid the little girl's digestion, even though it slightly compromised the texture. Soon, 3 steamers of beef soup dumplings were steaming, while on the other side of the stove, a pot of wincy tofu soup was simmering. This was a special request from Shen Jingyun over the phone last night, as the little girl had been constantly talking about wanting to drink it. 40 minutes later, Zhou Yuchen poured the steaming wincy tofu soup into a thermos and carefully placed the steamer of soup dumplings into a large bag before heading to Shen Jingyun's doorstep. As the door opened, Shen Jingyun's bare, yet still stunning, face appeared. "You're early. Yaya isn't up yet," she said, inviting him in. "No problem. I'll take care of Yaya. You can head straight to work after breakfast," Zhou Yuchen replied, changing into slippers. "There's some for me too?" Shen Jingyun asked in surprise. "Of course, since I was cooking, I made enough for all 3 of us," Zhou Yuchen replied with a playful roll of his eyes. After their long conversation last night, they had grown much closer, speaking more casually. When Shen Jingyun led a still groggy Yaya out of the bedroom, Zhou Yuchen had already set the breakfast table. The moment Yaya saw her father, she reached out for a hug. Zhou Yuchen immediately picked her up and kissed her soft cheek. "Sweetheart, Daddy made your favorite wincy tofu soup." "Yay, I want soup," Yaya exclaimed excitedly. "Go wash up first," Shen Jingyun reminded her. Yaya pouted and made a funny face at her mom, making Zhou Yuchen chuckle. Once they were ready, the 3 of them sat around the dining table. Yaya bit into a soup dumpling, her eyes squinting with delight. "Daddy, what kind of dumpling is this? It's so yummy." "These are beef soup dumplings. I want more tomorrow." "You can't eat the same thing every day," Zhou Yuchen shook his head. "Tomorrow, Daddy will make something else that's even better." Yaya's face immediately lit up with anticipation. "Yuchen, your cooking is amazing. If you opened a breakfast shop, you'd definitely make a fortune," Shen Jingyun praised. "You mentioned opening a shop several times yesterday. Hurry up and eat. You need to get to work," Zhou Yuchen responded. Shen Jingyun gave him a bright smile and then broke her long-standing breakfast record by finishing a whole steamer of dumplings and 2 bowls of wincy tofu soup in one go. "No way, Zhou Yuchen's cooking is just too delicious." As soon as the words left his mouth, even the usually picky Chen Haoyu had to admit that his culinary skills surpassed those of a 5-star restaurant chef. After the meal, Shen Jingyun picked up her slightly worn bag and stood up, saying to Chen Haoyu, "I'm heading off. Could you drop Xiaoyu at school?" Zhou Yuchen made an okay gesture. "Don't worry. Goodbye, Mommy," Xiaoyu said sweetly. "Goodbye, sweetheart." Shen Jingyun bent down to give the little girl a kiss before quickly changing her shoes and leaving. Zhou Yuchen silently noted the old bag in his mind. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuchen set off with Xiaoyu for Yunhai Elite Kindergarten. What should have been a 10-kilometer journey took half an hour due to traffic congestion. Especially near the kindergarten, the traffic was at a standstill. With no other option, Zhou Yuchen parked the car by the roadside and carried Xiaoyu the remaining 100 meters to the school. Guided by Xiaoyu, they arrived at the entrance of Class 6. A stylish young female teacher in her 20s stood at the door, welcoming the children. Zhou Yuchen recognized her as Miao Yulan, the homeroom teacher Shen Jingyun had mentioned, the one who had waited over an hour on a rainy day to look after Xiaoyu because of Shen Jingyun's work delay. "Yaya, who is this?" Miao Yulan asked with a smile. "Ms. Miao, this is my dad," Xiaoyu proudly introduced. Zhou Yuchen extended his hand. "Hello, Ms. Miao. I'm Zhou Yuchen, Xiaoyu's father." Miao Yulan hesitated slightly, having encountered parents who used handshakes as an excuse to take advantage, but she politely shook his hand. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yuchen withdrew his hand promptly, behaving with decorum. "Ms. Miao, thank you for taking care of them these past months. I've returned to work in Yunhai and will be responsible for picking up and dropping off Zhu from now on." Yaya's mom has indeed been working hard, managing both work and childcare. "It's wonderful that you're back," Miao Yulan replied. After exchanging contact information, Zhou Yuchen patted Zhu's head. "Go on, sweetheart." As he watched Xiaoyu walk into the classroom with her backpack, Zhou Yuchen nodded a farewell to Miao Yulan. By this time, the parents dropping off their children had begun whispering among themselves. They speculated about the husband of the most beautiful mom, with some saying he seemed ordinary, others noting his good demeanor, and some even questioning if he was a Livian son-in-law since Xiaoyu took her mother's surname. Known as the class's recognized beauty, Shen Jingyun had already become quite famous, with many affluent fathers making a point to drop off their children just for a glimpse of her. The sudden appearance of Zhou Yuchen naturally sparked curiosity. Though Miao Yulan dismissed these whispers, she couldn't help but wonder about Zhou Yuchen. After all, why would someone as stunning as Shen Jingyun, whom even she felt overshadowed by, marry someone who seemed so average? If she knew Zhou Yuchen was not only unemployed but also had a criminal record, her curiosity might turn into outright astonishment. Hey, Yuchen, did you see the news? The price of crude oil dropped by more than 20% last night. Zhou Yuchen had just stepped out of the school gate when he received an anxious call from Wang Jie. Don't worry, Jie. Zhou Yuchen replied casually. Cut it out. Wang Jie exclaimed anxiously. It's all over the internet. Most people who invested in crude oil in the country are trapped. At least half of them have been wiped out. Brother, you can live without money, but life is precious. Don't do anything stupid. Zhou Yuchen was both touched and amused. I'm not lying to you. A while ago, I made a few million by going long on crude oil, and I went short just in time yesterday, so I made a lot again from this crash. I'm exiting the crude oil futures market tomorrow, and I'll definitely give you a big red envelope then. Wow, you're amazing. Wang Jie was so excited that his voice changed. Honestly, how much did you make this time? Did you use leverage? Of course, I used leverage. The money I made this time is enough to buy the large apartment I'm currently renting. How much is it worth? 45 million. I've already paid the deposit. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before Wang Jie exclaimed, Zhou Yuchen, you must treat us. Of course, Zhou Yuchen laughed, adding, Jie, there's one more thing. The Taiji meditation method, posted on the forum last night, is real. Did you successfully enter a meditative state? Zhou Yuchen nodded. I was in meditation for an hour, and I felt great afterward. From 2 in the morning until now, I'm not tired at all, and my thoughts are incredibly clear. My dad was right, you're a martial arts genius. Wang Jie said enviously. You learned Xingyi quickly, and even this mystical technique clicked for you instantly. Are you going to cultivate your spirit and ascend to immortality someday? Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as spirit cultivation, Zhou Yuchen laughed. It's just a deep sleep method that enhances mental strength and keeps you energized. That's impressive enough. I'm going to try it tonight. Good luck. After hanging up, Wu Xiongfei, Zhang Xia, and Jiang Hao also called to inquire about the crude oil futures, and Zhou Yuchen patiently explained and reassured them one by one. After buying groceries and returning home, Zhou Yuchen immediately immersed himself in his studies. He knew the comprehension scroll was only effective for a month, and the scope of hacker technology was vast and challenging. Without the scroll, it would take at least half a year to master. But now, with his near-photographic memory and extraordinary comprehension, he just needed to read through the books to easily grasp the technology. Apart from taking a break for lunch, Zhou Yuchen spent almost all his time reading. When he finally closed the last page of The Art of Hacking around 3 in the afternoon, he rubbed his aching temples and opened his status panel to check. His hacking skill had improved by 5 since the morning, reaching 85 proficiency. This seemingly small progress was particularly valuable in the later stages of skill mastery, especially the gap between 99 proficiency and reaching the master level, which is notoriously difficult to bridge. After a quick face wash, Zhou Yuchen drove to the school to pick up Zhu. By then, it was already 4:30 p.m., and a crowd of parents had gathered at the school gate. He leaned against his old van and took out his phone to browse the news. Brother Sure, it seems Miss Shun won't be coming to pick up her child this afternoon, so your roses were bought in vain, said a thin man named Zhang Qian to a portly man standing next to him. The chubby man, Shi Kailang, was the president of Kailang Clothing Company, worth hundreds of millions. His son Shifeng was in the same class as Zhou Yu. After his wife died in childbirth, he remained single. Last month, he met Shen Jingyun at the school and was captivated by her looks. Upon learning she was a single mother, he began to pursue her fervently. Today, he had even prepared 999 roses, intending to declare his love in front of all the parents. How do you know Miss Shun isn't coming? Shi Kailang asked with a frown. Zhang Qian pointed to Zhou Yuchen. Brother Shi, do you see that guy? He's Shun Xinyue's father, Zhou Yuchen. Shi Kailang's expression changed. Isn't Shen Jingyun a single mom? How did a husband suddenly appear? The child's father isn't necessarily Shen Jingyun's husband. Didn't you check? She's indeed unmarried. However, with a daughter in the picture, Zhou Yuchen does have an advantage over you. What does he do? Shi Kailang asked. Zhang Qian sneered. Judging by his outfit and car, his financial situation is probably quite average. Shi Kailang sized up Zhou Yuchen disdainfully. That outfit is worth less than 200, and that old van probably wouldn't sell for even 10,000. No wonder Shen Jingyun didn't marry him with those conditions. What woman would choose him? Brother Shi, the problem now is that Miss Shun isn't coming. What are you planning to do? It doesn't matter, Shi Kailang replied coldly. I'll go and test this Zhou Yuchen first, see what he's made of. With that, he strode toward Zhou Yuchen, with Zhang Qian following closely behind. Are you Zhou Yuchen? A booming voice called out. Zhou Yuchen looked up to see a man twice his size, weighing at least 200 pounds. Who are you? Faced with this arrogant, overweight man, Zhou Yuchen felt a bit uncomfortable. The man's condescending gaze instinctively repelled him. I'm sure Kailang, the CEO of Kailang Clothing Company, the man said, puffing out his round belly. My son, Shifeng, is in the same class as your daughter. I also have a good relationship with Jingyun. Zhou Yuchen responded with a faint "oh" and asked, do you know me, Mr. Shi? Of course, Shi Kailang replied with a meaningful smile. You're quite the celebrity at the school now. What do you mean? Jingyun is the most beautiful single mom in our class. No, in the whole school. She has many admirers. Now that you've appeared, Mr. Zhou, everyone is naturally very interested. Zhou Yuchen finally understood that he had encountered a rival. It seems you're one of those pursuing Jingyun, aren't you? A fair lady is what a gentleman desires. As long as Jingyun isn't married, I have the right to pursue her. Am I right, Mr. Zhou? You don't need to test me, Zhou Yuchen said, looking directly at him. We may have a daughter together, but we are indeed not married. However, from what I know about Jingyun, she probably isn't interested in a man who weighs over 200 pounds. Mr. Shi, I suggest you lose about 40 kilograms before formally pursuing her. The surrounding parents couldn't help but laugh. Shi Kailang's face turned red with anger as he retorted, I'm just a bit overweight. Unlike you, driving a beat-up van and wearing shabby clothes, daring to pursue Jingyun Yuri like a toad, trying to eat swan meat. Arguing isn't about eloquence, it's about who can stay calm. Shi Kailang's anger quickly revealed his lack of combativeness to Zhou Yuchen. Mr. Shi, you're forgetting something, Zhou Yuchen said leisurely. Jingyun and I have a daughter. So clearly, I'm not the toad trying to eat swan meat. He looked Shi Kailang up and down with a mocking smile. But there is a toad here that's even fatter than a pig. Forget eating swan meat, I doubt it can even jump. The laughter grew louder. In his previous life, Zhou Yuchen was a tech geek, not very articulate, and even after becoming a CEO, he didn't improve much. However, in this world, he's a master debater from Yunhai University, known for his sharp tongue. Shi Kailang, on the other hand, is just a spoiled second-generation rich kid who only became CEO because his father became a vegetable after a car accident 2 years ago. At this point, another man, Zhang Qian, couldn't stand it anymore. Mr. Zhou, I heard your daughter has the surname Shan. Could it be that you became a Livian son-in-law for the Shin family? Zhou Yuchen glanced at him. Didn't you hear? Jingyun and I aren't even married. So how could I be a Livian son-in-law? Besides, what does my child's surname have to do with you? Who are you? I'm Zhang Qian, and our children are all in the same class. Oh, so you're Mr. Zhang. Zhou Yuchen smiled. Sorry, I thought you were Mr. Shi's sidekick. Seeing his elder brother in trouble, the younger brother barked a few times to show his loyalty. The parents around exchanged knowing smiles. Zhang Qian's face darkened immediately, and he said coldly, Mr. Zhou, don't you think your words are a bit too much? Zhou Yuchen looked at him calmly and replied, Mr. Zhang, some labels are best not to be hastily put on oneself. If a child knows their father is like a dog at someone else's side, how do you think the child would feel? A person can be without money or power, but they must never be without dignity and pride. Who are you calling a dog? Zhang Qian erupted in anger, pointing his finger at Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen feigned confusion. Did I say it was you? Did you step on someone's tail? Of course, they'd be upset. A parent suddenly shouted from the crowd, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Just then, the school bell rang. The gatekeeper opened the door, and parents surged in to pick up their children. Taking advantage of the dispersing crowd, Shi Kailang moved in front of Zhou Yuchen, his eyes filled with malice. Kid, do you know what it means when they say trouble comes from the mouth? Zhou Yuchen first sneered, then straightened his expression. A chilling gleam in his eyes. Shi Kailang, use any tricks you have, but don't back down. And remember, Jingyun is not a name you can call. If I hear it again, I'll cut out your tongue. After saying this, he patted Shi Kailang's chubby cheek, glared at Zhang Qian, and then turned to walk towards the school. The murderous intent in that glance made Shi Kailang and Zhang Qian feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, their hair standing on end as if they were prey being watched by a predator. It took them quite a while to regain their composure. Brother Shi, Zhou Yuchen's gaze is terrifying. I feel like he's killed someone before, Zhang Qian said, still shaken. I think so too. I'll have someone look into him in the next couple of days. We're porcelain. It's not worth clashing with a hard and smelly rock. In truth, Zhou Yuchen had just used a psychological technique from martial arts. This skill is ineffective against those with strong willpower, but can create a strong psychological intimidation for people like Shi Kailang and Zhang Qian. After entering the campus, Zhou Yuchen called Shun Jingyun to inquire about Shi Kailang. It wasn't until he mentioned Shifeng's father that Shun Jingyun remembered the fat man, but she said they weren't even ordinary friends, not even remembering his name. At the classroom door, Zhou Yuchen waved to his daughter. Little Yaya immediately ran out joyfully. Daddy, you're here early. Zhou Yuchen greeted Miao Yulan and picked up his daughter. I've been waiting outside for a long time. If the school had opened the gates earlier, I would have been in sooner. Little Yaya kissed her father's cheek and said in her childish voice, "Daddy is the best daddy in the world." Of course, they both smiled at each other. As Zhou Yuchen was leaving the teaching building, he ran into Shi Kailang and Zheng Qian. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp as a knife as it swept over the two. Under his intense stare, Shi Kailang and Zheng Qian couldn't help but look away, feeling uncomfortable. As Zhou Yuchen passed by them, he deliberately let out a cold snort, which sounded like a thunderclap in their ears, making them shiver and quicken their pace. Zhou Yuchen was secretly pleased with this intimidating effect. Although he had once regretted choosing Xingyi Quan as his first systematic skill, wasting 4 years, he had to admit that this skill was indeed useful at this moment. When he got home, Zhou Yuchen settled Xiaoya in the bedroom with her beloved fairy toys, and he went into the kitchen to get busy. Just as he set 4 dishes and a soup on the dining table, Shun Jingyun returned from work. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoya immediately ran out of the bedroom and threw herself at her mother with a playful hug. "Ladies, dinner is ready. You can wash your hands and eat now," Zhou Yuchen called out with a smile. Shin Jingyan looked over the dishes on the table and asked, "You're not planning to cook for us every afternoon, are you?" "Why not? Xiaoya and I get home at 5, and you return at 6. I can use that hour in between to cook. The timing's just right." "But that's too much trouble for you," Shin Jingyan said, feeling a bit guilty. "It's just a meal, no trouble at all." Zhou Yuchen waved it off. "Mom, I really like the food Dad makes," Xiaoya chimed in. "What do you mean? Are you saying my cooking isn't good?" Shin Jingyan feigned displeasure. Xiaoya thought for a moment and honestly replied, "It seems not as good as Dad's." This left Shun Jingyun momentarily speechless. After dinner, Shun Jingyun took the initiative to clean up the kitchen. Zhou Yuchen only made a token gesture of protest before letting her do it. Once she finished, the three of them went downstairs to take Xiaoya to play on the slide. While Xiaoya was absorbed in play, Shun Jingyun asked about Shi Kailang. Zhou Yuchen briefly explained the situation, prompting Shun Jingyun to apologize repeatedly. "It's all right," Zhou Yuchen said with a smile. "You can only blame yourself for being too beautiful. As the old saying goes, a fair lady is what a gentleman seeks. You, on the other hand, are like a fairy, so it's only natural that people pursue you. Would you pursue me?" Shin Jingyun asked playfully. "No," Zhou Yuchen answered without hesitation. "Why not?" Shun Jingyun was taken aback. "Before I answer that, you tell me," Zhou Yuchen said seriously, "if we ever fell in love, would you break ties with your father to marry me?" "I don't understand what you mean," Shun Jingyun replied, a bit displeased. Zhou Yuchen said softly, "Generally speaking, men look at 4 aspects in women: appearance, figure, temperament, and character. You score full marks on the first 3. As for character, you're gentle yet strong, graceful and dignified, the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Not just me. Any man who spends some time with you would probably find it hard to resist your charm." Shin Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes slightly lifted with a hint of mischief. "You always seem so calm and composed, but I didn't expect you to be so good at flattery. How does this relate to my question?" Zhou Yuchen's face showed a wry smile as he spoke seriously. "I'm telling you this because I want you to know that I'm not pursuing you because you're not outstanding enough, but because there's a huge gap between our statuses. You're the daughter of the deputy mayor and chief of police in Yanhai City, and I'm just someone who's been in prison. If you were to marry me, your father's reputation in Yanhai's political and police circles would be damaged, unless you're willing to sever ties with him." His words hit Shun Jingyun like a heavy blow, leaving her shaken and pale. Over time, she developed feelings for Zhou Yuchen and sensed his affection too. But only now did she truly realize the enormous chasm between them. "Isn't there any other way?" she asked before realizing she'd misspoken. She quickly looked up, meeting Zhou Yuchen's teasing gaze, and hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I was just asking casually." Zhou Yuchen's gaze was resolute. "Don't worry, I'm well aware of the situation. To solve this, first, I need to clear my name and erase my criminal record. Then, I need to establish myself in the business world and become a reputable young entrepreneur. By then, this experience might even turn into an inspiring story." There was still an hour left before the opening of the crude oil futures market, and Zhou Yuchen was intently browsing news on his computer. Suddenly, a prominent headline popped up on the screen. After a 6-month surge, the virtual currency Telcoin plummeted from 620 to 151 in just 12 hours. Experts were issuing warnings, suggesting this could indicate the failure of virtual currency issuance. As a time traveler, this was Zhou Yuchen's first time in 4 years seeing news about virtual currency in this world. He quickly searched for information on Telcoin and discovered that this virtual currency, which debuted 2 years ago, was remarkably similar to Bitcoin from his previous life. From just a few cents initially to hundreds of dollars, Telcoin had demonstrated astonishing growth, once surging by 600 in 24 hours. In comparison, this 300 drop seemed insignificant. Zhou Yuchen's fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard as he contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to buy low. Globally, only about 800,000 Telcoins had been mined, and based on his understanding of Bitcoin's trajectory, Telcoin was at least 2 years away from its peak. Even if his judgment was wrong, the current low price of 151 minimized the risk. Investing in 10,000 coins would only cost 10 million Shun. If successful, even reaching just half of Bitcoin's former value would be enough to make him a billionaire. Quickly, Zhou Yuchen registered on the most secure international Telcoin trading platform. Despite the staggering 5-transaction fee, he unhesitatingly linked his bank card and used 9,800 yuan to purchase 10 Telcoins. Amid the global sell-off frenzy, the buying process was surprisingly smooth. Since most of his funds were tied up in crude oil futures, Zhou Yuchen couldn't purchase more at the moment. However, he knew that by 2 a.m. the following morning, the crude oil futures price would hit a high of 305 yuan per barrel. By then, he would not only join the ranks of billionaires, but also easily acquire thousands of Telcoins. Calming his excitement, Zhou Yuchen took a book on programming attack codes from the shelf and studied it diligently. As an experienced programmer, he quickly realized that 2/3 of the book covered knowledge he had already mastered. 3 hours later, although he had absorbed the entire book, his experience level had only increased by 1. Realizing he needed practice, Zhou Yuchen logged onto the Xia Country Hacker Technology Forum. This forum, with fewer than 1,000 members, was a gathering place for network experts, and most of the 400,000 yuan income he had accumulated over the past 4 years came from system bug search tasks he took on there. As soon as Zhou Yuchen entered the forum, his attention was immediately captured by a prominent red flagga pinned post that stood out remarkably. The post was concise and to the point. It called for all the experts on the forum to unite and attack the Japanese official website. The root of the issue traced back 3 days earlier. The official website of Xia Country had been ambushed by several Japanese hacker groups, sparking an intense cyber battle. Despite Xia's efforts to defend, the website was breached for 5 minutes. This brief incursion became a thorn in the side of the domestic hacker community, prompting them to quickly form the Xia White Hat Alliance, vowing to strike back at the Japanese government's website. The battle had been raging for over 20 hours, yet the alliance hadn't broken through the enemy's defenses. Although Zhou Yuchen, combining his 2 lifetimes, was over 60 and no longer possessed the fiery spirit of his youth, he joined the fight without hesitation when it came to national pride. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he wrote attack programs. With his top-tier hacking skills at 86 proficiency, Zhou Yuchen's involvement made an immediate impact. Within 2 hours, he discovered a subtle flaw in the Japanese official website. This seemingly insignificant gap became a decisive breach point in the arena where tens of thousands of hackers had gathered. Zhou Yuchen quickly rallied the alliance's forces, focusing firepower on this vulnerability for a fierce assault. The Japanese side responded swiftly, organizing a defense, and the 2 sides engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. After a grueling 2-hour contest, the White Hat Alliance finally broke through the defenses, successfully taking control of the opponent's server and planting Xia's national flag on the Japanese government's official website. The forum erupted instantly, with cheers resounding. "We won. Justice served. What a relief. Who is this Yuchen who found the flaw? Simply amazing. Yuchen, the Great One. Please reveal yourself." The thread quickly piled up to 600 layers. Faced with the enthusiastic invitations from netizens, Zhou Yuchen, under the alias Yuchen, merely smiled and quietly left the forum. Engaging in attacks on foreign servers was not something to boast about. He had no desire to attract the attention of network regulators. Satisfied, Zhou Yuchen looked at his attribute panel, noting that his hacking skills had increased by 4, reaching a new height of 90 proficiency. He sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to meditate with the Tai Chi visualization method. Perhaps due to the excitement earlier, it took him over half an hour to enter a meditative state, much longer than the 10 minutes it took the previous day. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Yuchen slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue he felt earlier had vanished, replaced by a surge of energy, leaving him invigorated. He marveled at the miraculous effects of the Taiji visualization technique. He took out his phone to check the Shanghai futures trading platform. There were still 30 minutes until the crude oil futures closed. The screen showed that his crude oil position had been cleared, replaced by a series of impressive numbers. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but cheer, waving his arms in excitement. His first hard-earned fortune was finally in his hands. In total, he had shorted 1,235,955 barrels of crude oil, earning 143 yuan per barrel, with total profits reaching 176.7 million yuan. After deducting platform fees, he was left with 152 million yuan. According to prior agreements, he needed to give Jiang Hao 10.5 million, Wu Shengfeng 6 million, and Wang Jie and Zhang Xia each 2.4 million. In this way, he had turned his initial 2.2 million yuan into nearly 1.28 billion yuan, ascending to the ranks of billionaires overnight. Zhou Yuchen immediately transferred a portion of the funds to his bank account, then logged into the international Telcoin trading platform. In just a few hours, Telcoin had dropped by more than $20, with the current price at $124, equivalent to 855 Xie yuan. He planned to purchase Telcoin worth 10 million yuan. However, reality proved to be more complex than expected. Many investors were also bottom fishing, and their bid prices were even higher than 855 yuan. This phenomenon caught Zhou Yuchen's attention. It was evident that capable investors or institutions were optimistic about Telcoin's future. Otherwise, they wouldn't engage in such loss-making transactions. Acting decisively, Zhou Yuchen raised his purchase price to 900 yuan, a premium price in the Telcoin market. Many investors mistakenly thought he had entered the wrong number and rushed to sell their Telcoin. Soon, he acquired 11,000 Telcoins, roughly 1/80th of the total supply. To avoid causing market fluctuations, Zhou Yuchen stopped his buying spree. He understood that the essence of the capital market is profit-driven, and the scenarios in online novels where protagonists acquire large amounts of virtual currency with little money and then become wealthy are unrealistic in real life. No financial institution would be foolish enough to create opportunities for others to profit at their expense. After completing his Telcoin strategy, Zhou Yuchen logged back into the Xiaogua Hacker Technology Forum to browse tasks posted by various online companies. These tasks primarily involved finding product vulnerabilities, with rewards ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands of yuan. To enhance his hacking skills, he chose a high-difficulty task with a reward of 300,000 yuan. An hour later, he exploited a script vulnerability and successfully hacked into the server of an internet company. Acting responsibly, he immediately emailed the company detailing the vulnerability and providing a fix, while also including his bank account number. At 5:30 in the morning, Zhou Yuchen arrived at the small square to begin his daily Xingyi Quan practice. He started by standing motionless in the sandy stance for half an hour before moving on to practice the martial art. His steps were swift and powerful, with each strike of his fists cutting through the air with a sharp sound. What's more astonishing was the crisp, cracking sounds that echoed continuously, punch after punch, like a relentless rhythm. After finishing the Xingyi 5 Elements Fist, Zhou Yuchen immediately transitioned to the Xingyi 12 Animals form. This set of movements mimics the characteristics of 12 animals, 9 of which were directly instilled into him by an all-encompassing development system once he reached the master level. In just 12 minutes, he vividly portrayed the traits of animals like the dragon, tiger, monkey, swallow, and snake, his figures seemingly occupying the entire 10-meter radius, dazzling the onlookers. Immersed in the joy of practice, Zhou Yuchen momentarily forgot he was in a public place. When he finally stopped, he was surprised to find that over 10 elderly people had gathered around him, their faces filled with astonishment. Damn, I overdid it. Zhou Yuchen thought to himself regretfully. An elderly man he had spoken to the day before approached him with a laugh and a thumbs up, saying, "Young man, your martial arts are truly impressive. If I'm not mistaken, that was the Xingyi 5 Elements Fist and the Xingyi 12 Animals, right?" After exchanging names, Zhou Yuchen learned the elderly man's name was Zhao Shenghua. Following a brief chat, Zhao Shenghua began discussing the 3 types of force in traditional martial arts: Ming Jin, and Hua Jin. He mentioned having seen a master of Ming Jin before, who could produce explosive sounds with 1 out of every 3 punches, whereas Zhou Yuchen's punches almost all made sounds. Although Zhou Yuchen had reached the level of Hua Jin, he modestly admitted to having mastered only in Jin. At the request of the crowd, he explained the difference between Ming Jin, which injures muscles and bones, and in Jin, which harms internal organs, using a vivid analogy. It's like hitting a watermelon. Ming Jin can smash it open, while in Jin can ruin the inside without breaking the skin. As they were talking, a middle-aged man who had just arrived volunteered to use a watermelon from his car as a test subject. When he brought over a watermelon weighing about 10 pounds, Zhou Yuchen, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, lightly tapped the watermelon and calmly said, "Done. You can cut it open and see." This simple tap left everyone present in shock. Zhao Shenghua pointed at the intact watermelon, incredulously asking, "That's it?" "I have a knife." The middle-aged man skillfully pulled a small fruit knife from his pocket. Although the blade was short, it gleamed with a cold light. "Not very long, but it'll do. Let me cut it." Zhao Shenghua took the knife and gestured for Zhou Yuchen to place the watermelon on the ground. As soon as he pierced the rind with the tip of the knife, an unusual scene unfolded. The watermelon suddenly exploded, its bright red flesh appearing as if it had been violently pulverized, leaving a sticky mess. "Wow, is that internal power? That's amazing. Just a tap and the melon turns to mush like this? Who says traditional martial arts are useless? Let him spar with Xiao Zhou and see." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhao Shenghua looked at Zhou Yuchen with admiration in his eyes. "Xiao Zhou, you've really opened our eyes today. Truly, there are masters among the people." "You're too kind, Zhao Lao. It's just a small trick," Zhou Yuchen replied modestly. The middle-aged man examined the watermelon remnants on the ground before standing up. "Mr. Zhou, are you interested in stepping into the ring?" Zhou Yuchen quickly waved his hand in refusal. "No such intention." The man pulled out a business card. I'm Min Jia, the deputy director of Yunhai TV. We've recently organized a martial arts competition and invited many kung fu masters, but they couldn't even defeat ordinary kickboxing fighters. The audience was quite disappointed. With your skills in traditional martial arts, why not come on stage to uphold its reputation? Zhao Shanghua gave Min Jia a meaningful look but remained silent. Zhou Yuchen took the card and calmly said, Director Min, traditional martial arts in the Republic era had a distinctive feature: it was for killing, not for show. I've seen your competitions, and there are too many safety rules. Eyes, throat, back of the head, heart, groin, these vital targets are our main focus, but your rules prohibit them. Frankly, such matches are no different from child's play. That's killing, not a competition. Min Jia frowned. Zhou Yuchen shrugged, casually picked up a stone, and placed it in his palm, rubbing it between his hands. To everyone's astonishment, the hard stone crumbled into fine dust, sifting through his fingers. Brushing the dust off his hands, Zhou Yuchen said, Director Min, I appreciate your offer, but I'll pass on the competition. I don't want to end up spending the rest of my life in jail over a mishap. You are indeed the most skilled martial artist I've ever met, bar none, Min Jia said with a wry smile. Someone like you is truly not suited for competitions. Xiao Zhou, I think you should join the military, Zhao Shenghua suddenly suggested. Zhou Yuchen sighed. Forget it. I wouldn't even pass the political vetting. Besides, I'm doing well now and don't want to be away from my precious daughter. Zhao Shenghua's pupils slightly contracted as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Yuchen. You did time in prison? It was during my university days, Zhou Yuchen replied calmly. A rich kid got me locked up for 10 months. What was the reason? Zhao Shenghua pressed further. Zhou Yuchen shrugged. Ironically, I saved someone, only to be falsely accused of intentional injury. That's a real case of biting the hand that feeds you. Zhao Shenghua frowned, his tone full of indignation. That person is shameless. Zhou Yuchen was a bit surprised. Mr. Zhao, you trust me just like that? Yes, Zhao Shenghua answered without hesitation. The others also expressed their support for Zhou Yuchen. Everyone present knew that with Zhou Yuchen's skills, if he truly intended to harm someone, the other party wouldn't even have had the chance to call the police. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Zhou Yuchen clasped his hands in thanks to everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. It's getting late. I need to go back and prepare breakfast for the little girl. See you tomorrow. Back home, Zhou Yuchen quickly washed up and headed into the kitchen. He decided to make pork and shrimp wontons. First, he skillfully kneaded the dough and rolled out the wrappers, then took out the pre-prepared ingredients from the fridge. He chopped the pork, shrimp, and cabbage, mixed them together, and added eggs and soy sauce for flavor. To keep the original taste, he barely used any other seasoning. After boiling the wontons for 10 minutes, the aroma filled the air. Zhou Yuchen packed the steaming wontons into a thermos and hurried to Shan Jingyun's house. As he reached the doorstep, he saw little Yeya already washed and ready. Daddy, what delicious food did you bring for Yeya today? The little girl eagerly eyed the thermos. Pork and shrimp wontons, do you like them? Yeya tilted her head thoughtfully. If they're tasty, I like them. If not, I don't. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. Smart little girl. These are handmade by a world-class chef, guaranteed to be delicious. As expected, Shan Jingyun and her daughter ate with high praise. After breakfast, Shan Jingyun went to work, and Zhou Yuchen took Yeya to kindergarten. Once the child was settled, he headed straight to the Xiaogua Commercial Bank, transferring 6.5 million to Wu Xiongfeng and 2.6 million to Wang Jia, with an additional 10% return. Both called immediately upon receiving the transfer notification and gladly accepted the interest-bearing repayment after learning Zhou Yuchen had made 100 million. Soon after, Zhang Xia arrived at the bank with the elderly gentleman from before. The three quickly signed the property purchase agreement, and Zhou Yuchen paid the remaining 44.7 million. They then proceeded to the Yunhai City Housing Authority to complete the transfer of ownership, finishing all procedures in just 20 minutes with the help of Zhang Xia's acquaintance. After seeing off the old man, Zhou Yuchen stood in the sunlight, carefully examining the property deed in his hand, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. After more than 4 years, I finally own a house. Zhang Xia scoffed, a bit annoyed. Your house is worth as much as 10 ordinary ones. Zhou Yuchen, I'm really curious, just how much did you make this time? Zhou Yuchen simply held up one finger. Oh my god. Zhang Xia gasped, her eyes wide with shock. You made 100 million in less than 2 weeks? That's incredible. Ever since handing over 2 million to Zhou Yuchen, Zhang Xia had been closely monitoring the crude oil futures market. When oil prices suddenly plummeted, she was anxious until she learned that Zhou Yuchen had shorted the market, which relieved her. After receiving his call this morning, she estimated he might make 50 or 60 million at most, but the actual result far exceeded her expectations. If I were really good, Zhou Yuchen shook his head, I wouldn't have sold at 305 yuan. Now the oil price is 295 yuan, and in just a few hours, I missed out on over 10 million. That's greed. Zhang Xia pointed out bluntly. I may not trade stocks or futures, but I know it's important to take profit when you can. Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's go to the bank and settle your payment. I'll waive the commission fee. No way. Zhang Xia insisted firmly. Fair is fair. If you don't take the commission, I won't accept the 2.4 million. Understanding that Zhang Xia was being polite, considering a 45 million yuan house, even at the minimum one fee, would be 450,000, more than what he made her. Zhou Yuchen joked. If you don't pay me, how will I survive? Fine. Let's settle at 450,000. The two soon arrived at the Xiagua Commercial Bank, where Zhou Yuchen transferred 3.3 million to Zhang Xia and issued an anonymous check for 10.5 million. Did you learn math from your PE teacher? Zhang Xia laughed. It should be 2.85 million. So how did it become 3.3 million? I'm giving you a 2 commission, Zhou Yuchen explained with a smile. I can't let an old classmate lose out. A peculiar look flashed in Zhang Xia's eyes. You're not trying to pursue me, are you? Zhou Yuchen rolled his eyes. My daughter is over 3 years old. What? You're married? Having a daughter and being married are two different things. Impressive. Zhang Xia gave a thumbs up. Then I won't be polite. My boyfriend and I are planning to buy a house, so this 1.3 million really solves our urgent need. Old classmate, should I treat you to a meal? Another time. I still have to pay off a loan shark. Be careful. Those people are not to be messed with. Don't worry, Zhou Yuchen reassured her with a smile. After Zhang Xia left, Zhou Yuchen headed straight to Zhang Hao's place with the check in hand. In the familiar Muay Thai gym, Zhang Hao had been waiting for quite some time. When he saw Zhou Yuchen walk in, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Brother, made quite a bit, didn't you? Zhou Yuchen nodded slightly. Just enough to buy a house. How? Here's 10.5 million, he said, handing over a check. After carefully inspecting the check, Zhang Hao returned the IOU to Zhou Yuchen, a smile playing on his lips. Haha, 5% return in 10 days, that's higher than a loan shark's rate. Brother, if you ever come across a money-making opportunity, remember to include me. I can always come up with 20 to 30 million. How? The financial market is unpredictable. No one can see through it, Zhou Yuchen replied calmly. If I hadn't changed direction in time, forget about paying back, I might have been on the rooftop last night. Exactly. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. I've been following crude oil futures these past 2 days, and it's brutal. Prices can plummet without a moment's notice, even more ruthless than our loan business. After a brief exchange, Zhou Yuchen took his leave. Outwardly, he was polite to this underworld figure, but inwardly he felt quite repulsed. Zhang Hao's inexplicable sense of superiority and reckless attitude made Zhou Yuchen believe that he must act just as irresponsibly in his dealings. To avoid future trouble, Zhou Yuchen decided to keep his distance from him. After grabbing a quick lunch at a roadside stall, Zhou Yuchen headed straight to Xia Country Bank to transfer 10 million to his mother, Su Xuan. Although he hadn't been in touch with his family for years, he had been sending money to his mother every month. Now that he had a luxury apartment and several million in savings, it was time to go home. As for his change in personality, he could easily attribute it to the inevitable result of life's trials. Meanwhile, in a civil servant residential area in Zhenjiang County, Su Xuan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard a notification sound from her phone. She called out to the living room, Old Zhou, could you check the message for me? It might be from the school. Su Xuan, 48, was a Chinese teacher at Zhenjiang Elementary School. Time seemed to have been particularly kind to her, as she still retained her unique, gentle demeanor. She and her husband, Zhou Qingjian, were college classmates and had been together since the second semester of their freshman year. If it weren't for that, the plain-looking Zhou Qingjian would have had a hard time winning the heart of the campus belle. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuchen took after his father more, and if he had inherited more of his mother's looks, he would undoubtedly have been a strikingly handsome man. Got it. Zhou Qingjian put down the newspaper and picked up the phone, suddenly exclaiming, Huh? My goodness, how much is this? What money? Su Xuan walked out of the kitchen. Zhou Qingjian looked up at her, his eyes full of shock. 10 million. The bank just sent a message saying someone transferred 10 million to you. Impossible. Su Xuan quickly stepped forward, snatching the phone to see the 8 zeros on the screen, and froze in place. Old Zhou, could it be a mistake by the bank? This is a transfer, not a bank error. Maybe someone with a similar account number got it wrong. The odds of a bank transfer mistake are lower than winning the lottery. The two of them stood in silence, lost in thought. After a while, Su Xuan furrowed her brows and asked, could it be Xiao Qian? How could he possibly have so much money? Zhou Qingjian took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Surrounded by smoke, he spoke heavily. That rascal has been out of prison for more than 4 years. It's one thing if he doesn't come home, but he doesn't even call. If it weren't for the money he deposits into your account every month, I would have thought something happened to him out there. Don't you know him well enough? Su Xuan turned to her husband. That child's pride is just like yours, very stubborn. Zhou Qingjian blew out a smoke ring and decisively said, "We need to get to the bottom of this. Let's go to the bank and say someone mistakenly deposited 10 million into your account. If it's a mistake, we'll return it immediately. If it's really from him, at least we'll find out where he is." Su Xiuan nodded in agreement. Just as they changed clothes and were about to leave, her phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello, this is Su Xiuan." She answered the call. There was silence on the other end. Her heart suddenly raced, as if anticipating something, and she asked with a trembling voice, "Xiao Chun, is that you?" "Mom." Sitting in a van, Zhou Yuchen managed to squeeze out the word, tears instantly streaming down his face. Including his time in prison, it had been 5 years since he heard his mother's voice, and the pent-up longing surged like a flood. "Xiao Chun, you finally decided to contact us." Su Xiuan choked up, barely able to hold her phone. Zhou Qingjian immediately came over, equally emotional. Zhou Yuchen steadied his emotions and asked, "Mom, how have you and Dad been these years? How's Xiaoqing?" "We're all doing well." Su Xiuan took a deep breath. Xiaoqing got into Qinjiang University 2 years ago, ranked 11th in the province. "Xiaoqing, where have you been all these years? Why haven't you come home?" "After being released, I went to work in Suching and recently returned to Yunhai for investment." "Mom, I feel ashamed to face you." Zhou Qingjian grabbed the phone and said sternly, "What do you mean by ashamed to face us? What have you done wrong?" "Dad, I don't want to bring shame to you. Anyone with eyes could see there was something wrong with what happened back then. You weren't wrong, just had poor judgment in choosing a greedy woman. Luckily, she showed her true colors early on. If you'd married and had kids, that would have been real trouble." Zhou Qingjian paused. "By the way, are you the one sending money to your mom every month?" "Yes." "At least you have some conscience. So what's this 10 million about?" "I made some money from investments and wanted to give you some." "How much did you make?" Zhou Qingjian pressed. "Around 120 million. Zhou Qingjian's face changed dramatically, and he angrily said, "Do you think your mom and I are fools? What kind of investment makes that much? Where did you get the capital?" "Xiao Chun, let me tell you, we've always supported you. No matter what the court said, your mom and I believe you did nothing wrong. But if you're resorting to illegal activities for money, that's truly a disgrace to our Zhou family," Zhou Qingjian said sternly. "Shut up." Su Xiuan interrupted her husband, unable to hold back any longer. "Our son finally called home, and this is how you act?" I'm just worried he might take the wrong path and get involved in shady dealings," Zhou Qingjian explained, somewhat awkwardly. "Dad, don't worry." Zhou Yuchen chuckled softly. "This is all clean money. I've been trading crude oil futures recently. I borrowed over 10 million from a few friends and used 10 times leverage to earn over 100 million. Think about it. If the money was dirty, would I dare use bank transfers? That would be asking for trouble." Zhou Qingjian raised an eyebrow, reluctantly admitting his son had a point. Su Xiuan pushed her husband aside and eagerly grabbed the phone. "Xiao Chun, since you're back in Yunhai, are you planning to settle down there?" "Yes." "Yunhai's housing prices are so high. I'll return the 10 million to you this afternoon, so you can buy a house and settle down." "Mom, don't worry. I've already bought a house," Zhou Yuchen said with a smile. "This money is pocket money for you and Dad. You can consider early retirement and travel around. It's time for your son to show his filial piety. If you really want to honor us, come home soon. I can come back next Saturday or Sunday." Zhou Yuchen paused. "But there's something I need to tell you and Dad beforehand." "What is it?" "You have a granddaughter, and she's over 3 years old." "What?" Su Xiuan exclaimed, and Zhou Qingjian was equally stunned. It took a while for Su Xiuan to regain her composure. "Xiao Chun, are you married?" Zhou Yuchen gave a wry smile and explained his past with Shan Jingyun. "What are you planning to do?" Su Xiuan asked. "Jingyun is a wonderful girl. Once my career is established, I'll do my best to win her over." "Aren't you already a billionaire? Isn't that considered successful?" Zhou Yuchen explained. "Jingyun's father is Shan Changgang, the deputy mayor of Yunhai and the head of the police department. I made a bet with him that I would earn 10 billion within 6 months. If I succeed, he won't oppose Xiaoye changing her surname to Zhou. As for Jingyun and me, we'll have to take it one step at a time." Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiuan exchanged worried glances. Given Shan Xingang's high status and Zhou Yuchen's criminal record, along with the significant difference in family backgrounds, marrying Shen Jingyun seemed like an uphill battle. 10 billion in 6 months? How is that possible? "Mom, I made over a billion in just half a month without any capital. Now that I have capital, earning 10 billion in 6 months is definitely achievable," Zhou Yuchen said confidently. "When can I meet my granddaughter?" "I'll discuss it with Jingyun and try to bring Xiaoye home next week. Jingyun is reasonable, so she should agree." "That would be wonderful," Su Xiuan replied joyfully. Zhou Qingjian leaned closer to the phone and said, "Remember to bring Zhou Qing back as well. She's a sophomore studying computer science at Qinjiang University." "Sure, give me Zhou Qing's phone number, and I'll visit her tomorrow." The three of them chatted for more than half an hour before reluctantly ending the call. Su Xiaowan collapsed onto the sofa, covering her face with her hands as tears streamed through her fingers. Years of longing and worry for her son turned into tears at that moment. The thought of not only seeing her long-missed son, but also meeting her granddaughter for the first time filled her with overwhelming joy, causing her to sob uncontrollably. Sitting beside her, Zhou Qingjian wore a broad smile and said to his wife, "What's with you? You cry when you can't see our son, and now you're crying because you will see him soon. It's hard to understand." Wiping her tears, Su Xiaowan retorted, "Do you think everyone is as heartless as you? I'm warning you, if you dare get angry at him when he comes back, I won't let it slide." "Of course not." Zhou Qingjian quickly reassured her, waving his hands. "I need to make a good impression on our granddaughter." Su Xiaowan let out a cold snort and rolled her eyes dramatically. Meanwhile, Zhuang Wenbin, a junior manager at Shanghai Financial, was overjoyed with the success of the recent crude oil futures investment. After confirming that Zhou Yuchen set the selling price at 305 yuan, he took a gamble by shorting crude oil with 10 times leverage using all his funds. Over the past 3 days, he had been unable to sleep or eat properly. Now that the results were in, not only did he avoid losses, but he also made over 2 million yuan. On the phone, Zhuang Wenbin repeatedly thanked Zhou Yuchen, who asked, "Mr. Zhuang, we've never met and have only spoken twice. Why did you trust me so much? If my judgment had been wrong, you could have lost everything." Zhuang Wenbin laughed and said, "In this round of crude oil future surging, less than 1 in 1,000 could resist greed and sell their long positions, and even fewer would switch to shorting. Your actions were impressive. Unfortunately, I was too conservative." Zhou Yuchen sighed intentionally. "That's exactly your strength." Zhuang Wenbin immediately replied, "Mr. Zhou, I've listed you as a 3-level client of our company. If you spot any investment opportunities in the financial market in the future, just a call will get you up to 30 times leverage approval." For Zhou Yuchen, this was an opportunity not to be missed. After all, Shanghai Financial is one of the top brokerages in the country, offering high leverage in both futures and stock markets. With this leverage advantage, even if funds were limited, significant gains could be achieved if he acquired another prediction scroll. After hanging up, Zhou Yuchen took a taxi straight to Yunhai Auto City. To present himself well when he returned home next week, he didn't hesitate to head to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. In his previous life, after achieving entrepreneurial success, he had bought 6 cars, the last being a Mercedes Maybach. Unfortunately, he passed away less than a week after purchasing it. Buying the Maybach this time felt like resolving an unfinished chapter from his past life. In many online novels, there's a common trope where car dealership salespeople look down on customers only to be proven wrong. However, in reality, the opposite is often true. Especially in top-tier brand dealerships like Mercedes-Benz, the professionalism of the sales staff is often impressive. As Zhou Yuchen stepped into the dealership, a young female salesperson in a professional outfit quickly approached him. She smiled politely and said, "Hello, sir. I'm Huang Jia. It's a pleasure to assist you." Looking around the store, Zhou Yuchen got straight to the point. "Do you have a Maybach?" Huang Jia's eyes lit up, and her smile grew even brighter. "Yes, we do. Please follow me." She led Zhou Yuchen through the showroom to the Maybach section on the east side. Over 10 Maybachs were quietly parked there, each shining differently under the lights. "Sir, are you interested in a sedan or an SUV?" "The S680 sedan." Hearing the customer mention the top model, Huang Jia, who had been on the job for less than a month, was almost dizzy with excitement. She quickly composed herself and pointed ahead. "Sir, we have 3 S680s in stock: black, white, and silver. If you desire another color, we can quickly arrange for one from abroad." Zhou Yuchen's gaze settled on the black Maybach. Its elegant, sleek lines exuded a restrained and noble aura. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. The interior materials were exquisite, and the craftsmanship was impeccable, with no trace of any odor. Every detail, from the dashboard to the seats, showcased top-tier artistry. "May I take it for a test drive?" "Of course." Huang Jia paused mid-sentence. "Sorry, I need to ask my supervisor." A short while later, a curvaceous woman hurried over. She appeared to be in her early 30s. Although her eyes showed a hint of disappointment upon seeing Zhou Yuchen, her professional smile remained intact. "Hello, sir. I'm Zhang Yashin, the sales manager. I heard you want to test drive the S680? Zhou Yuchen gave the 2 women a meaningful look. "Ms. Zhang, you're not here to steal the sale, are you?" Zhang Yashin's expression froze, and she quickly denied it. In truth, the Maybach area was indeed her territory, but the newcomer, Huang Jia, was unaware. Though Zhou Yuchen was unfamiliar with Huang Jia, he didn't want to witness any unfairness. "As long as it's not about stealing the sale. Ms. Zhang, can we start the test drive? This car is priced around 3.5 million. Are you sure you want to test drive it?" Zhou Yuchen's gaze suddenly turned cold. "Are you afraid I can't afford it? Or that I'll damage it?" Intimidated by his gaze, Zhang Yashin hurriedly explained, Of course, that's not what I meant. Good. Can we start the test drive now? Zhang Yexin had no choice but to agree, instructing Huang Jiejia to provide good service before leaving in a hurry. On the way to the test drive, Huang Jiejia thanked Zhou Yuchen. Despite her short time in the industry, she recognized that Zhou Yuchen was standing up for her. Zhou Yuchen waved it off. I'm not a saint. I just don't want to see any nonsense happening in front of me. Be mindful in the future, and don't let anyone catch you off guard. Huang Jiejia softly replied, I understand. In the test drive area, Zhou Yuchen skillfully maneuvered a Maybach around the track. After completing 5 or 6 laps, he gave a highly satisfactory evaluation of the car's comfort and handling. Just as he stepped out of the driver's seat, a slightly surprised male voice sounded in his ear, Are you Zhou Yuchen? Turning around, he saw a man in his 20s speaking. The man was tall and well-featured, with an air of sophistication in his every movement. Beside him stood a young woman in a miniskirt, revealing a pair of fair, long legs. Although her appearance wasn't quite on par with Shen Jingyun, she was still attractive, and her outfit certainly drew more attention than Shen Jingyun's conservative attire. After a moment of searching his memory, Zhou Yuchen recognized him. You're Gu Wenguang? The name stirred up memories. During university, Gu Wenguang had been a diligent student, consistently ranking in the top 2 alongside Zhou Yuchen in exams. However, Zhou Yuchen's scores were always above 98, which overshadowed even Gu Wenguang's second-place results. The original Zhou Yuchen had never thought much of Gu Wenguang, which is why it took him a moment to remember him. That's right. Gu Wenguang raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yuchen, have you been in Yinhai all this time? I just came back a week ago, Zhou Yuchen replied. But before he could finish, the woman beside him eagerly interrupted, clearly intrigued by the man test-driving a Maybach. Wenguang, aren't you going to introduce me? Gu Wenguang promptly introduced them. This is Zhou Yuchen, my college classmate. Zhou Yuchen, this is my girlfriend Zhao Xiangshan, a graduate student in finance at Qingjiang University. Zhou Yuchen? Zhao Xiangshan exclaimed. Is he the genius you mentioned who got expelled from Yinhai University for assault? Shanshan, don't speak out of turn. Gu Wenguang quickly tried to smooth things over, though his smile betrayed a hint of satisfaction. Zhou Yuchen, sorry, Shanshan tends to speak her mind. Zhou Yuchen noticed Gu Wenguang's barely concealed amusement, and his expression turned cold. I did serve time. It's nothing to hide. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your test drive. He turned to leave, but Gu Wenguang grabbed his arm. Don't go. It's been a while since we've seen each other. I have so much to talk about with you. Another time. I really don't have the time. Just a quick chat, it won't take long. Gu Wenguang insisted with a smile. Zhou Yuchen, what are you doing for work now? I'm freelancing. You studied finance. Didn't you think about joining an investment? Gu Wenguang feigned realization. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You have a record. So those investment firms probably wouldn't take you. Zhou Yuchen detected the sarcasm in his words, but remained unfazed. Are you working at a financial investment firm? Gu Wenguang seemed to have been waiting for this moment, and immediately pulled a business card from his briefcase, his expression full of pride. I work at Shotyin Financial Company. Zhou Yuchen glanced at the business card he received, noting the prominent words, investment consultant at Shatai Financial Company. Do you know Zhuang Wenbin? He asked, looking up. He's my boss, Gu Wenguang replied with a hint of pride. Do you know him? Zhou Yuchen shook his head. I've heard of him but never met him. I thought so, Gu Wenguang said, straightening his posture. Someone like President Zhuang, a senior investment consultant, is not easy to meet. Are you here to buy a car? Zhou Yuchen responded briefly, just looking around. Gu Wenguang's tone suddenly took on a condescending edge. Old classmate, let me tell you, we can't aim too high in life. I've been with Shatai Financial Company for 3 years, earning 700,000 to 800,000 annually, and I just bought a GLC for commuting. But here you are, without a steady job, daring to test drive a Maybach? What if you scratch it? Can you afford to pay for it? This remark sent a chill through Huang Jiejia, the sales consultant standing nearby. She had initially assumed Zhou Yuchen was a low-key, wealthy second-generation heir, only to find out he was an unemployed man who hadn't even graduated and had served prison time. It seemed this deal might fall through. At this moment, Gu Wenguang seemed a world apart from the quiet, bookish student he had been in college. Just 3 years in the real world had made him articulate and eager to flaunt his superiority. Zhou Yuchen looked at his transformed old classmate, his tone calm. Being able to buy a GLC after working for 2 or 3 years is quite an achievement. You've got a good start. Keep working hard, and maybe in a few years, you can upgrade to a Maybach. This comment clearly stung Gu Wenguang, whose expression darkened instantly. What do you mean? Are you really planning to buy a Maybach? A hint of disdain touched Zhou Yuchen's lips. I've been out of prison for 4 years. If I can't even afford a 3 million plus Maybach, that would be a real failure. This blatant rebuttal made Gu Wenguang's face even more unpleasant. Zhao Xiangshan, standing nearby, interjected with a sneer. Big talk. Miss, she turned to Huang Jiejia. Didn't you hear? Mr. Zhou is going to pay in full for the car. You'd better hurry and issue the invoice before he changes his mind, or you'll lose your commission. Sensing Zhao Xiangshan's trap, Huang Jejia kindly suggested, Mr. Zhou, we offer interest-free loans with no handling fees. What do you mean? Are you implying my old classmate can't afford it? Gu Wenguang snapped. Huang Jejia quickly waved her hands in clarification. That's not what I meant. At that moment, Zhou Yuchen pulled out a bank card from his wallet and smiled at Huang Jejia. Let's proceed with the invoice, full payment. Huang Jejia was momentarily stunned but then delighted. Certainly, please follow me. Zhou Yuchen ignored Gu Wenguang and Zhao Xiangshan and followed Huang Jejia into the store. The two behind exchanged a glance and quickly followed, eager to see if Zhou Yuchen really had such capability. 15 minutes later, Zhou Yuchen had completed all the car purchase procedures and happily paid 3.45 million. The dealership had several premium license plates prepared for such luxury cars, and Zhou Yuchen chose one with the number UNE 6688. Witnessing this, Gu Wenguang was completely stunned. Zhou Yuchen, where did you get so much money? Zhou Yuchen glanced at him indifferently. I studied finance, so naturally, I made it from the financial market? Impossible. Gu Wenguang, who had been struggling in Shanghai Financial Company for 3 years, knew that for ordinary people, making money in the financial market was almost a fantasy. The fact that Zhou Yuchen could buy a car worth over 3 million in one go suggested that he must have earned at least tens of millions. Accumulating such wealth in just 4 years was hard for Gu Wenguang to believe. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't, Zhou Yuchen replied calmly. Sensing the tension, Zhao Xiangshan quickly intervened. Mr. Zhou is right. Honey, we should go test drive the car. We have things to do this afternoon. Gu Wenguang seized the opportunity to step down. All right, Zhou Yuchen, let's catch up some other time. Zhou Yuchen nodded in acknowledgement, watching the two leave. He didn't give them much thought. Checking the time, he saw it was already past 3. He turned to Huang Jejia. How long will it take to get the license plate? If we go to the vehicle administration office now, it will only take about half an hour. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Zhou Yuchen's eyes lit up. They each drove to the vehicle administration office. With Huang Jejia's familiarity with the process, they completed all the formalities in just 10 minutes. Zhou Yuchen immediately drove his brand new Maybach to pick up Xiao Yeye from Yunhai Talon's kindergarten. The little girl, upon seeing the new car, squinted her eyes with delight. Daddy, this car is so beautiful. This is Daddy's new car. Do you like it? I love it. Xiao Yeye nodded enthusiastically. Then let the little princess get in. Zhou Yuchen opened the car door for his daughter and helped her in. Along the way, Xiao Yeye curiously explored the car, full of interest. Xiao Yeye, do you want to stay at Daddy's place tonight? Zhou Yuchen asked. It was Friday, and Shun Jingyun allowed the child to stay overnight at his house. I do, but I'll miss Mommy. Daddy, can Mommy come too? As long as Mommy agrees, there's no problem. But you snore loudly, it might disturb us, Xiao Yeye asked innocently. Daddy's house is big, your bedroom is far away, you won't hear it? That's great. Xiao Yeye cheered. I can finally sleep with both Daddy and Mommy. Watching his daughter's innocent and joyful smile, a warm smile appeared on Zhou Yuchen's face. Once home, everything was as usual. Xiao Yeye went to play with her toys in her room, and Zhou Yuchen prepared dinner in the kitchen. Opening the fridge and glancing around, Zhou Yuchen quickly envisioned a complete menu. Considering that Zhou Yuyu was only 3 years old, he planned a nutritious and balanced meal with 4 dishes and a soup. Steamed shrimp egg custard, mashed potatoes and pumpkin, stir-fried shredded pork with carrots, sautéed broccoli, and a pot of spinach meatball soup. These seemingly ordinary home-cooked dishes are actually the true test of a chef's skills. As the saying goes in the culinary world, a true chef doesn't rely on complicated techniques but can create amazing flavors with the simplest ingredients. This is why many high-end hotels test new chefs by asking them to fry a plate of shredded potato. It reveals their knife skills and their real level of expertise. An hour later, Shun Jingyun returned home from work. As soon as she opened the door, Zhou Yu came running out of the bedroom with her little legs. Mommy? Shun Jingyun bent down to pick up her daughter, giving her a loud kiss on her rosy cheek. Sweetheart. Mommy, I have some good news for you. Zhou Yu said excitedly. What good news? Tell me. Daddy bought a really beautiful new car. Is it a black car? Wow, Mommy, how did you know? It turned out that the 3 parking spaces Zhou Yuchen had purchased were connected. Shun Jingyun had noticed a Mercedes Maybach parked next to their van and thought someone had parked in the wrong spot. She didn't expect it to be Zhou Yuchen's new purchase. She immediately thought of Zhou Yuchen's crude oil futures investment and wondered if he had withdrawn the funds to buy this 2 to 3 million luxury car. This thought led her to label Zhou Yuchen as vain and image-conscious. Mommy, today is Friday, Zhou Yu said, cuddling Shun Jingyun's neck. Shun Jingyun knew what she meant. You want to stay with Daddy, right? The little one nodded enthusiastically. Over time, Shen Jingyan had come to trust Zhou Yuchen's parenting abilities completely, even feeling that he did better in some aspects than she did. Mommy, can you still cuddle me to sleep? Zhou Yu asked expectantly. Are you saying you want me to stay here too? Yeah. Daddy said as long as you agree, it's okay. Well, I'm afraid that's not possible. Why not? Daddy said the house is big enough, and his snoring won't disturb us. Silently cursing Zhou Yuchen, Shen Jingyan told her daughter, let mommy think about it, okay? Zhou Yu immediately beamed. Okay. Shen Jingyan let her daughter play and walked into the kitchen. Yuchen, Zhou Yu wants me to stay here with her. What should we do? Zhou Yuchen, while serving the dishes, said nonchalantly, then just stay over. I don't mind. I mind. That would be like cohabiting. Turning off the gas stove, Zhou Yuchen explained, you and the little one can sleep in the master bedroom, and I'll take the secondary bedroom by the door. The two rooms are 7 or 8 meters apart. How is that cohabiting? Even strangers in shared apartments are closer than us. Shen Jingyun was momentarily speechless. Seeing her standing there, Zhou Yuchen handed her 2 plates. Could you help take these out? We'll talk about this later, Shen Jingyun said, taking the plates. As long as you can handle the little girl, I'm fine with anything. If I could handle her, I wouldn't be worried. That's your problem, not mine, Zhou Yuchen said with a smile, whistling as he carried the dishes out of the kitchen. Gloating, Shen Jingyun stomped her foot and followed him out. At this point, she didn't even realize that she was completely comfortable staying at Zhou Yuchen's place. After dinner, the 3 of them went for a walk in the neighborhood. Little Yaya was hopping around, holding Shan Jingyun's hand with her left and Zhou Yuchen's with her right, her joyful laughter echoing in the night. How much did that Maybach cost? Shen Jingyun suddenly asked. 3,450,000. Zhou Yuchen replied calmly. Aren't you starting a business? Shen Jingyun furrowed her brows slightly. Spending your hard-earned money on a car, don't you think it's a waste? Zhou Yuchen chuckled lightly. If you think a car worth over 3 million is a waste, what would you say if I told you I spent 45 million on this apartment? Would you think I'm a fool? Are you serious? Shen Jingyun widened her eyes in surprise. I just got the property deed this afternoon. How much did you make from this oil futures deal? Just over 100 million. Shen Jingyun abruptly stopped in her tracks, her beautiful face full of shock. Earning over 100 million in just 2 weeks was far beyond her expectations. Mom, what's wrong? Little Yaya asked, tilting her head. Nothing, Shen Jingyun replied, snapping back to reality. 100 million is nothing in the financial market, Zhou Yuchen said calmly. If someone else made that much, they'd be overjoyed. Why aren't you excited? This is just the first pot of gold. There's nothing to be thrilled about. Then what's your goal? The short-term goal is 1 billion in 6 months. Zhou Yuchen looked into the distance, a determined glint in his eyes. The long-term goal is 4 words, stars and the sea. Shen Jingyun's lips curved into a slight smile. She wanted to say something but was moved by the confidence and ambition on Zhou Yuchen's face, so she swallowed her words. Doesn't it sound a bit naive? Zhou Yuchen noticed the change in her expression and asked with a smile. It does a little, but you seem quite serious. One should have dreams. What if they come true? Zhou Yuchen turned to little Yaya. Sweetheart, what's your dream? To go to the fairy amusement park. Little Yaya's eyes sparkled as she answered brightly. This innocent reply made Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyan laugh. Dad, Mom, you promised at the hospital. Little Yaya pouted as she reminded them. I have something to do tomorrow, but I'll take you the day after, okay? Zhou Yuchen looked at Shen Jingyan. Okay, yay. I get to go to the amusement park. Little Yaya cheered excitedly. Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun exchanged smiles. After their walk, the family of 3 drove to the mall. Shen Jingyun had agreed to move into Zhou Yuchen's house with Xiaoya. After buying toiletries at the mall, Zhou Yuchen took them straight to Yunxiang clothing store. As the most prestigious clothing brand in Yunhai, Yunxiang's store was luxuriously decorated, with a dazzling array of men's, women's, and children's clothing. When Shen Jingyun saw a delicate princess dress priced at over 3,000 yuan, she couldn't help but gasp. This was almost half a month's salary for her. She tugged on Zhou Yuchen's sleeve and whispered, the clothes here are too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. There's a reason for the price, Zhou Yuchen replied, looking at her. Summer is coming soon, so let's each buy 2 outfits. No way. Shen Jingyun immediately shook her head. I don't want them and I won't buy them, nor will I let anyone buy them for me. Am I just anyone? Zhou Yuchen pointed at himself. Yes, Shen Jingyun answered without hesitation. Zhou Yuchen sighed helplessly. All right, then can you at least help Xiaoya and me pick out some clothes? Shen Jingyun did have a good eye for fashion, and the clothes she chose for Zhou Yuchen and Xiaoya were perfect. Zhou Yuchen originally wanted to buy her a set of cosmetics and a handbag, but seeing her firm stance, he gave up. The total for the 4 outfits came to 26,000 yuan, a staggering price indeed. Just as they finished paying, a voice that Zhou Yuchen would never forget came from behind. Honey, the dress I want isn't expensive. It's only 120,000 yuan. No problem, Let's buy it today. A man's voice followed. Zhou Yuchen turned around, his gaze instantly turning icy. Entering the store were the very people who had wronged him and sent him to prison, altering the course of his life. Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya. 5 years had passed, and Su Xiaoya had become even more alluring and seductive. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, she had a slender figure and delicate features, with long eyebrows and slightly upturned eyes that exuded charm. Dressed in a light red business suit with black stockings, her every movement was enticing. The former campus beauty was still strikingly beautiful, but now carried an air of worldliness. Luo Hao had changed even more from tall and burly to now as fat as a pig. His small eyes paired with a double chin, and his round belly resembled that of a pregnant woman. He wore a gold chain around his neck, trying to appear imposing, embodying the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Brother Chen, Su Xiaoya recognized Zhou Yuchen at once, instinctively taking a step back with a guilty look on her face. Are you Zhou Yuchen? Luo Hao narrowed his eyes and sneered. I didn't expect you to dare come back to Yunhai. How was it? The taste of prison isn't pleasant, is it? A system prompt suddenly sounded. Player encounters former enemies Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya. Seek revenge and ensure they face justice within a month. Suppressing his inner rage, Zhou Yuchen calmly replied, the taste of prison isn't pleasant, thanks to both of you. What? You think you can get revenge? Luo Hao laughed dismissively. Do you believe that with just a word from me, I can ruin you again? I don't believe it. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. I remember when you sent people to teach me a lesson in prison, and they ended up being taught a lesson instead. Now, for years have passed, and it's time for you to repay what you owe me. Luo Hao paced up to Zhou Yuchen, a sinister expression on his face. He leaned in close to Zhou Yuchen's ear and whispered, just wait and see. I'll have you locked up again. Zhou Yuchen calmly patted his shoulder. We'll see if you have what it takes. Before he finished speaking, Luo Hao suddenly felt his knees go weak, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Zhou Yuchen stepped back, a cold smile on his lips. Luo Hao, you falsely accused me of intentional injury 5 years ago, and now you want to try the same trick? There are cameras everywhere here. Even if you shatter your knees, it has nothing to do with me. In fact, when Zhou Yuchen patted his shoulder, he had discreetly applied a clever technique, targeting a critical point on Luo Hao's knee, as a way of collecting a little interest. Luo Hao clumsily got back on his feet, both embarrassed and angry. Nonsense. My leg just went numb suddenly. If I wanted to get rid of you, it would be a piece of cake. I don't need to use such methods. At this moment, a young voice piped up, Daddy, this person is so scary. Yuan is scared. Let's go home. Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the conversation, Luo Hao turned his head and finally noticed Shen Jingyun, who was holding little Yuan. He was visibly stunned, a look of infatuation flashing in his eyes. If Su Xiaoya was a rare beauty, then Shan Jingyun was a celestial goddess, surpassing her in appearance, figure, and aura. The thought that such a goddess had a daughter with Zhou Yuchen filled Luo Hao with jealousy. Su Xiaoya, who had been observing the mother and daughter, now realized their connection to Zhou Yuchen. Luo Hao forced a smile. May I ask the beautiful lady's surname? Shen Jingyun cast a cold glance at him and said to Zhou Yuchen, why argue with someone like him? Let's go. But Zhou Yuchen replied, wait, there's something I've always wondered about. Su Xiaoya, why did you lie back then? Under Zhou Yuchen's piercing gaze, Su Xiaoya hurriedly looked away, biting her lip and stammering, what lie? I don't know what you're talking about. Luo Hao interjected smugly, let me answer that. Zhou Yuchen, do you know what's most important? Money. What's the use of being good at studying if you can't buy Xiaoya back? He turned to Shen Jingyun, a confident smile on his face. This applies to you too, beautiful lady. He's just a bookworm. You'll get nothing good following him. If you were with me, a 20 million villa would be yours instantly, and I wouldn't mind having a child with you. Shen Jingyun sharply retorted. You two are the most disgusting people I've ever met. The man's filthy, proud of his greed. The woman's despicable, selling her conscience for money, bringing shame to women everywhere. She took Zhou Yuchen's hand. Since we've got our answers, let's go. I don't want to see them for another minute. Seeing the usually aloof and intellectual Shen Jingyun display such formidable fighting skills, Zhou Yuchen was initially taken aback, but then a genuine sense of relief washed over him. All right, let's go. Luo Hao quickly blocked their path. You think you can just leave after insulting us? The world doesn't work that way. Move aside. Zhou Yuchen shouted angrily, giving Luo Hao a seemingly gentle push on the shoulder. However, the push contained surprising force, causing the rotund Luo Hao to spin like a top on the spot. By the time he finally stopped, he was dizzy and disoriented. If Su Xiaoya hadn't rushed forward to support him, he would have surely fallen to the ground. Zhou Yuchen cast a cold glance at the two of them before leaving with Shen Jingyun and her daughter. It took Luo Hao a moment to regain his composure, and then he cursed loudly, that bastard. I'll make sure he pays for this. Brother Hao, let's just go back, Su Xiaoya suggested. Before she could finish speaking, there was a sharp slap as Luo Hao struck her hard across the face. Are you thinking of rekindling things with your first love? Luo Hao snarled viciously. Let me tell you, forget about it. He's been in prison for a year, all thanks to you. Compared to me, he probably wishes you were dead. Understand? Su Xiaoya held her burning cheek, tears streaming down her face. I understand. Luo Hao snorted coldly, a malicious glint in his eyes. Back home, it took Shen Jingyun over an hour to coax little Yeye to sleep. As she exited the bedroom, she noticed the light was still on in Zhou Yuchen's study, so she gently knocked on the door. Come in. Zhou Yuchen, who was reading, looked up and smiled. Shen Jingyun entered the study, her gaze wandering over the hundreds of books on the shelves. Have you read all of these? She asked curiously. Zhou Yuchen nodded and explained, after I got out of prison, I focused on 3 things. Working as a hotel waiter, being a fitness instructor, and reading. Shen Jingyun randomly pulled out a few books and found that the pages were filled with Zhou Yuchen's notes. No wonder you were the top scorer in the Xinjiang province exams. I wish Yeye had your love for learning, she said sincerely, giving him a thumbs up. That's flattering. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. My reading is quite utilitarian, all aimed at preparing to make money. I've been reading about the internet, finance, management, communications, radio, and semiconductors. They reminisced about the past, and Zhou Yuchen candidly shared his hatred for Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya. Luo Hao has connections in the underworld and even sent people to target me in prison. If it weren't for some fellow inmates who helped me, I might not have made it out alive. That's why I left Yunhai right after getting out, to avoid any potential retaliation from him. He's so evil. Shen Jingyun exclaimed. Zhou Yuchen smiled faintly. Where there's light, there's darkness. Where there are good people, there are bad people. That's just how the world is. What are you going to do next? Shen Jingyun asked. I have my plans, Zhou Yuchen replied coldly. Luo Hao's arrogance stemmed from his background, the Haifeng Transport Group. This seemingly reputable company was actually founded by a gang, with Luo Hao's father, Luo Haifeng, as the founder. Through Wu Xiongfei's investigation, Zhou Yuchen had long since gathered clues about Haifeng Transport Group's involvement in drug trafficking, but he lacked concrete evidence. When Zhou Yuchen saw Luo Hao today, he keenly noticed some abnormalities. Luo Hao's eyes were dull and lifeless, his complexion was sallow, his face was covered in acne, and he appeared gaunt and haggard. All these signs pointed to one possibility: drug use. If evidence of Luo Hao's drug use could be found, the opportunity for revenge would arise. After seeing off Shen Jingyun, Zhou Yuchen immediately got to work. He sat in front of his computer and began hacking into Luo Hao's phone using the number provided by Zhang Xia. He spent an hour crafting several enticing links and sent them to Luo Hao via a virtual network. The plan succeeded. Within 5 minutes, Luo Hao clicked on the first link. His phone screen was instantly flooded with garbled text, and half a minute later, it returned to normal, but the system control had silently transferred to Zhou Yuchen. To ensure safety, Zhou Yuchen waited until 2 a.m. to start retrieving data from Luo Hao's phone. This latest model orange smartphone had 16 gigabytes of memory, with 12 gigabytes occupied by photos and videos. Although the current camera technology was still at the black and white stage, the content was quite explosive. Intimate videos of Luo Hao with at least 6 or 7 women were clearly visible. Although he did not find direct evidence of drug use, Zhou Yuchen unexpectedly discovered a bombshell. One of the female leads was none other than Shui Yibing, a popular star who married Yanhai City's top billionaire Yin Qingfeng last year. Yin Qingfeng, the head of Qingfeng Real Estate, had a net worth exceeding 60 billion and ranked in the top 30 on the Yanhai billionaire list. His newlywed wife having an affair with Luo Hao would undoubtedly cause a huge scandal if the news got out. This unexpected windfall left Zhou Yuchen both surprised and delighted. It was a classic case of the best-laid plans of mice and men often go awry, but sometimes unexpected opportunities yield the greatest rewards. Zhou Yuchen couldn't find evidence of Luo Hao's drug use, but he accidentally discovered a video of Luo Hao with Shui Yibing. As he stared at the computer screen, the phrase "using a borrowed knife to kill" flashed through his mind. After careful consideration, he decided against the risk of public exposure. While posting the video online could ruin Luo Hao, it would also embarrass Yin Qingfeng. Yin Qingfeng would certainly investigate the source, and given Zhou's history with Luo Hao, the consequences could be unpredictable. The safest approach was to let only Yin Qingfeng know. Having made up his mind, Zhou Yuchen quickly took action. He skillfully hacked into the internal network of Qingfeng Real Estate and sent the video to Yin Qingfeng's CEO email. At 6 in the morning, Yin Qingfeng, residing in the top-tier villa district of Yunhai, woke up punctually. As one of the top figures in Yunhai's business world, he might not be the wealthiest, but he was certainly the most disciplined. For over 20 years, he had run 5 kilometers daily, resorting to the treadmill only in adverse weather. This persistence had kept him fit and healthy. Looking at 50. After his morning run, Yin Qingfeng took a hot shower and entered his study to handle emails. a routine he never skipped. 10 minutes later, a loud crash erupted from the study. The housekeeper rushed over to find the usually calm and refined Yin Qingfeng standing amidst broken computer parts and tea sets, his face livid. It was the first time in 5 years she had seen her boss so out of control. Following protocol, she didn't enter the study without permission and waited at the door. 5 minutes later, Yin Qingfeng emerged with heavy steps, uttering coldly, "Clean up." Skipping breakfast, he headed straight to the office. Shortly after, a burly middle-aged man entered the CEO's office. This was Guo Mauda, the head of security who had been with Yin Qingfeng for many years and one of the most trusted confidants in the company. Guozi, 2 things. Yin Qingfeng ordered succinctly. First, send someone to bring Shui Yibing back from the Hongshan film crew. Second, investigate this person. He handed over his phone, which displayed a photo of Luo Hao. "Boss, this is Luo Haifeng's son, Luo Hao. Your wife introduced him at a party." Guo Mauda recognized immediately. Yin Qingfeng ignored the recollection and coldly stated, "He must die." Guo Mauda's eyes narrowed, ready to act, but Yin Qingfeng stopped him. "Use legal means first. If that doesn't work, resort to the old ways." Qingfeng Real Estate had reached its current status by maneuvering through both legal and illegal channels. Guo Mauda fully understood the implication of old ways. It meant making someone disappear permanently. Luo Haifeng is not to be trifled with. Targeting his son could start a war, Guo Mauda cautioned. Then hire a top-notch assassin from abroad to take care of Luo Haifeng as well. Remember, it must be kept secret. Understood, Guo Mauda acknowledged and went to carry out the orders. While Yin Qingfeng was plotting against the Luo family, a Maybach slowly pulled up in front of Xinjiang University. Zhou Yuchen took out his phone and dialed his sister's number. "Hello, who is this?" came a clear, pleasant voice from the other end. Zhou Yuchen's lips curled into a smile. "Zhou Qing, it's your brother." "Brother, you finally came to see me." Zhou Qing's voice instantly filled with excitement. "Where are you?" "At the school gate. Give me 10 minutes." In the dormitory of the computer science department at Xinjiang University, Zhou Qing hung up the phone and immediately began to dress up. Unlike her ordinary-looking brother Zhou Yuchen, she had inherited all of their mother Su Xiaowan's best features. Her oval face was complemented by skin like creamy jade, and her lively eyes were as deep as lakes. When she smiled, the dimples in her cheeks added a touch of innocence. Her outstanding looks earned her second place in last year's Xinjiang University Top 10 Beauties competition, earning her the nickname Pure Goddess. "Zhou Qing, what's made you so happy?" her classmate, roommate, and close friend Wang Tong asked curiously, noticing her beaming face. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow. "Not telling you." From the top bunk, Xu Nian'er sneered. "Wang Tong, can't you see? She's off to meet her lover." Xu Nian'er, who ranked 10th among the university's top beauties, had a tense relationship with her roommates due to her questionable lifestyle and vanity. She particularly disliked Zhou Qing, who, despite her ordinary background, surpassed her in both looks and academics. Zhou Qing shot her a cold glance. "Whether I have a lover or not is none of your business." With that, she changed her shoes, grabbed her bag, and left. Xu Nian'er immediately jumped down from her bed. "Wang Tong, don't you want to see who it is?" Though Wang Tong hesitated, her curiosity got the better of her, and she followed Xu Nian'er, who was eager to snoop. When Zhou Qing saw Zhou Yuchen at the school gate, tears welled up in her eyes as she rushed into her brother's arms. "Brother, I missed you so much." Zhou Yuchen's eyes reddened as he gently patted his sister's back. "It's my fault. I should have come to see you sooner." Hidden in the shadows, Wang Tong and Xu Nian'er were stunned by the scene. Xu Nian'er quickly took out her phone to snap a photo, muttering, "People say I'm vain, but look at Zhou Qing, cozying up to a rich guy. Pure goddess? Ha." Wiping her tears, Zhou Qing looked up and asked, "Brother, have you been well these years?" "I've been doing well," Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. "Don't lie to me," Zhou Qing said, looking directly into her brother's eyes. "How confident and sunny you used to be, but now? You seem to have become much more weathered and steady," Zhou Qing remarked with a hint of nostalgia as she looked at her brother. Zhou Yuchen gently pinched his sister's cheek and smiled. "It's not being weathered. It's called growing up. You'll understand once you enter society." He paused for a moment. "Got any plans for today?" "Nope." Zhou Qing shook her head. "Then let's go to the mall," Zhou Yuchen suggested. Zhou Qing's eyes lit up immediately. "Mom called yesterday and said you've struck it rich. For the mental toll of the past 5 years, you owe me a good compensation today." "Of course, not a problem. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you." Zhou Yuchen agreed readily. Once they got in the car, Zhou Qing curiously looked around. "This Mercedes is nice. Did you rent it or buy it?" "I bought it. Must have cost 70 or 80,000, right?" Zhou Qing wasn't familiar with car prices. "This is a Maybach, 340,000, Zhou Yuchen said casually. 340,000? Zhou Qing exclaimed, clearly unaware that her brother had sent $1 million to the family. Well, since you're so rich, I won't hold back, Zhou Qing said excitedly. Tell me, how do you plan on not holding back? Zhou Qing counted on her fingers, a laptop, an orange phone, a designer bag, and a lavish lunch. Only 70 or 80,000? You're underestimating me. Zhou Yuchen pretended to be disdainful. Brother, you're really floating. Zhou Qing blinked. What can I say, your brother's got money. Then, Zhou Yuchen turned into a shopaholic, splurging on jewelry, a high-end laptop, the latest phone, an LD brand bag, a set of cosmetics, 3 designer outfits, and 2 pairs of exquisite leather shoes, amassing quite the haul. Finally, they dined at an upscale Western restaurant. Looking at the pile of branded shopping bags, Zhou Qing swallowed. Brother, how much did we spend in total? About 14 or 15,000. Why? Can't handle it? Zhou Qing nodded. It's too extravagant, even more so than Xun Yin'er from our dorm. Who's Xun Yin'er? Is she wealthy? Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow. She's from a small town like me, got into Xinjiang University. She started dating several wealthy guys right after entering and uses only luxury goods. Zhou Yuchen frowned. Is the atmosphere at Xinjiang University that bad? It's just a few cases, most are good. Zhou Qing quickly explained. Stay away from this Xun Yin'er. It's fine to date in college, but don't give yourself away before graduation, Zhou Yuchen said seriously. Later, give me your bank account number. I'll give you 10,000 as monthly pocket money. Haha, having a wealthy brother is great. I'll never worry about spending money again, Zhou Qing said happily. Zhou Yuchen handed over the menu. And you said I'm floating, you're almost floating into outer space. What can I say, now that I'm also becoming? Zhou Qing's words trailed off as she gasped at the menu prices. Wow, this steak is so expensive. Seeing his sister's shocked expression, Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but smile. After finishing their expensive Western meal, the brother and sister left the restaurant, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Shen Jingyun's car slowly entered the underground parking lot of Xingyuan Mall, with Daiwan and Xiao Yeye sitting in the backseat. Just as she parked the car, a couple passed in front of them, Zhou Yuchen and a pretty girl holding his arm. Shen Jingyun's heart tightened, and her face turned pale. Mom, I saw Dad. Xiao Yeye exclaimed excitedly. Honey, you must be mistaken, Shen Jingyun said, trying to remain calm. No, I'm not. Xiao Yeye insisted, pouting. Dad just walked by with an auntie. Grandma, please carry me out of the car. I want to find Dad. Suddenly, Shen Jingyun lost control of her emotions and snapped. Shen Xinyue, be good. Her harsh tone startled Xiao Yeye. She paused, and then tears began to flow. I really saw Dad. Wah. Mom is being mean to me. Daiwan immediately hugged her granddaughter. Sweetheart, you're right. It's Mom who's wrong. Come on, let's get out of the car and see if it's Dad. As soon as they got out, they saw Zhou Yuchen's car turning to leave the parking lot. Grandma, that's Dad's car, 6688. Xiao Yeye sobbed. Yes, that's Dad's license plate, but he just didn't see our little Yeye. Daiwan comforted her granddaughter while observing her daughter's reaction. But Mom doesn't believe Yeye. Xiao Yeye said, feeling wronged. Shen Jingyun took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Sweetheart, you're right. It was my fault. Can you forgive me? Yes, Xiao Yeye replied in her childish voice. Shen Jingyun managed a small smile and kissed her daughter's cheek. Thank you, sweetheart. Let's go. I'll take you to ride the little train. Xiao Yeye immediately stopped crying and beamed. Great. Earlier that day, after Zhou Yuchen left after breakfast, Shen Jingyun took Xiao Yeye to her parents' house. After lunch, knowing her daughter loved the little train there, she brought Xiao Yeye to the mall, not expecting to run into Zhou Yuchen and Zhou Qing, whom she mistakenly thought was his girlfriend. Once Xiao Yeye happily boarded the little train, Daiwan looked at her daughter meaningfully. Jingyun, have you fallen for Zhou Yuchen? No, Shen Jingyun denied hastily. A mother knows her daughter well, Daiwan sighed. I know your personality too well. If you didn't like him, you wouldn't agree to take Xiao Yeye to his house overnight, let alone lose your composure seeing him with another girl. Shen Jingyun bit her lip. Mom, I admit that after spending time with him, I have some fondness for him, but it's not quite liking yet. Zhou Yuchen, Daiwan contemplated for a moment. Though he's not particularly handsome, he's undeniably a rare good man. He's capable, steady, responsible, and can cook well. Such men are hard to come by these days. It's normal to have feelings for him. As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Jingyun hurriedly interrupted. Mom, please stop. Since Zhou Yuchen has a girlfriend, I'll bury these feelings deep inside and won't let them develop further. Daiwan looked at her daughter keenly and asked, Are you sure that girl is really Zhou Yuchen's girlfriend? Shen Jingyun paused, recalling the scene at the mall. The girl was very pretty, and she was holding Zhou Yuchen's arm closely, laughing and chatting. I think it's likely. Likely doesn't mean certain, Daiwan said seriously. Jingyun, for your own feelings and for Xiaoyu's sake, you should clarify this. If she is indeed Zhou Yuchen's girlfriend, You and Zhou need to keep your distance. Shen Jingyun nodded. I understand. I'll find out this afternoon. 2 hours later, Shen Jingyun returned to Zhou Yuchen's house with Zhou Yu. As soon as the door opened, a cheerful young woman greeted them. Hello, Sister Jingyun, I'm Zhou Qing. Are you Zhou Yuchen's girlfriend? Shen Jingyun asked instinctively. Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Sister Jingyun, I'm his sister, Wu's aunt. Realizing her mistake, Shen Jingyun's face lit up with relief. Sorry, I misunderstood. It's just that you two don't look alike at all. You're much prettier than him. I take after our mom, and he takes after our dad. Zhou Qing teased. Luckily for me, or I'd be in trouble. You're indeed very lucky. Shen Jingyun laughed. Zhou Qing joked. It's also lucky Zhou doesn't take after my brother. They both shared a laugh. At this moment, Zhou looked up and asked, Auntie, did you go to the mall with my dad? Yes, how did you know? Zhou Qing asked in surprise. Zhou pouted. I saw you. But Mom didn't believe me and scolded me. Sweetie, Mom already apologized, Shen Jingyun said helplessly. By the way, you should call her aunt, not auntie. What is an aunt? Zhou Yu tilted her head. Shen Jingyun patiently explained. Your dad's sister is called aunt? Zhou Yu immediately brightened up. I learned that in kindergarten. Mom's brothers are called uncle, and dad's sisters are called aunt, right? Zhou Qing was charmed by the little one's cuteness and opened her arms. Yes, Zhou Yu, you're so smart. Can aunt give you a hug? Without hesitation, Zhou Yu jumped into Zhou Qing's arms. Zhou Qing kissed her on the cheek. Sweetheart, aunt loves you so much. Zhou Yu sweetly kissed Zhou Qing back. Aunt, Yaya loves you too. Oh my gosh, sweetheart, you're so adorable. Zhou Qing exclaimed with delight. Come on, aunt bought some building blocks for you. Shall we go play together? Yes. Zhou Yu agreed eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Watching Zhou Qing and Zhou Yu enjoying their time together, a contented smile appeared on Shen Jingyun's face. As Shen Jingyun entered the kitchen, she glanced at Zhou Yuchen, who was busy cooking, and felt an inexplicable sense of calm. In just over 2 weeks of getting to know him, she found herself unconsciously beginning to rely on this man. This feeling of dependence was particularly evident when she mistakenly thought Zhou Qing was his girlfriend. The rhythmic sound of Zhou Yuchen's knife tapping against the cutting board filled the room as he asked without looking up, Did you and Xiao Yaya also go to Xingyuan Mall? Yes, Shen Jingyun replied, leaning against the doorframe. Xiao Yaya loves the little train on the second floor. Mom and I took her for a ride. We actually saw you and Zhou Qing, but you walked too fast for us to say hello. What a coincidence, Zhou Yuchen said, putting down the knife and turning to face her with a suddenly serious expression. Jingyun, I have something to discuss with you. Yesterday, I spoke with my parents on the phone. Shen Jingyun, quick-witted as she was, immediately understood his implication. You told uncle and aunt about us? They want to meet Xiao Yaya. Seeing Zhou Yuchen nod repeatedly, she thought for a moment. When should we go? You agree? Zhou Yuchen was clearly surprised by her straightforwardness. Shen Jingyun smiled sweetly. Grandparents want to meet their granddaughter. How could I refuse? You can, Zhou Yuchen said earnestly. If you're not willing, I won't force it. Just kidding, don't be so serious, Shen Jingyun teased. Can I come along? Of course, Zhou Yuchen replied without hesitation. My parents will be even happier. Next Saturday? Sure, as long as the tax office doesn't require overtime. I'll take Xiao Yaya. Thank you, Zhou Yuchen said sincerely. It's me who should be thanking you, Shen Jingyun said, looking at his back. Since you've been helping with the child, I've had it much easier. Would you like it to be this easy forever? Zhou Yuchen asked impulsively. Shen Jingyun was momentarily stunned, then replied with a mischievous smile, If that's a confession, all I can say is, the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. She couldn't help but laugh, and Zhou Yuchen joined in. Her seemingly indirect refusal actually hinted at potential. However, the mountain between them would take time to overcome. An hour later, 6 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. Zhou Qing, looking at the beautifully arranged meal, exclaimed, Brother, when did you become such a great cook? As he opened a bottle of red wine, Zhou Yuchen boasted, For a top student, learning to cook is a piece of cake. I'm a top student too, but I can't learn to cook, Zhou Qing said, unconvinced. Zhou Yuchen smirked, calling yourself a top student when you didn't even make it to the top 10 in the province? That's hilarious. I just underperformed, Zhou Qing said defiantly, tilting her chin up. If not for a small mistake on the last math problem, I would have ranked at least in the top 5 in the province for the college entrance exam. Only top 5? Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow. I thought you were going to say you'd be the top scorer. You. Zhou Qing rolled her eyes in frustration. Watching the bickering siblings, Shen Jingyun said helplessly, you two are really something else. Compared to you, I'm the real underachiever. I just hope little Yaya inherits your genes. Zhou Qing gently stroked little Yaya's hair. With such a smart and adorable little Yaya, she'll definitely surpass us. Absolutely, Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. I scored 728 out of 750 on the college entrance exam back then. There's still room for a 22-point improvement, just waiting for little Yaya to break that record. Hearing this, Shun Jingyun was momentarily speechless. Tasting Zhou Yuchen's cooking for the first time, Zhou Qing praised it nonstop while eating and insisted on coming over often for meals. After dinner, the four of them went downstairs for a walk. Zhou Qing, why don't you stay over tonight? Zhou Yuchen suggested. Zhou Qing glanced at Shin Jingyun. Wouldn't that disturb you and Sister Jingyun? Not at all, Shun Jingyun quickly explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. Little Yaya and I are just staying for a couple of days. Sister Jingyun, even though it's our first meeting, I really like you and little Yaya, Zhou Qing said with bright eyes. Can I sleep with you tonight? After getting Shan Jingyun's approval, Zhou Qing excitedly said to little Yaya, Sweetie, how about Annie sleeps with you tonight? Do you snore? Little Yaya asked innocently. Of course not. Why do you ask? Little Yaya gestured with her arms wide open. Because Daddy's snores are louder than thunder. Don't worry, Andy doesn't snore and can even tell you stories. Great. I want to hear a story. Little Yaya cheered excitedly. Zhou Yuchen watched Zhou Qing silently. When their eyes met, his sister gave him a triumphant look. Despite not seeing each other for 5 years, the sibling bond remained strong. He understood that Zhou Qing was trying to fit into Shun Jingyun and little Yaya's world, building bridges for any future issues. This girl was still so smart. Just then, Zhou Yuchen noticed 2 sharp gazes from a distance and his expression changed. Jingyun, Zhou Qing, take little Yaya to the slide. I'll go back home for a moment. What's wrong? Is your stomach upset? Shin Jingyun asked worriedly. I cooked the meal myself. How could it be? Zhou Yuchen waved dismissively. You guys go play. I'll head back first. With that, he walked straight towards 2 young men about 50 meters away. They were around Zhou Yuchen's age. One was short, under 1.7 meters, with a pockmarked face and bulging muscles. The other was tall and imposing, with a prominent scar running from his neck to his jaw, his eyes sharp as knives. Did Luo Hao send you? Zhou Yuchen asked coldly. The scarred man seemed surprised to be noticed. How did you spot us? Does it matter? Not really, the scarred man sneered. Someone offered 3 million for your legs. So sorry about that. There are surveillance cameras all over the neighborhood. Aren't you afraid of being caught on tape? The short man brandished a knife. So what if we are? Once we succeed, we'll leave the country. That money will keep us comfortable for a while. Got it. Zhou Yuchen nodded. You must be wanted criminals. Enough talk, the scarred man sneered. Get him. The short man moved with incredible agility, closing in on Zhou Yuchen in a flash, his dagger aiming straight for Zhou's abdomen. Courting death. Zhou Yuchen snorted coldly, his right hand striking out like an eagle's claw, precisely gripping the man's wrist. A sharp crack sounded as the bones in the short man's hand broke, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Though the short man's speed and strength were commendable, he was still several levels below the master of Xingyi, Zhou Yuchen. Even with a broken hand, the short man only let out a muffled grunt before immediately lifting his leg to counterattack. However, Zhou Yuchen was prepared. Before the man's leg could rise, Zhou delivered a swift, chopping hand strike to the back of his head. The short man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. A burly man nearby witnessed the scene, a flash of shock crossing his face. The infamous Knife King, Husan, was subdued in under 10 seconds, far exceeding his expectations. Yet the burly man remained calm, quickly drawing a handgun from his coat. Damn! Zhou Yuchen's instincts kicked in, and he launched himself like an arrow towards the burly man. Before the man could pull the trigger, Zhou's fist slammed heavily into his shoulder. Ah! The burly man screamed. The punch carried a deadly hidden force, shattering his scapula, and the gun fell to the ground. Zhou Yuchen followed up with another chopping hand strike, knocking him out. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuchen dialed the police. The officer on the line was shocked to hear about the armed assailants. Within 20 minutes, over a dozen police officers arrived at the scene, where a crowd of residents and grim-faced security personnel had gathered. I'm Detective Zhang Wei from the Criminal Investigation Department. Who called the police? A commanding older detective in his 40s asked. That would be me. Zhou Yuchen raised his hand. Officer Zhang, I'm Zhou Yuchen. These 2 tried to attack me, but I subdued them. Both the burly man and the short one were armed. Zhang Wei inspected the handgun, confirmed it was genuine, and then turned his gaze to the 2 men on the ground, his pupils narrowing. Wu Laolu and Husan. Officer Zhang, are they wanted criminals? Zhou Yuchen inquired. What made you think that? Zhang Wei asked, raising an eyebrow. Zhou Yuchen explained, there are surveillance cameras everywhere here, yet they weren't afraid of being exposed. They mentioned someone offered 3 million for my legs, and they plan to leave Xia country after the job. Smart? Zhang Wei nodded in approval. But they had guns. How did you manage to subdue them? I know some martial arts and took them down before they could shoot. Zhang Wei gave a thumbs up. Impressive. These two are level wanted criminals, responsible for killing 6 of our colleagues and stealing 4 guns, 2 of which are likely these. Zhang Wei solemnly saluted Zhou Yuchen, saying, I didn't expect those 2 fugitives to come to Yunhai and end up in your hands. Mr. Zhou, on behalf of the police department, I thank you. Officer Zhang, there's no need for that. I was just defending myself, Zhou Yuchen replied modestly, waving his hand. Have you offended anyone recently? Zhang Wei asked, his sharp eyes focused on Zhou Yuchen. Luo Hao from Haifeng Transportation Company, Zhou Yuchen answered directly. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed. Mr. Zhou, please come with us to the police department to make a statement. With Zhang Wei's permission, Zhou Yuchen quickly called Shen Jingyun to explain the situation briefly. That bastard Luo Hao is audacious. For safety's sake, you and the child should return home as soon as possible, and have Zhou Qing go back to the dormitory immediately. Coming from a family of police officers, Shen Jingyun remained exceptionally calm. Understood. I'll take Zhou Qing to stay at the Mingda community for the night. At the police department, Zhang Wei personally took a detailed statement from Zhou Yuchen, who candidly recounted his grievances with Luo Hao. As he listened to the story of this former top student who had been wrongfully imprisoned due to a false accusation, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. As Zhang Wei was returning to his office with the statement, he unexpectedly encountered Director Shen Yang. Even more surprising was how familiar Shen Qingyang seemed with Zhou Yuchen. The kid knows martial arts, Shen Qingyang remarked with a smile after reading the statement. While the two were discussing the credibility of Zhou Yuchen's account, an urgent news report interrupted them. Officer Xiao Lu rushed in, looking slightly flustered upon seeing the director, saluted, and then delivered shocking news. Luo Haifeng, the president of Haifeng Transportation Company, had been stabbed 6 times and was in critical condition. Meanwhile, his son Luo Hao had been caught using drugs at a KTV by the anti-drug police and was being escorted back. Shen Qinggang's expression changed, and the composed face of Zhou Yuchen immediately appeared in his mind. His eyes narrowed as he instinctively realized that the matter with the Luo family father and son was connected to Zhou Yuchen. Zhang Wei, standing nearby, clearly had the same thought and quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Qingyang. Don't let Zhou Yuchen go. Investigate both Luo Hao's drug use and the case of hiring someone to commit assault. Shen Qingyang ordered decisively. Understood. Zhang Wei replied succinctly. The shift in the interrogation room was sudden and unexpected. Zhou Yuchen had been waiting in the questioning room for over half an hour when the police came in to take him to the interrogation room. He was momentarily taken aback. Officer, can I leave now? Zhou Yuchen asked tentatively. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, but you need to come with me to another location. Where to? The interrogation room. This answer left Zhou Yuchen momentarily stunned. The questioning room was for interviewing witnesses, while the interrogation room was for suspects, 2 entirely different concepts. He was puzzled as to how he suddenly became a suspect. Entering the interrogation room, Zhou Yuchen saw Zhang Wei and another policeman in their 30s sitting upright, their expression serious. Officer Zhang, what's going on? Zhou Yuchen asked directly. Zhang Wei's sharp gaze fixed on him. Zhou Yuchen, do you know Luo Haifeng? Never met him, but I know he's Luo Hao's father, Zhou Yuchen replied, shaking his head. Just now, Luo Haifeng was stabbed 6 times and is currently in critical condition, Zhang Wei said, staring intently into Zhou Yuchen's eyes. Zhou Yuchen secretly admired Yan Qingfeng's efficiency. He had just sent the video of Luo Hao being cuckolded, and less than a day later, Yan Qingfeng had already acted against Luo Haifeng, clearly intending to eliminate any threats. He immediately understood why he was moved to the interrogation room. The police suspected him of being involved in the assassination attempt. Officer Zhang, where was Luo Haifeng stabbed? Zhou Yuchen asked calmly. In the underground parking lot of Haifeng Transport's headquarters. He was about to get into his car when someone stabbed him 6 times. Some say you hired the killer. Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but laugh. I hired the killer? Officer Zhang, you must be joking. I've been in Yunhai for less than half a month and don't even know where Haifeng Transport is located. How could I possibly hire someone to murder? Even if I wanted to kill someone, I'd start with Luo Hao. Luo Hao and his group of friends were caught using drugs at a KTV, Zhang Wei said. He's next door, along with your ex-girlfriend, Su Xiaoya. Zhou Yuchen was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. That's truly great news. What goes around comes around. They completely deserve this. Zhang Wei stood up, his hands pressing on the table as he stared intensely at Zhou Yuchen. Are you saying this has nothing to do with you? Nothing at all, Zhou Yuchen replied firmly. The two locked eyes for a long moment, neither backing down. After a full minute, Zhang Wei withdrew his gaze, a slight, satisfied smile forming on his lips. Mr. Zhou, you've exposed a flaw. Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. What flaw? Zhang Wei asked in a deep voice, leaning on the interrogation table. When I mentioned that Luo Haifeng was killed, You remained unusually calm and even smiled. No ordinary person would react that way upon hearing such news. Zhou Yuchen leaned back in his chair, composed. Ordinary people wouldn't, but I'm not ordinary. As a martial artist who has practiced Zhou Yuchen for 5 years, I wouldn't fear a few deaths, or even the end of the world tomorrow. Martial arts start with courage. Without immense courage, one can't master the craft. Officer Zhang, how does this explanation sound to you? Zhang Wei nodded slightly. You aren't afraid of an armed-level fugitive, so this explanation is indeed reasonable. However, I'm afraid I can't let you leave tonight. Understood. Zhou Yuchen nodded, then asked, Mr. Zhang, can I see Luo Hao? Why do you want to see Luo Hao? Zhang Wei frowned. Zhou Yuchen explained slowly. In Sioux City, I heard from the underground that Haifeng transportation might be involved in drug trafficking. If I tell Luo how I killed his father for revenge, he might lose control and make mistakes. This could help you take down a drug organization. Zhang Wei firmly refused. We don't need your help. This is our job. Watching the interrogation through the monitor, Shen Qinggang suddenly realized Zhou Yuchen's intention and immediately spoke through the microphone. There's been no breakthrough with Luo Hao. Letting them meet might yield unexpected results. Following the directive, Zhang Wei changed his stance. You can meet, but no aggressive actions are allowed. Zhou Yuchen knew Shen Qingyang was assisting him and immediately said, I promise to only talk, not act. But please turn off the surveillance and provide me with a hidden camera. Agreed. When Zhou Yuchen encountered Shen Qingyang in the hallway, Shen patted his shoulder. You've got your chance, make the most of it. Zhou Yuchen nodded in gratitude and then entered interrogation room number 1 with the concealed camera. Luo Hao, looking dejected, glanced up at him and his face changed dramatically. Why is it you? Zhou Yuchen casually sat down, crossing his legs. Why not me? I get it, you did all this. Luo Hao angrily pointed at him. Where's your evidence? What's the point of saying this without proof? Zhou Yuchen looked up at the corner surveillance. Officer Zhang, turn off the surveillance. I need 10 minutes to catch up with an old friend. The surveillance was then turned off, and Luo Hao was incredulous. You actually bribed the police. Zhou Yuchen sneered. As I said, you have no evidence. Since no one can hear us now, let me tell you the truth. I spent 4 years preparing for revenge. Do you know what those 4 years were like for me? Luo Hao trembled all over, gritting his teeth. It was you, after all. Zhou Yuchen let out a whistle, a mocking smile playing on his lips. That's right, it's me, he said with a hint of pride in his voice. All these years, I've been secretly investigating you and Haifeng Transport Company. Your father, Luo Haifeng, was using the transport business as a front for drug trafficking. Unfortunately, he hid it too well, and I never found concrete evidence. But your drug use? That, I know for sure. His tone grew more disdainful. After seeing you yesterday, I decided not to wait any longer. I had people follow you and hired a hitman to take care of your father. You getting caught? Ha! I was the one who tipped off the police. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Yuchen's eyes. As for your father, he wasn't so lucky. 6 stab wounds, blood everywhere. His body is lying in the hospital morgue right now. You'll see it tomorrow. My condolences, my dear classmate. Zhou Yuchen suddenly burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Luo Hao was struck as if by lightning. His face drained of color. On the way to being escorted by the police, he already knew his father had been assassinated, but he didn't know the details. Now, hearing the truth from Zhou Yuchen, despair was written all over his face, his voice hoarse. Zhou Yuchen, you're lying to me. Zhou Yuchen laughed even more wildly, clutching his stomach as he gasped for breath. Stop dreaming. Your greatest support is gone, and now you're all alone. No one can save you. These words shattered Luo Hao completely. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging as he screamed, Zhou Yuchen, I'll kill you. With those 2 fugitives you found? Zhou Yuchen scoffed. Wu Laolu? Who san? 3 million to take my life? That's way too cheap. I spent 20 million to hire a hitman to take out your father. But I am curious, why only my legs and not my life? Did your conscience suddenly wake up? Because I wanted to humiliate you. Luo Hao gritted his teeth. What a coincidence, so do I, Zhou Yuchen sneered. Once you're in prison, I'll arrange for 4 strong men to take care of you. Make sure you're comfortable every day. A flash of terror crossed Luo Hao's eyes, but he forced himself to remain calm. You wouldn't dare. I dared to kill your father. Why would I fear a fool like you? Zhou Yuchen said with amusement. As a favor to an old classmate, I'll tell you a secret. Do you know who hired the hitman? Who? Luo Hao's expression changed. Zhou Yuchen pointed at Luo Hao, laughing so hard he was doubled over, tears streaming from his eyes. Are you going to tell me or not? Luo Hao shouted angrily. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Zhou Yuchen taunted. It was your father's closest business partner. Haha, your dad was such a fool, doing drug deals and trusting others. It's ridiculous. Luo Hao's eyes turned bloodshot as he cursed through gritted teeth. Li Jinting, that bastard. I knew he was no good. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have gotten addicted to drugs. In the surveillance room, Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, excitedly pumped his fist. Nice. Xin Shingang immediately ordered. Look into Li Jinting. Zhang Wei quickly arranged for an investigation to be launched. Seeing a breakthrough, Zhou Yuchen felt invigorated and acted even more naturally. Mr. Li is way smarter than you guys. He knows when to quit while he's ahead. He made his money and went legit. Even knows how to cover his tracks. Now that's a clever man. You and your father are just plain stupid. Luo Hao's eyes suddenly became wary. Zhou Yuchen, how do you know all this? Are you one of Li Jinting's men? Although Zhou Yuchen knew nothing about Li Jinting, he understood he had to keep bluffing. He flashed a smug smile. A small fry like me? No way I could meet Mr. Li directly. To tell the truth, I'm an undercover cop, working under his lackey, Black Ghost. Since I'm not a core member, I couldn't get the dirt on your deals, otherwise, you and your father would have been done for long ago. Luo Hao completely bought into this story, sneering, you're ruthless enough to risk your life for revenge. Zhou Yuchen immediately put on a hysterical act, his eyes bloodshot. Of course, I want revenge. I had a bright future, but your false accusations ruined my life. If I don't settle this score, I don't deserve to live. You're insane. Luo Hao spat. That's right, I've been crazy since the day I entered prison. Zhou Yuchen glared at Luo Hao. Now that we're talking, there's something I never understood. You were the one trying to assault Su Xiaoya. I was her rescuer, her boyfriend even. Why did she lie at the police station? Luo Hao finally had the chance to boast and burst into laughter. Zhou Yuchen feigned rage. What's so funny? Seeing Zhou Yuchen's anger, Luo Hao felt even more smug and finally revealed the truth from years ago. He crossed his legs, looking disdainful. Oh, Zhou Yuchen. After all this time with Li Jinting, you're still so naive. Let me tell you, Su Xiaoya's dad is a gambler who owed our casino over 3 million. We nabbed her dad and forced her to lie to the police, getting you locked up. Understand now, you fool? The moment the truth came out, Zhou Yuchen was overjoyed inside, but he deliberately put on a facade of anger and sorrow. He said coldly, you bunch of lowlifes will truly stop at nothing. But you're right, I was too naive. Seeing this, Luo Hao became even more smug and continued to provoke him. Do you want to know how I managed to win over Su Xiaoya? Aside from coercion, what else could you possibly use? Zhou Yuchen sneered. With a mocking smile on his lips, Luo Hao replied, how did someone with your intelligence become the top scorer in the college entrance exam? It's astonishingly stupid. He leaned back in his chair, looking disdainful. I'll tell you. It was through corruption. Women have a common trait, they love vanity. Not only did I clear her father's gambling debts, but I also provided her with a lavish lifestyle. I spent millions on her alone. He raised his chin proudly. Do you think after getting used to such a life, she could ever go back? In just 2 months, she was willingly in my bed. In the surveillance room, Shen Xinggang exhaled deeply and turned to Zhang Wei, saying, go interrogate Su Xiaoya and get her confession, so we can completely exonerate Zhou Yuchen from this wrongful conviction. Zhou Yuchen laughed heartily, forcing out a few tears. Luo Hao, I must admit, you do understand human nature well. In that aspect, I'm not as good as you. But I don't understand. Why are you in such a hurry to go after me? Luo Hao sneered viciously. I told you. I'm not here to kill you. I want to cripple you, and then have my way with your wife right in front of you. In the surveillance room, Xin Shengang's face turned ashen with anger. This bastard was talking about his daughter. Beside him, Zhang Wei couldn't help but curse. What a complete scumbag. Zhou Yuchen stood up, his voice icy. You won't get the chance. Mr. Li won't let you go. If it weren't for my desire to humiliate you in prison, you'd already be joining your father in the afterlife. I should thank you, Luo Hao suddenly said. What do you mean? Thank you for telling me the truth, Luo Hao said smugly. Li Jinting wants to quit the game? Dream on. My dad left evidence that could destroy him. As long as I make amends, do you think you can still take me down? With that, he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. I want to report. Zhou Yuchen's expression turned extremely dark. Report your nonsense. Luo Hao's voice grew even louder. I want to report. My father died at the hands of this bastard. With a bang, the door was flung open. Zhang Wei stormed into the interrogation room with 3 officers, his expression serious. What's going on here? Luo Hao immediately pointed at Zhou Yuchen, his voice trembling with anger. He offered 20 million to have my father killed. Zhang Wei's face showed exaggerated shock. Luo Hao, do you know what you're saying? Zhou Yuchen quickly feigned confusion. Captain Zhang, this lunatic is out of his mind. He's just a spoiled brat who knows nothing. No need to ask, just throw him in jail. That's nonsense. Luo Hao interrupted urgently. Captain Zhang, this guy pretends to be your undercover agent, but he's actually no good. I can provide evidence of Li Jinting's crimes, just promise to serve justice and avenge my father. Zhou Yuchen countered, Captain Zhang, I've been undercover with Li Jinting for so long. Don't you know my character by now? Zhang Wei stared sharply at Zhou Yuchen. Yuchen, why do you look so nervous? Why is your forehead sweating? Zhou Yuchen quickly wiped his forehead, trying to remain calm. Captain, don't joke around. Where's the sweat? If there's no sweat, what are you wiping? Zhang Wei said coldly. Zhou Yuchen was momentarily speechless. Luo Hao burst into laughter. Zhou Yuchen, you fool. Do you know what it means to be caught off guard? This is it. Zhang Wei gestured with his hand. Officer Liu, take Zhou Yuchen to another interrogation room. He added to Zhou Yuchen, Yuchen, don't worry. If Luo Hao can't provide strong evidence, I'll clear your name. Zhou Yuchen nodded, pressing his lips together. Understood, Captain. Two officers escorted Zhou Yuchen to the surveillance room. Shin Qinggang smiled approvingly. Well done, brave and clever. Your acting was superb. You had Luo Hao in the palm of your hand. It's a pity you're not a cop. I'm not doing this for revenge. I'm doing it to clear my name, Zhou Yuchen said seriously. I don't want my issues to affect the little girl's future political review. Shin Qinggang nodded. Rest assured, someone has already gone to question Su Xiaoya. As long as she admits to her false accusations, your case will be overturned. Zhou Yuchen looked at the monitor showing Su Xiaoya's interrogation room. I hope everything goes smoothly. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei entered with a written record, clearly excited. Director, Luo Hao confessed everything. I'm going to search Luo Haifeng's house for the laptop. It contains not only his transactions with Li Jinting, but also a list of people involved in drug trafficking. Go ahead, Shin Qinggang smiled. If you can uncover this network, I will personally commend you. Zhang Wei stopped at the door, turning back to Zhou Yuchen. Mr. Zhou, thank you. Cooperation between the police and citizens, it's only right. Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. 10 minutes later, the officer responsible for interrogating Su Xiaoya returned. After carefully reviewing the record, Shin Qinggang looked up. Xiao Zhou, congratulations. Your case has been overturned. Zhou Yuchen opened his mouth, but words failed him. Ever since merging with his predecessor in this world, he felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. This was the predecessor's obsession, and it had become his own. The mountain was so heavy and towering that it suffocated him. But now, the mountain had finally disappeared, and Zhou Yuchen felt unprecedented relief. Even his breathing became much easier. After a long while, Zhou Yuchen finally recovered from his shock. He wiped his face vigorously, exhaled deeply, and said, Justice may be late, but it's better than never. Shin Qinggang looked solemn. It was a failure on our part, making you spend 10 months in prison. On behalf of the Yunhai Police Department, I apologize to you. This isn't your fault. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. I was blind and chose the wrong person. Given the circumstances, anyone handling the case would have reached the same conclusion. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on his face. Besides, every cloud has a silver lining. If it hadn't happened, I wouldn't have my adorable angel. Thinking of Xiaoya's delicate and cute little face, affection naturally showed in Zhou Yuchen's eyes. Shin Qinggang clearly understood who he was referring to and agreed. That's true. Can I leave now? Zhou Yuchen asked. Shin Qinggang thought for a moment. Let's wait for Zhang Wei to return. He's in charge of this case. Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. Feeling bored, he noticed a programming book on the desk and picked it up to read attentively. About an hour later, Zhang Wei hurried back with a laptop in his arms, looking visibly troubled. What's the situation? Shin Qinggang asked. Zhang Wei explained with a wry smile. Sir, this laptop has a boot password and a self-destruct program. If the password is entered incorrectly 3 times, the hard drive will automatically format. The tech department has already tried once and doesn't dare to risk it again. Shin Qinggang frowned. Even our Yunhai tech department can't handle it. Do we need to ask for help from Yindu? Yindu might not be able to either, Zhang Wei replied. The tech department says it would take a week to crack it using conventional methods. A week? Shin Qinggang said irritably. We can't wait that long. By tomorrow morning, they could be long gone. At this point, Zhou Yuchen put down the book he was reading. Can I take a look at the laptop? Shin Qinggang raised an eyebrow, glanced at the programming book Zhou Yuchen had been reading, and realized, Zhang Wei, let Zhou give it a try. Zhou Yuchen sat in front of the laptop, his fingers flying over the keyboard as streams of complex code scrolled rapidly across the screen, leaving Shin Qinggang and Zhang Wei, who were watching from behind, in awe. Can you really crack it? Shin Qinggang's eyes lit up. I can. Zhou Yuchen replied confidently, fully focused on the task. Zhang Wei whispered to Shin Qinggang, Sir, if he really manages to do it, should we consider hiring him as our network technology advisor? Shin Qinggang's eyes twinkled. Let's wait until he succeeds. After 40 minutes of focused work, Zhou Yuchen finally cracked a smile. Pointing at the computer screen, he said, the computer password should be this sequence of numbers. Wow, 16 digits. Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. I'm going to try the password now. Zhou Yuchen's fingers were already poised on the keyboard. Zhang Wei quickly pulled out a pen. Let me write it down first. No need, I've already memorized the numbers, Zhou Yuchen replied, his fingers swiftly typing on the keyboard. The 16-digit sequence filled the password field instantly. As he pressed enter, the screen flickered, and they successfully accessed the desktop. Amazing! Zhang Wei gave a thumbs up enthusiastically. Xin Qinggang, standing nearby, couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuchen with newfound respect, skilled in martial arts, cooking, and financial investment, and now demonstrating such advanced computer skills. This young man was truly impressive. Zhou Yuchen stood up and explained, this laptop uses a rotating password that changes weekly, with the update time being midnight today. I guess your tech department might have found an old password, which is why it kept failing. Are you a hacker? Xin Qinggang asked with a meaningful look. No, I'm just interested in computer programming. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. Director Xin, Captain Zhang, may I leave now? At that moment, Su Xiaoya emerged from the restroom and happened to cross paths with Zhou Yuchen in the hallway, with two female officers following closely behind. Upon seeing Zhou Yuchen, Su Xiaoya immediately lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Su Xiaoya, it seems you owe me an apology, Zhou Yuchen said coldly. Tears streamed down Su Xiaoya's face as she put on a pitiful act. Brother Chun, I was forced. I had no choice. Zhou Yuchen was amused by her shamelessness. After spending so much of someone else's money over 4 years, now she claimed to be forced. You're really disgusting, he said, walking away briskly. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Yuchen returned home, took a hot shower, and stood on the balcony gazing at the stars. The knot in his heart finally unraveled, but the night's events had unfolded far beyond his expectations. Yin Qingfeng's efficiency was astonishing. From receiving the video to dealing with the Luo family father and son, it took less than 18 hours. To take down a crime lord like Luo Haifeng and simultaneously bust Luo Hao's drug den in such a short time was a testament to Yin Qingfeng's exceptional capabilities. As for why Luo Hao's life was spared, Zhou Yuchen understood it wasn't out of mercy but to ensure the enemy who cuckolded him suffered more. However, with Yin Qingfeng's shrewdness, he would inevitably suspect Zhou Yuchen. But Zhou Yuchen wasn't too worried, because as long as Yin Qingfeng discovered that Xiaoya's grandfather was Xin Qinggang, the deputy mayor and police director of Yanhai City, he wouldn't act recklessly against him. After mentally reviewing the entire process to ensure nothing was amiss, Zhou Yuchen sat cross-legged on the bed and began practicing the Tai Chi visualization technique. Almost simultaneously, less than 10 kilometers from the center of Yanhai City, a fatal car accident occurred. A silver van collided violently with a luxury minivan at an intersection, resulting in the immediate death of both drivers. In the accident, the well-known actress Xue Yibing suffered a severe head injury and was rushed to the hospital due to excessive blood loss. In the hospital corridor, Yin Qingfeng, a prominent figure in Yunhai's business community, paced anxiously. He immediately sought out the attending doctor, expressing his willingness to spare no expense to save Xue Yibing. His deep affection for his wife moved all the nurses present. Guozi, what's happening outside? Yin Qingfeng quietly asked Guo Maoda in a corner outside the operating room. Brother, there's been a slip-up in Yao Dao's operation. Luo Haifeng, though seriously injured, has been stabilized after rescue efforts, Guo Maoda continued in a low voice. However, the police have evidence of his drug trafficking. Once discharged, he's as good as dead. As for Luo Hao, he's been arrested for drug use, and arrangements have been made for special attention in prison. Have you identified who sent me the email? The prime suspect is a young man named Zhou Yuchen. He has a grudge against Luo Hao, but will need until tomorrow noon to fully understand the situation. Additionally, he was at the police department tonight, leaving around 2 in the morning, using a borrowed knife to kill? Yin Qingfeng's face darkened. Using me as a tool, that's bold. Once we have a clear understanding of Zhou Yuchen's background, if the evidence is solid, I'll meet him personally. Just then, the doors of the operating room swung open. Yin Qingfeng rushed forward immediately. Doctor, how is my wife? The attending doctor shook his head with a sigh. Mr. Yin, my condolences. We did everything we could. Yin Qingfeng staggered back, collapsing into Guo Maoda's arms. His face showed utter despair as tears streamed down uncontrollably, leaving him speechless. If Zhou Yuchen had been present, he would have marveled at such a masterful performance. The next morning at 8, Xin Qinggang returned home, exhausted after a sleepless night. With Zhou Yuchen's help, they successfully cracked Luo Haifeng's laptop, obtaining a list of dozens of individuals involved in the drug network. It was confirmed that Li Jinting, mentioned by Luo Hao, was indeed the drug manufacturer, using his identity as the owner of Yunnan Hongda Timber Processing Factory as a cover. To prevent any delay, Xin Qinggang immediately contacted Yunnan police to take action. In just 3 hours, the task force had apprehended most of the suspects and seized 3 tons of drugs. Unfortunately, Li Jinting and a few key members had escaped earlier, leading Xin Qinggang to suspect there might be a mole within Yunnan. You didn't sleep all night? Daiwan asked, noticing her husband's tired yet excited demeanor. Zhou Yuchen made a major contribution, Shun Xingyang replied, looking particularly spirited. What major contribution? I can't go into details, but I can share some good news with you. Last night, we caught Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya, who falsely accused Zhou Yuchen and got him in prison years ago. Luo Hao confessed everything, used Su Xiaoya's gambling-addicted father to coerce her into giving false testimony, which led to Zhou Yuchen being wrongfully imprisoned for 10 months. Su Xiaoya has also admitted to this fact. Dai Wan's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Does this mean Zhou Yuchen is innocent and his record can be cleared?" Yes. Shun Qingang nodded in confirmation. That's wonderful. Dai Wan clapped her hands in delight. Now Zhou Yuchen's issues won't affect Xiao Yeye. Suddenly, Shun Qingang asked seriously, "Ms. Dai, what do you think of Zhou Yuchen as a person?" Pushing up her glasses, Dai Wan replied without hesitation, "He's talented, composed, and responsibly a rare and excellent match." What do you mean? Are you agreeing to let your daughter marry him? Shin Qingang frowned. Your precious daughter has already told me she has feelings for Zhou Yuchen. If they truly love each other, can you really stop them? Shin Qingang fell into a brief silence before saying, "Two things happened last night. The police received a tip-off about Luo Hao using drugs, and his father, Luo Haifeng, was attacked by a hitman. Both incidents occurred the day after Zhou Yuchen met with Luo Hao." Daiwan's expression changed abruptly. Do you suspect he did it? Is there any evidence? It's precisely the lack of evidence that's alarming. Shin Qinggang's eyes glimmered with a keen insight. I have a strong feeling that Zhou Yuchen is intricately linked to the events surrounding the Luo family. He analyzed in detail, Luo Hao's drug use at that KTV has been going on for a year, known only to a few addicts. The source of the anonymous tip can't be traced. It was made through a virtual phone network. And Zhou Yuchen happens to be an expert in this field, which seems too coincidental. Daiwan was well aware of Shun Qinggang's sharp intuition honed over years of handling cases. He could accurately assess a suspect's guilt with just a glance, and his judgments were rarely wrong. Luo Hao nearly ruined Zhou Yuchen's life. Reporting him for drug use makes sense. You're worried about Luo Haifeng's situation being linked to him, aren't you? Yes. We're tracking down the hitman. Although Luo Haifeng isn't a good person, if it's proven that Zhou Yuchen hired someone to kill, he would still face charges of intentional homicide, which could mean the death penalty, life imprisonment, or a suspended death sentence. I don't think Xiao Chun could be behind it, Daiwan reasoned. His grudge is against Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya, not Luo Haifeng. He hasn't even touched the real culprits, so why would he go after Luo Haifeng? It doesn't make sense. True. This case is deep, and there must be more to it that we don't know. All cases eventually come to light. What you should do now is have breakfast and get some rest, Daiwan advised. Indeed, after staying up all night, I'm feeling worn out, Shin Qingang sighed. Time really doesn't spare anyone. As dawn broke, Zhou Yuchen carefully prepared breakfast and approached Shun Jingyun's door, knocking gently. When the door opened, Shun Jingyun appeared in a white nightgown, her natural beauty captivating Zhou Yuchen, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Are you coming in or not? Shun Jingyun asked softly, a slight blush on her cheeks. Zhou Yuchen snapped back to reality, a bit embarrassed. Sorry, you're just so beautiful. I couldn't help but stare. Thank you, Shun Jingyun replied with a faint smile. Zhou Yuchen set the breakfast on the table and asked, Are Zhou Qing and Xiaoyu still asleep? Zhou Qing is helping Xiaoyu get dressed, Shun Jingyun replied, then inquired about the events of the previous night. Who were those two people? They were fugitives that Luo Hao brought in, Zhou Yuchen explained. Thanks to you, your father went to the police department in time. Why was that? Luo Hao got arrested for drug use, and the truth from 5 years ago finally came to light. If your father hadn't agreed to let me see Luo Hao, I wouldn't have had the chance to clear my name. Brother, are you saying your name has really been cleared? Zhou Qing emerged with Xiaoyu in her arms, excitedly asking. Zhou Yuchen nodded. Yes, Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya both confessed at the police department. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhou Qing exclaimed, That's wonderful. I want to tell our parents the good news. Let's wait until next week when we visit home. It'll be a nice surprise, Zhou Yuchen suggested with a smile. Seeing her aunt's tears, Xiaoyu reached out a small hand to wipe them away, saying in her childish voice, Auntie, don't cry. Fu loves you. Zhou Qing kissed Xiaoyu's forehead. Sweetheart, these are happy tears. Xiaoyu, go wash your hands, Zhou Yuchen said. After breakfast, we're going to the ferry amusement park. Xiaoyu cheered with excitement. Shin Jingyun invited Zhou Qing to join them, but Zhou Qing politely declined. Sister Jingyun, a famous computer professor, is giving a lecture at school this afternoon, and I'd like to attend. Zhou Yuchen decided to drive Zhou Qing back to school first. After breakfast, he drove her to Qingjiang University and then took Shin Jingyun and Xiaoyu to the amusement park. Back at her dorm, Zhou Qing carried several elegantly packaged bags. Her roommates, Wang Tong and Zhu Lina, immediately jumped off their beds to help. When they saw the items, they gasped in amazement. An LD designer handbag, a set of jelly cosmetics, the latest orange phone, a Roar laptop, and Qingyao brand clothing, each worth a considerable amount. Realizing the value of these items, Wang Tong and Zhu Lina looked at Zhou Qing with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Zhou Qing scanned the classroom, frowning slightly. Where's Xu Yan'er? Zhu Lina curled her lips disdainfully. She was picked up by some rich kid driving a Hummer last night. Her tone was filled with contempt, clearly sharing the same disapproval of Xu Yan'er's behavior as Wang Tong and Zhou Qing. Wang Tong suddenly leaned in closer to Zhou Qing, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Come on, spill it. Who was that handsome guy in the Mercedes who picked you up? We've been classmates for almost 2 years, and you've never mentioned him before. How did you know it was a Mercedes? Zhou Qing asked in surprise. Wang Tong smirked. When you left yesterday, Xu Yan'er and I couldn't resist following to take a look. We saw you hugging him. Xu Yan'er's behavior is one thing, but why are you being so nosy? Zhou Qing rolled her eyes, sounding exasperated. Don't change the subject. Wang Tong pressed. Is he your boyfriend? Do you even need to ask? Zhu Lina interjected. Who else would give such an expensive gift if not a boyfriend? It's even better than what Xu Yan'er got. Zhou Qing explained helplessly. His name is Zhou Yuchen. We grew up together. Wow. Childhood friends, and you even share the same surname? Wang Tong's eyes sparkled. How far have you two gone? Have you? You know. Zhou Qing flicked Wang Tong's forehead. Get your mind out of the gutter. He's my brother. Seriously? Of course, seriously. Wang Tong immediately perked up. Can you introduce me? Once I'm your sister-in-law and in charge of the family finances, the first thing I'll do is buy you a house. Wang Tong, you're shameless. Zhu Lina laughed. Zhou Qing, I'll buy you a villa. Enough already. Zhou Qing shrugged. My brother already has a 3.5-year-old adorable kid, and my sister-in-law is way more attractive than I am. Impossible, both exclaimed in unison. You'll see when you meet her, Zhou Qing said earnestly. Honestly, I've never seen a woman more beautiful than my sister-in-law. Not even celebrities can compare. Zhu Lina was intrigued. Really? I'd love to meet her. Let's get serious, Wang Tong suddenly said, her tone shifting. Zhou Qing, there's a problem. Xu Yan'er posted a photo of you hugging your brother on the school forum, claiming you're being kept by a rich guy. You should clarify things quickly. Zhou Qing immediately opened her new laptop and logged into the campus forum. Sure enough, a post titled, Pure Goddess Kept by Rich Guy was at the top, filled with nasty comments below. Never thought the pure goddess would sell herself for money. So disappointing. Pure goddess? Yeah, right. When I get rich, I'll keep her too. Women these days only care about money. Just spread your legs, and the money rolls in. What could be faster? Another goddess off my list, starting today. The post was published at 3 p.m. yesterday, and in just over a day, the number of comments has exceeded 10,000. Considering that Xinjiang University only has over 7,000 students, this number is enough to prove the sensational impact of the post. Zhou Qing, what are you going to do? Asked Zhu Lina. With a slight smile, Zhou Qing replied, From now on, my boyfriend is my brother. Zhu Lina immediately understood. You want to use your brother to fend off those suitors? Zhou Qing nodded in confirmation. Recognized as the second most beautiful girl at Xinjiang University, she had long grown weary of the relentless attention from admirers. She often received over 100 love letters each week, not to mention the constant flow of roses. Many boys even sat in on her classes just to catch a glimpse of her, which greatly disturbed Zhou Qing, who was focused on her studies. Soon, she posted a new message. This is Zhou Qing. The man in the photo is my childhood sweetheart, and we will get married after he graduates. Please stop spreading rumors. Thank you. As soon as the post appeared, the comment section was filled with lament. Many secret admirers, unable to confront Zhou Qing, directed their anger towards Zhou Yuchen. Within just an hour, the post's popularity surpassed that of the original post by Xu Yan'er. To keep Zhu Lina and Wang Tong from talking, Zhou Qing had to treat them to a lavish meal. Fortunately, Zhou Yuchen had transferred 30,000 yuan to her account earlier. Otherwise, she would have needed to borrow money to get by. Meanwhile, at the Elf amusement park, Xiaoya was focused on a ring toss game. Unfortunately, her strength was too weak, and after more than 10 attempts, she still couldn't get the toy she wanted, her lips pouting as she was about to cry. Sweetheart, let daddy help you. Okay? Zhou Yuchen said gently. Okay, daddy, I want that teddy bear clock. Xiaoya pointed to the prize farthest away. Xin Jingyun looked at the spot and shook her head. That's too difficult. Indeed, the teddy bear clock was placed at the farthest central point, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to hit it with the bamboo rings. However, as a master of Xingyi Quan, Zhou Yuchen had perfected his control over force. After 3 exploratory throws, he fully understood the weight characteristics of the bamboo rings. Watch me, Zhou Yuchen said, picking up a bamboo ring, giving it a couple of light tosses before throwing it with a flick of his wrist. The ring, aided by special force, spun through the air and landed precisely on the teddy bear clock 6 meters away. Wow, you did it. Daddy, you're amazing. Xiaoya cheered excitedly. Shen Jingyan gave Zhou Yuchen a thumbs up. Sweetheart, go get it. Xiaoya happily ran to retrieve the teddy bear clock, her face beaming with happiness. The stall owner, a man in his 30s, watched the valuable teddy bear clock being won and showed a hint of regret. The stall displayed well-known brand products, with prices several times higher than those at roadside stands. Although the bamboo rings were outrageously priced 10 yuan for just 3 yen, it wasn't easy to land a hit. This single small bear clock had already recouped all the money Zhou Yu had lost on the rings earlier. Honey, what else do you want? Daddy will win it for you, Zhou Yuchen asked. Zhou Yu carefully scanned the items and finally pointed to a crystal ball at the back of the stall. I want that one. She knew the trick items further back were more exquisite and beautiful. Zhou Yuchen maintained his calm demeanor and once again accurately landed the bamboo ring on the crystal ball. The stall owner's face immediately turned sour. Yay, got it again. Daddy is the best daddy. Zhou Yu cheered, rushing forward to hug the crystal ball. Parents and children nearby, witnessing Zhou Yuchen win 2 high-value prizes in a row, gathered around, intrigued. How did you do it? Shen Jingyun asked in a low voice. I've learned martial arts, which makes my strength, speed, and precision better than the average person. For me, ring tossing is hardly a challenge, Zhou Yuchen explained. That impressive? Shen Jingyun skeptically pointed to the far right of the last row. Can you win that water bottle? Zhou Yuchen looked up. It was a pink Alice brand water bottle. This high-end foreign brand specializes in children's products and is known for its quality, costing at least 300 yuan in a specialty store. Winning it would likely make the owner quite upset. Watch me. As Zhou Yuchen picked up a ring, the owner, who had been closely watching him, hurried over. Hold on, brother, the owner reminded. The ring must completely encircle the water bottle's box to count as a win. Partial hangs don't count. The surrounding parents immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. That's too much, owner. Exactly. The ring is so small. It's impossible to completely encircle the box. If you can't handle running a stall, don't do it. Don't make a fool of yourself. Seeing the owner's embarrassed face, Zhou Yuchen sensed he was a decent person. If it had been someone with a temper, they might have already started arguing with the crowd. Shen Jingyun gently tugged on Zhou Yuchen's sleeve. Don't go too far. Zhou Yuchen nodded, shaking the ring in his hand. I'll accept your terms. This will be my last try. Whether I succeed or not, I won't play anymore. Thank you, the owner said gratefully. Zhou Yuchen casually tossed the ring, and it seemed as if guided by an invisible hand. It perfectly landed on the Alice water bottle's box. Oh my! Wow, that's amazing. From such a distance, with such a light ring, on such a big box, he actually got it completely. Impressive. We've met a master today. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Dad, you're amazing, little Yaya exclaimed, hugging Zhou Yuchen's leg tightly. Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly. That's a given. The stall owner looked pale. Sir, you should keep your word, right? Just give me the cup. I won't use the remaining rings, Zhou Yuchen said calmly. The owner, relieved, quickly handed over the cup. Next, Shen Jingyun and little Yaya threw the remaining rings but didn't manage to land any. Watching the family leave, the owner finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhou Yuchen continued, his business would have been in trouble. The ferry amusement park was indeed a great place for kids aged 3 to 6, with the only downside being that outside food wasn't allowed, so they had to eat within the park. After wandering around, they chose the busiest and seemingly cleanest beef noodle shop, but soon regretted it. The noodles were hardly edible. Little Yaya took only 3 bites and then refused to eat any more. Shall we try somewhere else? Shen Jingyun asked, putting down her chopsticks. The other places probably aren't much better. Wait here. I'll find something good to eat. Zhou Yuchen stood up. Where are you going to find it? Shen Jingyun asked, puzzled. I have my ways, Zhou Yuchen replied mysteriously, earning an eye roll from Shen Jingyun, which inadvertently added a touch of charm, drawing glances from nearby diners. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuchen returned with 3 bowls of noodles. Although the same ingredients were used, the taste was worlds apart. Little Yaya took a bite, and her eyes immediately twinkled with delight. Did you make this? Shen Jingyun asked. I paid 200 bucks to borrow the kitchen and ingredients. Zhou Yuchen laughed. I just didn't want the little one to suffer. A typical daughter dad, Shen Jingyun teased. I don't mind being a daughter dad, Zhou Yuchen said, watching the little girl happily devour her noodles, which made Shen Jingyun smile knowingly. It was 9 in the evening by the time they left the amusement park after watching an animated live performance. When they reached Mingda Community, little Yaya was already asleep in Shen Jingyun's arms. Zhou Yuchen carefully carried her upstairs and gently laid her on the bed, whispering, "Sweet dreams, my dear." Little Yaya seemed to hear him, a slight smile appearing on her lips. I'll bring breakfast and pick her up in the morning, Zhou Yuchen told Shen Jingyun. Thank you. It's my duty. I'm off now. Xin Jingyun watched the car slowly drive away from the window, a faint smile playing on her lips. Just as Zhou Yuchen finished his shower, his sister Zhou Qing called, "Hey bro, how was your day with sis-in-law?" Zhou Qing, stop shouting. Zhou Yuchen slightly frowned. If Jingyun hears, it would be so awkward. Come on, you can't deny you like her. Teased the voice on the other end of the phone. If you like her, you should go after her. Your biggest advantage right now is that you and sister Jingyun have little Yaya together. That's something no one else has. If you don't seize this opportunity to win her over, I guarantee you'll regret it in the future. Zhou Yuchen sighed. It's not that simple. Whether I can be with sister Jingyun isn't just about feelings. There are other obstacles, then overcome them. Zhou Qing's voice became firm. Anyway, I've already decided that sister Jingyun will be my sister-in-law. Don't mess it up. Our affairs are none of your concern. Your main task now is to focus on your studies. I know, stop nagging. Zhou Qing interrupted impatiently. You sound just like mom and dad, and I'm tired of it. I'm hanging up, bye. With that, she ended the call. Zhou Yuchen shook his head, thinking that this girl had grown up, but her temper was still so impulsive. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the task. Seeking revenge within a month and ensuring that former enemies Luo Hao and Su Xiaoyao receive their due punishment. Reward: 5 attribute points and 1 lottery opportunity. Zhou Yuchen was slightly taken aback. Luo Hao and Su Xiaoyao were sentenced so quickly? That was fast. But as long as the task was completed, it was fine. Hopefully, he could draw a good reward this time. System, I want to draw. With his thought, a gigantic golden wheel appeared before him. Stop. When the wheel stopped, Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, I'm rich." This cloning scroll was considered one of the most powerful skill scrolls in the game. As long as he could get close to the target, even just a handshake, he could perfectly copy the person's most proficient skills. For example, if he encountered a medical expert, Zhou Yuchen could acquire all of that person's medical expertise. But now, the challenge before him was this. He had to find a suitable target within 30 days, or the scroll would expire. Which field should he choose? Who should be the target? How to approach them? These questions left him momentarily overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuchen began to seriously consider his future business plans. Soon, he determined a direction: the technology sector, specifically the chip industry. Just like in his previous life, Xiao's chips mainly relied on imports, costing billions annually. Those top chip companies, with their technological monopolies, could sell products that cost just $10 to make for $400 or $500, making a fortune. Zhou Yuchen admitted that he was a selfish person, sacrificing himself for the prosperity of the country or the progress of humanity. Not a chance. But if he could help break the foreign monopoly on chips while making money, that was something he found intriguing. After deciding to focus on the chip industry, he immediately began searching for key figures. Through online research, he discovered that most of the top talents in the chip field were overseas, with the most prominent being Paul Carr, the chief engineer of Lock Communications Group. This 72-year-old had been involved in the development of almost all of Lock's major chips. Just last year, after completing the development of Lock's 24nm chip, he chose to retire. While Zhou Yuchen was contemplating how to approach this master, a piece of news caught his attention. Paul Carr would be giving a lecture at Xinjiang University next Tuesday. This was his chance. Attribute panel. Physique. 14 average person 10. Spirit. 10.5 average person 10. Attribute points. 6. Skills. Xingyi Quan Master Level 2. Hacking Proficient Level 92. Culinary Skills Proficient Level 99. Taiji Visualization. Items. Comprehension Scroll 22 days remaining. Clone Scroll 30 days validity. Zhou Yuchen decided to allocate all 6 attribute points to his spirit. A flash of golden light passed, and his mind became exceptionally clear for a moment before returning to normal. The attribute panel showed his spirit value increased from 10.5 to 10.8, with each point of attribute only adding 0.05 to his spirit. Although this improvement was not as effective as the Taiji visualization, it was expected. After all, the limit for ordinary people is 10 points, and he had already surpassed that, akin to a deity in ancient times. The closer a skill or attribute gets to its limit, the harder it is to improve. Once his spirit surpasses 15 points, even investing 100 attribute points might not increase it by 0.05. Similar to his physique, which stagnated after reaching 14 points. Further improvement would require something extraordinary like a 1,000-year-old ginseng or investing 100 attribute points. This setup was actually his own doing. When designing the game, he had established this point allocation system, and now he had to deal with the consequences. The next morning, as Zhou Yuchen walked into the community square to practice martial arts, he was surrounded by a group of elderly people. Leading them, Zhao Shenghua got straight to the point. "Xiao Zhou, I heard you subdued 2 armed fugitives last night. Is that true?" Zhou Yuchen nodded in confirmation. Yes. Zhao Shenghua's eyes lit up. They had guns. How did you manage to subdue them at close range without a scratch? The other seniors widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting his answer. Zhou Yuchen casually replied, maybe they were just too careless at first and didn't draw their guns. Zhao Shengguo was discussing the topic of guns and martial arts. By the time they wanted to use guns, it was already too late. I didn't give them the chance. He turned to Zhou Yuchen. Xiao Zhou, you're also a martial arts expert. Do you think the saying in movies, beyond 7 steps, the gun is faster? Within 7 steps, the person is faster, is true? Zhou Yuchen thought for a moment and answered cautiously, there's some truth to it. Zhao Shengguo raised an eyebrow. Can you do it? Zhou Yuchen quickly shook his head. I can't. He knew that if he claimed he could, Zhao Shengguo would definitely ask him to demonstrate on the spot. Seeing through Zhou Yuchen's thoughts, Zhao Shengguo pressed on. How many steps can you manage? At most, 4 steps, Zhou Yuchen replied helplessly. With a sly smile, Zhao Shengguo pulled out a toy gun from his waistband. How about a try? Darn, I knew it. Zhou Yuchen thought to himself. Mr. Zhao, do you think this is fun? Of course it's fun, Zhao Shengguo laughed. I've been a soldier all my life, been on a few battlefields, and I've never seen a showdown between martial arts and a gun. The people around started to egg them on. At this moment, Min Jia, the deputy director of Yunhai TV, volunteered, let me try. Zhao Shengguo handed the toy gun to Min Jia, with a special reminder, you can, but your draw speed must be quick. No problem, Min Jia replied confidently. The crowd quickly made space. Min Jia placed the gun at his waist, his eyes fixed on Zhou Yuchen 5 meters away, ready to spring into action. In contrast, Zhou Yuchen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Start, Zhao Shengguo commanded. Min Jia immediately drew the gun. But just as his arm reached halfway, a sudden gust of wind blew past, almost blinding him. When he opened his eyes again, the gun was already in Zhou Yuchen's hand. Wow, that was fast. Did you see that, Lao Yi? I only saw a blur. The onlookers exclaimed in awe. Min Jia looked at the gun in Zhou Yuchen's hand in disbelief. How did you do that? People who practice martial arts have a bit more explosive power and speed than the average person, Zhou Yuchen said nonchalantly. Zhao Shengguo gave a thumbs up. That's more than just a bit impressive. Covering 5 meters in an instant, Xiao Zhou, you're something else. Min Jia sighed. It's a pity you don't participate in martial arts competitions. Otherwise, you'd surely beat those fighters and MMA experts in the ring. Zhou Yuchen just smiled and didn't respond. He knew that Min Jia seemed to still be thinking about getting him on the TV station's stage, which was absolutely impossible. Kung Fu is just for show. It can't possibly compete with modern combat and mixed martial arts. A booming voice suddenly shattered the tranquility of the training ground. Everyone turned to see a young man, about 5'9", striding towards them. He wore a simple white t-shirt, and his bronzed skin highlighted his muscular build, especially his arms, which seemed like coiled serpents of strength. Yiwu, get back home. Zhao Shengguo's face darkened immediately. The uninvited guest was none other than his grandson, Zhang Yiwu. Among Zhao Shengguo's 3 children, the eldest son was already a deputy consul. The second son served as a deputy commander in a military group, and his daughter, after marrying into a prominent business family in Yindu, gave birth to Zhang Yiwu. This grandson, who had a passion for mixed martial arts from a young age, not only abandoned the family business but also opened an MMA gym in Yunhai, nearly causing his parents to faint from anger. When Yunhai TV station hosted a martial arts tournament, Zhang Yiwu advanced to the top 10 with his exceptional skills. At this moment, hearing Min Jia praise traditional kung fu and belittle mixed martial arts, he couldn't hold back and walked over. Grandpa, some things need to be said clearly. Zhang Yiwu crossed his arms. Xia country's kung fu is famous, but in real combat, it's useless. Those so-called internal martial arts experts losing so badly in the tournament is proof of that. Shut up. Zhao Shengguo's face turned livid with anger. The only reason you win is because you haven't faced real masters. Zhang Yiwu glanced disdainfully at Zhou Yuchen. The master you're talking about wouldn't be him, would it? Someone like him, I could take on 3 at once. Zhou Yuchen had no interest in such an arrogant young man. Mr. Zhao, it's getting late. I should go practice. I'm really sorry, Xiao Zhou, Zhao Shengguo said awkwardly. No worries, it's normal for young people to be proud, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. Damn. Zhang Yiwu quickly stepped forward, blocking Zhou Yuchen's path. What do you mean by that? Look down on me? Dare to have a match with me and see whether mixed martial arts or traditional kung fu is better? Zhou Yuchen waved his hand. You've misunderstood. Everyone has their strengths, and I never underestimate anyone. Whether it's traditional kung fu or mixed martial arts, they're both just ways to exercise. Beating me doesn't prove MMA is better, and if I win, it doesn't mean kung fu is superior. We can't represent our respective styles, so a match is pointless. If you're afraid to fight, just say it. Why waste words? Zhang Yiwu sneered. All right, I admit I'm afraid to fight you. Now, can I pass? Zhou Yuchen shrugged. Zhang Yiwu extended his arm, coldly saying, "No, your attitude really rubs me the wrong way. You have to agree to a match with me." This provocative remark made Zhao Shenhua furious. He looked at his grandson with such disrespect, his face flushed with anger, and roared, "Zhang Yiwu, you disgraceful brat, get back home." Zhang Yiwu raised his head defiantly and replied, "Grandpa, this is a matter for the martial arts community. Stay out of it. I'll teach you a lesson." Zhao Shenhua, seething with rage, quickly moved behind Zhang Yiwu, aiming a kick at his backside. However, the kick didn't budge Zhang Yiwu an inch and instead caused Zhao Shenhua to stagger backward several steps. If not for a few elderly onlookers quickly steadying him, he might have fallen to the ground. "Calm down, old Zhao," one of the elders advised. Zhao Shenhua couldn't contain his anger. "My reputation has been completely ruined by this brat. Xiao Zhou, doesn't he think he's so great? Help me teach him a lesson." Zhou Yuchen looked troubled. "Old Zhao, is that really necessary? Consider it a favor for an old man," Zhao Shenhua pleaded earnestly. "Losing to you is better than him getting hurt by outsiders in the future." Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. "All right then. Thank you." Zhao Shenhua turned to Zhang Yiwu. "Listen carefully, Zhang Yiwu. If you beat Xiao Zhou today, you'll be free to do as you wish, and neither I nor your parents will interfere. But if you lose..." Zhang Yiwu immediately interrupted. "I'll do whatever you say. I promise to listen to you." "Good, that's what I wanted to hear." Zhao Shenhua turned to Zhou Yuchen. "Xiao Zhou, sorry for the trouble." "No trouble at all, it'll be over in seconds," Zhou Yuchen replied casually. "Such arrogance." Zhang Yiwu snorted. The two soon faced off in the arena, standing 5 meters apart. Suddenly, Zhang Yiwu shouted and took 3 quick steps towards Zhou Yuchen, raising his right leg to strike at Zhou Yuchen's chest. "You're too slow." Zhou Yuchen shook his head, countering with a kick of his own that was faster and accurately hit Zhang Yiwu's left knee. With a thud, Zhang Yiwu lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Yuchen, hands behind his back, said calmly, "There's no ultimate martial art, only the ultimate martial artist. Mr. Zhang, free fighting isn't your thing. You should try something else." "I was careless just now, you..." Zhang Yiwu started to retort, but Zhou Yuchen had already appeared before him like a phantom, his fingers hooked around Zhang Yiwu's neck, effortlessly lifting the 180-pound man. Zhang Yiwu's face turned red as he desperately clutched Zhou Yuchen's arm, his legs flailing in vain. This display of strength left everyone present gasping in shock. "Xiao Zhou, take it easy," Zhao Shenhua quickly shouted. Zhou Yuchen smiled and released Zhang Yiwu. "You've lost." Zhang Yiwu swallowed hard, panting heavily, and then shouted, "I haven't lost." Before the words were out of his mouth, his fist had already slammed into Zhou Yuchen's abdomen. "Oh my!" the crowd exclaimed in unison. No one expected Zhang Yiwu to resort to a sneak attack in front of everyone. Such a dishonorable act left Zhao Shenhua livid. Zhou Yuchen's abdomen tightened as he exerted a sudden force, unleashing a powerful counterimpact. Zhang Yiwu, caught off guard, stumbled back more than 10 steps and finally fell heavily to the ground. The onlookers were stunned. This scene completely overturned their understanding. Not only was Zhou Yuchen unharmed after taking a punch, but he also managed to repel his opponent. Such skill was truly impressive. Zhang Yiwu, who had loved martial arts since childhood, was visibly shocked. He stared intently at Zhou Yuchen, his voice full of undisguised surprise. How did you do that?" Zhou Yuchen's lips curled slightly. "It's just a technique of energy manipulation. It's hard to explain to someone not familiar with it." Zhang Yiwu quickly got up, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Can you teach me? I'm willing to become your disciple." "No need for that." Zhou Yuchen shook his head. "Once you learn to control your temper and stop being so impulsive, we can talk about martial arts insights. Learning too soon will only harm yourself and others." Zhao Shenhua nodded in agreement from the side. "That's right. If you had Zhou's skills, you'd probably be in jail for accidentally killing someone." "Zhang Yiwu, do you concede?" "I concede," Zhang Yiwu murmured, biting his lip. "Good," Zhao Shenhua said sternly. "Report to the Yin High Military District tomorrow and spend 3 years in the army. After 3 years, whether you stay or leave is up to you." Zhang Yiwu's face changed dramatically. "Grandfather, I don't want to join the army." "You can choose not to." Zhao Xinghua's voice suddenly turned harsh. "But then you'd be a coward who doesn't keep their word." Stung by these words, Zhang Yiwu's face flushed. Zhao Shenhua coldly asked, in front of everyone, "Give me a clear answer, are you going or not?" "I'm not a coward, I'll go." Zhang Yiwu shouted angrily and turned to leave. As Zhou Yuchen watched Zhang Yiwu's retreating figure, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. This kid isn't entirely without merit. After Zhang Yiwu had gone, Zhao Shenhua, smiling broadly, pulled Zhou Yuchen aside. "Xiao Zhou, I really can't thank you enough today." Zhou Yuchen smiled. "Mr. Zhao, your grandson may be unruly, but he has a good heart. Even if he didn't go to the military, he'd naturally become more mature with age. Zhao Shengwa sighed. His parents are business people with a substantial enterprise. His mother wants him to learn business management, but he refuses. He doesn't want to go into politics or the military either. Earlier this year, he secretly opened a free-fighting gym in Yanhai, nearly driving the family crazy. Now that he's finally going to the military, those 3 years in the melting pot will forge him into something strong. Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement and then suddenly changed the subject. Mr. Zhao, your background must be quite significant, right? You haven't investigated me? Zhao Shenghua asked with interest. Why would I investigate you? Zhou Yuchen countered. Good answer. Zhao Shenghua raised his eyebrows. Then take a guess. What do you think I do? After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuchen replied, from the moment I met you, I could tell you have a military background, and you must have spent at least 20 or 30 years in the army. Your presence is strong, and even when you speak politely, there's an undertone of command in your voice. You mentioned earlier that you could have your grandson join the military or enter politics at will, which is clearly not something an ordinary person can do. Based on your authority before retirement, I guess you were at least a lieutenant general, Zhou Yuchen said straightforwardly. A glint flashed in Zhao Xinggua's eyes as he responded nonchalantly, perhaps I just leveraged my son's influence? A tiger remains a tiger, even when it's old. It doesn't need to borrow anyone else's power, Zhou Yuchen asserted confidently. Zhao Shenghua laughed heartily at this. Well said. You're quite impressive, Xiaozhou. It's a pity you already have a wife and daughter. Otherwise, I would have tried to match you with my granddaughter. Looks like I missed a great opportunity to live off someone else, Zhou Yuchen joked, causing Zhao Shenghua to laugh even harder. By the end of their conversation, Zhao Shenghua never disclosed his true identity, and Zhou Yuchen tactfully refrained from asking. This unspoken understanding only made Zhao Shenghua appreciate him more. After half an hour of practicing Xingyi Quan, Zhou Yuchen went home and made a pot of 8 treasure porridge, along with a dozen tea eggs he had prepared the night before, and headed to Shan Jingyun's home. The mother and daughter enjoyed the delicious breakfast, praising it repeatedly. As usual, Shan Jingyun left for work, while Zhou Yuchen took little Yaya to school. After dropping his daughter off at her classroom, Zhou Yuchen drove to the Hongguang office building on the 3rd Ring Road. This 36th-story building attracted over 50 internet companies with its excellent service and relatively affordable rent, including 22 gaming companies, earning it a reputation as a haven for internet entrepreneurs. Last night, Zhou Yuchen saw news online that Dingshan Game Company in the building had gone bankrupt and was looking for a buyer, with 2.5 years left on its lease. Through investigation, this company was a classic case of high ambitions, but a fragile fate. Its owner, Yi Shang, was the heir of the Yi chain hotels and had graduated from Qingjiang University with a degree in computer science 3 years ago, making him a senior to Zhou Qing. Instead of taking over the family business, he asked his father for 50 million to start a gaming company, recruiting over 100 developers and spending 2.5 years developing the martial arts online game Blood Battle Tang Dynasty. Unfortunately, 6 months after launch, even with millions spent on advertising, it failed to make a splash. To make matters worse, Yi chain hotels had been losing money for years and filed for bankruptcy a month ago, causing Yishang's father to be hospitalized, forcing Yishang to sell the company. Having built his previous life around gaming, Zhou Yuchen was well-versed in this industry. He planned to re-enter the gaming industry in this world as a springboard to advance into internet technology and manufacturing, achieving a dual development of virtual and real economies. Of course, all of this needed to be done step by step. Soon, Zhou Yuchen met Yishang on the 32nd floor. What he saw was a young man who appeared utterly exhausted. Though both were 25 years old, Yishang's bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and several days' worth of stubble made him look nearly a decade older. Have you played our game Blood Battle of the Tang Dynasty? Yishang asked directly, his face full of anticipation. I watched it last night but didn't play, Zhou Yuchen replied honestly. What do you think? Yishang raised his eyebrows. The graphics are exquisite, but the story is mediocre and the gameplay lacks innovation. Compared to similar games, the interactivity is weak and it doesn't have much of a unique feature, Zhou Yuchen stated bluntly. Yishang was silent for a moment before he gave a wry smile and said, You're right. I have hundreds of servers here that can support 2 million users online simultaneously, with a lease term of 3 years remaining. Additionally, there are 126 high-end computers that have been used for 2.5 years. Selling them to you for 5 million should be reasonable, right? Where did your team go? Zhou Yuchen didn't immediately respond to the offer but asked instead. Yishang's eyes lit up. They're all out looking for jobs. If you're willing to take them on, I can call them over right away. The technology behind Blood Battle of the Tang Dynasty is quite good, which shows the team has strong capabilities, Zhou Yuchen mused. I plan to start with a few casual games to test the waters. If they're willing to join, that would be great, and it would save me the time of recruiting new people. Before coming to Dingshan Games, Zhou Yuchen had already decided to enter the mobile gaming market. Currently, there are 3 major mobile operating systems. the Orange system, similar to the Apple system of his previous life exclusive to Orange phones, and the open-source Haiyan and Zhou Yuchen systems. Among more than 20 mobile phone brands in Xia country, over 60% have chosen the Zhou Yuchen system, while the Haiyan system has a slight edge in overseas markets, making the two systems evenly matched. Each of the three systems has its own game download platform, but in this 3G era, the variety and types of games are very limited. Zhou Yuchen discovered that casual games, which were globally popular in his previous life, were still a blank slate here. This was a perfect business opportunity, and he planned to develop 3 games simultaneously: Angry Birds, Fruit Ninja, and a casual match 3 game. These games have simple structures, and with a strong enough team, they can be completed quickly. Including moderate promotion, the cost would be between 10 to 15 million, which Zhou Yuchen could completely afford. Noticing that Zhou Yuchen was interested in hiring his team, Yisheng immediately picked up the phone to contact his partners. While waiting, he eagerly showed Zhou Yuchen around. The office environment at Dingshang Gaming Company is indeed luxurious. In the 4 spacious offices, brand new desks and chairs are neatly arranged. A space that could originally accommodate 300 people now houses only 120, giving each employee a generously sized workstation. What left a deep impression on Zhou Yuchen was that Yisheng, the company owner, did not have a private office but instead chose to work alongside his employees. When they toured the server room, Zhou Yuchen was awestruck by the sight. Over 200 servers were neatly lined up on the racks, each piece of equipment spotless, clearly well-maintained. Noticing Zhou Yuchen's gaze, Yisheng smiled wryly. "You might find this amusing. I was so confident back then, thinking that once the game launched, it would attract millions of players. But the highest number of online users barely reached 10,000. The online gaming market is fiercely competitive, and only a few can break through," Zhou Yuchen consoled him. "You don't need to be too disheartened, Mr. Yi. Failure is the mother of success." Yisheng shook his head. "I no longer have the capital to continue in online gaming." Faced with this statement, Zhou Yuchen chose to remain silent. As adults, some challenges must be faced alone, and outside comfort often doesn't help. An hour later, about 50 employees gathered in the office. Most of them were in their mid-20s, wearing glasses, and several had put on suits and ties, evidently preparing for future job interviews. After a brief self-introduction, Zhou Yuchen got straight to the point. "To be honest, acquiring Dingshang is not a necessity for me. With enough funds, I could start a new company at any time. But I'm here today because I see your potential. The game you developed, Blood Battle of Tang Dynasty, surpasses over 90% of online games on the market in both graphics and production, proving the team's solid capabilities. Therefore, I sincerely invite all of you to join my company and work together." "Mr. Zhou, are you saying you want the people but not the company?" Yisheng asked urgently. "That depends on their choice," Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. A young programmer with acne spoke up directly. "Mr. Zhou, we don't like empty promises. Just tell us, how much is the monthly salary? What are your expectations?" Zhou Yuchen asked in return. "Mr. Yi gave us a monthly salary of 12,000, guaranteed 1 day off per week, and overtime pay," the programmer replied. Zhou Yuchen turned to Yisheng. "No wonder you could gather everyone with just 1 call. That's top-tier treatment in the industry, right?" "Still a bit less than the top gaming companies," Yisheng answered. After weighing his options, Zhou Yuchen offered, "I can offer a monthly salary of 20,000, but there's a 1-month probation period. If you don't pass the probation, you leave with 10,000. If you pass, you stay on with a starting salary of 20,000. How does that sound?" 20,000 is pretty good. I'm willing to join." The group quickly expressed their agreement. Zhou Yuchen then arranged for them to return to their workstations and later called Yisheng aside to learn more about each employee's abilities. Yisheng was very cooperative, providing personnel files and introducing each one. In front of the company, more than a dozen job seekers had arrived. Zhou Yuchen recognized the familiar faces and welcomed them with a smile. To develop 3 game projects simultaneously, he needed to form 3 teams, each requiring at least 40 people to complete the tasks within a month. Soon, Zhou Yuchen and Yisheng completed the handover procedures, and he officially took over Dingsheng Game Company for 4.8 million. At noon, he hosted a lunch for all future employees at a nearby restaurant, and quickly convened the first all-staff meeting afterward. In the meeting room, 72 employees were seated in an orderly manner. Zhou Yuchen concisely outlined the organizational structure. 3 development groups, each with 20 members, with 1 leader and 2 deputies. The remaining 12 people would handle human resources, finance, and daily office tasks. A new company needed a new identity. Zhou Yuchen decided to rename Dingsheng Games to Yuchen Games, using a character from both his and his daughter Zhu's names. He arranged for someone to handle the renaming procedures the next day. Once the new company name was approved, they would sign official contracts with the employees. By the time the meeting ended, it was nearly afternoon, and Zhou Yuchen remembered he needed to pick up Zhu from school. He hurriedly drove to the kindergarten, which was fortunately not far away. As he arrived at the gate, the security guard was just opening it. As he was about to leave with Zhou Yu, teacher Miao Yulan stopped him. Mr. Zhou, Children's Day is approaching, and we need a few parents to perform on stage. Zhou Yu has already signed you up. We hope you can spare some time to prepare. Zhou Yuchen looked down at Zhou Yu, who was shrinking her neck and avoiding eye contact. Miao Yulan smiled and said, if you really don't have time, we won't force you. Just one performance, it's no problem. Zhou Yuchen readily agreed. On the drive home, Zhou Yu was unusually quiet. Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle and asked, sweetheart, is there something you want to tell me? Zhou Yu, with her big, watery eyes, explained, Daddy, I didn't mean to. When the teacher asked whose parents could perform, the whole class raised their hands, so I did too. I didn't expect the teacher to pick us. Why not let mommy perform then? Because mommy has to work, she's very busy. Zhou Yu's reasoning made Zhou Yuchen laugh. Seeing her father silent, Zhou Yu pitifully asked, Daddy, are you mad? How could I be? Daddy will never be mad at Zhou. Then why aren't you talking? Because Daddy is thinking about what to perform. Zhou Yuchen smiled. But it's a secret, I can't tell you. Xiao Yaya pouted and said in a playful tone, Daddy, tell me please. Zhou Yuchen replied firmly, I won't tell you. Fine, I don't want to know anyway, Xiao Yaya huffed, her puffed-up cheeks making Zhou Yuchen burst into laughter. When Shun Jingyun came home from work and heard that Zhou Yuchen was going to perform at the Children's Day event, she was immediately intrigued. She walked into the kitchen with a sly smile. So, did our daughter get you into this? I'm at a loss, Zhou Yuchen sighed. Have you decided what to perform? Martial arts. Shin Jingyan raised an eyebrow. That's a good idea. It's better than singing or dancing. The kids will love it. Tonight, I'll find some martial arts performance videos online to learn from, and I'll start practicing tomorrow morning, Zhou Yuchen said. What? Shin Jingyan exclaimed. You're going to learn it on the fly? Aren't you already skilled in martial arts? I practice Xingyi Quan, and it looks terrible. I need to learn those graceful and visually appealing performance moves. That's quite the effort, Shin Jingyan said with a smile. Zhou Yuchen glanced at her. Why do I feel like you're enjoying this a bit too much? Want to take my place? No, Shin Jingyan shook her head and backed away. I wouldn't dream of taking away your opportunity. Ah, such is the way of the world these days, Zhou Yuchen lamented, shaking his head. Shin Jingyun couldn't help but burst into laughter. That night, Zhou Yuchen spent half an hour finding over 10 impressive martial arts performance videos online. While these routines had little practical use, they were visually stunning. He edited the most captivating moves together, set them to dramatic, fast-paced music, and created a performance that was sure to impress. With his photographic memory, he quickly memorized all the moves, needing only to practice a few times the next day to be ready. At 3 a.m., in the inpatient department of Yanhai First People's Hospital, a masked nurse pushed a cart toward Luo Haifeng's ward. Two young policemen at the door immediately stood up. What's going on? One of them asked. The nurse pointed to the glucose infusion on the cart. Changing the medication? Changing it? Wasn't it just changed 5 minutes ago? The policeman noticed something was off and reached for his gun. But it was too late. The nurse had already plunged a short knife into his neck with precision. Without hesitation, she pulled out the bloodied blade and aimed for the heart of the second policeman. The first officer's carotid artery spurted blood as he collapsed heavily. The second officer, shocked, instinctively stepped back, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The nurse moved like lightning, her short knife gleaming menacingly under the hospital corridor lights. 3 sharp flashes of the blade forced the police officer to retreat repeatedly. On the 4th step back, a silver streak slashed across his neck. Blood gushed through his fingers as he opened his mouth, but he collapsed to the ground with his words unfinished. The entire scene unfolded in less than half a minute, ending the lives of 2 young officers. The nurse didn't pause, pushing open the ward door directly. Boss, time is short. We must leave immediately, she said, her voice as cold as ice, as she stood by Luo Haifeng's hospital bed. Feigning sleep, Luo Haifeng suddenly opened his eyes, deftly removed the 4 from his wrist, pressed a hand to the wound on his chest, and responded in a deep voice, let's go. A man in a lab coat had already dealt with the officers' bodies in the hallway. The 3 swiftly entered an elevator, and the man leaped up, smashing the surveillance camera with a punch. 5 minutes later, a white van vanished into the night outside the hospital. As soon as they left, chaos erupted throughout the inpatient department. Shin Qinggang, jolted awake by a call from Deputy Director Zhu Jiang, was furious upon learning that 2 officers and a guard had been killed. This is outrageous. Director Zhu, list Luo Haifeng as a Class A fugitive and launch a nationwide manhunt. Set up roadblocks on all routes leaving Yanhai. He must not escape. Quickly dressing, Shun Qinggang prepared to leave. His wife, Dai Wan, handed him his coat and shoes with practiced ease, saying only, come back safe. He nodded in response, I will. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shun Qinggang reviewed the surveillance footage, his pupils contracting. Such a sharp knife technique. This woman must be a professional assassin. Deputy Director Zhu Jiang analyzed. Director, we have indeed underestimated Luo Haifeng. He likely has a group of desperados under his command. The two fugitives who previously attacked Zhou Yuchen might just be a part of it. What about Zhang Wei? Xin Qinggang inquired. Using the Sky Eye system, we've tracked the van's route. Zhang Wei is leading the pursuit. Considering the emotional impact of our colleagues' deaths, I've dispatched armed police for support, Zhu Jiang explained. Xin Qinggang's expression turned somber. Those two fallen comrades. Zhu Jiang's eyes reddened. Wang Tao, 25 years old, had been on the force for less than 2 years, was supposed to get married next month. Sun Jiaming, 28, leader of Team 2, leaves behind a 2-year-old daughter. Xin Qinggang was visibly shaken. He turned his head and stared wide-eyed at Zhu Jiang, his face pale. After a long pause, he managed to utter in a trembling voice, "They're not even 30 yet. This Lu Haifeng, damn him." An hour later, news from Zhang Wei arrived. The van had been abandoned in a secluded forest on the outskirts. Footprints at the scene indicated that only one person was involved, and they speculated that the suspect had likely transferred Lu Haifeng midway. Meanwhile, Yin Qingfeng, who had just finished his morning exercise, received a call from Guomao. Upon hearing that a female assassin, disguised as a nurse, had killed 2 police officers and then abducted Lu Haifeng, his expression turned grim. Lu Haifeng was now listed as a Class A wanted criminal, with police forces across the city on alert, and all major traffic routes were being thoroughly checked. Guozi, do you think Lu Haifeng knows it was us? Yin Qingfeng asked in a low voice. Guomao was silent for a moment on the other end of the line before replying. Hard to say. Brother, I'm coming over right now. I need to be with you to ensure your safety. All right. After hanging up, Yin Qingfeng took a deep breath and murmured to himself, a storm is brewing. Since Lu Haifeng is alive, it's time to meet Shan Desai's future son-in-law. On the other side, Zhou Yuchen had just dropped off Zhu Yu at school when he received a call from Shan Qinggang, informing him of Lu Haifeng's escape. Zhou Yuchen's face changed dramatically. If Lu Haifeng learns about me from Lu Hao, I'll be in extreme danger. It's not just about me. I'm worried about Zhu Yu getting dragged into this. For now, don't pick up or drop off Zhu Yu. I'll arrange for police protection around the clock, Xin Qinggang assured him. This is not a long-term solution, Zhou Yuchen said, frowning. We must find Lu Haifeng quickly and deal with him. That's obvious. Xin Qinggang replied irritably, Yanhai is so big. If he hides somewhere randomly, finding him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Then don't bother with the protection, Zhou Yuchen said firmly. Since he knows about me, I might as well lure him out. Are you crazy? Xin Qinggang exclaimed. The problem started with me, so I should be the one to end it, Zhou Yuchen stated decisively. Xin Qinggang assumed Zhou Yuchen was referring to the matter of defrauding Lu Hao and quickly explained, you were helping the police. How can you say it started with you? Director Xin, for the next few days, just focus on arranging for someone to pick up and drop off the child. I'll be waiting for Lu Haifeng or his people to come to me, Zhou Yuchen said before hanging up. As a master-level martial artist, Zhou Yuchen possessed physical and mental capabilities far beyond the ordinary, with exceptionally keen senses. He could immediately detect any hostile intent directed his way. Therefore, he wasn't worried about his safety. His only concern was whether Lu Haifeng, unable to get to him, might target his family and children instead, something he absolutely could not accept. How can I find Lu Haifeng? Zhou Yuchen sat in his office chair, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he realized there was only one feasible plan: luring the opponent out into the open. However, this scheme might disrupt the Children's Day performance at the kindergarten, and the thought of Zhou Yu's disappointed expression filled him with unease. Upon arriving at Yuchen Game Company, Zhou Yuchen immediately convened a meeting with the lead and deputy leaders of the 3 development teams. Once everyone was seated in the conference room, he posed a seemingly simple yet profound question. Everyone, where do you think the future of gaming lies? The room fell into a brief silence as each person pondered the question seriously. After a moment, Zhou Yuchen's gaze settled on Team 1's leader, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, you go first. This young man, who shared his name with the famous strategist of the Wu Kingdom from the Three Kingdoms era, was only 23 years old. He had joined the company after graduating from university last year, and his exceptional skills had earned him the position of team leader in just 3 months. However, his appearance was in stark contrast to his abilities. Not very tall, with a thin face marked by acne scars, far from the handsome historical figure he was named after. I believe the future will likely belong to mobile games, Zhou Yu stated firmly. Zhou Yuchen's eyes lit up. Why? He had intended to introduce the concept of mobile gaming with this question, but Zhou Yu had already voiced his thoughts. The young man's keen insight delighted him. Zhou Yu waved his orange mobile phone. I bought this phone 2 months ago and often play games on it during my free time. Compared to online games, mobile games can be played anytime, anywhere, which is much more convenient. The problem is that mobile devices can't handle large-scale online games. Team Two's leader, Hua Haiyang, adjusted his glasses and frowned. Players can at most enjoy a few casual minigames. I think, for the next few years, online games are still more reliable. Communication technology is advancing rapidly, and many companies are developing 4G networks. Zhou Yu replied calmly. Once 4G networks are available, mobile games will inevitably rise. After some discussion, the other deputy leaders, including Team 3's leader He Zhen, agreed with Zhou Yu's perspective. When He Zhen tentatively asked, "Boss, you don't mean to start developing mobile games now, do you?" Zhou Yuchen snapped his fingers and confirmed with a smile, "Correct answer. This isn't a large-scale game project. It's a mobile minigame." Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Boss, have you already prepared the game design plan?" Zhou Yuchen nodded in confirmation and explained, "Exactly. I've divided you into 3 small groups because I have 3 mobile minigame design plans. These are simple projects, expected to be completed within a month. Once finished, they'll be promoted and sold on Orange, Seagull, and Excellence, the 3 major gaming platforms. What about after a month? What will we do then?" Heishan inquired. "A week of paid vacation," Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask the question everyone was thinking. If these 3 mobile games fail, do we need to start looking for new jobs? To be honest, Zhou Yuchen admitted, "I'm not a trust fund kid, but I do have some savings. If this fails, it means the market isn't mature enough, and we'll pivot to the computer network games sector." He paused. "Also, regarding the bonus, I should clarify in advance. Consider this the first pie in the sky I'm offering." This unexpected candor amused everyone present. It was rare for a boss to openly admit to dangling a carrot like this. "If these 3 minigames succeed, each of you 9 will receive a minimum 7-figure bonus," Zhou Yuchen continued. "Boss, you're not counting the decimal places, are you?" Zhou Yu joked. Zhou Yuchen shot him a look. "You're too talkative. I'll calculate separately just for you." No, I was wrong." Zhou Yu quickly surrendered. At this point, Heishan raised a crucial question. "Boss, how much profit is considered successful?" "See that?" Zhou Yuchen looked at Zhou Yu. "That's the core question he asked." "I was just joking earlier," Zhou Yu laughed. "But boss, you're not setting a billion target, are you?" "Precisely a billion," Zhou Yuchen replied without hesitation. "How else could I pay you a 20 million bonus?" Zhou Yu sighed. "A mobile game selling for over 30 million is epic-level difficulty. As far as I know, only 3 games have achieved that." "That just means their games weren't good enough," Zhou Yuchen said confidently. "All right, I'll send you the 3 game plans now. Spend 2 hours studying them, and then we'll discuss in detail." In fact, ever since the Orange smartphone hit the market, Zhou Yuchen had been contemplating developing casual mobile games. Previously, he lacked both the funds and manpower, but now those issues were resolved, making the development of mini-games a natural progression. Just last night, he stayed up all night finalizing the plans for Angry Birds, Fruit Ninja, and Casual Crush. After careful consideration, he decided to assign Zhou Yu to Angry Birds, Hua Haiyang to Casual Crush, and He Zhen to Fruit Ninja. After everyone reviewed the plans, Zhou Yu appeared a bit concerned. "Technically, it's not difficult, but will people really pay for such simple games?" Hua Haiyang had a different opinion. "I think they're great. The games may be simple, but they have distinct features. Take Casual Crush, for example. If the price is right, I'd buy it." He Zhen's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The game Fruit Ninja has taken touchscreen technology to its pinnacle. The idea of slicing various fruits with a single swipe is truly brilliant. This kind of game will either be completely ignored or become a nationwide sensation. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yuchen pushed the door open and walked steadily to his seat. His expression was calm, and his gaze was resolute. "No, our goal isn't just nationwide. We aim to take the world by storm. Our real battleground is in Europe and America." He continued to explain. "Even though the GDP of Xia country is now the 3rd largest globally, just like in the past, domestic users haven't developed the habit of paying for legitimate copies. Even if they decide to purchase, most people will weigh their options repeatedly, seeking value for money. Therefore, games like Angry Birds, Fruit Ninja, and casual puzzle games must first succeed in foreign markets." Heishan's eyes widened. "Boss, you're really thinking big." Zhou Yuchen's lips curved slightly. "If we don't think big, how can we make money?" "But boss," Heishan's expression turned serious. "I've learned that Xia country's mobile games might need to pay a significant deposit to enter the European and American markets." "What deposit?" Zhou Yuchen frowned. Heishan explained in detail. "For example, the Orange game platform charges only a 30 sales commission for releases in our country, but in Europe and America, they not only take a 40 cut but also require a 500,000 deposit upfront. If the game's performance is poor and doesn't meet this sales threshold, the money will be deducted as marketing expenses. The policies of the Excellent and Haiyan platforms are likely similar." "Damn." Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but curse. "This is pure discrimination." Heishan sighed helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. The three major mobile operating systems are owned by European and American telecom companies, and they've monopolized the game download platforms. Unless Xia country develops its own operating system one day, we have no other choice. A flicker of determination crossed Zhou Yuchen's eyes. I believe that day will come. Zhou Yuchen wasn't surprised by the domineering tactics of foreign tech companies. He recalled the experience of Huawei in his past life, breaking through in the communications field, only to face a chip ban that severely impacted its mobile business, forcing it to split subsidiaries. It wasn't until years later, after conquering lithography machine technology and breaking the chip blockade, that Huawei phones returned to the market and eventually topped the global charts. Compared to that, a mere 500,000 deposit was insignificant. I'll have someone thoroughly investigate the specifics, Zhou Yuchen said. If just paying a deposit can get us into the global market, it's an investment worth making. Hua Haiyang nodded in agreement. That's right. The key is whether our game can achieve good results. As long as the transaction amount exceeds $2 million, this so-called deposit will no longer exist. Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath, his gaze steady as he surveyed everyone in the meeting room. No matter what, we need to develop the game first before discussing sales. Everyone, tell me, what difficulties are you facing in developing these three games within a month? Zhou Yu was the first to speak. The technical challenges are indeed not as hard as Blood Battle of the Tang Dynasty, but we are short on manpower. If I could get 20 more skilled programmers, I'd have no problem. Hua Haiyang and He Jin exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously said, "It's the same situation on our end. No problem with getting more people." Zhou Yuchen immediately responded, "I'll start the recruitment process right away, boss." Hua Haiyang leaned forward, "I know quite a few experts in the game development field. Can we bring them in?" Zhou Yuchen nodded with a smile. "Of course. You are the team leaders, the heads of development. As long as you believe their skills are up to par, you can bring them in with the same benefits as others." The three team leaders showed their delight and thanked him in unison. Zhou Yuchen raised his hand to signal them, "Don't be too happy just yet. Let me make one thing clear. If the people you bring in are not up to standard or have any conduct issues, not only will they be asked to leave, but you three will also be penalized. Understand?" "Understood," the three replied solemnly. That afternoon, the teams immediately began their intense work. Zhou Yuchen personally gave each team a lecture, explaining in detail the game development strategy. He was able to provide optimal solutions to the various technical challenges raised by the employees. Everyone was surprised to discover that their boss was actually a technical expert, and they all looked at him with admiration. Zhou Yu, in particular, who was quick-witted, seized the opportunity to consult Zhou Yuchen on a long-standing problem. With a bit of thought, Zhou Yuchen provided 3 perfect solutions, leaving Zhou Yu thoroughly impressed. In just one afternoon, Zhou Yuchen had won over the entire company with his solid professional skills. Just then, his phone rang. "Daddy, where did you go? Why aren't you picking me up?" came the pitiful voice of little Yaya. Zhou Yuchen's heart tightened. "Sweetheart, there's an urgent matter at the company that I need to handle. It might take a few days before I can return. Can you forgive Daddy?" "Whoa, Daddy, are you going to be gone for a long time like before?" "Don't cry, sweetheart." Zhou Yuchen gently comforted her. "When you cry, it makes Daddy's heart ache. Don't worry, I will definitely be at school for Children's Day. Remember? I'm going to perform. Do you want to know what Daddy will perform?" "I do," little Yaya answered in her cute voice. "Daddy is going to perform a really cool martial arts routine." "Great. I want to see Daddy do martial arts." The little girl instantly became excited. "Make sure to listen to Mommy these days, okay?" "Okay. Mommy and I have moved to Grandpa and Grandma's house." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuchen's heart was finally at ease. Shinchengong's residence in the government housing compound was the safest place in Yunhai, with armed police guarding the perimeter and security personnel patrolling 247. Even if Luo Haifeng was bold, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. After finally calming down Xiao Yeye with considerable effort, Zhou Yuchen rubbed his aching shoulders and let out a sigh of relief. Compared to practicing a set of Xingyi boxing, soothing this little one was several times more exhausting. After work that day, he invited the team leaders and their deputies from the 3 groups for a meal to celebrate the start of their project. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, the atmosphere warmed up, and everyone began to affectionately call Zhou Yuchen Brother Chun instead of the formal boss. As the group left the hotel, satisfied from the meal, Zhou Yuchen took out his phone to call a designated driver to take everyone home. Just then, a stern-looking middle-aged man suddenly blocked his path. "Are you Zhou Yuchen? Our boss wants to see you," the man stated bluntly. Zhou Yuchen frowned. "Who is your boss?" "Yin Qingfeng," the middle-aged man replied succinctly. The mention of this name startled Zhou Yuchen, but he feigned confusion. "Do I know your boss?" The middle-aged man, Yin Qingfeng's personal bodyguard Guomao, remained expressionless. "I don't want to get rough." "Hey, are you looking for a fight?" Zhou Yu immediately shouted. The others also rolled up their sleeves, glaring at Guomao, ready to step in. Guamauta paid no attention to these weaklings and pointed to a nearby parked stretch Maybach. Mr. Zhou, our boss is in the car. It won't take long. All right, I'll go have a word with your boss, Zhou Yuchen agreed. Brother Chen, they don't seem like good people. Hua Haiyang quickly cautioned him. Don't worry, with so many people watching, they can't exactly kidnap me, Zhou Yuchen reassured him with a smile. As he approached the Maybach, the car door slowly opened, and Yin Qingfeng emerged with an imposing presence. Mr. Yin, what do you want with me? Zhou Yuchen asked. Yin Qingfeng's sharp gaze scrutinized Zhou Yuchen's face. Calm and composed. No wonder you dared to use the borrow a knife to kill strategy on me. Aren't you afraid I'll turn this knife back on you? Mr. Yin, what are you talking about? Borrow a knife to kill? What counterattack? I really don't understand what you're saying. Zhou Yuchen feigned ignorance, all the while planning to deny everything. After all, Yin Qingfeng had no evidence that he was the one who sent the video. At most he could only suspect. Are you saying you didn't send me that video? Video? I don't know anything about a video. Do you know Luo Hao? Of course. If it weren't for his false accusations, I wouldn't have ended up in prison. Luo Hao's downfall should have something to do with you, right? That doesn't seem to concern you. Mr. Yin, I need to get my friends home. If there's nothing else, let's end this here. As Zhou Yuchen turned to leave, Guamauta blocked his way. Sensing trouble, Zhou Yu, Hua Haiyang, and the others quickly approached. Zhou Yuchen gestured for them to stay back and turned to Yin Qingfeng. Mr. Yin, what exactly do you want? Yin Qingfeng replied calmly, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I just want to tell you that Luo Haifeng's people are watching me from not far away. Seeing us standing together, what do you think they'll make of it? You're smart. You should be able to figure it out. What Luo Haifeng thinks is none of my business, Zhou Yuchen said calmly, though a flicker of alertness flashed in his eyes. He had long sensed that someone was watching them from the shadows. Initially, he thought it was Yin Qingfeng's men, but it turned out to be Luo Haifeng. This discovery quickly helped Zhou Yuchen clarify the current situation. Luo Haifeng had found out that it was Yin Qingfeng who made a move against him, and since Yin Qingfeng knew he was exposed, he deliberately came to find him. No matter what attitude he adopted, as long as Luo Haifeng saw him, he would inevitably become Luo Haifeng's first target. Yin Qingfeng had deep roots and many followers in Yunhai, making it difficult for Luo Haifeng to eliminate him in the short term. In contrast, Zhou Yuchen was isolated and without support in Yunhai, making him a logical priority for Luo Haifeng to eliminate. But all of this was within Zhou Yuchen's expectations. With Luo Haifeng's personality, as long as he had suspicions about him, he would strike without hesitation. Zhou Yuchen's only concern was that Luo Haifeng might not find out about Yin Qingfeng, but now it seemed this worry was unfounded. Mr. Zhou, Yin Qingfeng sneered, don't think that having Director Shun as your backer means you can do whatever you want. Luo Haifeng has even dared to kill police officers. He's desperate. You'd better not harbor any illusions. And if that video gets out, whether you did it or not, I'll assume it was you. When that happens, I'll stop at nothing to eliminate you and your family, including that adorable child. Hearing this threat, a sharp murderous intent flashed in Zhou Yuchen's eyes, and his voice turned icy. Mr. Yin, you're overestimating yourself. I know all about the Luo family affairs. Sending someone to assassinate Luo Haifeng and getting Luo Hao imprisoned weren't these you're doing? A cold smile played on Zhou Yuchen's lips. I could easily leave Yunhai, find a safe place to hide, and wait for you two to settle your scores. Yin Qingfeng laughed heartily. Mr. Zhou, you're indeed extraordinary. Now I'm sure you're the mysterious person who released the video. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Zhou Yuchen said, turning to go. Guamauta looked at Yin Qingfeng, and only after receiving a nod did he step aside. As Zhou Yuchen passed, he glanced at Guamauta. Baji Quan, mastering the hidden force, not bad. Guamauta's face changed drastically, and he immediately positioned himself in front of Yin Qingfeng. Transforming force. Zhou Yuchen replied coolly, your perception is good, but you're overestimating yourself. If I wanted to kill him, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Watching Zhou Yuchen's retreating figure, Guamauta finally let out a long breath. The aura of a master Zhou Yuchen exuded during their brief exchange had made him feel like he was facing an ancient, towering mountain, leaving him nearly breathless. In the martial arts world, there's a saying, when your kung fu is just a bit superior, it becomes immeasurably so. At this moment, the gap between Zhou Yuchen and Guamauta is the perfect testament to Thizit's not just a difference in strength, but an entire chasm of mastery. If Zhou Yuchen didn't purposely release his aura, Guamauta wouldn't even sense any threat. In other words, if Zhou Yuchen were to make a move, Guamauta wouldn't stand a chance, even with 10 lives. This realization sent a chill down Guamauta's spine. A young man in his 20s already being a kung fu master was beyond his comprehension. Guazi, what's wrong? Yin Qingfeng asked, patting Guamauta on the shoulder with a puzzled expression. Brother, if there's nothing else, you'd better not provoke Zhou Yuchen, Guamauta whispered. He's genuinely dangerous, more so than Tin Luo Haifeng's. Yin Qingfeng's pupils contracted. Are you sure you're talking about Zhou Yuchen? Absolutely, Guo Maoda replied firmly. Zhou Yuchen is a martial arts prodigy and has reached the level of Hua Jin Da. How does he compare to you? A trace of bitterness appeared on Guo Maoda's face. I wouldn't dare compare myself to a Hua Jin master. Yin Qingfeng knew his brother was always confident and never exaggerated. Since he spoke so highly of Zhou Yuchen, it must be true. Shock and apprehension flashed across Yin Qingfeng's face, which quickly turned into a meaningful smile. Since Zhou Yuchen is so formidable, he might just take on Luo Haifeng. It could save us a lot of trouble. Brother, how about we spread the word that Luo Hao's arrest was reported by Zhou Yuchen? Guo Maoda suggested. Sure, Guozi. You have the makings of a strategist. Brother, don't tease me. Before Guo Maoda could finish, a strong sense of unease surged within him. Quick, take cover, he shouted, pushing Yin Qingfeng aside forcefully. Bang! A bullet pierced Guo Maoda's shoulder, forcing a stifled groan from him. Damn, there's a sniper. Get back to the hotel. Zhou Yuchen reacted swiftly, immediately directing everyone back to the hotel lobby, while he hid nearby to observe. Both he and Yin Qingfeng had underestimated Luo Haifeng's audacity and capability. The drug lord not only acquired a sniper rifle, but dared to attack Yin Qingfeng in broad daylight. Guo Maoda displayed true bravery. Despite his severe injury, his first instinct was to shield Yin Qingfeng, rolling them both under a car to avoid 2 more sniper shots. The bodyguards finally reacted, and 4 black SUVs quickly formed a protective circle. Inside the hotel, guests panicked upon learning there was a sniper outside. The hotel owner, both shocked and furious, immediately called the police. Under the car, Yin Qingfeng felt something wet on his face. Wiping it with his hand, he realized it was blood. Guozi, how are you? He asked anxiously. If not for Guo Maoda's timely rescue, he might have already met his end. Guo Maoda clutched his bleeding shoulder, panting heavily. I got shot, but it's just a graze. I'll be fine. Yin Qingfeng sighed in relief, then blamed himself. I was too careless this time. I knew we were being followed and still tried to use them against Zhou Yuchen. The responsibility lies with me. I didn't expect them to have a sniper rifle, Guo Maoda replied, his face slightly pale. I didn't expect this either, Yin Qingfeng said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. To ensure their safety, the two lay motionless under the car for 20 minutes. Only when the sound of police sirens grew closer and several police cars arrived, did they cautiously crawl out from under the vehicle. Zhou Yuchen's old friend, Detective Captain Zhang Wei, quickly approached Yin Qingfeng. Mr. Yin, I'm Zhang Wei from the detective squad. What happened here? Perhaps I've offended someone, Yin Qingfeng explained helplessly. They sent a sniper to kill me. Luckily, my brother saved me just in time, or I wouldn't be here. Noticing Guo Maoda's injury, Zhang Wei immediately arranged for a police car to take him to the hospital. During the recording of his statement, Yin Qingfeng gave a simple account of the attack, deliberately avoiding any mention of his conflict with Luo Haifeng. He didn't want to implicate Shui Yibing's case. Even though he was confident the police wouldn't find evidence, he preferred not to become a focal point of their investigation. What brought you to this hotel, Mr. Yin? Zhang Wei inquired further. Just meeting a friend for a chat. Someone who warrants a personal visit from you must be quite significant. Can you disclose this friend's identity? We need to understand the situation. Knowing he couldn't hide it, Yin Qingfeng reluctantly mentioned Zhou Yuchen's name. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. What business do you have with Zhou Yuchen? As far as I know, he's just unemployed and shouldn't have any commercial dealings with you. It's a private matter, not something I can elaborate on, Yin Qingfeng responded succinctly. Zhang Wei then sent officers to look for Zhou Yuchen, but he was nowhere to be found in the entire hotel. In the end, they brought in the inebriated Zhou Yu, Hua Haiyang, and He Zhan for questioning. Did you see where Zhou Yuchen went? Everyone shook their heads. Zhou Yu, hiccuping from the alcohol, said, when the shots were fired, Brother Chun told us to go back to the lobby. I think he hid behind a pillar near the entrance, but I don't know after that. Hearing this, Yin Qingfeng had a thought. Could that guy have gone after the assailant? That's quite the bold move. After organizing his notes, Zhang Wei fell into a brief contemplation before picking up his phone and directly dialing Shan Qinggong's number. He detailed the case's developments, and after a moment of silence, Shan Qinggong asked, "What's your take on this?" Yin Qingfeng has major issues, Zhang Wei replied decisively. If the assassin was indeed sent by Luo Haifeng, it indicates an irreconcilable enmity between them. But one is a real estate company CEO, and the other is a transportation company CEO. They hardly have any business overlap, so such deep animosity shouldn't exist. Haven't you encountered enough illogical things in your years of handling cases? Shan Qinggong's tone turned serious. When investigating, we must boldly hypothesize and carefully verify. Speak out if you have any suspicions. Zhang Wei straightforwardly said. I suspect that both reporting Luo Hao for drug use and the assassination attempt on Luo Haifeng were orchestrated by Yin Qingfeng. Sir, just last night, a former employee of Qingfeng Real Estate beat up Luo Hao in prison. It seems so, Xin Qingyang analyzed. Some reason has turned Yin Qingfeng and Luo Haifeng into mortal enemies. Yin Qingfeng's attempt to eliminate Luo Haifeng failed, and after Luo Haifeng was discharged, he immediately sent a sniper to retaliate. That's what I think too. And what about Zhou Yuchen? Xin Qingyang questioned further. What role does he play in this? Why did Yin Qingfeng want to see him at such a critical moment? I haven't figured that out yet. However, Zhou Yuchen did disappear when the sniper incident occurred. He and Yin Qingfeng must be connected somehow. Find him quickly. Understood. Back at the government residential compound, Shen Qingyang entered his study with a heavy heart. The complex relationships among the three men left him bewildered. Meanwhile, in the living room, little Yaya was performing a new nursery rhyme she learned in kindergarten for her grandmother and mother. Her clear voice and exaggerated gestures made Shen Qingyang smile. After the performance, amid applause, Yaya shyly hid in Shan Jingyun's arms. Yaya, is this the program you'll perform for Children's Day? Shen Qingyang asked with a smile. Yes, Grandpa. Wonderful. Shen Qingyang gave a thumbs up. I heard your dad is going to perform too? Yes. Yaya got excited. Dad said he's going to perform a really cool martial arts routine. Every martial arts routine has a name. Do you know what your dad's is called? Yaya paused, then shook her head, saying, Dad didn't say. She quickly grew anxious. Mom, call and ask him. I need to tell the teacher the program's name tomorrow. All right, I'll call Dad now, Shen Jingyan said with a smile. Beside her, Dai-Wan adjusted her glasses, thoughtfully observing her husband. As his longtime partner, she knew Shan Qingyang too well wouldn't go through the roundabout way of having a child contact their father unless something was up with Zhou Yuchen. Soon, the call was connected. Jingyun. Is something the matter? Zhou Yuchen's voice came through the phone. It's your precious daughter who wants to talk to you, Shin Jingyun said with a smile as she handed the phone to Xiaoyu. Daddy, what's the name of the performance you're doing? Xiaoyu eagerly asked. Oh dear, Zhou Yuchen said, sounding a bit regretful. I forgot to name it. How about you help me come up with one? Xiaoyu furrowed her little brows, thinking hard for a while, but eventually shook her head. Daddy, you better think of it yourself. I can't come up with anything. Let's call it Baijiaquan, Zhou Yuchen suggested. Why Baijiaquan? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Zhou Yuchen patiently explained. Because the set of martial arts I'm performing includes many different styles. Are there 100 styles? If not, then it shouldn't be called Baijiaquan. Zhou pointed out the logical flaw seriously. Zhou Yuchen was momentarily at a loss, defeated by his daughter's straightforward thinking. Shin Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. So, when Daddy says Baijiaquan, he means many kinds of martial arts? Bai here means a lot, not exactly 100. Exactly, Mommy is absolutely right. Zhou Yuchen quickly agreed. Sweetie, it just means many styles of martial arts? Okay, then I'll tell the teacher the name tomorrow. Daddy, don't forget to come. Don't worry, Daddy will be there on time. At this moment, Shin Qingyang walked over. Xiaoyu, can I speak to Daddy for a bit? Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Shin Qingyang took the phone and went back to the study, while Shan Jingyun's expression turned serious, realizing something might be up. She glanced at Dai-Wan, who reassured her softly, it shouldn't be anything major, otherwise he wouldn't make a call like this. Shin Jingyun nodded in agreement. As the director of public security, if it were a major case, Shan Qingyang would definitely follow protocol and use a recorded line, as he always adhered to work discipline. Xiao Zhou, where are you? Shin Qingyang asked in the study. Outside Jiayuan community. What are you doing there? 10 minutes ago, the person who attempted to shoot Yin Qingfeng drove a white van into the community. He changed license plates twice along the way, and I've been tracking from a distance. I'm planning to go in and investigate, maybe find Luo Haifeng's exact location. No, Shin Qingyang firmly stopped him. Don't do anything. I'll immediately pull the surveillance around the area. If Luo Haifeng has been there, we'll definitely find out. Zhou Yuchen thought for a moment, then agreed. All right, I'll wait in the car. Also, Shin Qingyang continued. What is your relationship with Yin Qingfeng? I've never met him, not even heard of his name until now, Zhou Yuchen answered truthfully. What did you talk about? Zhou Yuchen recounted his conversation with Yin Qingfeng, including the mysterious video. What video? Shin Qingyang immediately honed in on the key point. Zhou Yuchen chuckled wryly. I don't know about the video either. I guess there's a video important to him that's out there, and he thought I had it. The problem is, I've only been in Yunhai for a few days. I don't even know which direction Qingfeng Real Estate's building faces, let alone have such an important video. Throughout the entire incident, the only connection Zhou Yuchen had was with that video. This fact stood like a cornerstone besides him. No one else knew that he had given the video to Yin Qingfeng. You really don't have the video? Shan Qingyang squinted, his words carrying the sharpness typical of a detective. Although Zhou Yuchen's explanation seemed flawless, Shun's decades of police instincts told him that this video, crucial to Yin Qingfeng, could very well have been the spark for the entire incident, even prompting Yin to take action against the Luo family. Director Shin, I really don't have that damn video, Zhou Yuchen replied, his voice steady and firm. All right, Shin Qingyang said briefly. Stay put and don't alarm anyone. Give me some time and I'll get back to you. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shun Qingyang quickly donned his police uniform and strode out of the bedroom. He handed the phone back to his daughter. I might not be back tonight. Just go to sleep. Dad. Has something happened to him? Shun Jingyun's face was full of concern. Don't worry, Shin Qingyang reassured her with a calming smile. He's smart. He'll be fine. Downstairs, Shun Qingyang got into a police car, made 5 consecutive calls to coordinate tasks, and then drove to the Yunhai Police Department headquarters. Half an hour later, he stood in front of the large screen in the monitoring department. How's it going? Shin Qingyang got straight to the point. Zhang Chao, the head of the monitoring department, pointed to the second screen, showing a black SUV. Director, the woman driving is Wang Yingying. On the morning of the incident at the hospital, she drove into the Jiehua community. From her and the tall man in the passenger seat, they matched the description of the two who abducted Luo Haifeng. The tech team is conducting further analysis. What about the car? It's parked under Building 6. Zhang Chao indicated the fourth screen. This community was built over 30 years ago, and property management is lax. We haven't confirmed the exact floor yet. Keep Jiehua community under 24-hour surveillance, Shen Qingyang instructed with a steady and powerful voice. Remember, Luo Haifeng is extremely dangerous, so do not alert anyone. Understood. Meanwhile, just 100 meters away from Jiehua community, undercover officer Zhang Wei climbed into Zhou Yuchen's luxury car. This luxury car is really something. It's way more comfortable than our police vehicles, Zhang Wei remarked, shifting in his seat with genuine admiration. Captain Zhang, if you like it, you can resign and become my driver, Zhou Yuchen suggested. I guarantee you'll earn more than as a police captain. Zhang Wei chuckled. No way. With my temper, I'd probably get fired by you in 2 days. Then his expression turned serious. How's it going? Once they went in, they haven't come out, Zhou Yuchen answered succinctly. We've got the surrounding surveillance under control, Zhang Wei said. The sniper you saw is likely one of the suspects who killed my 2 brothers. What are you planning to do? Surveillance, Zhang Wei replied decisively. We only know they're in Unit 6 on the 6th floor, but we're not sure about the exact level, Zhou Yuchen said gravely. We can't make any rash moves with Luo Haifeng. We need to avoid harming innocents. 5 floors, 10 households, it shouldn't be hard to investigate, Zhang Wei replied with a glint of certainty in his eyes. Once the tech department confirms it's those 2 from the hospital, my people will go straight to the elderly lady on the 1st floor who knows the neighborhood inside out. Once we pinpoint the exact floor, it'll be easier to handle. He turned to Zhou Yuchen. Mr. Zhou, it's getting late. Leave this to us. Zhou Yuchen frowned. Are you planning to abandon the mission halfway? Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. I can't afford to bear such a heavy accusation. All right, I'll head back first. Call me anytime if anything comes up. My phone's on 247, Zhou Yuchen said before turning to leave. An hour later, Zhou Yuchen returned home, took a hot shower, and sat cross-legged on his bed to practice Tai Chi meditation. Meanwhile, in room 501 of Unit 6 in the Jiehua neighborhood, Luo Haifeng sat on the sofa with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression dark. Across from him were 4 assassins, 3 men and 1 woman, their eyes cold and serpent-like. A negotiation was underway. I have $3 billion overseas, Luo Haifeng said, exhaling a smoke ring, his voice simmering with suppressed anger. Rescue my son and eliminate Yin Qingfeng and Zhou Yuchen, and 20 billion is yours. He finally understood the danger of nurturing a viper in his bosom. The team of assassins he had cultivated over the years had revealed their true intentions after Wang Yingying risked everything to rescue him, not gratitude, but a desire for his wealth. Luo Haifeng's decade-long drug business had made him immensely rich, and these people clearly planned to take the money and disappear. But Luo Haifeng was no easy target. He laid out these 2 conditions directly. Boss, Wang Yingying raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't we get some benefits first after all the effort we put into finding out the truth at the hospital? I've said it many times, Luo Haifeng replied coldly. All domestic accounts are frozen. We need to be in Australia to access the money. Fang Nong, the oldest, previously responsible for cleaning up at the hospital, drew a dagger from his waist. Boss, we don't want to resort to torture. Luo Haifeng sneered. After all these years, do you think I'm afraid of this? Fang Nong, go ahead and try your tricks. If you can make me give up a single penny, I'll call you Grandpa. Fang Nong, furious, stood up abruptly. Fine, let's try. Luo Haifeng took a deep drag on his cigarette, staring coldly at Fang Nong without a word. Old Fang, don't be impulsive, Wang Yingying intervened. The boss has been through hell and back, and he's injured now. If anything happens, we might not get a cent. Fang Nong visibly recoiled at Wang Yingying's gaze and quickly sat back in his chair. With a grave expression, he said, Chu Fei went to snipe Yin Qingfeng, but his security measures are exceptionally tight. It's not going to be easy to take him out. Standing nearby, Chu Fei was expressionless, his black baseball cap pulled low and dressed entirely in black, exuding a cold aura. He spoke calmly, saving lives or taking them. It's a choice. Exactly. Wang Yingying continued. We aren't confident about executing two operations simultaneously. Luo Haifeng pondered for a moment, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Save Luo Hao, kill Zhou Yuchen. How about that plan? We only suspect Zhou Yuchen of sending the video to Yin Qingfeng. We have no solid evidence, Fang Nong reminded. As long as there's any suspicion, I can't let him go, Luo Haifeng said decisively. Besides, this guy already has a grudge with Luo Hao. Wang Yingying immediately laid out a detailed plan. Fang Nong will stay here to protect the boss. Chu Fei will handle Zhou Yuchen. Rongshuan and I will go to Yunqing Talent Kindergarten tomorrow morning to plant the bombs. She turned to Yu Rongshuan, who looked scholarly with his glasses. Are you sure the commissioner of police's child is at that kindergarten? Yu Rongshuan gave a gentle smile, showing a completely different side from the beloved English teacher of children. I'm very sure. He explained the bomb placement plan in detail. One in the storage room for direct detonation to pressure the police. Another hidden in the gas pipeline of the teaching building as a backup. Boss, what do you think? Wang Yingying sought approval. Is the escape route arranged? Luo Haifeng asked. Yu Rongshuan was confident. I'll stay at the kindergarten. With bombs in hand, they must cooperate to send you and Luo Hao abroad. The other three can leave together. Once in Australia, you'll be safe. Do you trust them that much? Luo Haifeng raised an eyebrow. Yu Rongshuan pointed to Wang Yingying. Boss, let me introduce you. This is my wife. Luo Haifeng twitched his lips. You two really kept it well hidden. However, I want Yin Qingfeng to pay. Release the video of him and Shui Yibing online, ruin his reputation, and make the police suspect he killed his own wife. Wang Yingying immediately got to work. Soon, an indecent video created a sensation across major forums. Late-night netizens scrambled to download and save it, and although it was banned within half an hour, the video continued to spread wildly in the shadows. The police reacted quickly. In the brightly lit conference room of the police department, the technical team confirmed that Wang Yingying was the female assassin from the hospital and suspected that Luo Haifeng was likely hiding at her residence. Xin Xingang immediately convened a meeting at the police department to discuss countermeasures. Deputy Director Zhu Jiang pointed at the mosaic-covered footage on the screen with a grave expression. This video has gone viral across the internet. The male lead is Luo Haifeng's son, Luo Hao, while the female lead is Yin Qingfeng's wife, Shui Yibing. He paused before continuing his analysis. Based on our current information, we can speculate that after Yin Qingfeng saw the video and realized he was being cheated on, he was furious and reported Luo Hao. But he knows Luo Haifeng is not someone to be trifled with. Once Luo finds out who reported his son, he will surely retaliate. So Yin Qingfeng decided to strike first by sending someone to assassinate Luo Haifeng, though the attempt failed. Luo Haifeng escaped from the hospital and immediately launched a counterattack against Yin Qingfeng. This video was most likely released by him. The tech department is currently tracing the video source. How long will it take to find out? Xin Xingang asked. Within 24 hours, Zhu Jiang replied. Xin Xingang sneered in dissatisfaction. By then, it will be too late. Tracing the video source is mainly to determine if it came from Building 6 of Jiahua Community, which is not crucial. The urgent task is to identify Luo Haifeng's assassination team and capture them all. Zhu Jiang reported immediately. We've secretly installed a pinhole camera on the 5th floor. As soon as they appear, we can confirm their identities. Very good. Xin Xingang nodded. Consider 10 o'clock in the morning as the deadline. Try to capture them outside the perimeter. If not, proceed to action directly upstairs. Deputy Director Zhu, you are the commander of this operation. I await your good news. Zhu Jiang stood at attention and saluted. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Meanwhile, chaos reigned inside Yin Qingfeng's villa. Like an enraged lion, he had smashed the living room to pieces. The indecent video of Luo Hao and Shui Yibing had gone viral online, and the comments from netizens felt like daggers, shaming him deeply. 6 burly bodyguards stood by, not daring to make a sound. As Yin Qingfeng slumped onto the sofa amidst the debris, an unfamiliar number called in. Hello, this is Yin Qingfeng. This is Luo Haifeng, came the voice with a clear tone of mockery. Yin Qingfeng sat up abruptly, his voice cold. What does Mr. Luo want? I wanted to ask how you're feeling right now, Luo Haifeng laughed. This question ignited Yin Qingfeng's fury. You think you've won? I lost, and quite badly, thanks to you. Luo Haifeng's tone turned icy. I released this splendid video to embarrass you. Tell me, how did you get this video that was on my son's phone? Zhou Yuchen gave it to me, Yin Qingfeng replied without thinking. Zhou Yuchen has been in Yunhai for less than half a month. Do you think I would believe that? Luo Haifeng sneered. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Luo Haifeng took a deep breath, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. I never dreamed that my painstakingly built Haifeng transport group would end this way. Your regrets as a drug dealer are worthless. Yin Qingfeng coldly interrupted. Luo Haifeng clenched his fist tightly. A drug dealer? What about you? You're a murderer. You not only tried to assassinate me, tortured my son in prison, but also had your own wife killed. Yin Qingfeng, you're truly ruthless. Yin Qingfeng's face immediately darkened. That woman was fooling around with your son, humiliating me. How could I let her live? He sneered. Don't worry, I'll make sure your son is well taken care of. Isn't he over 200 pounds now? I promise he'll lose at least half of that in 6 months. Bastard! Luo Haifeng roared. Let me tell you. The police are onto you. They'll investigate Shui Yibing's death, and you'll get what's coming to you. Without evidence, no one can touch me, Yin Qingfeng replied dismissively. Luo Haifeng, you'd better think about how to escape the police's net. As he finished speaking, the sound of sirens filled the air, and Yin Qingfeng immediately hung up the phone. Moments later, several officers took him in for questioning. The next morning at 9, Wang Yingying and Yu Rongshuan were the first to leave the hotel, followed by Chu Fei carrying a black suitcase. The police quickly launched an investigation and discovered that Yu Rongshuan was an English teacher at Yunhai Talent's kindergarten. When the authorities realized the pair was less than 5 kilometers from the kindergarten, Chief Commander Zhu Zhang's expression changed dramatically. He grabbed the radio. All units, initiate the arrest immediately. The suspects are armed, and lethal force is authorized if necessary. The police swiftly moved into action. They first apprehended Luo Haifeng, who was bedridden with severe injuries, on the 5th floor. Fang Nong reacted quickly, jumping out of a window and using the air conditioners of 4 households as stepping stones. In less than a minute, he reached the ground only to find himself facing 5 automatic rifles, leaving him no choice but to surrender. Chu Fei was caught red-handed while scouting for the assassination of Zhou Yuchen at Lijiang Garden. Faced with a dozen heavily armed SWAT officers, he drew his gun in resistance but was quickly taken down in a pool of blood. The SWAT team deliberately avoided vital areas, ensuring his survival despite his injuries. Only the capture of Wang Yingying and Yu Rongshuan did not go as planned. On their way to the kindergarten, the highly alert Wang Yingying noticed they were being tailed. She quickly drew her gun and said to Yu Rongshuan, "We might be exposed." As an experienced veteran, Yu Rongshuan displayed remarkable composure in the face of crisis. He stared sharply ahead and said in a deep voice, "We are 5 kilometers away from the kindergarten. We have no choice but to take a gamble. Once we enter the kindergarten, we can control a large number of hostages." Suddenly, a crucial piece of information came to his mind. The granddaughter of Police Commissioner Shun Xingyang, Shun Xinyue, is in Class 6? Then let's head straight to Class 6, Wang Yingying said with a flash of ruthlessness in her eyes. With that little one in our hands, we have our life insurance. Yu Rongshuan slammed on the accelerator, and the speedometer needle shot up to 100 miles per hour. Zhang Wei, in the rear, immediately reported via radio. "Director Zhu, the target has detected our tailing. Our support will take 15 minutes to reach the kindergarten." Zhu Zhang's voice was icy. "We must stall them." Zhang Wei immediately turned on the siren and led 3 other black SUVs in a relentless pursuit. However, the traffic in Yunhai was as congested as in Yindu, with the main roads perpetually jammed. With less than 2 kilometers to the kindergarten, a traffic accident ahead caused a complete standstill. Yu Rongshuan and Wang Yingying decisively abandoned their car, commandeering a passerby's electric scooter to continue forward. Zhang Wei and his team followed suit, and as they rushed into the school building, they barely caught a glimpse of their 2 targets. Yu Rongshuan headed straight for Class 6, and upon learning that the children were rehearsing on the 4th floor, he and Wang Yingying immediately made their way to the rehearsal room. Inside the room, Zhou Yuchen was waiting idly with other parents, while little Yaya was backstage changing into her costume with her classmates. Suddenly, the clear sound of gunfire shattered the calm. While the other parents were still discussing who's setting off firecrackers, Zhou Yuchen had already pressed his ear to the ground, detecting the rapid footsteps. "Everyone hide. It's real gunfire," Zhou Yuchen shouted sternly. However, Zhang Qian sneered dismissively. "What? Think we're filming a Hong Kong movie?" The other parents burst into laughter. Zhou Yuchen couldn't be bothered to explain further and rushed directly backstage. In his view, ensuring Yaya's safety was the priority. As for the others, he had fulfilled his duty by warning them. Zhang Qian finally got his chance to take revenge on Zhou Yuchen. Watching Zhou Yuchen's panicked figure retreating backstage, he stood up smugly and mocked, "See that? He's got less guts than a mouse, scared by a few firecrackers." "I'm speechless." A parent, noticing Zhou Yuchen's unusual behavior, worriedly said, "Could it really be gunfire?" "If it is, I'll eat my hat," Zhang Qian scoffed. Just as the rehearsal room door was violently kicked open, a man and a woman burst in, guns in hand, freezing everyone in their tracks. Yu Rongshuan moved swiftly, covering the distance in a few strides, and grabbed the terrified Zhang Qian. "Don't move," he shouted, using Zhang Qian as a hostage. Bang! Wang Yingying fired without hesitation, hitting the leading fleeing father. "Move and you die," she warned coldly. The scene turned chaotic as Liao Xiaofan's father fell, shot. Parents screamed in terror and crouched down. Zhang Qian was the most pathetic. Having wet his pants in fear, his earlier arrogance vanished. "Mr. Yu, is this some kind of performance?" A parent who recognized Yu Rongshuan trembled as they asked. Yu Rongshuan was the most renowned English teacher at Inkai Kindergarten, known to nearly all the parents. "I don't have time for performances," Yu Rongshuan replied as he pressed the gun to Zhang Qian's head. "Where is Shen Xinyue?" The terrified Zhang Qian couldn't recall the name. Just then, Zhang Wei led over a dozen police officers through the door. "Drop your weapons," Zhang Wei commanded loudly. Bang! A gunshot was the response. Yu Rongshuan shot off half of Zhang Qian's ear, blood spurting out. "You drop yours," Yu Rongshuan said coldly. "Yu Rongshuan, Wang Yingying, your boss and 2 accomplices have already been caught. There's no point in resisting," Zhang Wei tried to reason. "The outcome is still undecided." Yu Rongshuan smiled eerily. "Zhang Qian, speak. Is Shen Xinyue backstage?" "Yes," Zhang Qian answered through the pain. "Yingying, take care of the hostages. I'm going to get our bargaining chip," Yu Rongshuan said as he retreated. Wang Yingying immediately pointed her gun at a female parent. "No problem." Meanwhile, in the police station, Zhu Zhang's face was grim. The situation was out of control. "Can someone tell me, who is Shen Xinyue?" The office door suddenly opened, and Shan Qinggang walked in. "Shen Xinyue is my granddaughter." The statement hit the office like a bomb. "Director, is Zhou Yu's full name Shen Xinyue?" Zhu Zhang exclaimed. Everyone knew Shen Qinggang had an unmarried daughter who had a granddaughter named Zhou Yu, but they never knew her full name. "Their aim is likely to use my granddaughter to threaten the police," Shen Qinggang analyzed calmly. Zhu Jiang hurried to notify Zhang Wei via radio but was stopped by Shen Qinggang. "Don't interfere with Zhang Wei's operation. I trust his abilities," Shen Qinggang stated. But Zhu Jiang tried to argue. "No buts. Order Zhang Wei to adapt to the situation and handle it himself," Shen Qinggang instructed firmly. Zhu Jiang nodded and immediately conveyed Shan Qinggang's orders to Zhang Wei. Meanwhile, at the standoff scene, Yu Rongshuan quietly retreated to the backstage corner. After instructing Zhang Qian to lie on the ground, he quickly slipped into the backstage dressing room. Just as he reached the doorway, a sudden gust of wind attacked from the right. As a martial arts expert with inner strength, Yu Rongshuan immediately sensed the danger. However, the opponent's speed was astonishing. Before he could react, his wrist was seized by an iron-like grip. A crisp crack sounded, and a powerful force shattered the bones in Yu Rongshuan's entire arm, causing it to hang limply like a noodle. His pistol fell to the ground with a clear clatter. Desperately trying to warn Wang Yingying outside, he opened his mouth, but a lightning-fast hand chopped from his opponent knocked him unconscious. The attacker was Zhou Yuchen. He had already instructed Miao Yulan to lead more than 10 children into the bathroom for safety, while he lay in wait behind the door. Listening carefully to the sounds outside, he relaxed slightly after confirming there were only 2 criminals. When Yu Rongshuan appeared, Zhou Yuchen acted swiftly, easily subduing him. Picking up the fallen pistol, Zhou Yuchen cautiously peeked out to assess the situation behind the stage. He saw the woman aiming a gun at a female parent, confronting Zhang Wei. He waved the gun in his hand, signaling Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei immediately understood and shouted, "Wang Yingying, the SWAT team is on their way. You have no more chances. Put down the gun and surrender to the law. It's your only choice." Wang Yingying sneered. "You're Zhang Wei from the criminal investigation team, right? You know me?" "Of course, in our line of work, we keep a close eye on you detectives." "Captain Zhang, do you know who Shen Xinyue is?" Wang Yingying asked, raising an eyebrow. "She's the granddaughter of your police department's director, Shan Qingyang. As long as we capture this little one, we can turn the tables." Zhang Wei feigned outrage. "You've got some nerve. Without courage, how can one be an assassin?" Wang Yingying said smugly. "Rongshuan, have you captured Shen Xinyue?" "Yes, I have," Zhou Yuchen responded coldly from just 5 meters away. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Wang Yingying instinctively turned her head. A white blur rushed towards her, and her right arm was struck with intense pain, causing her gun to drop. Then her left arm was also hit, and she was lifted by the neck. With a loud thud, Zhou Yuchen slammed Wang Yingying to the ground, cursing, "Dare to threaten my daughter? You really have a death wish." He kicked her a couple more times. Even now, he felt a lingering fear if it weren't for Miao Rulan's timely call to have him come to the rehearsal, little Yaya might have been harmed. Even if she was eventually rescued, the little girl would surely be left with psychological scars. Zhang Wei approached to handcuff Wang Yingying, puzzled. Why take such a risk? Why not just shoot? Zhou Yuchen impatiently handed the gun to Zhang Wei, saying, "If I knew how to shoot, I would have done it already." There's an unconscious assassin I knocked out in the back. Take him away. The kids are in the restroom. Don't scare them. Zhang Wei immediately arranged for someone to carry the unconscious Yu Rongxuan away and said to Zhou Yuchen, Mr. Zhou, we'll need you to come back with us to give a statement. You go ahead. I'll calm the children and then join you. Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhu Zhang's voice came through Zhang Wei's earpiece. Zhang Wei, what's the situation? Both assassins have been subdued. Apart from 2 parents with minor injuries, everyone else is safe. That's fantastic. You did a great job. I'll make sure you get recognition for this. Zhu Zhang's voice was filled with joy. Shen Qinggang, standing nearby, also breathed a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to little Ye, his family would have been devastated. The credit doesn't belong to me. It was Zhou Yuchen who subdued the attackers. Zhang Wei honestly reported. Zhou Yuchen? What's he doing at the school? Shen Qinggang asked in surprise, quickly grabbing the radio to inquire. Zhang Wei explained in detail. He was there to rehearse for the Children's Day program. When he heard the gunshots, he immediately hid the teachers and students in the backstage restroom and single-handedly disarmed 2 armed assailants. He's quite the hero. Shen Qinggang's eyes gleamed with approval. Bring him in for a statement. There are some matters he needs to clarify. After handling the scene, Zhang Wei arranged for the injured, including Zhang Qian, to be escorted to the hospital, while he took the 2 suspects back to the police station. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuchen led Miao Ruolan and the children out of the restroom. Several parents looked at him with gratitude, and the mother who was nearly taken hostage held his hand, thanking him repeatedly, making Zhou Yuchen rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, the children were unaware of what had happened, and the parents tactfully refrained from discussing it further. Ms. Miao, I need to go to the police station to give a statement, so I won't be able to continue the rehearsal today, Zhou Yuchen said to Miao Shulan. That's understandable. We owe you a great deal. I can't imagine what might have happened without you, Miao Shulan said gratefully. If anyone deserves thanks, it's you for inviting me to the rehearsal. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened today, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile, then reassured little Ye before heading to the police department. At the police station, an officer led him to the conference room. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a round of enthusiastic applause, led by Shen Qinggang, the deputy mayor of Yunhai City and director of the police department. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your outstanding contribution during this operation, Shen Qinggang said, extending his hand. We have decided to award you the Medal of Bravery and appoint you as a consultant for our cyber technology division. Zhou Yuchen grasped Shen Qinggang's hand and said sincerely, thank you, Director Shen and the police department, for the recognition and honor. Does this consultant position require daily attendance? Shen Qinggang waved his hand with a smile. We will only need your assistance when the technical department encounters challenges. No need for daily duty. Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. Being a consultant for the Yuhai Police Department's technical division was indeed an unexpected delight for him. If anyone brought up his past imprisonment, he could simply show this consultant badge, and that would be enough to leave them speechless. After completing the necessary paperwork, Zhang Wei approached briskly. Luo Haifeng wants to meet you. I've never met him before. What's the point? Zhou Yuchen was about to decline when Zhang Wei continued. He has a recording of Yin Qingfeng admitting to the murder of Shui Yibing and ordering an assassination, and he's willing to hand it over. Not only that, but he will also surrender billions of dollars from his overseas bank accounts. Is a brief encounter worth all that? Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow, and after Zhang Wei nodded affirmatively, he agreed to the meeting. In the interrogation room, a pale Luo Haifeng leaned weakly against the chair. In the monitoring room, Shen Qinggang, Zhu Jiang, Zhang Wei, and others watched the conversation intently. The once arrogant gangster boss now showed no trace of his former bravado. Luo Haifeng scrutinized Zhou Yuchen. Do you know why I wanted to see you? No idea. I wanted to see who had the ability to toy with me and Yin Qingfeng, Luo Haifeng said, staring directly into Zhou Yuchen's eyes. You extracted the video from Luo Hao's phone and sent it to Yin Qingfeng, provoking him to kill his wife in a rage and send his assassin to kill me. Using one enemy to destroy another. That's clever. Zhou Yuchen sneered. Mr. Luo, instead of dealing in transportation and drugs, you should consider becoming a screenwriter or novelist. If that's all you wanted to say, we didn't need to meet. Luo Hao shouldn't have messed with you, Luo Haifeng sighed. Zhou Yuchen suddenly became agitated. He shouldn't have messed with many people. I was just one of them. To say something you won't like. Seeing him end up like this today makes me want to celebrate for 3 days. Mr. Luo, do you know how hard it is for someone like me, from a small town, to get into a top university like Yuhai University? Zhou Yuchen looked at Luo Haifeng with calm eyes and began to recount his past. He described his arduous journey in education, starting from the 3rd grade. For 10 years, he woke up at 5 in the morning and went to bed at midnight, studying tirelessly to eventually achieve the top score in the province and gain admission to Yunhai University. Even after entering university, he maintained a rigorous schedule, waking earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs. He completed 4 years' worth of coursework in less than 2 years, earning the qualification to take the graduate exams. He had planned to pursue a PhD for 4 more years and then teach at Yunhai University, making a significant career for himself. At this point, Zhou Yuchen's tone turned cold. But because of your son's scheming, my life was completely ruined. Even when I was imprisoned, he sent people to take my life. If it weren't for the help of a fellow inmate, I would have died in there. He continued to recount his experiences after being released. To escape your son's persecution, I had to work and live in hiding in Suching for 4 years, unable to return home or see my parents, fearing you would harm them. Looking at Luo Haifeng, Zhou Yuchen's tone was questioning. Mr. Luo, if you were in my position, could you not hate Luo Hao? Though his words were directed at Luo Haifeng, they were meant for the police officers in the monitoring room. His strategy clearly worked. The female officers behind the monitors were already tearing up, and even the male officers, including Shun Qinggang, showed sympathy. Zhu Jiang sighed. It's amazing that young Zhou has held on this long. Anyone else would have broken down by now. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Luo Haifeng remained expressionless, saying, survival of the fittest is the law of society. If you're weak and bullied, you deserve it. This remark immediately provoked Zhang Wei to curse, and Zhu Jiang angrily called him a bastard. The other officers were equally indignant. Surprisingly, Zhou Yuchen wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. You believe in survival of the fittest, I believe in justice. That's why your fate is execution, and I will live better than before. But sadly, you'll never see it. The officers applauded, and even Shan Qinggang joined in. Luo Haifeng maintained his indifferent tone. History is written by the victors. You won. So whatever you say is right. But you never had the courage to admit you sent that video to Yin Qingfeng. Your revenge isn't complete. Zhou Yuchen chuckled at this. Is this why you called me here? Yin Qingfeng asked me the same thing before, and I was completely baffled. Mr. Luo, don't waste your efforts. This isn't a crime. Even if it were me, the police wouldn't do anything about it. It's just a video. Not like I made him commit murder. Luo Haifeng looked deeply at Zhou Yuchen and said briefly, you can go. Without a word, Zhou Yuchen stood up and left. As he walked past the surveillance camera's view, he suddenly turned around, pointed to his mouth, and silently mouthed 3 words to Luo Haifeng. I love you. Then he smiled, opened the door, and left the interrogation room. These young people today are really something, Luo Haifeng muttered to himself as he stared at the closed door. The Yunhai Police Department demonstrated remarkable efficiency, taking only half an hour to issue Zhou Yuchen's credentials as a technical consultant. During this brief time, Luo Haifeng had fully confessed to his issues, which put Yin Qingfeng in a predicament. It turned out that Luo Haifeng had secretly recorded his conversation with Yin Qingfeng the previous night. Although this recording couldn't be used as formal evidence, it provided the police with a direction for their investigation. The police immediately launched a comprehensive investigation into the death of Shui Yibing and the Qingfeng Real Estate Company, uncovering numerous issues, including several bribery and corruption cases. 3 months later, Yin Qingfeng was sentenced to 20 years in prison, and several corrupt officials involved in the case were also apprehended. After becoming a special consultant for the police department, Zhou Yuchen, led by Zhu Jiang, went to meet his colleagues in the network technology division. The head of the division, Wang Deguang, a tech enthusiast in his early 30s, had already heard about Zhou Yuchen's feat of cracking Luo Haifeng's laptop password in an hour. Upon meeting him, Wang Deguang enthusiastically grabbed him and asked about his decryption method. Zhou Yuchen explained his cracking steps in detail, and his unique approach made Wang Deguang and the other colleagues' eyes light up as they eagerly took out their notebooks to jot down notes. Seeing this, Zhu Jiang smiled and quietly left the room, running into Shan Qinggang in the hallway. Old Zhu, it's noon. Want to grab lunch together? Where's Xiaozhou? Zhu Jiang pointed to the office of the Network Technology Division. He's in there giving a lecture. Shan Qinggang looked through the window and saw Zhou Yuchen standing confidently in front of a computer, while Wang Deguang and others were attentively taking notes like students. They're learning from the master. Shan Qinggang chuckled. When you meet a tech genius like him, you naturally want to learn as much as you can, Zhu Jiang remarked. Some people are just born talented, and Zhou Yuchen is one of them. If it weren't for the Luo Hao incident, his future would be limitless. Isn't it limitless now? Of course not, Zhu Jiang replied, then asked, Old Shen, is he really Xiao Ye's biological father? After a moment of silence, Shan Qinggang nodded to confirm. Are you planning to accept him as your son-in-law? I was firmly against it before, but now I need to reconsider. If you don't want him, let me have him. My daughter is about the same age as Jingyun. They could make a perfect pair. Zhu Jiang joked. In your dreams. Shan Qinggang retorted with a glare. Zhu Jiang laughed and said, see, you're just being contrary. Zhou Yuchen's issues have been thoroughly investigated, so there's nothing to worry about. Shan Qinggang leisurely said, I can at most not oppose it, but whether they can be together depends on their decision. He paused, a slight smile on his lips. Haha, let me tell you a joke. This young man made a bet with me make 1 billion in 6 months, and if he succeeds, Xiao Yeye takes his surname. If not, he can never mention changing the surname again in his life. 1 billion in 6 months? Zhu Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, this guy is really bold. You think he's bluffing, right? That's what I thought at first. Shen Chengyang laughed. But Jingyan told me that this guy made over 100 million from crude oil futures recently, and now he's a solid billionaire. Zhu Zhang's mouth dropped open, speechless for a moment. That's incredible. Like you said, there really are geniuses in this world. Shen Chengyang sighed. Zhu Jiang immediately started calculating in his mind. Looks like I should build a good relationship with him. When there's a chance to make money, he could help me with futures trading and I could make a lot too. This amused Shen Chengyang. To thank Zhou Yuchen for his help today, they didn't have him continue lecturing the tech department. Instead, they took him to the police department's cafeteria. If it weren't for Zhou Yuchen's timely intervention, the police department would not only be on the defensive, but the situation might have become a nationwide incident. After lunch, Zhou Yuchen returned to the tech department to finish explaining the decryption method, and then headed to his gaming company. By now, the registration for Yuchen Gaming Company was complete, all agreements signed, and the company's framework was basically in place. The leaders of 3 teams each brought 7 or 8 technicians, and without hesitation, Zhou Yuchen signed agreements with them like other employees. They would have a 1-month probation period, after which their performance would determine if they became permanent staff. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Yuchen went to the school to pick up Xiao Ye. Many parents greeted him warmly, thanking him. Xiao Ye hugged his neck as soon as she saw him, her smile bright. Daddy, didn't you say you didn't have time to pick me up these days? Because Daddy's finished with his work. What? You don't like Daddy picking you up? I do. Xiao Ye leaned in to whisper in his ear. Daddy, I have a secret. Grandma's cooking isn't as good as yours. Zhou Yuchen laughed heartily. You little foodie. Back home, Xiao Ye played with her flower fairy in her room, while Zhou Yuchen busied himself in the kitchen. When Shen Jingyun returned from work, he was just setting the dishes on the table. Did something happen at the kindergarten today? Shen Jingyun asked softly as she approached him. She had seen messages in the parents' group in the afternoon, saying that armed robbers had broken into the school, intending to use Shun Xinyue to threaten the police department, which had frightened her. But since the situation was resolved, she hadn't called immediately to ask. They originally planned to plant explosives in the school to force the police to release Luo Hao. After receiving news that the police were tracking them, the original plan was abandoned, and they shifted their focus to capturing Xiao Ye. Shen Jingyun recalled today's rehearsal experience and was relieved that she had arrived in time to subdue the 2 criminals. That was so dangerous. Shen Jingyun sighed deeply, concerned. Was Xiao Ye scared? Zhou Yuchen explained. I arranged for all the children to hide in the restroom. By the time they came out, the criminals had already been taken away by the police, so Xiao Ye and the other kids didn't know what happened. That's good. Shen Jingyun nodded, sincerely saying, Yuchen, thank you. There you go again. Zhou Yuchen rolled his eyes, then changed the subject. By the way, I have good news. I've joined the police department now. What do you mean? Your dad gave me credentials, so now I'm a special consultant for the Yunhai Police Department's technical division. Really? That's great. Shun Jingyun's face lit up with a delightful smile, her beauty as radiant as a blooming rose. Even someone as used to seeing beautiful women as Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but be momentarily captivated. Have you seen enough? Shun Jingyun blushed slightly and teased. Zhou Yuchen replied candidly, sorry, you can only blame your own beauty. I never understood the phrase, breathtakingly beautiful, until I met you. Stop it. Shun Jingyun feigned indifference. Remember when you first met me, you were quite sharp-tongued? That was just to make sure the beautiful lady remembered me. Shen Jingyun gave him a playful look, about to say something when Xiao Ye came out holding her fairy doll. Mom, when did you get back? The little girl asked excitedly. Just now. Are you hungry? I'm starving. Xiao Ye lifted her shirt. Look, my tummy is all flat. Shen Jingyun quickly helped her pull her shirt down. Don't lift your shirt like that. Okay? Okay. Xiao Ye nodded obediently. By this time, Zhou Yuchen had already prepared the meal and was putting the shrimp on a plate. Hurry and wash your hands. Yay. Xiao Ye cheered. While the mother and daughter went to wash their hands, Zhou Yuchen put on a pair of ultra-thin gloves and started peeling the shrimp. He worked skillfully and quickly, so by the time they returned, he had peeled over 30 shrimp perfectly. Daddy, you're amazing. Xiao Ye praised sincerely. Thank you for the compliment. I'll keep it up and peel them even faster and better. With a chuckle, Shen Jingyun and Xiao Ye burst into laughter. After dinner, the 3 of them walked into the outdoor activity area of the neighborhood. As soon as Xiao Ye saw the slide, she excitedly ran over and skillfully climbed up to start playing. Yuchen, I might not be able to go back to Luojiang County with you, Shen Jingyun said slowly, watching Xiao Ye having a great time on the slide. Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow and looked at her. What's going on? Starting Friday afternoon, I have to attend a week-long training at the Xinjiang Provincial Party School, Shun Jingyun explained. You can take Xiao Yeye to Luojiang first, and then drop her off at my mom's when I get back. Forget it. Zhou Yuchen waved his hand. Professor Dai has classes every day. Taking care of a child is too exhausting. Leave it to me. I don't have much going on anyway. Didn't you just start a game company? Shen Jingyun said with a hint of concern. You should be busy. It's better to let my mom take care of it, so it doesn't interfere with your work. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. The company is currently developing 3 mobile minigames. I just check on the progress every day. It'll only get busy once the games are successfully developed. Developing 3 games at once? Shin Jingyun said in surprise. Isn't that a bit too ambitious? In the gaming industry, it all comes down to development capability and financial strength, Zhou Yuchen said confidently. I lack neither. You sound just like a nouveau riche, Shin Jingyun couldn't help but say. Not just sound like. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. I am a nouveau riche. Do you know what impression I had of you when I first met you? Shin Jingyun suddenly asked. What impression? Calm, fearless, and responsible, Shun Jingyun recalled. My dad is the director of the police department. Even officials are in awe of him. But you dared to stand up to him without flinching. I admired you for that alone. And now? Zhou Yuchen asked. Now I find you humorous, witty, and particularly thick-skinned. Do you like people who are particularly thick-skinned? Zhou Yuchen cut straight to the point. The question left Shan Jingyun momentarily speechless. Before she could figure out how to respond, Zhou Yuchen said, No need to answer. I know the answer. You better not misunderstand, Shun Jingyun quickly said. I'm not misunderstanding. Zhou Yuchen looked directly at her. You're smart and rational, outwardly gentle but inwardly strong, decisive in your actions. If you weren't interested, you would have directly declined. But you hesitated just now, and that makes me very happy. That's just your own assumption, Shun Jingyun countered. Then let me be happy with my assumption, Zhou Yuchen said with a smile. Shun Jingyun was left speechless. After playing for a while, she took Xiao Yeye home. At 4 in the morning, after 2 hours of effort, Zhou Yuchen successfully breached a company's firewall. After sending the system vulnerabilities and solutions, his account increased by 200,000. Opening the attribute panel, a bright smile spread across Zhou Yuchen's face. Zhou Yuchen stared at the progress bar on his computer screen. His hacking skills had finally reached 99. He was just 1 step away from the pinnacle of mastery. He gently rubbed his tired eyes, recalling how it had taken him 4 whole months to advance his Zingyi Yiquan from proficient to master level. This last one was likely to be just as challenging to overcome. Beside him lay 3 unfinished books on hacking techniques. Zhou Yuchen glanced at the calendar. The comprehension scroll still had 19 days of validity left. He had considered switching to learning other skills, but quickly dismissed the thought. Without the aid of the comprehension scroll, who knew how long this final breakthrough would take? Time to focus, Zhou Yuchen muttered as he picked up the hefty tome, How Hackers Are Made, and began to read intently. The matter with Luo Haifeng had already consumed a lot of time, and he set a strict target for himself, break through his hacking skills in 5 days, and spend the remaining half-month learning other subjects. For the next 2 days, he maintained a regular routine. After dropping off his child in the morning, he spent an hour at the company guiding 3 teams in their work, and then devoted himself entirely to study. His focused demeanor earned him admiring glances from his colleagues. On Friday morning, Children's Day, Zhou Yuchen and Shun Jingyun accompanied little Yeye to kindergarten. The little girl was so happy to be escorted by both her parents for the first time that her eyes turned into crescent moons. Daddy, make sure your Bajiquan performance is really good, Yeye said earnestly, looking up at him, or else I'll lose face. Where did you learn to say that? Shin Jingyun asked, amused. The boys in class say it all the time, Yeye replied innocently. Zhou Yuchen shook his head helplessly. Kids these days, they know about saving face so young. The performance venue was already filled with parents, who warmly greeted the Zhou couple upon their arrival. Shin Jingyun asked quietly, puzzled. What's going on? Your father's position as the director of the Public Security Bureau got out, Zhou Yuchen explained softly. As a vice-ministerial-level official, the director's status was indeed significant, making it clear why everyone wanted to maintain good relations. In the past few days, Yeye had also told him that her classmates were especially eager to play with her. Even the mischievous boys had become unusually well-behaved. Zhou Yuchen understood that this was a reflection of society, with parents likely advising their children to befriend Yeye. At that moment, Shi Kailing appeared. Shun Jingyun's expression tightened, as she gently nudged Zhou Yuchen's arm. Zhou Yuchen stood up, looking calmly at the approaching figure. Mr. Zhou, Shi Kailing said with a sycophantic smile, I've come to apologize to Miss Shan. I was too reckless before and caused her trouble. I'm truly sorry. I promise I won't bother her again. This sudden apology was clearly prompted by the revelation of Shun Jingyun's identity as the daughter of the Director of Public Security. The idea of a small-time clothing company owner trying to win over the daughter of a police commissioner with money was laughable. Zhou Yuchen stepped forward, lightly patted Shi Kailing on the shoulder, and whispered in his ear, You're overthinking it, Mr. Shi. If Jingyun really had an issue with you, your clothing company would have been shut down long ago. Shi Kailang shuddered at the words and quickly responded. You're right, Mr. Zhou. Just don't do it again, Zhou Yuchen said coolly. Shi Kailang forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I promise. Relieved, he found a seat and sat down. What did you say to him? He seemed really scared. Shun Jingyun asked curiously. Just put on a little show to scare him off from bothering you again, Zhou Yuchen explained. Good. Shun Jingyun nodded. Shortly after, Xiao Yeye was called by the teacher to get ready, and Shun Jingyun followed with her costume. At 9 o'clock sharp, the Children's Day performance for Class 6 began. The performance consisted of 6 acts, mainly singing and dancing. Despite frequent off-key notes, the children's clear voices and innocent smiles won the audience's affection. The dance routines were chaotic, with the little ones struggling to remember the steps. Even with the teacher guiding them from the front, it was a mess. Yet, the parents' enthusiasm never waned, and their applause and cheers encouraged the young performers to give it their all. There were also a few parent-child games interspersed throughout, ensuring every family had a chance to participate. Zhou Yuchen's family was chosen for the Ride the Horse game. The rules were simple. The child rides on the father's shoulders while the mother supports from behind, and the father performs as many squats as possible in 2 minutes. The winner would receive a plush toy, the runner-up an art book, the third place some stationery, and all other participants a commemorative prize. Go, Daddy. We have to win first place. Xiao Yeye exclaimed excitedly as she climbed onto Zhou Yuchen's shoulders. We will, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. As the 10 participating families took their positions, Miao Yulan's call to start set the fathers in motion. The cheers from the audience reached a fever pitch, creating a lively atmosphere. Soon, the differences in the squat competition became evident. Some fathers, who usually neglected exercise, were out of breath after just 7 or 8 squats and collapsed onto the ground. A few parents who exercised regularly managed to reach over 10 squats, but their movements noticeably slowed down. Only Zhou Yuchen, a grandmaster of Xingyi Quan, effortlessly completed 40 perfect squats, thanks to his extraordinary stamina. Seeing his victory secured, he deliberately slowed his pace. Stop! With Miao Yulan's whistle, the other 9 fathers all collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. In contrast, Zhou Yuchen calmly set down Xiao Yeye, as if the exercise had no effect on him. Xiao Yeye jumped around excitedly, celebrating the victory. Are you okay? Shin Jingyun asked with concern. Zhou Yuchen smiled and shook his head. This amount of exercise doesn't even count as a warm-up. Yeah, right. Shin Jingyun rolled her eyes at him. When Miao Yulan announced the results, the room erupted into applause. Shin Xinyue's family led with 52 squats, a full 20 ahead of the runner-up, securing first place without dispute. Xiao Yeye hugged her plush toy prize, her face full of pride. Yeye's mom is so lucky. Your husband is amazing, a nearby mother teased, making Shan Jingyan blush. After the children's performances, it was time for the parents' talent show. Among the 10 acts, apart from Zhou Yuchen's kung fu performance and a young father's street dance, the rest were singing performances. These parents showcased unexpected talents, with melodious and pleasing voices. Now, please enjoy the final performance, Xiao Ye's father Zhou Yuchen presenting a martial arts display, 100 fists. Dressed in sportswear, Zhou Yuchen walked onto the stage with steady steps, exuding an imposing aura and a sharp gaze that captivated the audience even before he began. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, with Xiao Yeye clapping her hands red with excitement. As the music started, Zhou Yuchen assumed his stance. Although the routine was designed for performance, he skillfully integrated moves he learned online, displaying a graceful beauty in every gesture. His airborne kicks, in particular, were striking and commanded the stage. Bravo! Cheers erupted from the crowd, with mischievous boys watching intently. Xiao Yeye excitedly praised, Mom, Dad is amazing. Yes, Dad is the best, Shun Jingyan replied affectionately. As the music reached its climax, Zhou Yuchen's movements shifted from graceful and beautiful to strong and powerful, each move cutting through the air with a sharp sound, as if tearing the atmosphere apart. At times, he resembled a fierce tiger descending a mountain, with overwhelming momentum. At others, a dragon emerging from the sea, with dominating ferocity. Zhou Yuchen's masterful martial arts performance ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. Parents and children stood up to applaud, and cheers echoed throughout the venue. As the final note of the music played, he finished his routine, steadied himself, exhaled a deep breath, and his serious expression finally broke into a slight smile. He cupped his fists in a gesture of respect towards the audience before stepping off the stage. The crowd responded with thumbs-up signs to show their admiration. Yeah, your dad is amazing, a child said enviously. Of course, my dad is the greatest dad in the world, little Yeye proudly replied, tilting her face upwards. When Zhou Yuchen returned, she gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Next on stage was Miao Yulan, who also had words of praise. Soon, The Children's Day performance came to a close. The school arranged for an afternoon off to celebrate, but many parents couldn't hide their concern. Getting permission to take the morning off was generous enough from their companies, and asking for the afternoon off might be considered absenteeism. As planned the previous day, the family of three drove to an upscale Western restaurant. In the car, little Yaya could hardly contain her excitement. Daddy, Mommy, today is the happiest day ever. We know, you've said it many times, Shen Jingyun laughed. My classmates must be so jealous that I have a super awesome dad. Shen Jingyun pretended to be hurt. What about Mommy? Don't you like Mommy anymore? They're also going to be jealous that I have a super beautiful mom. Yaya cleverly replied. Shen Jingyun kissed her daughter's cheek and reminded her, Sweetie, Mommy has to go on a business trip tomorrow and can't go with you to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Listen to Daddy and don't be naughty. Okay? Okay. Mommy, when will you be back? In a week. I'll miss you. What should I do? Yaya pouted. Mommy will call you every night at 9. Okay? Okay, but don't forget. I won't forget. Shen Jingyun ruffled her daughter's hair. At the restaurant, Shen Jingyun gasped at the menu prices. Over 200 for a salad. More than 600 for New Zealand steak. It was exorbitant. Although she came from a well-off family, she had never been to such a high-end place before. Zhou Yuchen, on the other hand, seemed at ease. In his previous life as a billionaire, he often took companions to such places without worrying about the prices. Although he hadn't started his business yet in this life, his net worth was already over $1 billion. So a Western meal was no big deal. He first ordered some kid-friendly dishes for Yaya, then turned to ask, Jingyun, what would you like to eat? I'm not familiar with Western food. Why don't you order for me? All right. Zhou Yuchen agreed readily and ordered a full set meal. Zhou Yuchen's order was astonishing. Ordered 16 dishes in one go, ranging from steak, lamb chops, foie gras, and salmon to oysters, black truffles, seafood mushroom soup, salad, and dessert. Are you crazy? Can you even finish all that? Shen Jingyun couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yuchen chuckled dismissively and said, high-end Western cuisine has a peculiar trait: the portions are quite small. Honestly, I'm worried it might not be enough. Seems like you know a lot about Western food. Actually, I cook it myself at home. Zhou Yuchen's reply left Shen Jingyun momentarily speechless. Soon, the exquisite dishes began arriving at the table. Zhou Yuchen cut a piece of steak to taste and immediately frowned. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Shen Jingyun asked with concern. It must have been prepared by an apprentice. It's just passable, Zhou Yuchen replied. Shen Jingyun also tried a bite and found the steak tender and juicy, quite delicious. She fed a small piece to Zhou, who immediately lit up with delight. Yummy? Seeing his daughter's reaction, Zhou Yuchen explained with a smile, this is the tenderest fillet part, and I specifically asked for it to be cooked medium well so Zhou could enjoy it. But she should eat in moderation to avoid indigestion. You really know a lot, Shen Jingyun remarked sincerely. I'll buy some Western cooking equipment later so you can taste the real master-level cooking. I'm really looking forward to that, Shen Jingyun said with a smile. So am I. Zhou Yu chimed in immediately. Zhou Yuchen affectionately tapped his daughter's little nose. You little foodie. Meow. Zhou Yu squinted her eyes and imitated a cat, making Zhou Yuchen laugh heartily. Watching this warm father-daughter interaction, Shen Jingyun felt a wave of happiness. After lunch, Shen Jingyun needed to head to the Qingjiang Party School in Linjiang City for her studies. As she was leaving, Zhou Yu clung to her leg, crying sadly. Shen Jingyun comforted her and promised many things before finally setting off. In the afternoon, Zhou Yuchen took the downcast Zhou Yu to pick up Zhou Qing. When Zhou Qing learned that Shen Jingyun was going to the party school for studies, she was also quite disappointed. Despite having only met Shen Jingyun once, she already hoped she could become her sister-in-law. Fortunately, Zhou Qing quickly adjusted her mood, making Zhou Yu beam with laughter. The three of them headed to Xingyuan Mall, where Zhou Yuchen seemed determined to make up for 5 years of not shopping all at once. Following Zhou Qing's suggestions, they bought 2 orange phones, a set of gold jewelry, several outfits and shoes, various health supplements, and of course, some tobacco and alcohol. Luckily, the Maybach's trunk was large enough to hold all their shopping spoils. Once everything was settled, the three of them sat down for dinner at a restaurant in the mall. After the meal, little Yaya looked at her father with big, expectant eyes and said, Daddy, I want to ride the little train. Zhou Yuchen smiled and patted his daughter's head. No problem, there's still plenty of time. You can ride as long as you want. That's great. You're the best dad in the world. Yaya cheered with excitement. Zhou Qing looked at her niece's sweet smile and couldn't help teasing her. Sweetheart, your little mouth is just too sweet. After an hour on the little train, the three of them headed home. Yaya, who had been excited all day, was clearly tired and fell asleep in Zhou Qing's arms within 20 minutes of getting in the car. Zhou Qing gently kissed Yaya's rosy cheek. Brother, the little one is so adorable. Mom and Dad are going to be thrilled. She reminds me of you when you were little, Zhou Yuchen said. I think so too. Zhou Qing nodded, then changed the subject. Brother, is there any progress with you and Jingyun? I'm not in a hurry. Why are you? Zhou Yuchen chuckled. I'm worried you might lose Jingyun. Don't worry, she won't be lost. Zhou Yuchen was full of confidence. Thanks to Shen Qinggong's clever move of inviting him to be a special consultant for the Yunhai Police Department's Network Technology Division, he had completely resolved the obstacles between him and Shen Jingyun. Now that they were together, the influence of Shan Qingang had been minimized. Zhou Yuchen felt it was time to seriously consider his relationship with Shan Jingyun. When they got home, Zhou Yuchen carried the sleeping Yaya into the bedroom. After washing up, Zhou Qing went asleep with the little one. Zhou Yuchen headed to the study and began reading Analysis of Network Software Vulnerabilities. The book's content was novel, so he read slowly. When he had read a quarter of it and started to feel sleepy, he returned to his bedroom, sat cross-legged, and practiced Tai Chi visualization, quickly entering deep sleep. 2 hours later, he woke up and continued reading, determined to finish the hefty book in one night. At 5 in the morning, when he closed the last page, stretched, and rubbed his aching temples, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. The system prompt sounded right on cue. Ding! Congratulations to host Zhou Yuchen for advancing hacking skills to master level. You are awarded 5 attribute points and a lottery opportunity. A surge of warmth flooded his mind, instantly integrating countless hacking knowledge into his consciousness. Zhou Yuchen was overjoyed and immediately opened the attribute panel to check. Player: Zhou Yuchen. Constitution: 14 average person 10. Mental: 10.8 average person 10. Attribute points: 5. Skills: Xingyi Quan Master Level 3, Hacking Master Level 1, Culinary Proficiency 99, Tai Chi Visualization. Items: Comprehension Scroll 16 days duration, Clone Scroll 30 days validity, Lottery Scroll. Without hesitation, he started the lottery, and a dazzling wheel appeared before him. Stop! Darn! Zhou Yuchen was somewhat disappointed. In the world of martial arts, there's a saying that one unique move can conquer all. The idea is that if you master a deadly move to perfection, you can defeat countless opponents. Zhou Yuchen pondered silently, looking at the skill scroll in his hand. His Xingyi Quan had reached the level of a master, with every move executed flawlessly. To him, learning Tai Chi at this point seemed somewhat redundant. What a pity for this scroll, he sighed, casually tapping it. In an instant, a vast knowledge of Tai Chi surged into his mind like a tide, accompanied by a warm current flowing through his entire body, circulating through his muscles, bones, and internal organs. Ping, the system notification sounded. Player's Xingyi Quan has reached master level, automatically upgrading Tai Chi to master level. This unexpected delight slightly lifted Zhou Yuchen's spirits, even though skills obtained through scrolls didn't provide additional attribute point rewards. Changing into a set of comfortable sportswear, Zhou Yuchen stepped into the community square. The elderly morning exercisers there were already familiar with this young martial arts expert and greeted him warmly. Zhou Yuchen maintained his humility, returning each greeting. He started by performing a set of Xingyi Quan, then began to demonstrate the newly acquired Tai Chi. Outsiders often say Tai Chi uses softness to overcome hardness, but those in the know understand. When practiced, Tai Chi is extremely soft. When applied, extremely hard. Using softness to control hardness, nothing under heaven can resist it. To achieve a powerful effect with soft energy requires a master. This is why there's the saying, Tai Chi takes 10 years to master, whereas Xingyi can kill in 1 year. Though Zhou Yuchen's Tai Chi moves resembled those of Zhao Shanghua and others, in essence, they were worlds apart. Each of his movements could channel internal energy to invigorate his blood and nourish his muscles, bones, skin, and internal organs. In contrast, the Tai Chi practiced by ordinary people was merely for fitness. As he finished, he noticed Zhao Shanghua watching from the side and smiled, asking, Mr. Zhao, have you been busy these past few days? I haven't seen you around. I went to send that rascal off to the Yunhai Legion, Zhao Shanghua replied. Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow. Being true to his word shows he's a person of integrity. After a few years in the military, correcting some of his flaws, he'll surely achieve great things. Thanks for your good wishes, Zhao Shanghua chuckled. Young Zhou, I didn't expect you to know Tai Chi too? And your style, combining hardness and softness with a unique rhythm, could it be the traditional martial art Tai Chi? After Zhou Yuchen confirmed, Zhao Shanghua lamented, it's a shame I'm too old now. Otherwise, I'd really want to learn this authentic martial art from you. Zhou Yuchen had an idea, Mr. Zhao, I do have a set of Tai Chi 13 forms suitable for ordinary people to practice, which is much more effective than regular Tai Chi. Would you like to try it? The Tai Chi content that Zhou Yuchen received was comprehensive, including combat techniques, training methods, and performance styles. Among many health-preserving martial arts, the Tai Chi 13 form stands out as the foremost set. Thinking of the care he received from Zhao Shanghua and the other elders, Zhou Yuchen decided to teach them this health-preserving martial art. That's wonderful. Zhao Shenghua's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately turned to call the other elders. In no time, more than 20 elders lined up neatly in 2 rows. looking at Zhou Yuchen with focused expressions. Standing at the front of the group, Zhou Yuchen explained clearly, this Tai Chi 13 form is easy to learn but highly effective. Within a week of practice, you might experience detoxification reactions such as hard red pimples on the skin, dark stools, or the expulsion of sticky phlegm. These are normal phenomena, so there's no need to worry. Xiaozhou, is it really that magical? Elder Son asked in surprise from the crowd. Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, Elder Son, many similar health-preserving martial arts did exist in ancient times, but unfortunately, most have been lost. Stop the chatter, old son. Zhao Shenghua impatiently interrupted. Let Xiaozhou start teaching us. The other elders echoed in agreement. Zhou Yuchen then began to explain the Tai Chi 13 form in detail. This martial art consists of 13 continuous movements, each comprising several submovements, effectively exercising the internal organs and enhancing energy and blood flow. Although most movements are similar to the Tai Chi the elders usually practice, the breathing coordination and force control required are more stringent. After an hour of practice, the elders had grasped the basic movements but still found the breathing rhythm and force techniques challenging. Zhou Yuchen had to demonstrate the entire sequence again and asked an elder who could use a smartphone to record his explanation. Since he would be returning to his hometown for the next 2 days, he couldn't continue instructing. However, as this martial art focuses on health preservation without involving internal energy circulation, any practice deviations wouldn't pose a danger. Back at home, Zhou Yuchen prepared a simple breakfast, a pot of fragrant, soft ate treasure porridge with a few boiled eggs, and woke up Zhou Qing and Xiao Yaya. After breakfast, the three of them got into Zhou Yuchen's Maybach and headed to their hometown, Luojiang County. The journey was half highway and half provincial road, totaling 130 kilometers, and could be completed in 2 hours. In the residential area for civil servants, Su Xuan finished breakfast and immediately started preparing lunch for the day. Her face was lit up with an undeniable smile as she skillfully prepared the ingredients. After helping his wife wash the vegetables, Zhou Qingjian headed to the entrance of the neighborhood early. He played chess with Lao Su, the owner of a small restaurant, while frequently glancing towards the gate, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his son, daughter, and little granddaughter. Old Zhou, you're distracted today. What are you looking out for? Lao Su noticed Zhou Qingjian's unusual behavior. Zhou Qingjian chuckled. My son and daughter are coming back today. I'm watching out for their car. Don't want to miss it. Oh, wait, who's coming back? Lao Su looked up surprised. Yuchen? Zhou Qingjian nodded, unable to hide the joy on his face. Lao Su clapped his hands and laughed. Congratulations. Finally coming home. Yes, the Yunhai police have cleared his name. Those 2 scoundrels are in prison now. Zhou Qingjian spoke with a hint of satisfaction. Serves them right. Lao Su exclaimed, slapping his thigh. It's just a pity it interrupted Yuchen's college. Zhou Qingjian shrugged it off. That kid is determined. With or without a degree, he can make something of himself. What's he doing now? Financial investment, Zhou Qingjian replied nonchalantly. Recently, he made quite a bit trading oil futures. He wanted to make a name for himself before coming home. Just then, a Mercedes Maybach slowly approached the neighborhood. Zhou Qingjian immediately stood up, and Lao Su joined him. As the car stopped, Zhou Yuchen recognized his father, now with much more gray hair and wrinkles than 5 years ago. Dad, I'm back, Zhou Yuchen said, his eyes red. Father and son stood facing each other, and Zhou Qingjian simply patted his son's shoulder. It's good to have you back. Xiao Chun, do you remember me? Lao Su interjected with a smile. Uncle Su, how could I forget you? Zhou Yuchen replied, then explained why he hadn't dared to come home all these years. The person who framed him had connections to organized crime, and for his family's safety, he had to stay away. Lao Su looked at the luxury car, clicking his tongue in admiration. That's a 2 to 3 million Maybach. At that moment, Zhou Qing's daughter, Qing, stepped out of the car holding little Yaya, smiling. Uncle Su, you have a sharp eye. And this is? Lao Su glanced at the little girl, surprised. My granddaughter. Zhou Qingjian's answer left Lao Su wide-eyed and speechless. Zhao Yuyu, say hello to Grandpa, Zhou Yuchen said, pointing to his father, Zhou Qingjian. The little girl obediently said, hello, Grandpa, her big, bright eyes curiously observing Zhou Qingjian. His face lit up with a smile as he opened his arms. Hello, Su. Can Grandpa give you a hug? Zhao Yu, without any hesitation, happily agreed. Yes. Zhou Qing gently passed her daughter into Zhou Qingjian's arms, watching as his father's eyes welled up with tears of joy. Xiaoqing, is this your daughter? Asked old Su, who was standing nearby. That's right, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile, then shifted the conversation. By the way, Uncle Su, you still haven't quit smoking, have you? Old Su shook his head with a wry smile. I've tried, but I just can't seem to quit. Zhou Yuchen immediately retrieved 2 cartons of cigarettes from the trunk and handed them over. Old Su waved his hands. Oh, these are too expensive. I can't accept them. But Zhou Yuchen insisted, pushing the cigarettes into his hands. Uncle Su, I've been away all these years, and you've taken care of everything. You must accept this small token of my gratitude. Old Su, whose full name is Su Rue, has been running a breakfast stall at the community entrance for over a decade. Known for his wide network and love for gossip, the neighbors have nicknamed him Eavesdropper and Gossip Mouth. Zhou Yuchen's return home had two purposes: to reunite with his family and to quell the rumors about him, restoring his family's reputation. From his sister Zhou Qing, he learned that news of his imprisonment had caused quite a stir in Luo County, far exceeding his expectations. Many people gossiped behind their backs, affecting not just his parents but also his sister, who often faced whispers and pointing fingers. To address this, Zhou Yuchen prepared 30 to 40 cartons of cigarettes as gifts for the neighbors. Su Rue, the gossip chief, was naturally a key target. Zhou Yuchen understood well that spending 2,000 yuan to win over a megaphone for spreading good words was a worthwhile investment. Zhou Qingjian chimed in, "Old Su, just accept it. It's a gesture from the young man. Then I won't stand on ceremony," Su Rue said with a beaming smile as he accepted the cigarettes. "Xiaoqing, I've always said you'd make something of yourself, and I was right. Uncle Su, with your wise insight, I will work hard to live up to your expectations," Zhou Yuchen replied. Making Old Su burst into laughter. "You've really learned how to talk, haven't you? Old Su, Xiuan is waiting at home. We should head back," Zhou Qingjian said. "Go on, then. Xiaoqing, come by and chat with Uncle Su when you have time." "I will," Zhou Yuchen responded as he got into the car. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Su Rue sighed. Old Zhou has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. The Luo County civil servants community was built over 20 years ago. At that time, Zhou Qingjian had just graduated and was assigned to work in a government department. As a young civil servant, he was entitled to a 50 square meter apartment. However, Zhou Qingjian felt it was too small, so he paid extra to buy a larger 100 square meter apartment, which, by today's measurement standards including shared areas and balconies, actually measured 126 square meters. Nowadays, the civil servant community no longer lives up to its name, as many government workers have sold their apartments and moved to better commercial housing. Households like the Zhou family, who insist on staying in the community, are now less than half. Zhou Yuchen drove into the community, his eyes instinctively scanning the surroundings. 5 years had passed, and apart from becoming more run-down, little had changed. As he parked under Building 6 and got out with 3 others, a sharp female voice called out, "Oh my, is that Xiaoqing?" Turning his head, he saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, with a face full of flesh, a plump figure, and a particularly sharp gaze, clearly not someone to be trifled with. 2 other women of similar age stood beside her, seemingly in the middle of a chat. "Aunt Ling, Aunt He, Grandma Chung, long time no see." Zhou Yuchen quickly recognized them and greeted them politely. "My goodness, Xiaoqing, is it really you? You're out of prison?" Grandma Chung blurted out as usual. Zhou Qingjian immediately frowned and said, "Sister Chung, the police have already cleared Xiaoqing's name, and those who wronged him are now in jail. Xiaoqing is now a special consultant for the Cloud Sea Police Department's Network Technology Division. So please don't spread rumors." "That's impressive," Grandma Chung exclaimed. Zhou Yuchen smiled as he took out 3 packs of cigarettes from the car. "Over the years, while I was away, our family has been grateful for the care from you 3. It's just a small token of appreciation." "Oh, Xiaoqing, you're too polite," Aunt Ling said, quickly taking the cigarettes and sharing them with Aunt He and Grandma Chung, worried Zhou Yuchen might change his mind. Zhou Yuchen smiled and turned to the trunk to grab more items. Zhou Qingjian frowned. "Why did you buy so many things? Your mother and I don't need anything." "Dad, if you don't like the cigarettes and Mao Dai, I can give them away." "No, since you've bought them, let's keep them." Zhou Qingjian quickly changed his tone. "Grandpa is shy." Little Yaya giggled. Instead of being annoyed, Zhou Qingjian was delighted by his granddaughter's words and kissed her rosy cheek. "Sweetheart, Grandpa loves you to bits." The 3 women looked at the boxes of Mao Tai, the dozens of cigarette packs, and the beautifully carved little girl in Zhou Qingjian's arms, so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. They whispered among themselves, "How much does this all cost?" "Probably over 100,000. 100,000 is nothing. Look at that car. It's worth at least 200,000. My goodness, Xiaoqing must have struck it rich. That little girl, could she be Xiaoqing's daughter? She must be. Didn't you hear her call old Zhou Grandpa?" Listening to their murmurs, Zhou Yuchen's lips curled into a smile. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Zhou Qingjian opened the garage door, and Zhou Yuchen left 1 box of Mao Dai behind while he and Zhou Qing moved the other 4 boxes into the garage. Even so, the brother and sister had to make several trips to carry all the luggage and gifts upstairs. From the moment Zhou Qingjian picked up the little girl, he couldn't bear to let her go. As soon as they pushed open the front door, Su Xiuan was already eagerly waiting at the entrance. Zhou Qingjian smiled and said, "Our son and granddaughter are home." Little Yaya, with her big, curious eyes, looked at Su Xiuan. Zhou Yuchen had just set down his luggage and, seeing his mother after 5 years, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. He trembled as he called out, "Mom, Xiaochun, you're finally home." Su Xiuan couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and pulled her son into her arms, sobbing loudly. Zhou Yuchen, who had inherited the memories of his past life, was also in tears, and tears glistened in the eyes of his father, Zhou Qingjian, and sister, Zhou Qing. Only little Yaya looked puzzled. She gently patted her grandfather's arm and asked in her innocent voice, "Grandpa, is she grandma? Why are grandma and dad crying so much? Did they do something wrong?" Zhou Qingjian gently explained, "They're just very happy. Isn't happy supposed to mean smiling?" Yaya was even more confused, stumping Zhou Qingjian with her question. Su Xiuan wiped away her tears and turned her attention to her adorable granddaughter. "You must be little Yaya." "Hello, Grandma." Yaya greeted sweetly. The sound of being called Grandma melted Su Xiuan's heart. She opened her arms and asked, "Can Grandma give you a hug?" "Yes." Yaya immediately reached out her little hands. Su Xiuan took her granddaughter and couldn't stop admiring her. "Sweetheart, you're so beautiful. Grandma is beautiful too." Yaya beamed. "Oh my, Grandma loves you so much." Su Xiuan couldn't resist giving Yaya a kiss on the cheek. The little girl kissed her back, saying, "Yaya loves Grandma too." Watching the joyful interaction between grandmother and granddaughter, Zhou Qing teased, "See, brother? As soon as you guys came back, I've been sidelined. Stop talking and go move things," Zhou Yuchen said, and he and his sister went downstairs for 2 more trips. When they finally brought all the gifts upstairs, they saw their parents still entirely focused on playing with little Yaya, not even noticing them. It was only after a while that Su Xiuan saw the room full of gifts and started scolding Zhou Yuchen for spending carelessly. Zhou Qing quickly explained, "Mom, brother is a billionaire now, living in a 300+ square meter apartment. These things are nothing. Even if you're rich, you should maintain the tradition of being frugal. It's easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go back. Haven't you heard that before?" Su Xiuan said sternly. All right, Miss Su, you're right, I was wrong." Zhou Qing quickly surrendered. Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly and cleverly changed the subject. "Mom, this house is quite old. Have you and Dad thought about getting a new one?" "We've been considering it," Zhou Qingjian replied. Zhou Qing quickly chimed in, "I think it's best to buy one soon. Otherwise, when Sister Jingyun comes to visit next time, there won't be a place for her to stay, which would be awkward." Su Xiuan nodded approvingly. "Yes, Xiao Qing is right. Since everyone is back, let's go house hunting in the next few days. We should at least get a 4-bedroom. Little Yaya, with her mouth full of snacks, mumbled, "Grandma, can I come too?" "Of course, Yaya's opinion is the most important," Su Xiuan said indulgently. The little girl immediately squinted her eyes happily. Zhou Yuchen stood up, "Dad, Mom, you stay with the kids. I'll go make dinner." "I'll do it." Su Xiuan began to rise, but Zhou Qing stopped her. "Mom, let brother do it. He's become quite the chef now and cooks even better than you." "Really?" Su Xiuan looked skeptically at her granddaughter. "Grandma, Daddy's cooking is the best." Little Yaya immediately vouched for her father. "I can eat so much that my tummy might burst." Su Xiuan laughed. "Is that so? Then Grandma will have to taste it properly." Zhou Qingjian also stood up. "I'll help in the kitchen." He knew the kitchen didn't really need help, but Su Xiuan understood that he wanted to have a private chat with their son. In the kitchen, Zhou Yuchen saw that the chicken was already stewing, and the fish, shrimp, beef, and various vegetables were all prepared. As he tied on an apron and was about to start cooking, Zhou Qingjian said, "No rush to cook. Let's have a father-son talk first." "Okay." Zhou Yuchen bent down and grabbed 2 stools, and they sat facing each other. Zhou Qingjian studied his son closely, feeling a pang of emotion. The once sunny, spirited young man was still confident, with a determined gaze, but now carried a maturity and calmness born from life's experiences. "Xiao Yu, you've grown much more mature than 5 years ago," Zhou Qingjian remarked, unaware that the Zhou Yuchen before him was a new being, a fusion of 2 souls with both capability and experience. "Dad, I've just grown up." Zhou Yuchen smiled. "Looking back, I was so adorably naive. The knowledge from school is useful but not enough to survive in society. People say society is the best school, and that's so true." Zhou Qingjian nodded in approval. "Well said. What are your plans moving forward?" "I forgot to tell you. I've started a gaming company and plan to develop several casual mobile games." "You're starting a business? Do you have enough money?" "The 10 million you sent last time. Your mom and I haven't touched it," Zhou Qingjian asked with concern. Zhou Yuchen waved his hand with a smile. "Dad, if the business succeeds, it could earn countless millions, so this amount doesn't matter. If it fails, that 10 million wouldn't solve anything anyway. So, you and Mom should spend it freely without worry." Hearing Zhou Yuchen's words, Zhou Qingjian squinted his eyes, sizing up his son and said, "You've got quite the ambitions, don't you?" Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly, half joking and half serious. I have two life goals now, one small, one big. The small goal is to become the world's richest man, and the big goal is to have a couple of lines about me in future Chinese history books. Keep dreaming. Zhou Qingjian shook his head with a smile. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. As the laughter faded, Zhou Qingjian's expression turned serious. What are you planning to do about the child situation? I'll do my best to make Jingyun your daughter-in-law and give Xiaoya a complete family, Zhou Yuchen said firmly. Zhou Qingjian raised an eyebrow. Do you really like her? Or is it just for Xiaoya? Honestly, Dad, I've never seen a girl prettier than Jingyun, Zhou Yuchen replied with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. What's even rarer is her mature and independent character, without a trace of arrogance. She's definitely the perfect wife and mother type. You'll understand when you and Mom meet her. The question is, does she like you? Zhou Qingjian frowned. After all, there's a huge gap between our families. He pondered. Shun Jingyun's father is the deputy mayor and chief of police in Yunhai City, and her mother is a university professor, while he's just a minor official in the Jiang County Education Bureau, and his wife Su Xuan is an elementary school teacher. The disparity is vast. He worried that this mismatched marriage might hurt his son. Dad, I understand your point, Zhou Yuchen said confidently. Don't worry. Your son is going to be the future world's richest man. Even a princess would be a suitable match. 5 years away, and you've become quite the bragger. Zhou Qingjian chuckled. Actions speak louder than words. Just wait and see. Zhou Yuchen shrugged and turned to work in the kitchen. His skilled knife work and cooking amazed Zhou Qingjian. His level was comparable to a chef at a 5-star hotel. Little did he know, even a 5-star hotel chef would call Zhou Yuchen master. At noon, an array of 8 dishes and a soup were laid on the table, with the family of 5 gathered around. Zhou Qingjian opened a bottle of Maodai and asked, Xiaoyu, care for a drink? Dad, I have to drive to see houses this afternoon, but I'll have a proper drink with you tonight. Zhou Yuchen declined. Su Xuan immediately agreed. That's right, don't drink and drive. Old Zhou, you should learn from our son. Zhou Qingjian helplessly said to Zhou Yuchen. See? That's my status in this family. Zhou Yuchen's cooking was met with unanimous praise from his parents, and Su Xuan even handed over the kitchen duties to him for the next few days. Though slightly resigned, Zhou Yuchen was happy to cook for his parents. After the meal, Zhou Yuchen drove the family to see a newly developed housing project. Although Luojiang County isn't large, the housing market has been inflated by developers to be 20 more expensive than surrounding areas. Upon entering the bustling sales office of a development named Gueha Community, a well-dressed young woman immediately approached the Zhou family. The real estate agent watched the group of prospective buyers with a sincere smile on her face. She was well-versed in the art of sales, knowing that clients who bring their families to view a property are often serious buyers, unlike those who come alone just to browse. Are the houses here fully furnished? Zhou Yuchen asked directly. Sir, our Gueha community is a high-end neighborhood, the agent promptly replied. All units were fully furnished 3 months ago using eco-friendly materials, with formaldehyde levels completely compliant for immediate move-in. How many floor plans are available? There are 4 types of floor plans in the community: 144 square meters, 188 square meters, 256 square meters, and 320 square meters. Prices start at 6,000 yuan per square meter, then 7,200 yuan, 9,000 yuan, and 12,000 yuan, respectively. How many 320 square meter units are left? Zhou Yuchen's inquiry brightened the agent's eyes. There are 16 units remaining, she quickly responded. Compared to the sky-high prices in Yunhai City, where properties can cost over 10,000 yuan per square meter, the prices in Luojiang County were indeed much more affordable. However, considering the local average salary was only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, not many could afford such large units. Zhou Yuchen thought to himself that the developer's market research might not have been thorough, and these large units could end up unsold. Could you please show us around? Certainly, please follow me. As they entered the community, Su Xuan gently nudged her son's arm. Xiao Chun, do you really want to buy such a big house? Whether we buy it depends on whether you and Dad like it, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. If you don't like it, we won't buy it. How could I not like such a big house? It's just too expensive, Su Xuan said, pursing her lips. Mom, my large flat in Yunhai costs 45 million, and the car is 3.45 million. Compared to that, is this less than 4 million flat still expensive? Why do I feel like you have the potential to be a nouveau riche? Su Xuan gave him a sidelong glance. I am a nouveau riche, Zhou Yuchen laughed. This conversation, overheard by the agent walking ahead, made her even more enthusiastic. Soon, they arrived at Building 1. This 12-story building had a ceiling height of 3.8 meters per floor, with the 8th and 9th floors still unsold. Zhou Yuchen decisively chose the 9th floor. As the elevator doors opened, the agent unlocked the apartment door. A spacious and bright living room came into view, featuring a simple and elegant design with top-tier domestic flooring, furniture, and appliances. While some details weren't perfect, It was quite impressive for a small county with a population of 50 to 60,000. Zhou Qing, having stayed at Zhou Yuchen's home twice, seemed less interested in this large flat. Zhou Qingjian and Su Xuan couldn't stop smiling after viewing the house. Compared to their current place, this was like paradise. Are all the houses decorated in this style? Zhou Yuchen turned to ask the saleswoman. The saleswoman nodded in confirmation, and Zhou Yuchen looked at his parents. Dad, Mom, what do you think? Su Xuan crouched down and softly asked, Sweetheart, do you like this house? Little Yaya mimicked the adults, walking around the living room with her hands behind her back, and seriously commented, It's not bad. This adorable act made everyone laugh. Su Xuan picked her up, showered her with kisses, and praised her cuteness, making little Yaya beam with joy. How many parking spaces and storage rooms come with this house? Zhou Yuchen inquired. 2 parking spaces and a storage room of over 50 square meters. What discount can you offer for full payment? We can offer a 3 discount. Zhou Yuchen straightforwardly said, Give us a 5 discount and we'll pay right now. If you can't decide, consult your manager. Before the saleswoman could respond, Zhou Yuchen interrupted her. I don't like haggling. Either sell it, or we look at villas. Understand? His sharp gaze and commanding presence left the saleswoman speechless, prompting her to quickly call her superior. Zhou Qingjian and his wife exchanged glances, surprised to see this assertive side of their son. 5 minutes later, the saleswoman returned with a big smile, announcing that her manager had agreed. Zhou Yuchen nodded, signaling his parents to sign the contract. Su Xuan was still a bit dazed. Is it really bought? Mom, over 3 million is nothing to Big Brother. You'll get used to it. Zhou Qing laughed. Su Xuan gave her a look. I don't think I could ever get used to this. As the saleswoman took Zhou Qingjian and his wife's IDs to complete the paperwork, a loud voice called out, Old Zhou? Zhou Yuchen turned to see a slim, sharply dressed middle-aged man approaching with a young couple, smiling. Zhou Yuchen noticed his father's expression darken, and his mother immediately moved aside with little Yaya. What's going on? Zhou Yuchen quietly asked Zhou Qing. That's Lu Da, Dad's nemesis. Zhou Qing explained through gritted teeth. Last year, the deputy director position at the education department should have been Dad's, but Lu somehow snatched it. Since then, he's been making things difficult for Dad, causing him a lot of stress. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Yuchen's eyes. What a jerk. Lu Da strolled over to Zhou Qingjian, a fake smile plastered on his face. Old Zhou, are you house hunting? Ha, I thought you planned to stay in the civil servant's compound for life. Zhou Qingjian didn't even bother to look at him, responding coldly, Old Lu, just mind your own business. I'm not interested in having any personal ties with a big shot like you. This exchange immediately alerted Zhou Yuchen to the tension between the two. Lu Da was unfazed, his smile growing even wider. Do you know why you can't become a deputy director? It's because of that bad temper of yours. He suddenly turned to Zhou Yuchen, his tone mocking. Oh, Old Zhou, who's this young handsome guy? Could it be your son who was in jail? Zhou Qingjian's face darkened instantly. Lu Da, what do you mean by that? Sorry, Old Zhou, Lu Da said with exaggerated contrition, patting his mouth. I misspoke earlier. Even if your son did serve time, I shouldn't have said that. He shifted gears and pointed to the young couple beside him. Let me introduce you. This is my son, Lu Haiquan, a graduate of Xinjiang Police Academy, now recruited by the Yunhai Police Department's criminal investigation team. And this is my future daughter-in-law, Gu Xiaoxiao, who has been admitted to our county government's education department. Zhou Qingjian saw through Lu Da's intent immediately, recognizing it as an attempt to belittle his son while elevating his own children. He responded coolly, with you as the deputy director, there's no need for my involvement. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Lu Haiquan frowned and interjected. Why are you so impolite? Gu Xiaoxiao chimed in. Exactly at your age. Speaking so sarcastically, no wonder you can't get promoted. As Lu Da, his son, and future daughter-in-law all ganged up on his father, Zhou Yuchen could no longer hold back and stepped forward. Mr. Lu, your father, being a leader, mentioned my imprisonment twice. Is that considered polite? Lu Haiquan taunted. Zhou Yuchen, I've heard about you. My dad was just stating facts. Calmly, Zhou Yuchen pulled out a credential from his pocket. Then I think it's necessary for you to get to know me better. Officer Lu, I'm Zhou Yuchen, a special consultant for the technical department of the Yunhai Police. That's impossible. Lu Da exclaimed in shock. Zhou Qingjian finally allowed himself a satisfied smile. Old Lu, my son's name has been cleared. The Yunhai Police Department values his network skills and specially hired him as a consultant. Turns out, he'll be working alongside your son. Zhou Yuchen put away his credentials and smiled. I have a good relationship with Director Shan Qingyang, Deputy Director Zhu Jiang, and Chief Zhang Wei of the Criminal Investigation Team. Uncle Lu, rest assured. I'll make sure to speak with him to look after your son. Stop bluffing, Lu Haiquan sneered. Do you even know what level Director Shin is? He's the vice mayor of Yunhai City and the director of the police department. A deputy ministerial level leader, Zhou Yuchen replied calmly. Special consultant positions like mine require his approval. By the way, since you've been recruited by the criminal investigation team, I can talk to Chief Zhang about getting you into the first team. Lu Haiquan challenged him decisively. All right, make the call now. Just as Zhou Yuchen took out his phone to call Zhang Wei, it suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID was Shan Chengyang. This coincidence made him look at Lu Haiquan before answering the call. Director Shin, what can I do for you? Luo Hao was beaten to death by his cellmate. This news made Zhou Yuchen's face change drastically. He quickly walked to a secluded corner and asked in a low voice, was he bought off? Still under investigation. I called to tell you that your grudge with Luo Hao should end today. Thank you for your kind words. Honestly, I've let it go since the day Luo Hao was imprisoned. Zhou Yuchen knew Shan Qingyang was aware of the video he sent to Yin Qingfeng, so he added, I'll be focusing on my startup from now on. Both were smart enough to keep the conversation brief. Shan Qingyang then inquired about Xiao Ye's well-being, to which Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile, her sweet little mouth is so charming, my parents adore her. Laughter erupted from Shan Qingyang on the other end. While they were on the call, Luda was ingratiating himself with Zhou Qingjian. The nature of modern phone calls made Zhou Yuchen and Shan Qingyang's conversation nearly public, and even though Zhou Yuchen and Luda were not far apart, the content could be heard clearly from 5 or 6 meters away. Hearing Zhou Yuchen address the other party as Director Shan and mention the deceased Luo Hao, Luda quickly associated it with Shan Qingyang, the director of Yunhai Police Bureau. In an instant, his attitude towards Zhou Qingjian shifted dramatically from aggressive to warmly recalling their 15-year camaraderie. Zhou Qingjian watched Lu Da's performance in silence before sighing. I finally understand where I lost. Old Lu, you're better than me, and now I truly admire you. Lu Da hurriedly waved his hand. Old Zhou, when it comes to workability, I've always admired you. It was my fault before, and I apologize. Please don't take it to heart. I promise I won't trouble you again or make things difficult for you. Zhou Yuchen, having just ended his call, overheard this. Uncle Lu, are you saying you've troubled my dad and made things difficult for him? Lu Da immediately slapped his own face. It's all my fault. This scene made Lu Haiquan feel humiliated, and he grabbed his father's wrist. Dad, what are you doing? So what if they know someone in the Yunhai Police Bureau? Shut up. Lu Da sternly stopped his son and turned to Zhou Yuchen with a smile. Young Zhou, I admit I was wrong to your father, but it has nothing to do with Haiquan. Please don't involve him. Zhou Yuchen smiled faintly. Uncle Lu, you're overthinking it. Director Shin and Deputy Director Zhu are both upright leaders. How could they possibly make things difficult for someone without reason? Besides, I don't have that kind of influence, Lu Haiquan said confidently. Shut up. Lu Da cut him off sharply. This rebuke made Lu Haichuan's face turn crimson, and Gu Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed too. If it weren't for Lu Da's promise to buy them a 188 square meter apartment for their marriage, the young couple might have already left. Zhou Yuchen leaned in close to Lu Da's ear, speaking softly but clearly. Uncle Lu, listen carefully. If I find out my father is having a hard time at work, I guarantee your son will become a glorious martyr. Lu Da's face changed instantly at these words, and he quickly nodded. I understand. I understand. Zhou Yuchen gave a meaningful smile and patted Lu Da on the shoulder like a senior. Good that you understand. Officer Lu certainly has a good father. Though there was a teasing tone, Zhou Yuchen was sincere. Despite Lu Da's mediocre abilities, sycophantic nature, and thick skin, he truly was a good father when it came to his son. Even though he wasn't sure of the relationship between himself and the director of Yunhai Police Department, he chose to believe it and humbled himself. All this was out of concern for his son's future. In government departments, being sidelined was uncomfortable, but in the police department, it could be a matter of life and death. Dad, let's go sign the contract, Lu Haiquan said grimly. Lu Da first looked at Zhou Yuchen, and only when Zhou indicated go ahead did he dare to leave with his son. Dad, you're at least a deputy director. Why are you so afraid of Zhou Yuchen? Even if he knows the director, so what? Once aside, Lu Haiquan couldn't help but question. Lu Da was also irritated. So what? They can assign you extremely dangerous tasks, sending you to your death. Haiquan, do you think I like bowing to a young person? It's all for you. Lu Haiquan was silent for a moment, then suddenly took out his phone. What are you doing? Lu Da asked. I remember a senior works in the technical department of Yunhai Police Bureau, Lu Haiquan said as he started texting. 5 minutes later, Lu Haiquan put away his phone, looking stunned. Gu Xiaoxiao nudged him. Are you okay? Lu Haiquan snapped out of it. Did you see the little girl Zhou Qingjian's wife was holding? Yes, why? Lu Haiquan swallowed hard. That's Director Shun's granddaughter. This news hit Lu Da like a heavy blow. He never imagined Zhou Qingjian could be in-laws with such a high-ranking official. After the shock, Lu Da secretly felt relieved by his earlier decision. Otherwise, Lu Haiquan could have been in real danger. Xiao Chun. What did you say to Luda? He seemed pretty shaken. Zhou Qingjian asked curiously. Zhou Yuchen shrugged. I said I could make his son a martyr. You wouldn't actually do that, would you? Zhou Qingjian's face changed. Zhou Yuchen turned, his gaze piercing as he looked at his father. What if I was serious? Xiaoya's grandfather is the director of the police department. It wouldn't be difficult. No way. Zhou Qingjian immediately rejected the idea. Old Lu may have made things difficult for me, but not to that extent. Xiaochun, don't you dare do anything like that. Dad, I was just trying to scare him, Zhou Yuchen explained with a smile. Yu's grandfather is famously upright and would never allow something like that to happen. Zhou Qingjian finally let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Yuchen shook his head and said, Dad, your personality really isn't suited for government work. I think you chose the wrong career. Wrong or not. As long as I have a clear conscience, that's what matters. Zhou Qingjian laughed. To be honest, seeing old Lu's humbled look just now, it felt good to finally get some payback for the past 2 years of frustration. One word: satisfying. Half an hour later, all the paperwork for the house purchase was finally completed. At Zhou Yuchen's insistence, both Zhou Qingjian and Su Xuan's names were on the contract, while Su Xuan paid for the house. As they walked out of the sales office, they ran into Luda and his group again. Luda immediately put on a flattering expression. Old Zhou, how big is the house you bought? Zhou Qingjian held up the purchase agreement. The 320 square meter one, paid in full? Luda asked in shock. After receiving a confirming nod from Zhou Qingjian, Luda hurriedly asked, where did you get so much money? This kid works in finance. He made over 100 million recently, Zhou Qingjian said, pointing at Zhou Yuchen. He just got back and insisted on getting us a new house. So the property title is in your and your wife's names? Yes, I wanted to use his name, but he refused, Zhou Qingjian sighed. We're already halfway to the grave. What's the point? Lu Da's expression grew increasingly sour. While his friend's son was buying luxury homes for his parents, he had to empty his savings to buy a house for his son. The difference was stark. The joy of his son entering the Yunhai police department vanished in that moment. Old Zhou, you have a good son. Lu Da managed a strained smile. Buying a house is nothing. I'm actually considering retiring, Zhou Qingjian mentioned. Lu Da quickly responded, Old Zhou, it was my fault in the past. I promise not to cause you any trouble in the future. Zhou Qingjian waved it off with a smile. Don't misunderstand. After the child started making money, he gave us $1 million and insisted that we retire early to travel the world, the father said with a hint of pride. Lu Da silently thought to himself, this is obviously showing off. Lu Haichuan's expression noticeably darkened. Just then, Su Xuan gently nudged Zhou Qingjian's arm and said, it's getting late, and Xiao Yaya is hungry. Oh well, old Lu, we should be going, Zhou Qingjian said as he took the opportunity to say goodbye. Goodbye. Lu Da managed a faint smile. As they walked away, Lu Haiquan spat. What a load of nonsense. Lu Da just glanced at his father without responding. To their surprise, after a few steps, they saw the Zhou family getting into a brand new Mercedes Maybach luxury car worth over 3 million yuan. This sight was like a slap in the face for the father and son. On the way home, Su Xuan couldn't help but scold her husband. Aren't you too old for this kind of thing? What's the point? Zhou Qingjian grinned. Of course it's fun. Didn't you see Lu Da's expression? After working with him for so many years, it's the first time I've seen him like that. It felt great. That's blatant flaunting. Exactly, it's flaunting, Zhou Qingjian said confidently. At our age, what else is there to compare? Isn't it just about health and successful kids? I'm not losing in health, and I've won with our kid. Su Xuan helplessly patted her forehead. I really can't with you, Xiao Yaya mimicked, patting her little head and saying, I really can't with you, which made everyone in the car burst into laughter. The news of Zhou Yuchen's return home caused quite a stir in the civil servant community. Learning that he had become wealthy and was handing out Huazi cigarettes by the carton, friends and colleagues crowded into Zhou Qingjian's home that evening. On the surface, they were there to congratulate, but everyone knew their real intentions. By 8 p.m., the living room was filled with laughter and praise for Zhou Yuchen, and Zhou Qingjian and his wife were hailed as the most successful parents. This was exactly what Zhou Yuchen wanted after his imprisonment brought shame to his parents. He now sought to restore their dignity. It might seem vain, but he saw it as his filial duty. As for the 3,000 or 4,000 yuan spent on cigarettes, he didn't care at all. Zhou Qingjian sat on the sofa, smoking a Huazi, and casually mentioned the idea of moving. Under the crowd's questioning, he reluctantly revealed that his son had bought them a large flat in the Gueha community. This revelation sparked a new wave of admiration, with envious glances cast at the happy parents. For people their age, having successful and filial children is the greatest pride. Clearly, Zhou Yuchen had excelled in both respects. When the elderly couple was hosting guests, Zhou Yuchen only stayed briefly in the living room before taking Zhou Qing and little Yaya out. An hour later, the three returned home, and little Yaya had already fallen asleep on the way. Su Shuan quickly took the sleeping child and laid her on the bed in Zhou Qing's bedroom. Seeing this, the guests rose to say their goodbyes. Zhou Yuchen immediately handed out Huazi cigarettes, reminding everyone that he had run out. After the guests left, Zhou Qingjian stopped his son downstairs, patting his shoulder. I understand why you gave cigarettes to Lao Su and the others this morning. You wanted to give your mother and me some face, right? Zhou Yuchen calmly said, if a small token can change people's attitudes and stop them from talking behind our backs, isn't that a good thing? Xiao Chun, your mother and I don't really care about these things. But I do, Zhou Yuchen said earnestly. Suddenly, Zhou Qingjian felt his eyes well up and quickly turned his head. Zhou Yuchen teased with a smile, Dad, are you so moved that you're about to cry? We're tough guys, no need for that. I'm not crying, you silly boy, Zhou Qingjian retorted stubbornly. But on the way from downstairs to upstairs, he never let his son see his reddened eyes. The next day was sunny, and the family went to Tianyang Mountain in the suburbs for a trip. Although the highest peak of this mountain is less than 1,000 meters, it covers an area of over 800 square kilometers and has the longest cable car in Xinjiang province, ranking in the top 5 nationwide. It was little Yeya's first time on a cable car, and she fell in love with the experience, riding it 6 times in the morning alone. Zhou Yuchen was almost dizzy, but the little girl was still full of enthusiasm. After lunch, Zhou Qingjian and Su Shuan accompanied little Yeya for one last cable car ride, and only then was she satisfied and ready to go home. As they were parting, Su Shuan hugged her granddaughter and cried sadly, and Zhou Qingjian's face didn't look much better either. Dad, Mom, if you miss little Yeya, you can come and stay with us for a few days, Zhou Yuchen said. Su Shuan wiped her tears and said, we'll come once you've sorted out your relationship. Zhou Yuchen understood that his mother was referring to his situation with Shan Jingyun, though it wasn't appropriate to discuss it with little Ye present. Mom, don't worry, what's meant to be mine will never run away, Zhou Yuchen smiled. After saying goodbye to little Yeya, the elderly couple went upstairs only after Zhou Yuchen's car disappeared from view. As soon as they entered the house, Zhou Qingjian spoke up, Wife, I'm thinking of moving to Gueha this week. What do you think? Su Shuan frowned slightly. What? Now that you have a new house, you're dismissing this old one so quickly? Zhou Qingjian rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? The next time your son might bring his future wife over, are you going to host them here? It could be as soon as next week. This comment made Su Shuan jump up from the sofa. You're right, we must move there soon. Go find a moving company and try to have everything done by Wednesday. Zhou Qingjian nodded in agreement. No problem. As night fell, it was already 7 p.m. when Zhou Yuchen returned to Yunhai Apartments with Zhou Qing and little Yeya. The siblings seamlessly divided the tasks of taking care of Yeya. Zhou Qing took the little one for a bath, while Zhou Yuchen headed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. He decided to make a famous dish from Shaanxi province, Saozi noodles. With practiced skill, he cut the rested dough into fine strands and neatly diced egg skins, with your mushrooms, carrots, garlic sprouts, cucumbers, and tofu. When the oil in the pan was just right, he stir-fried the ingredients before adding water to create a rich Saozi broth. Finally, he added the cooked noodles, completing a bowl of authentic Saozi noodles. As he carried the bowl out of the kitchen, Zhou Qing emerged from the bedroom with a freshly bathed and fragrant Yeya. The two little foodies eagerly dug in, thoroughly enjoying the meal. Zhou Yuchen chuckled as he wiped the oil from Yeya's mouth with a napkin. Zhou Qing, is it okay for you to stay here these days with school and all? Zhou Yuchen asked. Zhou Qing had mentioned staying to help take care of Yeya until Su Jingyun finished her studies. Brother, just do as I said, drop Yeya off in the morning and then me, and pick up Yeya first in the afternoon before coming for me, Zhou Qing confidently replied. All right, thanks for your help these days. It's no trouble, I love cuddling with Yeya at bedtime. Zhou Qing laughed. I like sleeping with Annie too. Yeya chimed in immediately, because you smell stinky, and Annie smells nice. Zhou Qing burst into laughter while Zhou Yuchen could only smile wryly. At 9 o'clock, Shun Jingyun called to check if they got home safely and to ask about the grandparents' health and Yeya's behavior. Hearing Zhou Qing would stay to help with the child, she was very pleased and said she would give Zhou Qing a call. After the call ended, Zhou Yuchen went into the study to focus on his reading. Over the years, he had dedicated himself to learning about financial investments, particularly in stocks and futures trading. After 2 years in university and 4 years of diligent study in Suching, his investment skills as assessed by the all-around development system had reached beginner level 99, just a step away from proficiency. On that night in Luo County, Zhou Yuchen read through half of The Alchemy of Finance in one go. This book, hailed as the most profound investment guide in history, was penned by the late British financial prodigy, Chris. Chris's life was legendary. Emerging from the slums of the UK, he joined a Wall Street investment bank in the US at the age of 22, and by 28, he founded the Harry Investment Company. Starting with just $1 million, he grew the company over 30 years to control $300 billion in stocks, achieving an astonishing 300,000-fold increase. This accomplishment earned him the title of God of Investment, though he tragically passed away from cancer at the age of 55. With 10 days left on his understanding scroll, Zhou Yuchen planned to immerse himself in The Alchemy of Finance and other investment classics. He believed that this intensive study session would surely push his investment skills past the 50 proficiency threshold. With a solid theoretical foundation, he could then make significant strides into the stock and futures markets, steadily progressing toward becoming an investment master through practical experience. At 5 the next morning, Zhou Yuchen went to the community square for his morning exercise. After finishing half an hour of Xingyi Quan, Zhao Shenghua and over a dozen other elderly individuals gradually arrived. Seeing Zhou Yuchen, smiles of delight appeared on their faces. Xiao Zhou, Zhao Shenghua eagerly said, I've been practicing the Tai Chi 13 forms for 3 days, and I've developed a bunch of red, hard pimples on my back. I even spent half of yesterday coughing up sticky phlegm, and my bowel movements have been especially foul. Is this detoxification? Can I take a look at those pimples? Zhou Yuchen asked. Zhao Shenghua immediately lifted his shirt to reveal the red pimples scattered on his back. Other elderly individuals also reported similar symptoms, with some showing their waists, others pointing to their stomachs, and some rolling up their pants to show red spots on their thighs. It is indeed a detox reaction, Zhou Yuchen explained with a smile. Persist for about a week, and these symptoms will naturally disappear. However, how frequently have you all been practicing these days? Quite a lot, Zhao Shenghua said proudly. I practice for over an hour each morning and evening, at least 100 times in total. The effect is great. The more I practice, the better I feel, and my body feels lighter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuchen frowned and said seriously, Mr. Zhao, you should also practice in moderation. At your age, 1 hour a day is enough. Overdoing it can harm your bones and joints. Seeing Zhao Shenghua's expression change, Zhou Yuchen quickly added, raising his voice to address everyone, this advice applies to all of you. Although the Tai Chi 13 forms is a health exercise, it is still physical activity and imposes a certain load on the body. Considering your advanced age, and the fact that your muscles and joints aren't as robust as before, it's crucial to exercise restraint. The most important thing is, I don't want your sons and daughters coming to my door one day, giving me a good scolding. Zhou Yuchen's words had everyone laughing heartily. As the laughter subsided, an energetic elderly man eagerly asked, Xiao Zhou, I'd like you to take a look at my Tai Chi 13 forms. I've been practicing diligently these past few days, but why haven't I experienced any detox reactions? Yeah, me neither. Other seniors chimed in. Could it be that we're practicing incorrectly? Don't worry, we'll take it one step at a time. Zhou Yuchen replied calmly. Let's start by adjusting for those who have already experienced detox reactions. I'll go first. Zhao Shenghua stepped forward. He assumed the stance and began demonstrating the Tai Chi 13 forms. The entire routine took just 2.5 minutes, and Zhao Shenghua's movements were fluid and seamless. However, Zhou Yuchen noticed a slight lack of coordination between his breathing and movements. When Zhou Yuchen pointed this out, Zhao Shenghua was surprised. Oh, you can hear my breathing? The other seniors also looked on in astonishment. Zhao Shenghua was 5 or 6 meters away from them, and his movements were gentle, making his breathing hard to detect. Once you reach the level of hidden strength, your energy and blood can propel to your ears, naturally enhancing your hearing, Zhou Yuchen explained, earning admiration from everyone. For the next hour or so, Zhou Yuchen guided the other seniors one by one. Finally, he grouped them into 4s, with the 2 more skilled individuals instructing the other 2. As the time neared 7, Zhou Yuchen was about to head home to make dinner when Zhao Shenghua caught up with him. Xiao Zhou, do you have time at 8 tonight? Just tell me what you need, Zhao Lao. I'll help if I can. My eldest son works tirelessly and is in worse shape than I am. However, due to his special status, he can't appear in public. Could you teach him the Tai Chi 13 forms tonight? Your son must be almost 60, right? Zhou Yuchen asked casually. Zhao Shenghua was taken aback. You haven't looked into my background? Why would I investigate? It's not like I'm seeking a favor, Zhou Yuchen laughed. Though now that you mention it, I am curious about your family's status, so you'll do it? It's a small matter. Just leave me your contact information, and we'll arrange it over the phone tonight. After exchanging phone numbers, they went their separate ways. Zhou Yuchen had breakfast, then dropped Zhou Qing and little Yaya off at kindergarten before driving to Qingjiang University. On the way, Zhou Yuchen asked, Paul Carl will be giving a lecture at your school at 9 tomorrow morning. Can you get me a ticket? Zhou Qing made an okay gesture and smiled. Don't worry, I found a classmate willing to sell a ticket. They're asking for 3,000 yuan, but you can give me 6,000. They're asking for 3,000, and you've just doubled it as a middleman. Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but laugh. I think you should be called Zhou Paopi instead of Zhou Qing. As long as you pay, Zhou Paopi it is. Zhou Qing replied nonchalantly, then curiously asked, why do you want to attend Paul Carl's lecture? He's a chip expert. What's that got to do with you? Zhou Yuchen explained simply, I plan to start a tech company in the future, and I'll definitely need to use chips. I've been researching this area for years, including Mr. Carl's work. He's sort of my idol, and I want to seize this opportunity to get his autograph. As a leading figure in the global chip industry, Paul Carl's travels are always accompanied by tight security. For this lecture at Xinjiang University, not only will La Corporation send protection, but even the Yunhai government will dispatch its best. Zhou Yuchen's only chance to get close to him is during the post-lecture student interaction session, which is why he asked Zhou Qing to help get a ticket. Yeah, right. Zhou Qing clearly didn't believe a word of her brother's explanation. Zhou Yuchen just smiled and didn't say more. After dropping Zhou Qing off at Xinjiang University, Zhou Yuchen went to a bookstore to buy Chip Development and Manufacturing, a book by Paul Carl. Then he headed straight to Yuchen Game Company. Zhang Yong, the head of the HR department, reported that over the weekend, they had successfully recruited all the technical staff for the 3RD teams and were ready to sign contracts today. After reviewing their profiles, Zhou Yuchen immediately agreed. After all, there was a 1-month probation period, which would reveal who was capable and who wasn't. Once the contracts were signed, the newcomers were assigned to various game development teams. When Zhou Yuchen checked the progress of the 3 games, he was pleasantly surprised to find they were ahead of schedule. He realized the employees must have worked overtime and made a mental note to instruct the finance department to calculate overtime pay during payroll. The quality of these relatively simple games exceeded Zhou Yuchen's expectations, particularly the improvement in animation quality, which had increased by 1 or 2 levels. He expressed his satisfaction by praising the team leaders. During his free time, Zhou Yuchen continued reading in his office. Having finished Financial Alchemy, he was now studying The Stock Market and Futures by Luo Li, the stock market guru from Hong Kong. This thick book detailed many of Luo Li's real investment experiences. As he reached the halfway point, the system's voice suddenly interrupted. Congratulations to the host, Zhou Yuchen, for upgrading investment skills to a proficient level. You are awarded 3 attribute points and a chance to draw a prize. A slight smile appeared on Zhou Yuchen's face as he began the lottery without hesitation. With his action, a massive golden wheel slowly spun before him. Stop, he shouted, swinging his arm forcefully. The wheel came to a halt, landing on the true scroll. His luck was indeed impressive. The last true scroll not only earned him his first pot of gold, but also provided him with the Tai Chi visualization method, which allowed him to enter a deep meditative state, saving him a lot of time in learning. The system panel updated. Player, Zhou Yuchen. Constitution, 14 average person 10. Spirit, 10.8 average person 10. Attribute points, 8. Skills. Martial Arts Mastery 3 integrated with other martial arts after Tai Chi reached the Mastery level. Hacking Mastery 1. Culinary Expertise 99. Investment Skills Proficiency 1. Tai Chi Visualization Method Mental Cultivation Technique. Items. Comprehension Scroll 8 days remaining. Clone Scroll 21 days validity. Suddenly, a system task popped up. Please increase the investment of 5 million to 20 million in the Xi'an stock market within a month. Reward. Master level investment skills. Damn. How is that possible? Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but curse. Compared to his previous world, the stock market here allowed a 20 limit up, but still only allowed buying, not short selling. Achieving a 300 return within a month was extremely challenging. Fortunately, there was no penalty for failing the task, otherwise, he would have been devastated. Setting aside his thoughts, he turned on his computer to study Xi'an stocks. By noon, he invited the entire company staff out for lunch, greatly improving their impression of their new boss. In the afternoon, Zhou Yuchen picked up Zhou Yu and then went to Xinjiang University to pick up Zhou Qing. As soon as Zhou Qing got in the car, she handed him an admission ticket, but her expression wasn't good. It turned out the seller had raised the ticket price from 3,000 to 8,000 at the last minute because several semiconductor and tech industry bigwigs were coming to the campus to hear Paul Carl's lecture. Many students hoped to seize the opportunity to showcase themselves and catch the attention of these bigwigs. Zhou Yuchen directly increased the benefit fee for Zhou Qing to 16,000 yuan, which finally made her smile. At 7 p.m., just as he finished tidying up the kitchen and was about to take the two for a walk, there was a knock at the door. Through the peephole, Zhou Yuchen saw it was Shun Xingang and Dai Wan. Director Shin, Professor Dai, please come in. Welcome to both of you for inspecting the work. Zhou Yuchen greeted warmly. Is it that hard to call us uncle and aunt? Dai Wan said with a smile. If you two don't give the word, how would I dare to change how I address you? Zhou Yuchen responded modestly. Do martial artists like you ever lack courage? Shin Xingang glanced at him. Seems not. All right, I'll change my way of addressing you from now on, Zhou Yuchen replied cheerfully. Zhou Yuchen warmly welcomed the two elders into his home. Xiao Yeye, Grandpa and Grandma are here. Before he even finished speaking, Xiao Yeye, who had been playing with Zhou Qing in the bedroom, came running out. Grandpa, Grandma, the little girl exclaimed joyfully, diving into Dai Wan's embrace. Dai Wan picked her up and kissed her rosy cheek. Sweetheart, how did you gain so much weight? Xiao Yeye giggled. Because Daddy's cooking is so delicious. I always eat a lot. Let me ask you, Dai Wan teased, whose cooking is better, Grandma's or Daddy's? Xiao Yaya blinked her big eyes and cleverly replied, "Both are good," making Daiwan burst into laughter. "You little clever one." At that moment, Zhou Qing came out of the bedroom holding Xiao Yaya's shoes. "Hello, uncle, auntie. I'm Zhou Qing." "Hello, Xiao Qing," Daiwan said warmly. "Jingyan often talks about you and speaks highly of you. Now that I see you, you are indeed prettier than your brother. If I didn't know beforehand, I wouldn't have guessed you are siblings." Zhou Qing placed the shoes by Xiao Yaya's feet. "Maybe my brother takes after dad, and I take after mom. Brother, you chat with uncle and auntie. I'll make some tea." "No need to bother." Shin Chungang quickly waved his hand. "Plain water is fine. Tea keeps me up at night." "That's good." Zhou Yuchen laughed. "If you wanted tea, I'd have to go downstairs to buy some." Just then, Zhou Yuchen's phone rang. It was Mr. Zhao Shanghua. He answered promptly. "Mr. Zhao, has your son arrived so early?" "No. He's on a business trip to Yindu these days, so he might not make it." "No problem. I have plenty of time. Just let me know whenever he returns." After hanging up, Zhou Yuchen turned to Shen Chengyang. "Uncle Shen, do you know Zhao Shanghua? He should be a retired general from the Yunhai military district." Shen Chenggang's heart raced, and his eyes flashed with shock. Was that him on the phone just now? After receiving Zhou Yuchen's confirmation, his pupils contracted sharply. "How do you know him?" Zhou Yuchen explained that he met Mr. Zhao at the community square while practicing martial arts. Mr. Zhao, interested in Kung Fu, learned Tai Chi 13 style from him along with a group of seniors. Mr. Zhao was impressed and wanted his son to learn it, but his son had to attend a meeting in Yindu. Seeing Shan Qinggong's serious expression, Dai Wan curiously asked, "Old Shun, who is this Mr. Zhao?" Shin Chengyang solemnly replied, "Mr. Zhao is a retired general who served as the commander of the Yunhai military district. You should be familiar with his son Yunhai City's top official and deputy consul general of the Xia Kingdom, Zhao Yanjian." Even with Dai Wan's usually calm demeanor, she couldn't help but gape in disbelief when she heard the name. It was astonishing that someone who had once been in prison not only knew a retired general, but was now going to teach Tai Chi to the current deputy consul of the nation. Zhou Qing was equally speechless, covering her mouth as she stared blankly at Zhou Yuchen. In contrast, Zhou Yuchen's reaction was surprisingly composed. He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. No wonder old Zhao always kept his identity a secret. Since he's so impressive, I should really ask him tomorrow morning how he raised his children. Maybe he can help Xiao Yuyu become a future female consul. Shin Qingyang, hearing this, felt Zhou Yuchen was both foolish and admirable. After revealing Zhao Xinggua's identity, he had been observing Zhou Yuchen's reaction. He had expected Zhou Yuchen to be flustered by the vast difference in their statuses, but instead, Zhou Yuchen remained calm and even joked about it. "Brother, I really admire you," Zhou Qing said, shaking her head in disbelief. Zhou Yuchen chuckled, "Just joking around. I had guessed that old Zhao's identity wasn't simple, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Now that you know who old Zhao is, you should be mindful of what you say," Shin Qingyang advised. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. "Nothing to be mindful of. Old Zhao has a fiery temper and hates pretense. If I'm too reserved around him, it might just annoy him. No matter how high his status or how impressive his son is, I won't change the way I interact with him." "That's right," Daiwan agreed. "The key is whether you can really do it. Many people want to stay independent and confident in front of leaders, but few actually manage it. Desireless, thus strong," Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. "I think I have a pretty good mindset, so it shouldn't be a problem. By the way, Uncle Shen, should I mention you to old Zhao? Only if they ask. Otherwise, just answer truthfully if it comes up." Shin Qingyang waved his hand dismissively. "Got it." Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhao Yu, who had been silent, spoke up. "Daddy, I want to play on the slide. How about Grandpa and Grandma take you to the slide?" Daiwan suggested with a smile. Zhao Yu nodded eagerly, "Yes. The world is vast, but our little Zhao Yu is the biggest. Let's go play on the slide," Shin Qingyang said as he stood up. Zhou Qing immediately ran into the bedroom to fetch Zhao Yu's outdoor clothes and dressed her. Seeing Zhou Qing's swift actions, Daiwan's face softened into a gentle smile. "Zhou Qing, you've really worked hard these past few days. Thank you for taking care of little Ye." Zhou Qing was taken aback by the words and quickly replied, "Auntie, please don't say that. I'm Ye's aunt. Taking care of her is my duty." Seeing Zhou Qing's sincere attitude, a hint of admiration flashed in Daiwan's eyes. After spending half an hour with Ye on the slide, Shen Qingyang and Daiwan prepared to leave. As they walked back, Daiwan suddenly spoke. "Ye's grandparents are truly remarkable for raising such well-mannered siblings." She paused and then asked, "Old Shen, if in the future Jingyun and Xiao Zhou end up together, would it affect you negatively?" Shin Qingyang frowned. "Are you interested in Xiao Zhou?" "Why not?" Daiwan countered. Shin Qingyang was silent for a moment. "Have you noticed? Ye seems to be becoming more attached to him." "You haven't answered my question," Daiwan said, somewhat dissatisfied. "There will definitely be an impact, but it's negligible," Shin Qingyang said calmly. Satisfied with this answer, Daiwan nodded. That's good. A glint appeared in Shen Qinggong's eyes. If Jingyun really takes a liking to Xiao Zhou, I wouldn't oppose it, but I would suggest they marry later. Why? Daiwan asked, puzzled. Xiao Zhou is indeed one of the most outstanding young people I've ever met, whether in ability or talent, Shin Qingyang explained. But that doesn't guarantee his success. People like him usually have two outcomes, either great success or great failure. If he succeeds, everyone will be happy, but if he fails, I'm afraid Jingyun and Ye will suffer. Daiwan adjusted her glasses. That's completely from a father's perspective. To outsiders, it seems like a case of enjoying prosperity together, but not enduring hardships. I only care if Jingyun and Ye can live well. Everything else is not within my consideration, Shin Qingyang said confidently, leaving Daiwan momentarily speechless. The next morning, Zhou Yuchen once again guided the elderly in practicing the Tai Chi 13 form, paying special attention to those whose movements were not up to standard. After arranging them into groups for practice, Zhou Yuchen pulled Zhao Shengguo aside to a secluded spot. Mr. Zhao, I've learned about your background. Zhao Shengguo raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. You were the lieutenant general commander of the former Yunhai military district, and your son is Zhao Yinjiang, the deputy mayor of Yunhai City, correct? That's right. Zhao Shengguo nodded. Now that you know my identity, do you feel constrained? A bit, Zhou Yuchen admitted. After all, you're a significant figure in Xia country, and I'm just an ordinary young man. Zhao Shengguo scrutinized him. Really? I feel like you haven't changed much. The change is internal, not on the surface, Zhou Yuchen said, then shifted the topic. Mr. Zhao, you mentioned before that you owe me a favor. With the Tai Chi 13 form, it should be 2 favors now, right? Zhao Shengguo's expression darkened slightly. What exactly are you getting at? I'd like to ask for your help, Zhou Yuchen said directly. Zhao Shengguo asked calmly. What kind of help? Zhou Yuchen straightened up, looking solemn. If one day I get married, I hope you can be my witness. This idea came to him last night after learning about Zhao Shengguo's identity. Having a retired lieutenant general and current deputy consul as his wedding officiant would not only add weight to his side, but also help resolve obstacles with Shen Jingyun and avoid affecting Shan Qinggong's career. Zhao Shengguo frowned slightly. Don't you already have a daughter? Having a daughter doesn't mean I have a wife. Zhou Yuchen replied with a wry smile. Interest flickered in Zhao Shengguo's eyes. Tell me more. You're a general, yet you're so nosy? Zhou Yuchen teased. Zhao Shengguo raised an eyebrow. If you want me to be your witness, I should at least know your story, right? He wasn't annoyed by Zhou Yuchen's straightforwardness. Instead, he felt secretly pleased. The last thing he wanted was for others to become reserved due to his status, and it seemed his worries were unfounded. So, does that mean you agree? Zhou Yuchen's eyes lit up. Let's hear the story of your premarital parenthood first, Zhao Shengguo said. Zhou Yuchen had no choice but to recount his story with Shan Jingyun, only omitting her father Shan Qinggong's identity and simply mentioning she came from a family of police officers. So, you're not even her boyfriend yet? Zhao Shengguo said helplessly after hearing the story. Zhou Yuchen nodded in acknowledgement. Then why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Shengguo said, somewhat exasperated. I'm preparing to pursue her, Zhou Yuchen said, rubbing his nose. Talking won't get you anywhere. You need to take action. That's why I need you to agree to be my witness first, so I can pursue Jingyun without any reservations. Zhao Shengguo pondered for a moment. That makes sense? All right, I agree. That's great, Zhou Yuchen said excitedly. Zhao Shengguo glanced at him and poured cold water on his enthusiasm. You better hurry up. If you can't win her over, you'll feel just as bad as you are happy now. That day will never come, Zhou Yuchen said confidently. With Zhao Shengguo's support, the biggest obstacle between him and Shen Jingyun was cleared, and the smooth progress of the situation exceeded his expectations. At 9:30 a.m., Zhou Yuchen, carrying the book, Chip Development and Manufacturing, entered the Qinjiang University auditorium with Zhou Qing, who had blended in as a staff member. Thanks to her outstanding appearance, Zhou Qing easily secured the opportunity to present flowers after the speech. The auditorium was already packed, filled with energetic students gathered in small groups chatting. Looking at these vibrant faces, Zhou Yuchen suddenly realized that although he was once one of them, he no longer fit in with them at this moment. The entry tickets indicated the seating arrangements. Zhou Yuchen found his seat at the far right of the 7th row, which offered an excellent view. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out his phone and focused intently on the stock market performance of Dongxi Network Commerce Company. The research he conducted last night convinced him that the financial market trajectory of Xia in this world was strikingly similar to that of his previous life. E-commerce was in its budding stage, with 3 small-scale online trading platforms competing fiercely. Among them, Dongxi Network Commerce Company had gone public half a month ago, with its stock price experiencing wild fluctuations, surging 48 in the first week, plummeting 32 in the second, and closing yesterday at just 1.04 yuan, marking a total increase of 4 from the issue price. Zhou Yuchen astutely recognized that Dongxin's business model was identical to that of the Alibaba Group from his previous life. He decisively chose to leverage 5 times his capital, investing all 5 million, anticipating that the stock price could reach 2 yuan within a month. As the market opened, Dongxin's stock price fluctuated violently around the 1 yuan cost line, with bulls and bears fiercely battling. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the venue. Look, Jiang Yaojing from Xingchen Electronics is here. Students around him whispered. Following closely, industry giants such as Ran Jiuzhou, president of Shaoguang Communications, Yi Yongping, president of Tiangong Chip Xia Branch, and Chu Nanming, president of Naming Electronics, entered the room. Mr. Carl is incredible, managing to invite these big names in the electronics industry to Qingjiang University. These communications companies rely on lock communications chips, so they're definitely here to curry favor with Mr. Carl. Unfortunately, we can't even produce our own chips. This is the shortcoming of Xia's technology. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhou Yuchen put away his phone and carefully observed these business magnates. He was already familiar with their background. Xingchen and Nanming were Xia's 2 largest mobile phone manufacturers, but they lacked core technology and faced uncertain futures. Shaoguang Communications was low-key and mysterious, similar to Huawei from his previous life, seemingly backed by government support and possessing a strong R&D team. Tiangong Chip was the East Asian version of TSMC, renowned in the global chip manufacturing field. Additionally, over 20 corporate presidents were present, including mobile phone manufacturers, all troubled by the lack of core technology. At 10 o'clock sharp, nearly 80-year-old Paul Carl entered the venue accompanied by the university president. The entire audience stood up, applauding thunderously, with even the presidents of major corporations in the front row joining in to pay their highest respects to this telecommunications industry titan. Zhou Yuchen stood in the conference hall, applauding and intently observing Paul Carl on the stage. Despite the wrinkles of age marking his face, the renowned chip expert, now in his 50s, still exuded a hint of his youthful charm. To Zhou Yuchen, Paul Carl seemed more like a dedicated scholar than a profit-driven businessman. For the next hour and a half, Paul Carl spoke eloquently. He began by systematically introducing the achievements of major Western telecommunications groups in the chip sector, then focused on the technical details of the 24-nanometers chip developed by his team. Finally, he shared his vision for the future of the chip industry, predicting a golden era of rapid growth over the next decade, with technological advancements occurring every 2 to 3 years until they reach the physical limits. Zhou Yuchen found himself in strong agreement with this prediction. He vividly recalled the developmental trajectory from his past life. Mobile phone chips had indeed progressed from 24 nanometers to 3 nanometers in a little over a decade, and just before he traveled back in time, companies were even developing 2 nanometers chips, nearing the physical limits. As the speech concluded, the room erupted in applause. Zhou Qing quickly approached the stage, handing a bouquet to Paul Carl. The QA session began, and before the host could finish speaking, Zhou Yuchen eagerly stood up, holding Paul Carl's book high. "I think I see a book I wrote," Paul Carl said with a smile. Although Zhou Yuchen's sudden question disrupted the planned order, the host invited him to speak first. Zhou Yuchen stood up and said in fluent American English, "Mr. Carl, you are my idol. Before I ask my question, could I get your autograph?" "Your English is excellent," Paul Carl replied with a hearty laugh. "Come on up." Overjoyed, Zhou Yuchen promptly ascended the stage. After Paul Carl signed his book, they shook hands, earning enthusiastic applause from the audience. During this brief handshake, Zhou Yuchen activated the cloning scroll, feeling a surge of chip knowledge flood into his mind. When he returned to his seat, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations to the host for using the cloning scroll. You have acquired Paul Carl's chip development skills, which the system has classified as Mastery Level 99. Were it not for being in public, Zhou Yuchen might have leapt up in celebration." The host indicated it was time for his question, and Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath before asking, "Mr. Carl, you just elaborated on chip development and future trends. I'd like to ask, if a company in Xia, leading the Western world in the 5G communications field, including Lock Communications Group, emerged, would your company consider halting chip supplies to them? And if they succeeded in developing a 5G chip, would you prohibit foundries from manufacturing chips for them?" If there were others at the venue who, like Zhou Yuchen, had traveled from Earth, they would have immediately recognized that what he just described was exactly what happened to the Huawei Group. The entire conference hall fell into a dead silence, with everyone's eyes fixed on the young man who stood up to ask the question. The presidents of the major corporations in the front row all straightened their backs and locked their eyes on Paul Carl on stage. This question hit directly at their most pressing concerns. Many students also looked at Zhou Yuchen with admiration for his composed demeanor. Paul Carl was obviously caught off guard by this sharp question. He furrowed his brows and remained silent for a full half-minute before speaking, and he responded with a question. "How do you view the phrase, 'science knows no borders'?" "Science indeed knows no borders, but scientists do, and so do tech companies," Zhou Yuchen replied without hesitation. "Mr. Carl, You haven't answered my question. Another suffocating silence followed. Finally, Paul Carl sighed. I don't know. This ambiguous answer caused a stir in the venue. The faces of the presidents of various tech companies grew increasingly grim. This undoubtedly suggested that the supply cutoff risk described by Zhou Yuchen was highly likely to come true. Mr. Carl, your answer deserves everyone's respect, Zhou Yuchen said with a slight smile. I'm just a chip expert, not a capitalist, Paul Carl said candidly. What decisions they will make, I cannot predict, so I can only say I don't know. The Western world upholds the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, Zhou Yuchen continued. Cutting off chip supplies is just one of the means of suppression. Mr. Carl, you know very well how much of a stir this answer will cause in Xia. Yet you still chose to speak the truth. You don't seem to be a student from Qinjiang University, do you? Paul Carl asked thoughtfully. I'm just an ordinary young entrepreneur from Xia, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. While Paul Carl was interacting with other students, Zhou Yuchen sent a text message to Zhou Qing and quietly left Qinjiang University. Back in his car, he excitedly swung his arm. Today was indeed his lucky day. His chip development skills had reached level 99 of proficiency, and with the help of the all-round development system, he would become a world-class chip development master in no more than 2 months. However, one must take things step by step. The scenarios in online novels where the protagonist becomes invincible after acquiring a system simply do not exist in reality. Zhou Yuchen understood the importance of a steady approach. Until he had the strength to challenge the West, keeping a low profile was wise. With Yuchen Gaming Company's 3 casual mobile games running smoothly, the company operations had become automated, allowing him to focus on studying the stock market from home. It was midday, and the stock market was on a break. Zhou Yuchen quickly finished his lunch and sat in front of his computer, concentrating on the stock price trends of Dongxin Network Commerce Company. The numbers on the screen made him squint. 0.96 yuan. Throughout the morning, Dongxin Network had experienced intense battles between buyers and sellers, with its stock price dropping from 1.04 yuan to 0.96 yuan. As he browsed through the comments section filled with pessimistic remarks, Zhou Yuchen keenly noticed that the ones retreating were mostly retail investors, while the major players with substantial capital were still holding their ground. This observation convinced him that the capital market still had confidence in Dongxin Network's prospects. Without hesitation, he logged into the Shanghai financial platform and decided to invest 30 million yuan in principal, applying for a 5-fold leverage with a target of 40 profit. He chose 30 million instead of 5 million because he had strong confidence in his judgment. It was a win-win choice. If successful, he would not only fulfill his goals but also earn significant profits. Even if it failed, the remaining 20 million plus his property would be enough to support Yuchen Gaming Company in publishing games on major platforms. To expedite the approval process, Zhou Yuchen called Zhuang Wenbin. When Zhuang learned that he intended to buy Dongxin Network stock with 5-fold leverage, he curiously asked, Mr. Zhou, industry investment institutions seem skeptical about Dongxin's e-commerce platform. Why are you buying in? Zhou Yuchen chuckled and said, Isn't there a saying in the stock market? Be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. I believe Dongxin's B2B model is very suitable for the current situation in Xiagua and has a great chance of success. How confident are you? Zhuang pressed. Honestly, not even one confident, Zhou Yuchen admitted. This is a gamble. If I win, the rewards are huge. If I lose, the 30 million could be completely lost. You should consider it carefully. Got it. I'll buy a little less, Zhuang replied with a smile. About the leverage application? How long will it take to approve? At most 5 minutes. Having connections really helps. Indeed, in less than 5 minutes, Zhou Yuchen's 5-fold leverage application was approved, with only a symbolic 5 margin required, which was 1.5 million yuan. This allowed him to leverage 28.5 million yuan to mobilize 142.5 million yuan. After the market opened, Dongxin Network's stock price continued to dip. Zhou Yuchen seized the opportunity, buying 50 million shares at 0.92 yuan, pushing the price up by 0.1 yuan. However, the bears were relentless, and within half an hour, the price fell to 0.88 yuan. This was because retail investors, seeing the price rise back to the opening level, started selling, and Zhou Yuchen absorbed these shares. He decisively invested the remaining funds, eventually establishing his position at an average price of 0.89 yuan. After Zhou Yuchen's aggressive buying spree, the stock price of Dongxin Network Business Company hit 1 yuan but quickly dropped back to 0.86 yuan. Despite this outcome, Zhou Yuchen remained remarkably calm. He understood the stock market rules well and knew that unless shareholders engaged in illegal activities like maliciously dumping shares, which was highly unlikely, his funds were relatively safe. Over the next 2 days, Dongxin's stock price fluctuated between 0.8 and 0.85 yuan. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yuchen decisively invested an additional 10 million yuan, leveraging it 5 times to lower the average price to 0.87 yuan. During this period, Zhuang Wenbin, anxious about his own 2 million yuan investment, frequently called to discuss the company's prospects. In the final half hour before the market closed on Friday, the stock suddenly surged. Dongxin's stock price shot up like an arrow, hitting the daily limit in less than 5 minutes, shocking the entire market. The reason soon became clear. At 2 p.m. that afternoon, Shangji Venture Capital from the East reached an agreement with Dongxin to invest a staggering $6 billion. At that moment, Zhou Yuchen was reading at the Yuchen Gaming Company when he received an excited call from Zhuang Wenbin, finally breaking into a confident smile. With such a massive investment, Dongxin's stock price should at least double or triple. As long as we hold on to our shares, we're guaranteed to profit, Zhuang Wenbin said, his voice trembling. Mr. Zhou, you're like a stock market genius. If I were truly a stock market genius, I wouldn't have just invested 30 million this time, Zhou Yuchen replied casually. After hanging up, Zhou Yuchen went online to verify the news and began researching potential responses from Dongxin's two main competitors. In his view, these companies would not sit idly by as Dongxin grew, but even if they took action, they couldn't stop Dongxin's stock from rising. Zhou Yuchen predicted at least 3 consecutive days of limit-up openings, making it difficult for retail investors to buy in. By 5 p.m., after picking up his little girl, Zhou Yuchen headed into the kitchen to prepare a lavish seafood feast. This was to welcome Shan Jingyun, who had just returned from a training session at Qingjiang Party School. He considered inviting Zhou Qing to enjoy a family reunion, but she insisted on not coming, not wanting to intrude on their family time. Half an hour later, the door opened and little Yaya, who had been eagerly listening, dashed out of her room, excitedly shouting, "Mom!" The moment Shin Jingyun walked in with her suitcase, little Yaya's eyes lit up. Her tiny legs moved quickly as she dashed towards the door, shouting, "Mommy!" Shin Jingyun hurriedly put down her luggage and opened her arms to scoop up her young daughter. "Sweetheart, did you miss Mommy?" Shin Jingyun asked gently. "I missed you so much," Yaya replied, tears already streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, soon soaking her little face. "Oh dear, why are you crying?" Shin Jingyun asked, her heart aching as she wiped her daughter's tears. Between sobs, Yaya said, "Mommy, please don't go away for so long next time, okay? Yaya misses you." Seeing her daughter sobbing so hard, Shun Jingyun's eyes reddened too. "All right, Mommy promises," she reassured. After a moment of tender bonding, Yaya's emotions finally settled down. At this point, Zhou Yuchen brought a large platter of seafood to the dining table. Smiling at the stunning woman before him, he said, "You're back?" Shin Jingyun walked over to him and suddenly gave him a hug, whispering a soft, "Thank you." Just as Zhou Yuchen was about to embrace her, she quickly released him and stepped back, as if avoiding something. "You hugged me, but I didn't hug you back. I feel like I've been shortchanged," Zhou Yuchen said helplessly. "Count your losses as blessings," Shun Jingyun replied with a smile. "It certainly is a blessing," Zhou Yuchen nodded, recalling the soft warmth of the embrace. Shun Jingyun was wearing a white blouse that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. The slightly open collar revealed a glimpse of her slender neck and fair skin. Her black fitted pants accentuated her slim waist and long legs. Her perfect body proportions, combined with her stunning face and graceful demeanor, made it hard to look away. Noticing Zhou Yuchen's intense gaze, Shun Jingyun blushed and shot him a sharp look before pulling Yaya into the bedroom. When she emerged again, she had changed into loose-fitting loungewear, effectively concealing her graceful figure. "What a shame," Zhou Yuchen said with disappointment. "Oh, stop it," Shin Jingyun chided, realizing her tone was somewhat coquettish, which made her blush again. "All right, let's eat," Zhou Yuchen said with a smile. After dinner, Zhou Yuchen and Shun Jingyun took little Yaya to the children's playground in the neighborhood. Bathed in the glow of the sunset, Yaya was having a great time on the slide. Leaning against the railing, Shun Jingyun watched the child with a gentle gaze and softly said to Zhou Yuchen, "Tomorrow, I want to take Yaya to my parents' place. We won't be around this weekend." Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. "No problem. Do you want to come with us?" Shin Jingyun turned to him, her eyes filled with expectation. "No," Zhou Yuchen answered without hesitation. "Why not?" Shin Jingyun frowned slightly. Zhou Yuchen explained seriously, "When they come here, it's to see the child. If I go there, it would be as their prospective son-in-law visiting the in-laws. I should wait until I've succeeded in my career to do that. Are you overthinking it?" Shin Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Yuchen looked her in the eyes with seriousness. "I'm serious. Jingyun, we've known each other for almost a month. I really missed you this past week we didn't see each other." Shun Jingyun's heart skipped a beat. During this time, aside from thinking about little Yaya, Zhou Yuchen's image often appeared in her mind. That's why she was so excited when they met again. "And then?" she asked, trying to sound calm. "Be my girlfriend. Didn't you say there were many obstacles between us?" "I've taken care of them," Zhou Yuchen admitted. "I found someone to officiate the retired general commander of the Yunhai military district. His son is the current deputy consul of Yunhai City, Zhao Yanjing. With his support, all obstacles are no longer an issue. Late at night, the light in the study was still on. Zhou Yuchen was focused on the computer screen, studying the stock market trends, when he heard a gentle knock on the door. Shen Jingyun, in a light pink nightgown, walked in with a cup of tea. Still not asleep? It's too early, I can't sleep. Zhou Yuchen took the tea and thanked her. Did I disturb you? No, I was just a bit thirsty and wanted some water. I saw the light on and thought I'd check. Shen Jingyun noticed the stock market chart on the screen. Are you trading stocks? Yes, I studied finance in college. I trade when I see a good opportunity. Are you sure it's a good opportunity? As long as I assess the odds of success to be over 80, it's a good opportunity, Zhou Yuchen replied confidently. A hint of interest flashed in Shan Jingyun's eyes. How many times have you encountered it? Twice, Zhou Yuchen replied directly. Once with crude oil futures, and this time with Dongxin Network Commerce Company's stock. Impressive. Shen Jingyun gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Zhou Yuchen's lips curled into a confident smile. Don't worry, once you marry me, I promise you'll never have to worry about money. In your dreams. Shen Jingyun rolled her eyes at him, a blush coloring her cheeks as she quickly walked out of the room. This nightgown looks nice, though a bit conservative, Zhou Yuchen murmured. Hearing this, Shen Jingyun noticeably quickened her pace, almost running as she left. In the morning, Zhou Yuchen went to the small square for his morning exercise. On the square, a group of elderly men had already started practicing the 13 forms of Tai Chi, moving in perfect unison. Over the past week, they had all experienced detox reactions. Most suffered from diarrhea, frequently visiting the bathroom and passing foul-smelling stools. A few had red rashes or mouth sores. Zhou Yuchen strictly forbade them from taking any medication, insisting they complete at least 10 rounds of the form daily. Now, the first of the elderly to enter the detox phase had fully recovered, and the other symptoms were gradually improving. Feeling a noticeable improvement in both their physical and mental states, everyone practiced with utmost diligence. Zhou Yuchen's morning routine consisted of 3 parts: half an hour of standing meditation, half an hour of Wuji stance, followed by 20 minutes of Xingyi Quan and Tai Chi afterward. He bid farewell to the elderly participants and went home to prepare breakfast. This wasn't Zhou Yuchen trying to curry favor. It was just that after his culinary skills reached an expert level of 99, foods he once found delicious now tasted bland, and even dishes from high-end restaurants failed to excite him. Although Shen Jingyun's cooking skills were decent among ordinary people, to Zhou Yuchen's refined palate, they were barely palatable. Thus, whenever he had the time, he preferred to cook himself. As he enjoyed breakfast alone, Shen Jingyun emerged from the bedroom, carrying the still sleepy Xiaoya. Daddy, what delicious food did you make? Xiaoya asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Your favorite beef buns, Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. If you don't hurry, I might eat them all. Mommy, let's go wash our hands quickly. Xiaoya suddenly perked up, eagerly saying, I want to eat beef buns. After the family enjoyed a delightful breakfast, Shen Jingyun took Xiaoya to visit her grandparents. With nothing else to do, Zhou Yuchen headed to Yuchen Game Company. Although it was Saturday and there was no requirement for employees to work overtime, the office was already full, the sound of typing filling the air. Brother Chin, Fruit Hero is ready, He Jun reported, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. Among the 3 game projects, Fruit Hero was the simplest, and He Jun's team had completed it first. You didn't sleep all night? Zhou Yuchen asked with a frown. He Jun sighed. We were so excited to be almost done that the whole team pulled an all-nighter to finish it. Pausing, he admitted, Brother Chin, with the job market so tough right now, the salary you offer is nearly the highest in the industry. Honestly, none of us want to lose this job. Hearing He Jun's words, Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but recall his previous life of constant overtime, feeling a sense of empathy. He patted He Jun's shoulder and said firmly, Don't worry, regardless of this game's success, Yuchen Gaming Company will continue to move forward. He Jun's eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, Does that mean we are getting permanent positions? Zhou Yuchen looked at He Jun seriously and said, You know the 40 team members best, so the decision is yours. Without hesitation, He Jun replied, Their workability, professionalism, and attitude are excellent. Not a single one is lagging behind. Then they all get permanent positions, Zhou Yuchen declared. No sooner had he spoken than cheers erupted from outside the office. The 3rd team had been eavesdropping. At that moment, Zhou Yu shouted, Brother Chen, our first team is developing Angry Birds with greater difficulty, and everyone has worked hard. You can't favor one over the other. Hua Haiyang immediately chimed in. Our second team's casual puzzle game is the most challenging, and everyone is exhausted. Zhou Yuchen raised his hand to stop them from continuing. I've seen the efforts of all 3 development teams. The decision on permanent positions will be left to you 3 team leaders. The first team is outstanding. Everyone gets permanent positions. Zhou Yu immediately announced. The second team is also good. All get permanent positions. Hua Haiyang followed suit. The entire office area erupted with cheers, and Zhou Yuchen smiled with satisfaction. Later, Zhou Yuchen personally tested the Fruit Hero game and discovered 5 or 6 minor bugs in just half an hour, which made Heejin blush. Although these bugs were subtle and even experienced players might not notice them, they needed to be fixed. Heejin led the team to work overtime, and they resolved all issues by 4 p.m. After confirming everything was fine, Zhou Yuchen announced, the company's first mobile game, Fruit Hero, has been successfully developed. The third team gets 5 days off and will return on Thursday to assist the first and second teams. Additionally, the first and third teams can leave now and return on Tuesday. Remember, health is most important. We won't do constant overtime. Long live Brother Chun. Applause and cheers filled the office. Zhou Yuchen waved his hand, indicating, all right, everyone go home and rest now. Yes, they all responded in unison. Over the weekend, Shen Jingyun and Xiao Yeye came back early. Zhou Yuchen simply cooked 3 dishes and made a pot of soup. Watching Xiao Yeye devour the food, Shen Jingyun couldn't help but say, you don't eat this much at your grandparents' house. Xiao Yeye swallowed her food and grinned. Grandma's cooking isn't as good as Dad's. Honey, don't say that in front of Grandma, Zhou Yuchen quickly reminded. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not that silly. When Grandma asks, I always say it's delicious, Xiao Yeye responded cleverly. Smart. Zhou Yuchen praised with a thumbs up. Shen Jingyun sighed. I have to admit, your cooking is indeed good. Not just Xiao Yeye, even I've become a bit picky. Zhou Yuchen looked at Shen Jingyun and said in a relaxed tone, it's no big deal. I can cook for you and your daughter for a lifetime. Shen Jingyun caught the deeper meaning in his words and frowned slightly. Can you not talk like that? It's a bit unsettling. Have you thought it over? Zhou Yuchen asked, looking directly into her eyes. No, Shen Jingyun replied bluntly. Zhou Yuchen shrugged. No rush, take your time. After being persistently begged by Zhou Yu, Shen Jingyun finally relented and agreed to stay over at Zhou Yuchen's house for the night. Seeing her concession, Zhou Yuchen was secretly delighted, feeling a step closer to his dream of living together as a family. The next morning, after seeing Shen Jingyun off to work, Zhou Yuchen promptly took Zhao Yu to kindergarten and then hurried to Yuchen Game Company. Although the development department was on leave, the administrative department was still operating normally. During this period, with the completion of Fruit Hero, the administrative department's work was about to ramp up. To launch the game internationally, the company needed to apply for game licenses in the Lighthouse country and the European Union. These regions have a tiered fee approval system. In the Lighthouse country, for example, there are 4 levels from standard to ultra fast. The standard level is free but takes 6 months. The fast level costs 50,000 and takes about a month. The expedited level is 100,000 and takes a week. And the ultra fast level costs 200,000 but guarantees approval within 24 hours. The EU has a similar fee structure, just in euros. Zhou Yuchen initially planned to launch 3 games simultaneously, but the operations department suggested this might lead to internal competition. They recommended a staggered release strategy, allowing a successful game to boost the others. Finding this suggestion reasonable, Zhou Yuchen agreed and held a meeting to assign specific tasks to each department. Meanwhile, Dongxi Network Commerce Company, after receiving a 5 billion investment, saw its stock price soar with 3 consecutive days of hitting the upper limit, just as Zhou Yuchen had anticipated. Countless investors scrambled to buy shares, but there were none available on the market. Shareholders like Zhou Yuchen were holding onto their stakes tightly, unwilling to let go. The impressive performance of 4 consecutive limitups boosted Zhou Yuchen's profits by 75. Watching his account balance soar from 40 million to 180 million, and netting 130 million after deducting fees, he was incredibly excited. The task originally assigned by the system was simple. Use an initial capital of 5 million to earn 20 million within a month. Technically, his current 180 million far exceeded the required 16 million, but the system remained unresponsive. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yuchen realized the issue: all the funds were still floating in the stock market, and they needed to be withdrawn as real cash to count. To be safe, Zhou Yuchen immediately withdrew 20 million from the stock market into his bank account. He decided to continue holding the shares of Dongxi Network Business Company, believing that as long as the company operated steadily, another rise of a few dozen points within a month was possible. The moment the 20 million was successfully credited, the system finally reacted. 2 consecutive notifications sounded in his mind. Congratulations, player, on completing the task of earning 20 million with 5 million in a month. Master-level investment skills awarded. Congratulations, player, on exceeding the task within 9 days. An additional lottery chance awarded. A vast amount of investment knowledge surged into Zhou Yuchen's mind, causing a brief headache. Once the knowledge was fully absorbed, he eagerly opted to use his lottery chance. The familiar golden wheel appeared once more, and even though he had seen it over a dozen times, its dazzling brilliance still excited Zhou Yuchen. The wheel gradually stopped, and a book emitting a golden glow dropped into his inventory. Upon opening it, he found it was Xia Country Mobile Phone Battery Technology. This was a rare item in the system store. Zhou Yuchen was ecstatic. This unexpected windfall completely changed his original entrepreneurial plan. He had initially intended to accumulate capital through a gaming company and then spend 2 years acquiring a chip company to develop graphics cards. But now, with this battery technology, he could take a different path, acquire a battery factory, develop world-leading mobile phone battery and charging technology, and supply major phone manufacturers. As long as he maintained a technological edge, this would be a path to wealth. Zhou Yuchen immediately activated the technology book. A flash of golden light, and all the relevant knowledge instantly integrated into his mind. He glanced at his latest attribute panel. Player, Zhou Yuchen. Physique, 14 average person 10. Mental, 10.8 average person 10. Attribute points, 8. Skills, martial arts master level 3. Hacking master level 1. Cooking proficient level 99. Investment skills master level 1. Chip development technology, proficient level 99. Tai Chi visualization mental practice. Items. Comprehension scroll duration 3 days. Reality scroll 3 uses. Looking at the newly added master level skill and his attributes, Zhou Yuchen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Zhou Yuchen deeply understands the essence of development in an all-encompassing cultivation game. Being the host of a game system didn't mean he could act recklessly in modern society. On the contrary, he exerted an unimaginable amount of effort. Over 4 years, leveraging the basic advantages left by his predecessor, such as a photographic memory, he finally reached a master level in multiple fields. As he pondered, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Zhou Yu, what's up? You goo. Angry Birds is finished. I'll be there right away. This news took Zhou Yuchen by surprise. Heejun's development team had put aside the casual puzzle project of Huahaiyang and dedicated themselves fully to the animation production of Angry Birds. What was expected to take a week was completed in just 2 days. Upon arriving at the gaming company, Zhou Yuchen immediately began testing. Like with Fruit Ninja, he quickly identified more than a dozen bugs. Zhou Yu looked on with a helpless expression but was genuinely impressed by Zhou Yuchen's abilities. Luckily, there are bugs, Heejun sighed in relief. Otherwise, I'd be really embarrassed. Brother you seem a bit schadenfreude, Zhou Yu remarked. Heejun laughed. Sharing joy is better than enjoying alone. If we brothers have bugs, then we all have bugs. It's great. Huahaiyang chimed in. You guys enjoy however you want. Our second group believes in slow work for fine art. Once we're done, I'll carefully inspect it to ensure there are no bugs. Keep dreaming, Zhou Yu replied. Under Brother Chin's sharp eyes, you won't escape. Zhou Yuchen stood up, interrupting their banter. All right, enough idle talk. Zhou Yu, take a few people and fix these bugs. Everyone else, help the third group with the casual puzzle game. It must be completed within a month. No problem, everyone responded in unison. The next day brought more good news. Fruit Ninja successfully obtained game licenses from the Lighthouse country and the European Union. And the 3 major platforms Haiyan, Excellence, and Orange agreed to release it overseas. The Orange platform demanded the highest price, asking for a 40 share and a 500,000 guarantee, while the other 2 required a 30 share and a 300,000 guarantee. Including the cost of applying for the expedited license, Zhou Yuchen had invested 10 million yuan in Fruit Ninja. This level of investment would be nearly unbearable for a small game company, but for Zhou Yuchen, it was manageable. He didn't let the team stop but continued to push forward with the related work for Angry Birds. Finally, at 8 a.m. Lighthouse Country time on Saturday, Fruit Ninja launched simultaneously on the 3 major European and American gaming platforms at a price of 1.99 and 1.99, becoming the most affordable choice among casual mobile games. In his previous life, the game Fruit Hero was a global sensation, with downloads exceeding 1 billion, bringing huge profits to the development company. The trajectory of the mobile game market in this world is similar, still in its early stages, which fills Zhou Yuchen with confidence about Fruit Hero. However, at this moment, instead of staying at the company to monitor the data, he chose to accompany Shen Jingyun and little Yeye to the amusement park. He knew very well that all the necessary preparations had been made, and his presence wouldn't affect the final outcome. On the drive back, Heejun called. Zhou Yuchen calmly controlled the steering wheel while pressing the answer button. Brother Chin, the 24-hour download figures for Fruit Hero in the Lighthouse country are in. Heejun's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow. How many? In the back seat, Shen Jingyun immediately perked up her ears. As a witness, she also felt the tension, her heartbeat unconsciously speeding up. 136,000 downloads. Heejun exclaimed excitedly. It's ranked 5th on the Orange game platform, and it's in the top 10 on the other 2 platforms as well. Brother Chin, we've succeeded. Reaching the top 10 on 3 major platforms on the first day means Fruit Hero has already gained a foothold in the Lighthouse country, Zhou Yuchen said in a relaxed tone. Heejun continued to report. Orange just called, saying they'll fully support the promotion. At this rate, breaking 2 million or even 3 million downloads within a week and topping the Orange platform charts is just around the corner. Naturally. How's the situation in Europe? 3,000 downloads in the first 6 hours, similar to the early days in the lighthouse country. Zhou Yuchen said steadily, no need to rush. The first week's data is crucial. You all should go home and rest. As long as we break 5 million downloads within 7 days, we'll have a celebration. Before he finished speaking, cheers erupted on the other end of the line. He, full of confidence, said, don't worry, Brother Chen, 5 million is absolutely achievable. We'll be waiting for your good news. After hanging up, Zhou Yuchen's face broke into a smile. Though Shun Jingyun didn't quite understand the gaming market, she curiously asked, is that a good result? Zhou Yuchen nodded and explained, reaching that level without any promotion far exceeds expectations. At this pace, surpassing 15 million downloads in the lighthouse country is very likely. And since the lighthouse country is a global trendsetter, success there could lead to explosive growth in both the EU and our home market. How much can you earn? Shun Jingyun asked. Zhou Yuchen confidently replied, it's priced at 1.99 in the lighthouse country and 1.99 in EU countries. If the downloads exceed 30 million, wouldn't you make over $60 million? Shin Jingyun exclaimed, her eyes wide open. Zhou Yuchen smiled calmly. The platform takes a 30 to 40 cut, plus taxes and other costs in Europe and America. So we'd actually get at most $25 million, which is about 170 million yuan. One game can earn 170 million yuan. So wouldn't 3 games earn 500 million? Shin Jingyun still couldn't hide her shock. Only if all 3 become huge hits. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. But even if only this one succeeds, I'm planning to set up a trust fund for Zhou Yu in Hong Kong with 100 million. You're starting a business now. Wouldn't setting up such a large trust fund have a big impact? Shin Jingyun asked worriedly. Zhou Yuchen's expression was firm, precisely because the future is uncertain. It's important to ensure Zhou Yu's well-being while I have the means. It's my responsibility. Shin Jingyun looked down at the already sleeping Zhou Yu, feeling a warm surge in her heart. Sweetheart, you have a good father. The next morning, after dropping Zhou Yu off at school, Zhou Yuchen rushed to Yuchen Games. As soon as he entered the office, he was surrounded by the sound of a celebratory pop and enthusiastic applause. What's the celebration for? Zhou Yuchen asked with a smile. Hijin pointed to the large screen ahead. Chun, look at the real-time data for Fruit Hero on the 3 major platforms. The screen displayed, Orange Platform 283,400 downloads, ranked 4th. Excellence Platform 196,500 downloads, ranked 5th. Haiyan Platform 234,300 downloads, ranked 4th. In just 12 hours, the total downloads had skyrocketed from 110,000 to 700,000. All 3 platforms gave us decent recommendation spots, Hijin explained. But after 24 hours, we'll have to pay 10,000 a day. Then let's rotate the payments, 3 days per platform. Zhou Yuchen thought for a moment and said, instead of spending a lot on official promotions, it's more cost-effective to hire internet promoters. Exactly, agreed Zheng Tong, who was in charge of operations. We've already secured the domestic license, and we plan to have promoters heavily publicize Fruit Hero's success overseas to expand its influence. Zheng Tong is a veteran at Yuchen Games, nearing 40, with a rich history as the operations director at 3 different gaming companies. As a key talent recruited by the HR department, he played a crucial role in the launch of Fruit Hero. How much funding do we need exactly? Zhou Yuchen asked directly. Zheng Tong replied promptly, around 300,000, with a timeline of 10 days. After a brief consideration, Zhou Yuchen nodded. Let's do it. When is Fruit Hero scheduled to launch in Xia country? Once the sales on the 3 major platforms exceed 3 million, Zheng Tong said with a shrewd glint in his eyes. I've already negotiated with the platform providers to highlight over 3 million in just a few days on the introduction page. Smart move. Zhou Yuchen gave a thumbs up and asked, what about Angry Birds? Zheng Tong confidently replied, we'll launch it once the hype around Fruit Hero dies down. If it becomes a hit, we'll sell it separately. If the response is lukewarm, we'll bundle it with a 50% discount. These words led Zhou Yuchen to mentally label Zheng Tong as a talent. Zhou Yu, standing nearby, joked, Chun, the HR department really outdid themselves this time. They deserve a bonus. Zhou Yuchen laughed and promised, don't worry, once the dividends are in, everyone in the company will get a big bonus. The meeting room erupted in applause. The subsequent developments exceeded all expectations. Fruit Hero topped the charts on all 3 major platforms within just 3 days of its release, with global downloads surpassing 10 million in a week, creating a sensation across the gaming world. The original plan to launch after reaching 3 million sales was disrupted by the widespread online discussion and news coverage from Yunhai TV, leading to the game's release in Xia country. Within 24 hours, this casual game, priced at 3.99 yuan, achieved sales of 20 million in the Xia country market, surpassing the performance in the entire Western market. In just 10 days, the mobile game, developed with a budget of less than $1 million, generated over 100 million in net profits, causing envy throughout the industry. With the current trajectory, the final profits are expected to exceed 3 to 5 billion. Faced with a flood of media reporters, Zhou Yuchen, who disliked being in the spotlight, entrusted the task of handling them to Zheng Tong. Over this period of observation, Zhou Yuchen had developed a high regard for Zheng Tong's abilities and experience and was already considering grooming him to become the company's CEO. Zheng Tong clearly sensed Zhou Yuchen's high regard for him, which motivated him to work even harder. In the dining room of the Yunhai government compound, Shin Chenggang and his wife Daiwan were having dinner. The television was broadcasting the evening news from Yunhai TV, one of the programs they watch daily, followed by the national news. Have you heard that Xiao Zhou's company, Yuchen Games, recently developed a mobile game that's reportedly making a lot of money overseas? Daiwan asked while serving herself some food. Shin Chenggang paused, put down his chopsticks and said, I don't pay attention to these things. Honestly, I don't want Xiao Zhou to be involved in something that could harm the youth. You're such an old-fashioned person, you don't understand young people in today's society at all, Daiwan replied, rolling her eyes. And you do? Shin Chenggang countered defiantly. Daiwan smugly put down her bowl and said, of course. Take the job market in the gaming industry, for example. Do you know how many college graduates are working in game-related jobs now? Over 1 million. Experts predict that this number could reach 3 million in the next 3 years. If you dare to say outside that games are harmful to the youth, I guarantee you'll be immediately besieged by millions of industry workers and tens of millions of gaming fans. I'm only saying this at home. Shin Chenggang softened his tone. Last year's government report from Yunhai City showed that the gaming industry's tax revenue was a staggering 5.2 billion, which indeed shocked me. You were just teasing me, Daiwan said, a bit annoyed. Shin Chenggang sighed. I really think games can sap people's willpower, especially for kids who lack self-control. It's definitely harmful. Xiao Zhou is making casual mobile games for adults with smartphones. Daiwan had just finished speaking when the name Yuchen Games suddenly came up on the TV, capturing their attention. The news anchor's voice came through clearly. According to several foreign media outlets, the game Fruit Hero, developed by Yuchen Games from Yunhai City, has caused a sensation in Europe and America, with daily downloads exceeding 3 million, setting a new record for mobile games. Currently, the game's total downloads in Europe and America have surpassed 30 million, and in the domestic market, it has exceeded 50 million, ranking first across the 3 major gaming platforms. The screen switched to a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly thinning hair but full of vigor. Zheng Tong, the head of operations at Yuchen Games, was being interviewed. In response to the reporter's questions, Zheng Tong candidly stated, we truly didn't anticipate such success. Many developers even thought this game was too simple to succeed. But our president, who is also the creative director of Fruit Hero, was very confident and spared no expense to launch it abroad, which led to today's achievements. When asked about predictions that the game's global sales might reach 1 billion, Zheng Tong was full of confidence. 1 billion is not our target. We believe that in the next 3 years, Fruit Hero could reach sales of 3 billion or even higher. Finally, Zheng Tong revealed the company's next step. In the near future, we will launch another mobile game, Angry Birds, and we hope it will be loved by gamers worldwide. After reading the news about Yuchen Games, Shin Chenggang showed a meaningful smile. I didn't expect that kid to really make it big. He must have made quite a bit of money, right? Daiwan nodded, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Our darling daughter said that Zhou Yuchen has already made over 200 million after taxes from this game. Wow! Shin Chenggang exclaimed, and then quickly asked, did he pay taxes? I just said it's after taxes, Daiwan replied with a slight roll of her eyes, a touch of exasperation in her voice. She slowed her tone, speaking seriously. By the way, there's something I need to tell you in advance. Xiao Zhou plans to set up a trust fund of 100 million for Xiao Yeye in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Shin Chenggang immediately put down his chopsticks, his expression becoming serious. When did this happen? I'm not sure about the exact timing, Daiwan explained, but Xiao Zhou has already explained the reason to Jingyun. He's worried that if his future ventures fail, he won't be able to provide a good life for Xiao Yeye. So he wants to save 100 million for her while he still has the money. Isn't that a lack of trust in us? Shin Chenggang was a bit displeased. Do they think we wouldn't give Xiao Yeye a good life? Daiwan gave him a sideways glance. Can you give Xiao Yeye 100 million? This question left Shin Chenggang speechless. I always saw that Xiao Zhou was responsible, and it seems I wasn't wrong. Daiwan then asked with concern, Old Shun, if he does this, will it affect you? Shin Chenggang thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, they're not legally father and daughter yet. Giving such a large trust fund now would only make outsiders think Zhou Yuchen is bribing me. Then let's wait a bit longer, Daiwan concluded, and Shin Chenggang asked again. What's the relationship between Jingyun and Xiao Zhou now? Are they together? I don't know, Daiwan admitted. But I can tell you clearly, even if they are together, I won't oppose it. Shin Chenggang remained silent for a long time, saying nothing, just quietly picking up his chopsticks to continue eating. That noon, Zhou Yuchen received a call from an unknown number. and the caller addressed him as Old Zhou. This nickname immediately reminded him of his college roommate. A handsome yet slightly roguish face appeared in his memory. It was the charming Wu Liang from back in the day. Wu Liang came from a wealthy hotel family, known for being generous and often treating Zhou Yuchen and their friends to food and entertainment. His only flaw was being too popular. Within 6 months of enrollment, he had 4 girlfriends, who eventually teamed up to give him a black eye. If it hadn't been for Zhou Yuchen's intervention at the time, the consequences might have been worse. Despite his flirtatious nature, Wu Liang was never frivolous in relationships. Much like Duan Zhengchun from Jin Yang's novels, he treated each girlfriend sincerely. Even after the incident, none of the girls spoke ill of him. In the end, he gave each one a set of branded cosmetics and a phone as compensation. Achieving this milestone, Wu Liang indeed set a precedent at Yunhai University. Old Zhou, since you got out early, why didn't you come to find me? Wu Liang asked with a concerned look while holding his teacup. Luo Hao has connections with the underworld. Your family runs a hotel, and reaching out to you would only bring trouble to your family, Zhou Yuchen replied, looking directly into his old friend's eyes with a firm tone. Wu Liang, after graduation, did you go for further studies or take over the family business? With my academic performance? No way. I'm now the deputy manager of Longhu Hotel, practically tied down by my dad. Ha, I bet you've charmed quite a few waitresses, haven't you? I don't mix business with pleasure, Wu Liang said earnestly, patting his chest. Old Zhou, when are you free? I'd like to invite you over for a get-together. De Hua and De Zhong are both in Yunhai. During college, the 4 dorm mates were as close as brothers. Zhou Yuchen was the eldest, Sun Zhong De Zhong was the second, Wu Liang was the third, and Chen Dahua De Hua, the youngest, was the fourth. After Zhou Yuchen was imprisoned, the 3 attempted to visit him several times, but he turned them away. How about tonight at 7 at my Longhu Hotel? Sounds good. In the afternoon, Zhou Yuchen first picked up Xiao Yeye, and then went into the kitchen to prepare a meal for his wife and daughter. After Shan Jingyan returned home, he briefly explained and headed to Longhu Hotel. Ha ha ha, Old Zhou, I've missed you. In the hotel lobby, a handsome young man with flowing long hair approached with open arms. It was Wu Liang. The two embraced tightly. Wu Liang, it's been 5 years, but you seem more mature than before. Are you talking about my weight? Wu Liang teased. Zhou Yuchen laughed. Glad to see your sense of humor hasn't changed. In suite number 6, Wu Liang personally served tea and water, while Zhou Yuchen inquired about how he got his contact information. Gu Wenguang told me, Wu Liang said, pouring tea for Zhou Yuchen. That guy brought some foreign clients for lunch today, and knowing our friendship, he gave me your number. Old Zhou, you really didn't treat me like a brother. Not a single call all these years. I didn't want to drag you into my mess, Zhou Yuchen sighed. I understand. Wu Liang nodded. The whole class is talking about Luo Hao and his father. Drug trafficking, hiding guns, explosives, it's insane. How are you doing now? The police have cleared my name, Zhou Yuchen smiled. I'm now into game development and occasionally dabble in futures and stocks. After all, we're finance majors. Can't let those skills go to waste. Don't even mention it, Wu Liang said, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. I lost over 2 million on crude oil recently, and my dad gave me a good scolding. You deserved it. A booming voice suddenly came from outside. Zhou Yuchen turned his head to see a tall, robust man, about 6 feet tall, stride through the door. He was dressed in a sharp suit, exuding confidence. Following him was a slender man with glasses, noticeably shorter. These two were none other than their dormitory mates, Chen Dahua IV and Sun Zhong II. Dahua, Zhong, long time no see. Zhou Yuchen stood up, a genuine smile on his face. Old Zhou, you finally decided to show up. Chen Dahua couldn't contain his excitement and pulled Zhou Yuchen into a bear hug. If you don't let go, I'm going to run out of breath, Zhou Yuchen joked in a hoarse voice. Chen Dahua laughed heartily and released him. Just as Zhou Yuchen was about to greet Sun Zhong, he noticed that Sun Zhong had already comfortably taken the main seat. Wu Liang's expression immediately darkened. Second brother, that's Old Zhou's seat. Oh, sorry, Old Zhou, Sun Zhong said with a faint smile. I'm just used to sitting here. The arrogance in his tone was unmistakable. The main seat had become his own, and everyone else should respect that. Instantly, the warm atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing. Zhou Yuchen glanced at Sun Zhong deeply. It's fine, you can sit there. Honestly, I'm not really used to being in the main seat anyway. With that, he sat down to Wu Liang's right. Wu Liang, with a sullen face, pushed a teacup towards him. We're all brothers here. It doesn't matter where we sit. Chen Dahua quickly intervened to ease the tension. The dishes were soon served, and Wu Liang raised his glass. The 4 of us have finally gathered again. Let's toast to our reunion after 5 years. Zhou Yuchen and Chen Dahua immediately responded, clinking their glasses together. Only Sun Zhong remained motionless, a hint of superiority in his voice as he said, I'm a civil servant, so I won't be drinking. Wu Liang was about to react, but Zhou Yuchen nudged him with his leg. It's good that you could come. I'm mainly here out of respect for Wu Liang, Sun Zhong said coolly. I'm now the secretary to the director of the Yuhai Tax Bureau, so it's really not convenient for me to meet with old Zhou. My boss will arrive in 10 minutes and I need to leave. Then why did you come? Qin Dahua asked, puzzled. I didn't know it was for old Zhou. Sorry, I have to go. With that, Sun Zhong got up and left, leaving an awkward silence in the room. What a piece of work, Wu Liang said, his face flushed with anger. It's only been 3 years since we graduated. How did the second brother become like this? Qin Dahua murmured. Zhou Yuchen took a sip of tea and said calmly, I was once in prison, while Secretary Sun is close to the director of the Tax Bureau. To avoid causing any controversy for the director, Secretary Sun's approach is indeed understandable. Zhou Yuchen's subtle shift in addressing from Dazhong to Secretary Sun immediately made Wu Liang realize that Zhou Yuchen had removed him from his list of close friends. Didn't you tell him I was coming to meet you today? Zhou Yuchen asked. Wu Liang explained, when I called, Dahua was right next to me. We wanted to surprise Dazhong, so we didn't mention it beforehand. Aren't you worried I might cause you trouble? Zhou Yuchen said playfully. Wu Liang's expression changed. What are you saying? We're brothers. We share the good and the bad. Exactly. Qin Dahua agreed emphatically, slapping the table. Zhou Yuchen felt a warmth in his heart and raised his glass. Come on, let's have a toast. Without Sun Zhong to spoil the mood, the atmosphere in the private room became much more relaxed. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhou Yuchen turned to Qin Dahua. Dahua, what are you working on now? Qin Dahua spread his arms with a hint of pride. Old Zhou, guess. Zhou Yuchen looked him over, paying particular attention to his suit. Bank. How did you guess? Bank employees all wear those standardized high-end cuckoo suits. Zhou Yuchen laughed. Studying finance and working in a bank, it's a good match. Wu Liang smirked. Old Zhou, do you know who his dad is? The head of the Yunhai branch of the Xi'an National Commercial Bank. If I hadn't gone to the bank last month and heard him call the branch manager dad, I wouldn't have known. Qin Dahua sighed helplessly. Wu Liang, that's the 6th time you've brought that up. I'm just upset you don't treat me like a brother. I didn't intentionally hide it from you. Nor am I afraid you'll ask my dad for favors, Qin Dahua said with a somber expression. To be honest, my parents divorced over 10 years ago, and I've been living with my mom ever since, so I never mention family matters. Wu Liang immediately slapped himself. Dahua, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll drink as a penalty. Let it go. Qin Dahua waved it off. I'm 25 now. If I still can't get over this, even I'd find myself pretentious. He turned to Zhou Yuchen. Old Zhou, what are you doing now? He's into game development and also dabbles in stocks and futures. Wu Liang answered quickly. Qin Dahua said seriously, stocks and futures are very tricky. I've worked in the bank for 3 years and seen more people lose money than make it. Wu Liang, you're lucky to have only lost 2 million. In Yunhai alone, there are a dozen or 2 suicides every year. Wu Liang turned to Zhou Yuchen. Old Zhou, have you lost or gained? Zhou Yuchen smiled. Maybe I've been lucky. I've always been gaining. How much have you made? Wu Liang asked mischievously. Only someone as carefree as him would ask such a private question. If it were anyone else, Zhou Yuchen would have already shown his displeasure. Zhou Yuchen casually mentioned that he had made over 100 million. In reality, he had earned approximately 250 million from crude oil futures and stocks in Dongxin Network Business Company. Out of modesty, he chose to be vague. To Wu Liang and Qin Dahua, however, his words sounded like a fairy tale. Wu Liang wore a teasing smile. Old Zhou, not bad. 5 years without seeing you, and you've learned to boast. Especially since you're not even good at it. Qin Dahua chimed in, saying tens of thousands or 1 million might be believable, but over 100 million? We wouldn't believe it even if you beat it into us. Zhou Yuchen picked up some food, remaining calm. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Qin Dahua noticed Zhou Yuchen's nonchalant demeanor and suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. Old Zhou, did you really make over 100 million? Do I get candy for lying to you? Zhou Yuchen retorted, somewhat annoyed. Damn! Wu Liang exclaimed excitedly. Old Zhou, you're on your way to becoming a stock market genius. Zhou Yuchen waved it off with a smile. Come on. I just shorted when crude oil prices hit over $40 and got lucky. I might believe it if someone else said it was luck, but not you, Wu Liang said frankly. Back then, you were the top student, finishing a 4-year course in 2. Someone like you relies on luck to make money? Old Zhou, you have to show me the ropes. And me too. Qin Dahua quickly added. I'm planning to buy a house and still need quite a bit of money. How much do you need? I'll lend it to you. Zhou Yuchen offered straightforwardly. Qin Dahua was stunned. A hint of emotion in his eyes. Damn. Old Zhou, your words nearly moved me to tears. But investing together is fine. Borrowing money isn't. It would weigh on my conscience. Zhou Yuchen appreciated Qin Dahua's integrity and nodded. Understood. When a good opportunity arises, I'll definitely let you know. Whether you join in is up to you. Of course we'll join. Wu Liang thumped his chest. If we can't trust anyone else, we can trust you, right, Dahua? Chun Dahua nodded solemnly. Absolutely. After the meal, Wu Liang saw the two off. Coincidentally, they ran into Sun Zhong escorting a few imposing middle-aged men out, bowing obsequiously like a servant from ancient times. Xiao Zhou, what are you doing here? A familiar voice asked. Zhou Yuchen turned to see it was Shan Qinggang, casually dressed. Uncle Shin, just having a reunion with college classmates. Oh, I see you've had quite a bit to drink. Need a ride? Shin Qinggang asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhong's face changed dramatically. He couldn't fathom how someone who had been in prison could be so close to Shin Qinggang, the deputy mayor and chief of police of Yunhai City. Zhou Yuchen glanced at Sun Zhong with a faint smile. No need. My classmate called a driver for me. The middle-aged man standing to Sun Zhong's left curiously asked, Old Shun, who is this young man that you'd offer to drive him yourself? Shin Qinggang chuckled as he introduced. This is Zhou Yuchen, a younger friend of mine. He then turned to Zhou Yuchen. Xiao Zhou, this is Director Zhang Yiming from the Yunhai Tax Bureau. Zhou Yuchen immediately extended his hand with a composed demeanor. Director Zhang? It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Yiming appraised the young man and shook his hand. Xiao Zhou, right? What line of work are you in? Before Zhou Yuchen could reply, Shin Qinggang interjected. Old Zhang, didn't you mention during dinner that you were planning to thoroughly investigate Yuchen Games taxes by the end of the year? Zhang Yiming's eyes lit up, immediately catching Shan Qinggang's drift. Haha, so you're the boss of Yuchen Games. Impressive, young man. Your game has brought honor to our country. Director Zhang, you're too kind. Zhou Yuchen replied modestly, it's just a game. I'm still a long way off, but I believe I'm getting closer to truly bringing honor to the nation. Zhang Yiming was greatly impressed by this and patted him on the shoulder. Ambitious? I'll remember you. When you achieve that, I'll invite you here for a meal, and Old Shun will accompany us. No problem, Shin Qinggang responded with a smile. I'll do my best, Zhou Yuchen promised earnestly. After the group left, Wu Liang and Chen Dahua looked at Zhou Yuchen in shock. Wu Liang pointed at him. Is your company the one that developed the globally popular Fruit Hero? Zhou Yuchen nodded. Didn't I mention that I work in game development? But you never said your company was called Yuchen Games. Wu Liang swallowed hard. Zhou Yuchen smiled easily. Did you ever ask? I can't just go around telling everyone I'm the president of Yuchen Games, can I? Old Zhou, you're amazing. Chun Dahua praised sincerely. To be able to stand back up after such a major setback, I truly admire you. Wait until I've helped you make a lot of money before you admire me, Zhou Yuchen laughed. Just then, Sun Zhong jogged back after seeing off the leaders. Wu Liang and Chen Dahua's expressions immediately soured, while Zhou Yuchen looked at him calmly. Old Zhou, I was wrong before, Sun Zhong said. I didn't expect you to be so close with Director Shen, let alone the head of Yuchen Games. Zhou Yuchen inwardly scoffed but remained outwardly calm. Although I've been to prison, the Yunhai police have cleared my name. Su Xiaoya, who framed me, is in jail, and Luo Hao died there. Now, I'm just like any ordinary person. Even if your superiors see us dining together, it won't affect your future. Secretary's son, you overthought things before. The change in address made Sun Zhong realize that his relationship with Zhou Yuchen could never return to what it once was. He awkwardly said, You're right, even Director Shen treats you as a younger friend. So naturally, there won't be any issues. Zhou Yuchen saw through Sun Zhonglian's attempt to probe into his relationship with Shan Qinggang, but he deliberately avoided answering. He stood up and said, Secretary's son, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Sun quickly tried to persuade him to stay. How about another drink? It's on me. I've already had enough with Wu Liang and Dahua today. Maybe another time? Zhou Yuchen smiled and turned to his friends. Wu Liang, Dahua, I'm off. Wu Liang instructed the waiter at the door. Drive my brother's car and take him home, then come right back. The waiter nodded and left. Zhou Yuchen didn't refuse, waved goodbye to everyone, and followed the waiter to the parking lot. Moments later, a Mercedes Maybach slowly drove away from the hotel. Wow, is that a Maybach? Chen Dahua exclaimed. Yes, the top model, starting at least 3 million. Wu Liang confirmed with a nod. Chen Dahua's eyes sparkled with envy. When will I get to drive a car like that? Wu Liang patted his shoulder. Old Shun made it from scratch to where he is today because he's relentless. People say knowledge changes fate. I didn't believe it before, but now I really do. The two deliberately ignored Sun Zhong, who awkwardly interrupted. Do you know who was speaking to Old Zhou just now? One was Shan Qinggang, the deputy mayor of Yunhai City and director of the police department, and the other was Zhang Yiming, the director of the tax bureau. So what? Chen Dahua glanced at him coldly. Wu Liang sneered, and then Secretary Sun came to cozy up. Chen Dahua sighed, Secretary Sun. You've become the kind of person you hated most in college. Sun Zhong had no response and left in embarrassment. How did our brother turn out this way? Chen Dahua watched his retreating figure. It's not us who changed, it's him, Wu Liang said quietly. Zhou Yuchen returned home to find Shun Jingyun sitting on the sofa watching TV. You didn't go back? He asked, pleasantly surprised. I was worried you drank too much, so I let you sleep here. Seems I was overthinking, Shun Jingyun replied. No, I'm really glad. Zhou Yuchen beamed. Don't get any ideas, Shun Jingyun shot him a glance. Zhou Yuchen sat beside her, gazing at her slightly flustered but beautiful face. Have you thought about it? Thought about what? Becoming my girlfriend. I asked you before, and you said you needed some time to think. I'm still thinking. Shun Jingyun bit her lip. Oh. Zhou Yuchen looked a bit disappointed. No rush, take your time. Are you upset? Shun Jingyun stole a glance at him. How could I be? When it comes to feelings, it's either there or it's not. You can't force it. If I don't choose you and marry someone else, what would you do? Zhou Yuchen thought for a moment. I would wish you a good husband and a lifetime of happiness. Then I'll do everything I can to fight you in court for custody of Zhou Yu, Zhou Yuchen said resolutely. Shun Jingyun was taken aback, not expecting such a response. Why? Zhou Yuchen replied earnestly. I can't let Zhu live with a stranger, especially after she turns 12. You should understand my concerns. Aren't you being too cynical about people? Shun Jingyun frowned. The hardest thing to gauge in this world is the human heart, and it often changes unpredictably. Zhou Yuchen's voice was firm and unwavering. Zhou Yu is my life, and I can't accept even a 1% risk. After a moment of silence, Shun Jingyun softly said, I never planned to remarry. I just wanted to raise Zhu on my own. Meeting you made me realize I was wrong, that a child indeed needs a father. Yuchen, you really are an excellent father. I will also be an excellent husband. Zhou Yuchen looked at her intently. I believe you. Shun Jingyun nodded. Can you give me some time to think about it? How about this? Zhou Yuchen suggested. You and Zhu move in with me. Consider it a trial marriage. Shun Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. I'm not even your girlfriend yet, and you want me to move in? What if you suddenly turn into a wolf? Living together day by day is how feelings grow, Zhou Yuchen said seriously. As for turning into a wolf, that's absolutely impossible. Let me think about it. Zhou Yuchen helplessly patted his forehead. Do all you civil servants love to say, let me think about it? Shun Jingyun burst into laughter, her smile bright and captivating, leaving Zhou Yuchen momentarily dazed. Seeing him staring at her, Shun Jingyun blushed slightly. Have you seen enough? I'll never have enough, Zhou Yuchen said sincerely. If you were born in ancient times, you'd be a beauty capable of toppling a kingdom. Shun Jingyun playfully hit him with a cushion. Is that a compliment or an insult? Of course, it's a compliment, Zhou Yuchen chuckled, then suddenly changed the topic. By the way, Sun Zhong is your colleague, right? Yes, he's the secretary to our director, just joined 2 months ago. Do you know him? Zhou Yuchen briefly recounted the events of the evening. This guy changes too quickly, and his skin is unbelievably thick. He's not very smart, to say the least, Shun Jingyun remarked. Zhou Yuchen said meaningfully, first Yang Xuelin, now Sun Zhong. Miss Shun, your charm is quite something. Are there any others besides these two? Shun Jingyun spoke directly. To be honest, there's still a lot. Zhou Yuchen quickly seized the moment and asked, so when will you take me for a spin? I need to let them know you're already spoken for. Shun Jingyun stood up with a mischievous smile on her lips. You'll get your chance. With that, she turned and walked into the bedroom she shared with Zhou Yu, leaving Zhou Yuchen standing there, touching his nose as he suddenly realized he might have fallen into a carefully laid trap. As was his routine, after a hot shower, Zhou Yuchen went to the study, picked up a heavy English book on chip technology, and started reading diligently. Since achieving a master level in investment skills, he had decisively chosen chip development as his next area of breakthrough. With the foundation laid by Paul Carr, these technical books were no longer a challenge for him, even without the understanding scroll. After 2 hours of focused study, fatigue set in. He returned to the bedroom and sat cross-legged to practice the Tai Chi visualization technique. This practice saved him a lot of rest time, allowing him to master multiple skills at a master level in a short period. 2 hours later, he returned to the study to continue reading until 5 a.m. Despite finishing the entire book, his chip development skill remained at 99 proficiency, with no progress. After changing into sportswear, Zhou Yuchen went to the small square for his morning exercise. As other elderly people arrived, he was standing in the Wuji stance. Half an hour later, after finishing his routine, he noticed Zhao Shanghua was absent and asked Mr. Zhang, who had just completed the Tai Chi 13 form. Mr. Zhang, where's Mr. Zhao? I haven't seen him for over 10 days. Zhou Yuchen recalled Zhao Xinghua's previous request for him to teach Zhao Yinjian, the deputy director, the Tai Chi 13 form, which had yet to be followed up. Mr. Zhang explained. He went to Yindu to see his newborn great-grandson. That's wonderful news. Indeed, Mr. Zhang sighed. I only have 2 great-granddaughters and no great-grandson yet. Zhou Yuchen smiled and reassured him. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have one soon. Thanks for your good wishes. Back home, Zhou Yuchen headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast while Shan Jingyun busied herself with getting the child ready for the day. Afterward, Shan Jingyun went to work, and Zhou Yuchen took the child to school. At precisely 9 o'clock, Zhou Yuchen arrived at Moonsheng Game Company and glanced at the large screen that was never turned off. Since the launch of Fruit Hero, the screen had been displaying real-time sales data from both domestic and international markets. Now, overseas sales had surpassed 25 million copies, while domestic sales reached over 66 million, marking a resounding success. Seeing the impressive success of Fruit Hero, the team behind the Angry Birds project, which had already secured licenses for Europe, America, and Asia, had no choice but to repeatedly delay their launch plans. Releasing the game now would be akin to digging their own grave. Although Zhou Yuchen had anticipated the popularity of Fruit Hero, its level of success surpassed that of its predecessor, making him realize he had underestimated the potential of the mobile gaming market. Brother Chun, the settlement payments from the 3 major gaming platforms have arrived, reported Wang Yuqi, who was in charge of finance, as he walked into the office with an account statement. So soon? Zhou Yuchen was a bit surprised. Hasn't it been less than a month? It launched on June 17th, and now it's July 4th. They settle monthly, so this is June's revenue, Wang Yuqi explained, handing over the account statement. As per your instructions, everything has been converted into Xia currency, and after deducting taxes from various countries, it's about 180 million. My colleagues and I have double-checked the numbers. They are absolutely accurate. Zhou Yuchen nodded in acknowledgement. Great. Distribute the salaries according to the HR department's pay scale. I'll draft a separate bonus plan. That afternoon, employees started receiving text messages confirming their salary deposits. However, upon seeing the amounts, their faces were filled with disappointment despite the stellar performance. There was no bonus? An outspoken art team leader directly approached Zhou Yu. Brother Yu, what happened to the promised bonuses? Why is there nothing? Zhou Yu checked his own salary message, frowning. Don't worry, I'll find out. He promptly sought out Hejun, the head of the Fruit Hero project team. Did your team receive any bonuses? Zhou Yu asked directly. No. Hejun shook his head. Everyone's talking about it, and it's hard to focus on work. Brother Chun went to pick up his kids. Let's ask Wang Yuqi. They encountered Wang Yuqi in the corridor. Zhou Yu questioned him directly. Old Wang, what about the bonuses Brother Chun promised? Wang Yuqi gave a mysterious smile. Why are you in such a rush? How can we not be? Zhou Yu's tone was urgent. Everyone is waiting for an answer. Without bonuses, someone might hand in their resignation tomorrow. Quitting over no bonus? Wang Yuqi chuckled. I'd like to see who would give up a job with a 20,000 monthly salary. Hejun quickly intervened to smooth things over. Old Wang, don't mind Zhou Yu's words. Just give us a straight answer, are there bonuses or not? We need to reassure everyone. Have you not learned by now how Brother Yu operates? Wang Yuqi smiled enigmatically. Rest assured, there are bonuses for everyone in the company, and your team has the largest share. Zhou Yu's face lit up with delight as he eagerly asked, how much? Wang Yuqi waved the thin bonus slip in his hand calmly and said, the bonuses for frontline employees have been finalized. Each member of your team in Haiyang's will get 50,000, while each member of Hejun's team will receive 80,000. As for you middle managers, your bonuses will be distributed after all 3 games are launched. But Brother Yu has assured us that the promised 7-figure bonuses are still very much on his mind. Is Brother Yu really going to give us 7 figures? Zhou Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Yuqi lowered his voice saying, as long as all 3 games perform well, each team member will at least get 6 figures. 1 million for you guys is quite reasonable. Brother Chun is so generous. Zhou Yu was so excited he almost jumped up. I'm going to tell them right away. Hold on. Wang Yuqi reminded with a smile. The money will be in the account by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Got it. Once the news spread, the entire Yuchen gaming company was in an uproar. Cheers rang out. Wow, Brother Chun is incredibly generous. Last month I was job hunting, and now I'm getting a 70,000 monthly salary. It feels like a dream. What's 70,000? Team 3 is getting 100,000 each. Just wait until Angry Birds launches next month, then we'll get 100,000 too. Working for such a generous boss really motivates you. When the second and third teams also heard the news, the cheers grew even louder. From past experience, Zhou Yuchen was well aware of the 2 biggest threats to a company. 1. Going bankrupt from not making money, and 2. A lack of fairness in pay leading to discontent. While the former was sometimes unavoidable, the latter was a responsibility of the boss. He recalled how Huawei became a leading tech company in China and even the world. The founder gave most of the company shares to the employees' union, keeping less than 1% for himself, which fostered a strong sense of ownership among the employees. Although Zhou Yuchen couldn't be that generous, he could still ensure that employees received salaries above industry standards. Besides, Fruit Ninja was projected to bring in at least 3 to 4 billion in revenue. while the total employee salaries and bonuses were less than 30 million. The employees felt they were getting a great deal, but in reality, he was the one benefiting the most. While taking Xiao Ye home, Zhou Yuchen received a call from Shan Jingyun. Hey, Jingyun. What's up? Have you picked up Xiao Ye? I have. Could you do me a favor and go to Mingda community to pick up a friend of mine and bring her to your place? She's right below my building, but I can't leave right now. Give me your friend's contact info so I can reach her when I get there. This friend is a bit special. I can't give you her number without her permission. Just get out with Xiao Ye. She'll recognize you. So mysterious? Alright, got it. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuchen parked under Shan Jinjian's building and got out of the car holding Xiao Ye. As Zhou Yuchen walked around the front of the building, his gaze fell on a nanny van parked by the roadside. The door slowly opened, and a tall, elegant woman stepped out. She was dressed in fashionable attire and wore sunglasses, yet her innate grace was unmistakable. Annie Yang called out little Ye sweetly. The woman removed her sunglasses, revealing captivating eyes and a stunning face, and feigned annoyance. Didn't we agree you'd call me Mama Yang? Little Ye blinked playfully. Did you get me a toy? You little clever one. The woman laughed. The toy's in the car. I'll give it to you in a bit. Thank you, Mama Yang. Little Ye immediately changed her address, making the woman chuckle as she gently caressed her face. The woman then turned her attention to Zhou Yuchen. Are you little Ye's biological father, Zhou Yuchen? Yes, Zhou Yuchen nodded. I'm Yang Lei, Jingyun's best friend and also little Ye's godmother. Yang Lei? Zhou Yuchen pondered. Are you the singer Yang Lei? Seems like I'm not famous enough, Yang Lei joked. I'm not very familiar with the entertainment industry. I can only remember 5 or 6 people, and you're already quite well known, Zhou Yuchen replied sincerely. Yang Lei asked about Jingyun's schedule and, learning that she wouldn't be off work until 6, agreed to go home with Zhou Yuchen first. Yang Lei picked up little Ye and followed Zhou Yuchen to his car. Zhou Yuchen first took little Ye and settled her in before opening the car door for Yang Lei. This series of thoughtful actions brought a hint of approval to Yang Lei's eyes. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the community. Zhou Yuchen got out to arrange temporary access for Yang Lei's nanny van before driving into the community. You live so close to Jingyun? Yang Lei asked, somewhat surprised. I moved to Yunhai 2 months ago. To make it easier to take care of the child, I bought a place near theirs. Yang Lei nodded, acknowledging his consideration. Once the car was parked, Yang Lei got out with little Ye in her arms. A middle-aged woman holding a teddy bear approached from the nanny van. It was Yang Lei's manager, Li Hui. She looked at Zhou Yuchen with a hint of wariness. Mr. Zhou, I'm Yang Lei's manager, Li Hui. May I come to your place for a glass of water? Understanding Li Hui's caution, Zhou Yuchen replied, of course. I also have no desire for any rumors with Miss Yang. Seeing Zhou Yuchen's tactfulness, Li Hui's demeanor visibly relaxed. Then, thank you for having us. Taking the elevator, Zhou Yuchen entered his home with Xiao Ye in his arms, leading Li Hui and Yang Lei inside. The spacious and bright living room came into view, and the luxurious decor left Yang Lei in awe. This place must be over 300 square meters, right? Yang Lei asked, glancing around. While pouring water for his guests, Zhou Yuchen replied, it's 320 square meters. That must have cost tens of millions. Did you pay for it all at once? Yes, it was 45 million in total, Zhou Yuchen answered calmly. As a popular singer on the verge of becoming a superstar, Yang Lei had earned just over 100 million after being busy for 2 or 3 years. She found it hard to believe that this young man could have made so much money on his own. Does your family have a lot of money? Zhou Yuchen chuckled. My family isn't wealthy. I earned it myself. Miss Yang, are you going to ask what I do next? I work in finance and game development. Sorry, I'm asking too much, Yang Lei said, a bit embarrassed. It's just that Jingyun never mentioned you before. If it weren't for this unexpected visit, I wouldn't have known about you. No worries, Zhou Yuchen stood up. Miss Yang, Ms. Li, could you please keep Xiao Ye company for a while? I'll go make dinner. Li Hui offered to help, but Zhou Yuchen politely declined. Hugging her teddy bear, Xiao Ye whispered to Yang Lei. Young mommy, daddy's cooking is really good. Really? So whose cooking is better, your mom's or your dad's? Xiao Ye lowered her voice. Of course, it's my dad's. But you can't tell mom, okay? Yang Lei playfully tapped her nose. You're such a clever girl. The news of her best friend's visit seemed to bring Shan Jingyun home half an hour early. Hearing the door open, Yang Lei immediately went out from the bedroom to greet her. Darling, I've missed you so much. Yang Lei exclaimed dramatically. Oh, stop it. Shan Jingyun complained while changing into slippers. You've made it to the finals of the Yunhai TV Peak Singer competition and only now come to see me. Do you really expect me to believe you've missed me? I've just been too busy, Yang Lei explained with a playful smile. I have to attend events and prepare competition songs. I wish I could split myself into 2. Then why are you free today? The finals are next Saturday, so I need to rest and recharge. I'll be staying in Yunhai this week. Shin Jingyun was surprised. You're not planning to stay at my place for a week, are you? You're not going to turn me away, are you? As they bantered, Zhou Yuchen emerged from the kitchen with a fresh bowl of salad. You chat with Miss Yang. I'm fine handling the kitchen alone. He smiled at Shin Jingyun. Shin Jingyun nodded in agreement. All right then. Thank you for your hard work. As soon as Zhou Yuchen stepped into the kitchen, Yang Lei eagerly pulled Shan Jingyun onto the balcony. With her hands on her hips, she feigned a fierce demeanor and demanded, "Tell me the truth. What's going on between you two? Are you living together?" Shin Jingyun calmly replied, "Xiao Ye and I just come over occasionally, so it's not really living together. What are your intentions then?" Yang Lei pressed, frowning. Shin Jingyun's lips curled slightly. Zhou Yuchen is indeed a responsible and good father. I don't just not dislike him. I actually have some affection for him. As for the future, let's just go with the flow. Come on. Yang Lei's eyes sparkled as she stared at Shin Jingyun. I know you too well. If you didn't like Zhou Yuchen, there's no way you'd stay here with your child. All right, I admit I like him, Shin Jingyun finally conceded. Not enough. Yang Lei shook her head. He hasn't passed the test of being approved by his in-laws yet. What do you mean? Shin Jingyun raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to steal my man? Yang Lei laughed. Shin Jingyun. You really know how to joke now. Shin Jingyun gently hugged Yang Lei, whispering, I've actually made up my mind about him, but I still want to observe for a while. Why do you need to observe? Because he went from an ordinary person to a billionaire in just 2 months, Shin Jingyun explained. When people suddenly become wealthy, they often reveal their true nature. I want to see how he changes. You're as rational as ever, Yang Lei admired. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Zhou Yuchen had a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Thanks to his enhanced hearing from his martial arts training, he caught every word of the whispered conversation on the balcony. Far from being annoyed by Shan Jingyun's cautious approach, he appreciated her wisdom. Reflecting on his past life's reckless behavior after gaining wealth, squandering money on car models, luxury cars, and watches, changing girlfriends like clothes, and finding himself alone when he was terminally ill, Zhou Yuchen felt a deep sense of gratitude. This time around, with a second chance in the presence of family and children, he was determined not to repeat his past mistakes. With this resolve, Zhou Yuchen's smile grew even brighter. Realizing there were 2 guests, he decided to prepare more dishes. An hour later, the table was set with 6 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, tomato-braised beef brisket, braised prawns in oil, pan-fried tofu, vegetable salad, and a light Wensi tofu soup. Yang Lei's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the table full of delicious food. Are you a 5-star chef? She asked. Zhou Yuchen smiled confidently and replied, a 5-star chef would be lucky to be my apprentice. Though it might sound like bragging, with his 99 mastery level in cooking, he truly was a culinary genius, excelling in both Eastern and Western cuisines. To put it into perspective, an ordinary 5-star chef usually has a mastery level between 10 and 30, with a few signature dishes possibly reaching 50, which is already considered top tier. Li Hui examined the dishes carefully and pointed to 2 of them. Are these the squirrel fish and the Wensi tofu soup from the state banquet? That's right. Zhou Yuchen nodded. Don't just look, have a seat. Originally planning to leave, Li Hui was so tempted by the feast that she couldn't resist joining in. From the first bite to the last, both Li Hui and Yang Lei were full of praise. Although they frequently attended high-end banquets and had tasted dishes from many renowned chefs, none compared to Zhou Yuchen's skills. Yang's mom, Auntie Li, isn't my dad's cooking amazing? Xiao Ye proudly asked. Yang Lei nodded enthusiastically. Honestly, this is the best meal I've ever had. Zhou Yuchen, who taught you to cook like this? It's incredible. Self-taught. Zhou Yuchen shrugged. No way. Yang Lei exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. There are geniuses in this world, and I happen to be one of them. To win a woman's heart, you must win her stomach first, Yang Lei hinted. Zhou Yuchen, I have high hopes for you. Try to win over Jingyun soon, so I can come by often for meals. Yang Lei, you have no principles, Shin Jingyun said helplessly. One meal and you're already switching sides. A man who's wealthy, can cook, and is responsible is hard to find, Yang Lei justified. If you don't want him, I will. Knowing Shan Jingyun's feelings, she was clearly more relaxed with her teasing. Those words are worth a bowl of boiled cabbage, Zhou Yuchen joked. Boiled cabbage? You can make that? Yang Lei's eyes lit up. I can make all the state banquet dishes, Zhou Yuchen said confidently. Aren't you staying with Jingyun for a few days? I'll make boiled cabbage for you the day after tomorrow. Deal. Yang Lei said excitedly. But I have one condition, Zhou Yuchen added. You have to put in a good word for me with Jingyun. No problem. Yang Lei snapped her fingers. Seeing how quickly Zhou Yuchen won Yang Lei over, Shen Jingyun reminded her, Yang Lei, don't just think about food. Remember, you have a task to complete. Yang Lei's enthusiasm waned. Oh, my trouble is huge. Everyone needs to sing new songs in the finals next week. If I can't write 2 new songs in a week, not only will I lose badly, but I'll also be ridiculed. It's stressing me out. Li Hui gently comforted. Yang Lei, don't worry. I've already contacted a few creators, and we'll hear back soon. Yang Lei sighed in frustration. Sister Hui, stop dreaming. We've offended Yu Chaoshi. He'll definitely make things difficult for us. Shen Jingyun, standing nearby, furrowed her brows and asked, Who is Yu Chaoshi? How did you offend him? He's the son of our company's CEO, Yang Lei explained. He recently returned from studying abroad and kept asking me out, which I declined. He even came with roses to confess, but after I turned him down, he got angry and threatened to blacklist me. Doesn't his father intervene? Shun Jingyan pressed. Yang Lei shrugged. I only have 3 months left on my contract with the company, and I'm planning to start my own music studio, so I don't intend to renew. Li Hui added. That's why the entire company is suppressing us, without any regard for courtesy. The songs they promised us were given to other singers, and they've warned outside composers not to write for Yang Lei. Tianlai Music Company has too much influence. No one wants to offend them for Yang Lei. What are you planning to do? Shun Jingyun asked. If no one will write for me, I'll write myself, Yang Lei said. But inspiration isn't something you can summon at will. Zhou Yuchen, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up. Isn't writing a song just a matter of using your hands? How hard can it be? This immediately caught the attention of the 3 women. Yang Lei smiled and said, Oh, great musician Zhou. Would you mind writing me a couple of new songs? Sure. Zhou Yuchen nodded seriously. Can you really write songs? Yang Lei asked in surprise. Zhou Yuchen explained, for years ago, I was broke and learned to write songs to make money. I wrote dozens in 6 months, sold one, but they only offered 50,000. I didn't agree and ended up selling just a 3-year license for 30,000. I decided it wasn't a reliable path and stopped. What kind of song did you write? Yang Lei inquired. Fairy tale. At those words, the 3 of them stared at Zhou Yuchen in unison. That song was a classic in the Xiaogua music scene, propelling singer Huang Xiangfei to stardom, with over 500 performances in 4 years and substantial earnings. Li Hui swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Are you teacher Zhou Wuming? Who's Zhou Wuming? Zhou Yuchen was puzzled. He's the creator of Fairy Tale. Yang Lei eagerly asked, You didn't happen to write a different fairy tale, did you? Zhou Yuchen suddenly realized. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuchen handed a copyright agreement to Yang Lei. After quickly browsing through it, Yang Lei passed the agreement to Li Hui. A shrewd glint appeared in Li Hui's eyes, and her tone changed with the understanding of Zhou Yuchen's identity. Mr. Zhou, have you ever renewed the copyright agreement with Huang Xiangfei? No, Zhou Yuchen replied succinctly. The 3-year copyright period has long expired, and he's still performing. This is a clear breach of contract, Li Hui pointed out directly. Yang Lei gritted her teeth and said, Huang Xiangfei is just Yu Chaoshi's lapdog, always giving me trouble. If I throw this agreement in his face, he'll cry like a dog. She turned to Zhou Yuchen. Let me handle the copyright issues for Fairy Tale. I promise to get you the best price. Zhou Yuchen gestured to Shun Jingyun beside him. As long as she agrees. This is your matter. You decide. It has nothing to do with me, Shun Jingyun said. Everything of mine is yours, including the copyright to this song. Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. Although Shun Jingyun appeared speechless on the surface, she was overjoyed inside. You can say such cheesy things without blushing. You've got some nerve. Yang Lei teased with a thumbs up. Zhou Yuchen shrugged. There's nothing embarrassing about admitting I like Jingyun. Yang Lei, can we talk about the new song now? Yang Lei's eyes lit up. Of course. As long as your song satisfies me, I'm willing to pay 3 million. That's a top-tier price in the domestic music scene. For the first 2 songs, I don't want any money, Zhou Yuchen said calmly. The smile vanished from Yang Lei's face. She knew that things offered for free often come at the highest cost. I have a gaming company, Zhou Yuchen got straight to the point, and we've developed 2 mobile casual games. The first one did well after its release. The second, called Angry Birds, will launch next Thursday. I'll exchange 2 songs of no less quality than Fairy Tale for you to pin this game on your personal Weka for half a month. Yang Lei's Weka, a key platform for celebrities to release updates, boasted over 30 million followers, with more than 5 million active users. Zhou Yuchen had discovered this data while cooking and knew how crucial it was for game promotion. You want me to promote your game? Yang Lei's expression changed. You're quite calculating. Zhou Yuchen explained. Angry Birds is just a casual game and won't affect your reputation. Do you think just because Fruit Ninja was a global hit, your game will be just as successful? Yang Lei sneered. Zhou Yuchen, you're dreaming. A game's success isn't just about promotion. It needs to be fun. Shin Jingyun cleared her throat. Yang Lei, Fruit Ninja was developed by him. What? Yang Lei stared at Zhou Yuchen in shock. You're quite the hidden gem. I'm not a boy. I have a daughter, Zhou Yuchen corrected. Yang Lei couldn't help but laugh. You really are funny. Sister Hui, what do you think? After a moment of thought, Li Hui said. Yuchen Game Company's Fruit Hero has taken the world by storm and become a source of pride for domestic players. If you help with the promotion, it won't have any negative impact. In fact, if Angry Birds becomes a global sensation again, it might even benefit you. Yang Lei agreed readily. All right, I'm in. She turned to Zhou Yuchen. When can you give me the song? I can do it now, Zhou Yuchen replied earnestly. I've heard your singing. Your voice is versatile, both crisp and ethereal, and it's astonishing that you can hit high notes like E6. To stand out in a competition, you either need to impress with high notes or move the audience with emotion. Which do you prefer? Do I get to choose the song? Yang Lei asked excitedly. Zhou Yuchen nodded. Of course. I've written dozens of songs before. The melodies and lyrics are all in my head. I can select one based on your needs. After careful consideration, Yang Lei answered. The finals are in two parts. The first part requires a duet, so I'll need a partner. For the second part, which is the grand finale, I hope to choose a song with deep emotional appeal. Do you want a female-female duet or a male-female duet? Zhou Yuchen inquired. Although most contestants choose male-female duets if possible, I'd like to try a female-female duet, Yang Lei replied. Give me 10 minutes, Zhou Yuchen said. Standing up, he returned to his study, quickly sifting through songs in his mind that would suit Yang Lei. Given that there were fewer female-female duet songs in his previous life, he chose the song famous for its high notes, Left Hand Points to the Moon, and adapted it into a duet version. This song demands a lot from the singers, and any mistake could ruin the performance, but if both singers can master the high notes, winning the competition would be almost certain. As for the second emotional song, he chose as wished, a piece that praises the dedication of the older generation while expressing pride in the nation's strength. It would definitely be the highlight of the competition. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuchen emerged from the study with the sheet music for both songs. Yang Lei eagerly took them and first looked at as wished. After reading, her eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Yuchen, this is amazing. I could never write lyrics and melodies like this in my lifetime. Zhou Yuchen replied nonchalantly, it's just a song, nothing special. Can I take a look? Shen Jingyun asked. Yang Lei immediately handed her the sheet music for as wished. You know music too? Zhou Yuchen asked, somewhat surprised. Yang Lei explained with a smile. Not only does she know music, but Jingyun loved singing in high school. She could hit E6 high notes and mastered 6 instruments. Even Yunhai Music Academy was impressed by her. Unfortunately, she followed her family's advice and didn't pursue a career as a singer. Otherwise, with her looks and talent, she would definitely be a superstar by now. Shin Jingyun rolled her eyes at her. Stop exaggerating about me. I'm not as amazing as you say. I'm not exaggerating. Yang Lei turned to Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen, did you know? When Yunhai hosted the National High School Music Competition, I thought I would definitely win first place. But Jingyun took it from me. Zhou Yuchen picked up Zhou Yu, who was already showing signs of impatience, and said with a smile, Sweetheart, did you hear that? Your mom once won the National High School Music Competition. My mom is the best mom in the world, and my dad is the best dad in the world too, Zhou Yu proudly declared. You little rascal. Shun Jingyun looked at her daughter affectionately. Daddy, I want to play on the slide. Zhou Yu pouted. All right, Zhou Yuchen stood up. You guys watch the show. I'll take the little one to play for a while. After the father and daughter left, Shun Jingyun and Yang Lei both focused on the lyrics and melody in their hands. It wasn't long before Yang Lei tossed the sheet music onto the table in frustration. What's wrong? Is your song not good? Shun Jingyun asked. It's not that it's not good, it's very good, Yang Lei sighed, but the pitch is too high. There are only 3 or 4 people in the entire entertainment industry who can confidently hit those notes, and they're all veterans in the music scene whom I can't invite. Shun Jingyun quickly glanced over the sheet music, an E6 pitch, almost entirely high notes. This was written specifically for you. Once you sing it, it will definitely shock everyone. Dear, Yang Lei's eyes lit up. I've been almost blacklisted by the company, so it's hard to get a star to help me. Could you be my guest singer and showcase your extraordinary voice? I haven't sung in years. Shun Jingyun waved her hands dismissively. I can't sing Zwa Shouji you. Besides, I'm just an amateur. Singing with you would only lower your score. Miss Shun, with your looks and demeanor, standing on stage with Yang Lei would be a stunning sight. Li Hui said with a smile. Even without singing, you'd win half the battle. Yang Lei, I fully support you in asking Miss Shun to be your guest singer. I think so too. Yang Lei snapped her fingers. Dear, wasn't it your dream to be a singer everyone loves? Now is the best chance to make that dream come true. I have Zhou Yu now, and I don't want to be in the spotlight. Shin Jingyun shook her head. Who said you have to be in the spotlight? I'm just asking you to sing one song with me in the competition. Yang Lei coaxed. If you don't want to be a singer, you don't have to sing again afterward. Dear, having the skill to slay dragons but no dragons to slay, I don't believe you're truly content with that. Shin Jingyun fell silent. Memories surged like a tide from elementary school. She was passionate about singing, finding a quiet place to practice her voice every morning, even during the intense college entrance exam preparation. Later, her dream of becoming a singer was forcibly quashed by her parents, and she was compelled to apply for a finance major at Xinjiang University. Yet, during college, she continued to take elective music courses. It wasn't until she met Zhou Yuchen by chance after starting work and had Zhou Yu that this dream was completely put aside. At this moment, Yang Lei's words stirred something in Shan Jingyun's heart. Yes, why not sing just once? Even if it's only this once, it would fulfill her dream. Seeing the expression on Shan Jingyun's face, Yang Lei immediately sensed her friend's excitement and decided to seize the opportunity. Isn't your fantasy novel Magic Witch about to be published? We could advertise it on TV. No way. Shan Jingyun quickly waved her hand. I couldn't bear the embarrassment. I'm already satisfied that it's getting published. As for sales, if kids like it, they'll buy it. If not, so be it. I don't want to do that kind of marketing. It turns out Shan Jingyun hadn't been idle over the past 2 years outside of work. She wrote a fantasy novel titled Magic Witch, suitable for readers aged 818. With the help of her friend Daiwan, and after 2 rounds of revisions, the book finally met the publishing standards of Xiaohua Publishing. It's set to hit major bookstores nationwide next Wednesday, and advertising on the Top Singer show would indeed be a huge boost for sales. You're just too traditional, Zhang Lei said helplessly. Nowadays, even good wine fears a deep alley. If you don't promote good things, who will know? You should learn from Zhou Yuchen. His game is already popular, and he even wrote 2 sure-hit songs for me to promote it. That's understanding the importance of publicity. He's him, and I'm me. Don't lump us together, Shan Jingyun retorted immediately. When you two become a couple, it'll be hard not to. Zhang Lei teased. Speaking of which, will you agree or not? After a moment of thought, Shan Jingyun said, I can be a guest singer for As You Wish, but Left Hand Points to the Moon is too difficult for me to sing. No problem. Zhang Lei said happily, we'll duet As You Wish, and I'll solo Left Hand Points to the Moon. Today is a lucky day. Not only did I get 2 new songs, but I also found a guest singer. Shan Jingyun picked up the sheet music for As You Wish and examined it carefully. Honestly, the patriotic sentiment in this song is really moving. Indeed, Zhang Lei nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuchen is a musical genius. If he wanted to enter showbiz, just with Fairy Tale, As You Wish, and Left Hand Points to the Moon, he could become a top producer. Write a few more songs of this caliber, and he'd be the next big thing in the music industry of Xia country. He probably isn't interested in that, Shan Jingyun said. His study is filled with hundreds of books about technology, finance, and the internet, but not a single music book. How could someone like that get into music? That's really a pity, Zhang Lei sighed. It's actually a good thing for you, Shan Jingyun analyzed. If he became a top producer, many singers would be asking him for songs, and he wouldn't have time for you. Now that he doesn't want to be a top producer, you get to enjoy his creations exclusively. Isn't that a win for you? Zhang Lei slapped her thigh and her eyes lit up. That's right. She turned to Shan Jingyun. Previously, Zhou Yuchen said he wrote dozens of songs. Do you think he's boasting, or is it true? Shan Jingyun replied seriously. From what I know about Zhou Yuchen, he never says anything he's not confident about. Plus, he's a true genius when it comes to studying. From a young age, he's always been top of the class in every exam. He even scored over 730 in the college entrance exam, becoming the top scorer in Xinjiang province. Writing songs might be difficult for us, but for him, it might really be a piece of cake. Oh my, he's that amazing. Zhang Lei's eyes sparkled as she teased, dear. For the sake of getting more songs from him in the future, you should sacrifice yourself and go for him. Zhang Lei, shut up. Shan Jingyun retorted, embarrassed, grabbing the sheet music beside her and crumpling it into a ball to throw at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei swiftly caught the paper ball, holding it protectively. This is my treasure. It can't be damaged. Then I'll mess with you. Shan Jingyun pounced on her, tickling her. Zhang Lei burst into laughter, curling up on the sofa, losing all semblance of a celebrity's poise. Li Hui watched the 2 women playfully tussling, amused yet exasperated. However, she knew well that the closer Zhang Lei and Shan Jingyun were, the better they could secure Zhou Yuchen, a master songwriter. A songwriter with dozens of songs could sustain a music company, let alone Zhang Lei's future music studio. An hour later, Zhou Yuchen returned home with Xiao Ye. Zhang Lei shared her decision with him. You want to enter the entertainment industry as a singer? Zhou Yuchen asked, surprised, looking at Shan Jingyun. No, Shan Jingyun quickly waved her hands. I just want to sing one song on stage to fulfill an old dream. At that moment, the voice of the all-round development system echoed in Zhou Yuchen's mind. System task. Help the player Zhang Lei win the Peak Singer Championship to earn several attribute points and a chance to draw a prize. Zhou Yuchen felt delighted inside, but maintained his composure outwardly. He earnestly told Shan Jingyun, you can actually pursue your dreams. I can take care of Xiao Ye. I've long given up on being a singer, Shan Jingyun said, touched. Being like Zhang Lei, though glamorous, offers no freedom. Dear, that's a bit harsh, Zhang Lei said with a wry smile. To gain something, you inevitably have to lose something. It's an unavoidable reality, Zhou Yuchen said, then shifted the topic. Speaking of which, if your first song in the finals is as wished, then the second one can't be left hand pointing to the moon. Without the system task, Zhou Yuchen wouldn't care what Zhang Lei sang. Giving her the songs was enough, and her performance would depend on her own ability. But now, to complete the task, he had to help her win the championship. Why? Zhang Lei asked, puzzled. The reason is simple, Zhou Yuchen explained. As wished has a grand scale, and left hand pointing to the moon can't match it. This would lower the audience's expectations. Once their anticipation drops, it won't matter how well you sing. The contrast between as you wish and left hand pointing to the moon is too stark. The former is a song full of emotion, while the latter seems more like a pop song with strong technicality. Even Zhou Yuchen felt something was amiss. So what do we do? Zhang Lei asked, frowning. Shen Jingyan suggested. Zhang Lei, why not find someone else to duet left hand pointing to the moon? Absolutely not. Zhang Lei immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. I went through a lot to get you here. It has to be you. Then she turned her gaze to Zhou Yuchen. Since you noticed the problem, you must have a solution, right? Zhou Yuchen confidently replied. It's simple. Just write another song even bigger than As You Wish. That sounds easy. Zhang Lei couldn't help but laugh. But how can ordinary people like us accomplish that? Yuchen, do you already have such a song? Shen Jingyun asked perceptively. Zhou Yuchen nodded and began to improvise. After writing As You Wish, I was suddenly inspired and completed a new song in 5 minutes. If As You Wish is about cherishing the past and honoring our predecessors, this new song looks to the future and conquers the world. What's it called? Zhang Lei's eyes sparkled. Stars and the Sea. Great name. Zhang Lei and Shen Jingyun exclaimed in unison. Zhou Yuchen continued. The lyrics are short, but the melody is grand and magnificent, definitely on par with As You Wish. With your talent, you can absolutely handle it. Then, he suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, does this peak singer competition have any backstage manipulation? Absolutely not, Zhang Lei explained seriously. Yunhai TV wants to make this show a classic singer showdown, with one season each year. If there's manipulation in the first season, there won't be anyone coming back next year. Why do you ask? Just curious, Zhou Yuchen smiled confidently. As long as you perform these two songs well, even if there's manipulation, they'll have to reconsider. Then hurry up and write it. Zhang Lei urged eagerly. Zhou Yuchen smiled. Shouldn't we first discuss the price for the song? Zhang Lei immediately softened her tone. What do you want? Our company, besides Fruit Hero and Angry Birds, has developed a third game called Casual Match. When it's released, have your social media pin it for half a month. Wait. Zhang Lei frowned. It was 2 songs for half a month before. Why is it just 1 now? Because this song will win you the Peak Singer Championship, Zhou Yuchen said confidently. A trophy for half a month of pinning is a good deal. What if I don't win? Then it just means your singing ruined my song. You are really confident. Zhang Lei gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree. But if I don't like this song, the deal is off. As long as you're a musician, you won't be able to dislike it. 15 minutes later, after looking at the sheet music for Stars and the Sea, Zhang Lei's beautiful face was filled with shock. Zhou Yuchen, you're amazing. Can I ask you to write an album for me? Zhou Yuchen waved his hand dismissively and said with a calm expression, music composition isn't challenging. I don't want to waste my time and energy on it. This statement hit Zhang Lei like a sledgehammer, leaving her speechless. Music composition not challenging? That was sheer arrogance. Yet, this young man in front of her certainly had the credentials to make such a claim. All right, stop bragging, Shen Jingyun interjected with a smile, trying to ease the tension. We admit it. You're a genius, okay? Zhou Yuchen shrugged, as if it were a matter of course. I always have been. I can't stand you. Shen Jingyun shook her head. It's getting late. Zhang Lei and I will take Zhou Yu home. Tomorrow is Saturday, so take a good rest. No need to bring breakfast. Zhou Yuchen nodded in agreement. In the following days, Zhang Lei and Shen Jingyun were both incredibly busy. Zhang Lei focused on arranging the music for the songs, As You Wish, and Left Hand Pointing to the Moon, while Shen Jingyun practiced singing As You Wish every day. On Wednesday, Shen Jingyun's fantasy novel Magic Girl finally hit the shelves in major bookstores across Xiahua. Without hesitation, Zhang Lei pinned a recommendation for Magic Girl on her social media. Perhaps this endorsement made an impact, as a Magic Girl sold over 10,000 copies on its first day. When Zhou Yuchen heard the news at the dining table the next day, he asked in surprise, "You're a writer too?" Shen Jingyun replied, a bit embarrassed, "This is my first time writing a fantasy novel, so I wouldn't dare call myself a writer. To sell 10,000 copies on the first day of your debut work is quite impressive," Zhou Yuchen said seriously. Even those well-known authors with large followings find it challenging to hit sales of hundreds of thousands. Thanks to Zhang Lei's promotion on social media, Shun Jingyun said. Zhou Yuchen shook his head. Promotion can attract attention, but whether people buy the book depends on its quality. Jingyun, you're following in your grandmother's footsteps. Come on, Zhang Lei interrupted. Professor Dai wrote traditional novels. Jingyun writes children's fantasy. There's a big difference. I mean, they both chose the traditional publishing route rather than online publication. So in that sense, there's continuity, Zhou Yuchen explained. True, Zhang Lei nodded, then asked, Zhou Yuchen, is your Angry Birds launching today? At 8 p.m. worldwide. Then there's a problem, Zhang Lei said. According to you, I need to promote Angry Birds on social media, but Jingyun's Magic Girl is already pinned there. What should we do? Zhou Yuchen chuckled. Just keep promoting Magic Girl. When my fourth casual game goes online, you can pin that. Zhang Lei rolled her eyes. You really don't miss a beat. Your support for Magic Girl is crucial, while Angry Birds is just icing on the cake, Zhou Yuchen explained. If I have to choose, I'd pick the former. What if both needed crucial support? Zhang Lei asked with a sly smile. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuchen replied. Still Magic Girl. Jingyun takes 1 to 2 years to write a book, while I can complete a game in less than a month. Compared to the two, magical girls are more important, Zhang Lei said, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. It's Jingyun that's more important, right? Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. That's right, in my heart, Jingyun is more important than myself. Hearing this, Shun Jingyun felt a warmth in her heart, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Daddy, what about me? Little Yeya asked innocently, looking up. Zhou Yuchen gently stroked his daughter's hair and said tenderly, You are the angel of mommy and daddy, of course, you are the most important. Little Yeya beamed with a sweet smile and then focused on enjoying the boiled cabbage in front of her. After dinner, Zhou Yuchen took little Yeya to play outside the community, while Zhang Lei and Shun Jingyun headed to the karaoke practice room. With only 2 days left until the competition and a rehearsal at the TV station the next night, they needed to make the most of every moment to practice. These days, they practiced until 11 or 12 at night before returning home, and little Yea's care relied entirely on Zhou Yuchen, who held her to sleep every night. At exactly 8 o'clock that evening, Yuchen Game Company's latest release, Fiery Birds, was launched simultaneously on the gaming platforms of the world's 3 major mobile systems. Since the release of Fruit Hero, the game had sold 30 million copies abroad and over 100 million domestically. This had propelled the once obscure Xia Country Company into one of the most influential game companies globally. The astonishing success of Fruit Hero prompted numerous game companies to shift their focus to mobile gaming. In just 1 month, top global game development talents released dozens of new products. However, on the Orange platform alone, over 40 games were launched, none of which succeeded. The best-selling game only reached 5 million sales, a drop in the ocean compared to Fruit Hero. The fundamental issue was that these games lacked sufficient playability and failed to captivate players. Before the launch of Fiery Birds, Zhang Tong had already stirred up a wave of publicity online. Both ordinary players and industry peers were keenly watching to see if the new release could replicate the success of Fruit Hero. The new game followed the same pricing strategy, 1.99 or 1.99 abroad and 3.99 yuan domestically. In just 1 hour, Fiery Birds achieved an impressive 3 million downloads abroad and surpassed 5 million domestically. As a rare example of a globally successful domestic game company, Yuchen received fervent support from domestic players. More importantly, the game itself was of high quality, receiving rave reviews on major gaming forums worldwide. When Zhang Tong announced these astonishing figures, the entire gaming industry was shaken. Meanwhile, at the Hello Game Company headquarters, the building was brightly lit as General Manager He Changxing and over a dozen executives personally experienced the new game. Half an hour later, He Changxing put down his phone, noticing others still engrossed in the game. He cleared his throat and took a sip of water, prompting everyone to snap out of their reverie and put away their phones. Do you know how much revenue Fruit Hero brought to Yuchen Game Company? He Changsheng said slowly. Over 3 billion after taxes, with a development cost of less than 50,000 and taking just over half a month. Simply put, they made over 3 billion in half a month. At this point, He Changsheng slammed the table forcefully. And look at us. Over 3,000 development personnel, for mobile games, all failures, not even covering the costs. Today, I got a half-hour dressing down from the president. If the next project fails, none of you will have an easy time. The conference room fell silent, and everyone lowered their heads without a word. He Changsheng stood at the front of the conference room, his face dark as he yelled at the executives for a full 10 minutes. After this outburst, he finally managed to vent most of the frustration he had received from the president, and his tone softened. Earlier, I had everyone play Angry Birds. Now tell me, what exactly is the gap between us and them? Lu Chong, the director of the game creative department, was the first to speak up. Whether it's Fruit Ninja or Angry Birds, they share a common characteristic: they are simple and easy to pick up, and both effectively help players vent their emotions. It's just the way they do it that's different. One uses a knife to slice fruit, the other uses a slingshot to hit pigs. The head of RD added. Moreover, their music is well produced, and the game design elements are quite distinctive. Others chimed in, showering the two games with praise. If Zhou Yuchen were present, he might have blushed at hearing such compliments. He Changsheng coldly interrupted them. If your analysis is so thorough, why did our last 4 casual mobile games fail so miserably? This remark was like a bucket of cold water, silencing the room instantly as everyone lowered their heads. In this parallel world's Earth, there were only a handful of games that became global sensations in the early days of smartphones. Countless companies tried to replicate their success, but all failed without exception. The gap between knowing and doing was a chasm that seemed impossible to cross. Have we managed to poach anyone from Yuchen Game Company? He Changsheng asked, barely containing his anger when no one responded. Fang Qingxian, the head of the RD team, answered bluntly, no, we're the #1 game company in the country, and we can't even poach a small-time programmer? Fang Qingxian retorted without hesitation, Mr. He, even the most ordinary programmer at Yuchen Game Company had a minimum salary of 70,000 last month. This figure left He Changsheng speechless. In contrast, Hello's RD staff earned only 12,000 a month, which was considered decent at the time, but paled in comparison to Yuchen. This was the main source of tension between Fang Qingxian and He Changsheng. A 12,000 salary with a 996 work schedule was a joke. Those sent to poach talent, upon hearing Yuchen's salaries, were tempted to switch jobs themselves, let alone recruit others. They have such high bonuses because of Fruit Ninja's success, He Changsheng argued. We also have several successful online games, but the highest bonus is only 30,000, Fang Qingxian countered. Mr. He, Yuchen's regular employees have a base salary of 20,000, not 12,000. Bang! He Changsheng slammed the table, roaring, Fang Qingxian, what do you mean by that? I was clear, Fang Qingxian replied calmly. The company's compensation system needs reform. The RD department must see hope for promotion and salary increases. If you don't want to work here, you can leave. He Changsheng shouted. Fang Qingxian chuckled coldly, I'll wait for you to fire me. He knew full well that resigning voluntarily would mean the company wouldn't owe him a penny, but being fired would entitle him to legal compensation, so he wasn't about to quit voluntarily. Seeing the tension in the room, Deputy General Manager Luo Weijian quickly tried to ease the situation. Mr. He, you can't really blame Minister Fang for this. From what I understand, both Fruit Hero and Angry Birds are the brainchildren of Yuchen Games President Zhou Yuchen. Their programmers aren't as skilled as ours. He Changsheng leaned on the conference table, his gaze sharp. So, the key is the game concept. He turned to Lu Chong, his tone firm. You have 1 week to come up with 3 solid mobile game ideas. If you can't, pack your things and leave. Lu Chong silently cursed inside, but dared not show any dissatisfaction on his face. Yes, we will do our utmost. Meeting adjourned. He Changsheng stood up and left, followed by the others exiting the conference room. Luo Weijian caught up with Fang Qingxian. Old Fang, you're 33 now. That fiery temper of yours needs some work. Why put Mr. He in such an awkward position in front of everyone? Fang Qingxian sighed. Old Luo, you don't know the backstory. After Yuchen Games' salary levels were exposed, over 30 key technical staff came to my office, threatening to resign if their salaries weren't increased. Damn, Yuchen Games has really done a number on us, Luo Weijian complained. Fang Qingxian glanced at him. Honestly, it's because our pay levels are too low. This left Luo Weijian momentarily speechless. At the same time, Hello Games' longtime rival, IQ Games, was also holding a meeting to analyze the success of Fruit Hero and Angry Birds. Recently, the 3 mobile games they launched had performed poorly, making them comrades in adversity with Hello Games. Meanwhile, riding on the strong momentum of Fruit Hero, Angry Birds' sales soared once again. In just 24 hours, overseas sales exceeded 3 million, while domestic sales reached an astonishing 10 million, breaking all records for mobile games. Even more impressive was the flood of positive reviews the game received. On major gaming forums, discussions about Angry Birds continued to heat up. The birds are so much fun. Shooting birds at pigs with a slingshot is pure genius. Yuchen Games truly stands out with their games. To hit the target precisely, you actually need to use the sine law and parabolic equations. That's hilarious. Games are meant to be fun. No need for all that math. And so, Angry Birds swept the globe once more, firmly establishing Yuchen Games as the leader in mobile casual gaming. At 9 o'clock on Friday evening, after completing over an hour of rehearsal at the TV station, Yang Lei and Shen Jingyun finally left with peace of mind. Sitting in the car on the way home, Yang Lei checked her phone and suddenly exclaimed, Wow, what happened? Shen Jingyun turned her head to ask. Your guy's Angry Birds reached 13 million downloads in just 24 hours. It's gone viral worldwide again, Yang Lei said, quickly scrolling through her phone. Some predictions say this game could achieve global downloads of 300 million. Even 500 million. Just like Fruit Ninja, da. Shin Jingyun glanced at the online reports, a smile playing on her lips. I always knew it would turn out this way. I work hard performing all year and still can't match what he earns in a week. Yang Lei sighed. Why is there such a big gap between people? Li Hui, who was driving, couldn't help but chime in. Someone online did the math. Fruit Ninja has already brought at least 230 million in net profit to Yuchen Games, and might surpass 400 million by the end of the year. If Angry Birds is priced the same and achieves similar download numbers, Mr. Zhou's worth could reach 800 million. The most impressive part is that these two games are like hens that lay golden eggs, continuously bringing him income. If the third game is also a success, that would be incredible. Yang Lei turned to Shen Jingya. Dear, stop testing Zhou Yuchen. I'm afraid you might lose him. I love him for who he is, not for his money, Shen Jingyun said calmly. If he's meant to be mine, he won't be lost. If he is, it only shows he's not my true love. Someone who can't resist temptation because of money is bound to have problems in the future. I want someone I can grow old with, not someone who'll leave halfway. Typical romantic idealism. Yang Lei rolled her eyes. If you like him, be together. If not, say goodbye. Why make it so complicated? Besides, just because he can resist temptation now doesn't guarantee he always will. No one can promise that. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? Shin Jingyun smiled. Just then, Shun Jingyun's phone rang. It was Zhou Yuchen calling, and she answered quickly. Hello? Mom, are you home yet? Little Yeya's voice came through, sounding tearful. Shin Jingyun glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. Almost home, sweetheart. Why aren't you asleep yet? I miss you. Boo-hoo. The little girl's sobs tugged at Shan Jingyun's heart. Don't cry, sweetheart. Where's Daddy? Daddy's here, but I want you to hold me while I sleep. Okay, Mommy will be there as soon as I get home. Can you let Daddy talk to me? Soon, Zhou Yuchen's voice came through the phone. Jingyun, I really can't handle it. This little girl started crying non-stop after hearing a story. She must have missed you a lot these days. I'm coming over to your place right now. You've had a tough time these days. You'd better not say things like that, as if I'm just helping out with the child. Shin Jingyun laughed. All right, my mistake. See you soon. After hanging up, Yang Lei commented with a meaningful tone. The way you two interact, it feels almost like you're already married. Shin Jingyun sighed and said, honestly, ever since Zhou Yuchen got involved in my and the child's life, I've really felt so much more relaxed. Yang Lei chuckled. Isn't that obvious? Zhou Yuchen is talented, wealthy, can cook, and has such a good temper. No matter whose child it is, any mom would feel relieved. Jingyun, I advise you not to be too confident. If you somehow lose him one day, I bet you'll regret it. Shen Jingyun was silent for a moment before nodding gently. I know what to do. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Zhou Yuchen's house. Upon seeing Yang Lei, Zhou Yuchen was visibly surprised. Tonight, Jingyun and I are going to cuddle with Xiaoya to sleep, Yang Lei announced directly. What? Not welcoming me? Zhou Yuchen raised an eyebrow. I was just wondering how much to charge you for accommodation. Oh, come on. Yang Lei laughed. You're worth billions now. Why are you still so stingy? Maybe I was scared of being poor before. Zhou Yuchen shrugged, giving the master bedroom to the ladies, and went into the study to immerse himself in a thick book. Little Yeya, perhaps tired from crying, quickly fell asleep in Shun Jingyun's arms. I'll take you for a bath, Shun Jingyun whispered. Passing by the study, Yang Lei couldn't help but stop. Through the half-open door, she saw Zhou Yuchen deeply engrossed in reading, with hundreds of books neatly arranged on the shelves. Does he read like this every night, dear? Yes. Doesn't he have any other entertainment? Yang Lei asked in surprise. For him, reading might be the best entertainment. No wonder he's achieved so much. Yang Lei remarked sincerely. Success is truly not by chance. You're the same. Shun Jingyun smiled. People only see you glamorous on stage, but don't know how much sweat and tears you've shed. Now you're making me feel touched. Yang Lei teased. After washing up, the two went to rest. At 3:30 a.m., Yang Lei was awakened by noise outside and quietly got out of bed to check. She saw Zhou Yuchen with a cup of water heading into the study, and curiosity led her to tiptoe after him. Just as she was about to knock, the door suddenly opened. Zhou Yuchen stood at the entrance. What are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep? I've already slept. Zhou Yuchen, freshly awakened from a meditative state, was full of energy. You're such an oddball. You're the oddball, Zhou Yuchen retorted. It's the middle of the night. Wearing sexy pajamas to knock on a man's door, aren't you afraid I might lose control? Yang Lei stood tall. Would you dare? It's not that I don't dare, Zhou Yuchen smirked. It's just that you're too skinny, not appealing. Besides, you can't compare to Jingyun's figure. With that, he laughed, closed the door, and locked it as if genuinely worried Yang Lei might burst in. Yang Lei was so angry her face turned red. She spat in the direction of the study before turning to leave. As she reached the bedroom door, She was caught off guard by Shin Jingyun standing there, and awkwardly explained, "Honey, please don't misunderstand." Shin Jingyun chuckled and asked, "Are you curious about why he doesn't sleep at night?" "Yes, it's already 3:30. Why isn't he resting?" Yang Lei nodded in agreement. He practices Taoist meditation techniques that allow him to enter a deep sleep state. 2 hours of meditation is equivalent to 8 hours of regular sleep. He must have just finished meditating and continued reading, Shun Jingyan explained. "I think your husband is really something special," Yang Lei said, suddenly reaching out to touch Shun Jingyun's chest. The unexpected action startled Shun Jingyun, who quickly stepped back. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just go to sleep," Yang Lei thought to herself. "They're definitely bigger than mine." The next morning, Zhou Yuchen, Shun Jingyun, and Yang Lei had breakfast together. Little Yeye was still asleep, so Shun Jingyun didn't wake her. "I have 2 tickets to watch the live broadcast of Peak Singer at the TV station. Do you want them?" Yang Lei asked. Zhou Yuchen's eyes lit up. "Yes." "Are you planning to take little Yeye to the event?" "It's too noisy there." Shun Jingyun frowned. "Of course not. I plan to drop her off at your parents' place after lunch and take Zhou Qing to watch the competition. We'll pick her up after it's over," Zhou Yuchen replied. After thinking for a moment, Shun Jingyun said, "I'll call my parents. They're off today and wanted to see little Ye anyway. They can take care of her for the day, and we'll pick her up tomorrow." With Zhou Yuchen's agreement, Shun Jingyun called her mother, Dai Wan, to explain the situation. This was when Dai Wan learned her daughter was participating in a singing competition at the TV station. "Jingyun, do you want to become a singer?" Dai Wan asked. Shun Jingyun didn't answer directly. "Mom, if I said yes, would you and Dad still strongly oppose it like before?" Dai Wan sighed. "I can't speak for your dad, but I wouldn't oppose it anymore. You've grown up and have the right to decide your own life. Maybe we were wrong back then and made you miss the chance to chase your dreams. Thanks for your support, Mom." Shun Jingyun smiled. "I'm just participating in this one competition to put an end to a past dream. After that, I'll be like you, writing in my spare time." Her debut book, Magical Girl, sold 32,000 copies in 3 days and was on track to break 15,000 copies yesterday, likely entering the top 10, a remarkable achievement for a new author. "Whatever you want to do, Mom supports you. We'll pick up little Yaya later, and you can get her back tomorrow night," Daiwan said. "Mom, there's no need for you and Dad to go through the trouble. Let Yuchen take her over once she wakes up." "All right. I must say, young Zhou is a good kid. You and he." "Mom, Zhang Lei and I are heading to the TV station now. Let's talk later." Shun Jingyun quickly interrupted her mother. After hanging up the phone, Shun Jingyun noticed a meaningful smile on Zhou Yuchen's face. "What are you smiling about?" She couldn't help but ask. "I'm just happy. It seems that Aunt Dai doesn't dislike me," Zhou Yuchen replied frankly. Shin Jingyun rolled her eyes at him. "Since you heard it all, I won't repeat it." Zhou Yuchen made an okay gesture. "Don't worry, when the little girl wakes up, I'll make sure she has breakfast and safely gets to Aunt Dai's place." After seeing Shin Jingyun and Zhang Lei off, Zhou Yuchen immediately picked up his phone and called his sister Zhou Qing, asking if she wanted to see the live show of the top singers. A high-pitched scream came from the other end, prompting him to quickly hold the phone away. "Are you serious, bro?" Zhou Qing's voice trembled with excitement. Zhou Yuchen briefly explained Shen Jingyun and Yang Lei's relationship and how Yang Lei stayed over last night. "Jingyun will participate in the competition as her guest singer, and Yang Lei gave me 2 tickets. If you don't want to go, I'll give them to someone else." "I want to go, I want to go." Zhou Qing quickly replied, "Oh my god. I can't believe I'll not only see Yang Lei but also watch my future sister-in-law perform with her. It's unbelievable. Bro, I love you to death." "Cut it out, I don't want to die." Zhou Yuchen laughed. "I'll pick you up at school at 5. We'll find somewhere to eat first, then head straight to the TV station." In the dormitory at Qingjiang University, Zhou Qing hung up the phone only to feel the intense gazes of her roommates. "Zhou Qing, spill the beans. Who's Yang Lei? Who's the future sister-in-law?" Wang Tong eagerly asked. Zhou Qing proudly announced, "Tonight my brother is taking me to see the top singers live." Wang Tong and Zhu Lina screamed in unison, prompting Zhou Qing to cover her ears. "Those tickets are impossible to get. How did your brother manage that?" Zhu Lina asked in surprise. "My future sister-in-law is Yang Lei's best friend, and she's even going to be her guest singer," Zhou Qing explained with even more pride. Wang Tong's eyes shone with envy. "I wish I had such a cool sister-in-law." "Zhou Qing, can you take me with you?" "Sorry, Yang Lei only gave us 2 family tickets," Zhou Qing said regretfully. "Your brother spoils you so much. Those tickets could sell for 200,000 on the black market." Zhu Lina sighed. "He would never sell them." Zhou Qing dismissed the idea. Zhu Lina immediately pulled Yang Lei's album out of her bag. "Can you get her autograph for me?" "No problem." Zhou Qing agreed readily. "I'm going to buy an album right now." Wang Tong chimed in. Zhou Qing teased, "You're such a last-minute fan. As long as I get an autograph, you can call me whatever you want." Wang Tong said unconcernedly. After Zhou Yu woke up, Zhou Yuchen carefully attended to her breakfast and then drove the little girl to Shan Qingyang and Daiwan's home. Understanding and well-behaved, Zhou Yu sat quietly in the car, not throwing a tantrum despite her parents being busy. Upon arriving at the entrance of the government residential compound in Yunhai, Zhou Yuchen called Daiwan. Soon, Shan Qingyang appeared beside the car. Zhou Yuchen lifted Zhou out of the car and said, "Uncle Shan, you can take Zhu home. I won't go in." Shan Qingyang took his granddaughter and nodded. "All right, you take care of your things. Daddy, don't forget to pick me up." Zhou Yu reminded him with her little face upturned. Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't forget. Already thinking about leaving before you even get home?" Shan Qingyang teased his granddaughter with feigned displeasure. "Do you not like Grandpa and Grandma?" Zhou Yu hurriedly explained. "Of course not. I like Grandpa and Grandma very, very much. It's just that I have to go to kindergarten on Monday. Do you want to see the goldfish today?" Shan Qingyang asked with a smile. Zhu's eyebrows shot up as she nodded vigorously. "I really do. All right, today Grandpa and Grandma will take you to see the goldfish." As he watched the grandfather and granddaughter leave happily chatting, Zhou Yuchen then drove to a mobile phone battery manufacturing plant located in the suburbs. This factory, part of Hongda Electronics Group, covers 230 acres, employs over 1,200 skilled workers, and has 4 complete mobile phone battery production lines with a daily capacity of 200,000 batteries. It had supplied 3 mobile phone manufacturers. Zhou Yuchen had stumbled upon the news of Hongda Electronics Group's bankruptcy while browsing the web the previous night. The company's downfall was due to the unfortunate circumstances of its CEO, Zhu Hongda. 3 months ago, during a corruption case involving over 80 million, a high-ranking official revealed that Zhu Hongda had bribed 15 million in 3 installments. Zhu Hongda was subsequently imprisoned. His young wife, whom he married just last year, seized the opportunity to abscond abroad with 130 million from the company's accounts. Coupled with the group's outstanding 1.6 billion bank loan, the factory was set to be auctioned by the court in a week. Zhou Yuchen's visit was to assess whether the factory's production lines met his requirements, with the intention to participate in the auction if suitable. Upon reaching the factory entrance, he saw 2 elderly gatekeepers playing chess. Zhou Yuchen handed them 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes and explained his purpose. One of the elderly men raised 5 fingers and straightforwardly said, "This place is sealed off. I can take you inside, but you must give each of us 500 yuan." Understanding the adage, "It's easy to deal with the king, but hard to deal with the little devils," Zhou Yuchen immediately handed them 1,000 yuan. The efficiency of the 2 elders was impressive. They promptly opened the gate, allowing Zhou Yuchen to drive in and gave him a detailed tour of the entire plant. After closely inspecting the 4 mobile phone battery production lines, Zhou Yuchen found that the equipment was at least 90 new, requiring only minor modifications to be operational. The old man provided a detailed overview of the factory. The facility housed 4 mobile phone battery production lines and 1 charger production line, all built with a 2 billion investment by Zhu Hongda. However, due to Zhu Hongda's imprisonment, these lines had come to a halt just 6 months after starting operations, leaving all the workers idle at home. Zhou Yuchen thoroughly inspected the entire factory area. From raw materials to finished products, the semi-automated production lines were equipped with the most advanced technology, covering the entire process. According to the development trajectory on Earth, achieving a 4,000 mAh battery capacity for mobile phones would still take another 8 to 9 years. If he could purchase this factory and develop a 4,000 mAh battery and high-power charger, he could dominate the entire mobile phone battery market. But reality was harsh, only had a net worth of 500 million, while this factory, soon to be auctioned, required at least 2 billion. Raising 1.5 billion in just half a month would be a massive challenge for anyone. Gazing at the 3 scrolls of truth lying in his attribute bar, Zhou Yuchen's eyes lit up. These scrolls, capable of seeing through the essence of all things, were the key to quick wealth. Unlike his previous predicament of having only 400,000, he now had sufficient funds to purchase the highest quality raw stones. As long as he made the right bet once out of 3 chances, the problem would be solved. Opening his computer to search for gambling stones, an important piece of information immediately caught his eye. The annual jadeite public auction was being held in Ruiqing, 50 kilometers from Yinchuan. A massive 500-kilogram jadeite raw stone from the old Yinchuan mine, hailed as the king of jadeite, had a starting price of 200 million, causing a sensation in the industry. With only 4 days left until the auction ended, Zhou Yuchen had to act immediately. He quickly packed his bags and headed to the airport. The lack of modern online ticketing options made him uncomfortable, but he managed to buy a ticket successfully. Seeing it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Yuchen drove straight to Qinjiang University. After a quick phone call, Zhou Qing emerged from the campus, elegantly carrying the LV bag he had gifted her, exuding the poise of an urban professional. As soon as she got into the car, Zhou Qing couldn't contain her excitement and started talking non-stop. Once she finally finished, Zhou Yuchen pointed to the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat and said, "Both tickets are in there. Choose one." Zhou Qing immediately opened the glove compartment and eagerly took out the two tickets to inspect them closely. "Oh my gosh, these are seats in the third row," she exclaimed in delight. "Zhou Qing, can you not make such a big deal out of it?" Zhou Yuchen said with a sigh. While carefully placing the tickets into her bag, Zhou Qing replied, "I can't help it. I've never experienced much of the world." "You've got some nerve saying that," Zhou Yuchen teased, glancing at her. "Whenever there was anything good at home, didn't mom and dad always think of you first? Take movies, for example. I only go a few times a year, but you? You've probably been to at least 10 or 20 showings. And visiting our grandparents in the Northeast? I've been twice in my life, while you've been countless times. If anyone's inexperienced, it should be me." "Oh, come on, those are ancient stories. Do you have to get so worked up?" Zhou Qing laughed. "I'm not worked up. I'm just pointing out your irresponsible talk." All right, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes." Zhou Qing changed the topic. "Where are we going for dinner?" "There's a northeastern private kitchen near the TV station. Want to try it?" "Sure. How long will it take to get there?" "About 40 minutes." Zhou Qing nodded and pulled out her orange-colored phone. "I'll play some games in the meantime." Soon, familiar game music began playing. "Playing Angry Birds?" Zhou Yuchen asked. "Yeah, and also Fruit Ninja. Have you heard of these games?" "I'm very familiar with them. Do you find them fun?" "Of course. They were developed by our country's Yuchen Games, and they're a global hit." Zhou Qing enthusiastically shared some statistics. "Do you know how many copies of Fruit Ninja have been sold worldwide? Nearly 80 million abroad and 120 million domestically. Almost every smartphone user has it." It's said that Yuchen Games made 3 billion from just this one game, with development costs under a million. Now, Angry Birds is keeping up the momentum, selling nearly 30 million copies in just 3 days. It's a huge success. "You should focus more on your studies and less on games," Zhou Yuchen said calmly. "All about balance." Zhou Qing shrugged. "By the way, aren't you in the game business too? How come you haven't developed such a successful game?" Zhou Yuchen was momentarily speechless. He had only mentioned that he owned a game company but never disclosed its name. Zhou Qing didn't know that the owner of Yuchen Games was her own brother. Just then, his phone rang, displaying a call from Zheng Tong. "Old Zheng, what's up?" "Yuga, I have 2 pieces of good news to report." A major announcement just came through in the office. Angry Birds has surpassed 30 million downloads. As Zhou Yuchen was about to delve into this data, another development Erosia US advertising company has shown keen interest in placing ads in both Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds, and they are set to visit the company for discussions the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Zhou Qing was deeply engrossed in her game. She was maneuvering an Angry Bird but failed to adjust the angle properly, causing the bird to shoot up into the sky, missing the target by a wide margin. It was only then that she snapped out of her game-induced trance and turned to Zhou Yuchen with a puzzled look. Zhou Yuchen calmly analyzed. Their visit from afar clearly shows their sincerity. He turned to Lao Zheng. "I'll be traveling tomorrow, so I'll leave this negotiation to you. However, there are a few stipulations. We won't consider embedding ads in Angry Birds for the time being to avoid affecting player experience. The ad duration in Fruit Ninja must not exceed 15 seconds, and will only sell a 1-year exclusive right. As for the price of one ad worth 150 million views, I need to weigh it carefully." Seizing the moment, Lao Zheng suggested, "Mr. Zhou, perhaps it's time to expand the administrative department staff? Draft a detailed organizational structure plan for me to review when I return." Zhou Yuchen continued with the new plan. "Once the mobile version of Casual Match 3 is completed, we will also develop a PC version, utilizing an in-game item purchase model. I have a strong feeling that this game has immense potential, possibly thriving for 7 to 8 years and generating tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in revenue for the company." Zhou Yuchen was well aware that in the world he came from, Casual Match 3 had generated an astounding 1.4 billion in profits by its 10th anniversary. It was precisely due to Hua Haiyang's steady character that he entrusted him with this project. Out of 2,000 levels, 1,200 have been completed, and if the response is positive, they can continue developing thousands more. If not, adding 200 challenging levels would suffice to conclude it. However, Zhou Yuchen was confident in this game's success. If Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds could succeed, there was no reason for Casual Match 3 to fail. Noticing Lao Zheng's look of doubt, Zhou Yuchen explained, "Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds will probably remain popular for just 3 or 4 years. As the 4G and 5G eras arrive, the mobile gaming market will explode, and these 2 games will inevitably fade away, leaving only Casual Match 3 to endure." His eyes gleamed with ambition. "Next, I plan to develop 2 more games, both with mobile and PC versions. My goal is to dominate the global mobile gaming market with these 5 casual games while securing a significant share on the PC platform. By then, we'll have the strength to build a true Yuchen gaming empire." He looked at Lao Zheng with meaningful intent. I'm telling you this because the future of Yuchen Gaming Company will be in your hands. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, brother Yu. I promise I won't let you down, he declared firmly. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuchen glanced at Zhou Qing, who was still standing there, stunned. A teasing smile played on his lips. What? You think I can't develop a few globally popular games? Zhou Qing finally snapped out of it. You can, of course you can. It's just, brother, are you really the head of Yuchen Games? Use your brain. Zhou Yuchen rolled his eyes. Think about the origin of the name Yuchen. Zhou Qing repeated it twice to herself, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Yu is for Xiao Yeye, and Qian is for Zhou Yuchen. The name takes a character from both you and your daughter's names. Not too shabby, Zhou Yuchen nodded. Brother, did you really make 300 million? Zhou Qing pressed. Yes, just from the gaming sector. I indeed earned 300 million, Zhou Yuchen replied, his tone as casual as if he were discussing an ordinary number. Zhou Qing keenly sensed something in his words. Do you have other businesses? Don't pry. Come on, tell me. Zhou Qing coaxed. How much money do you really have now? Zhou Yuchen shook his head. I haven't calculated precisely, but it should be no less than 500 million. He didn't go into detail, but in truth, his shares in Dongxi Network Commerce alone were worth 230 million. Even more astonishing was his investment in Telcoin's initial purchase of over 10,000 coins had now appreciated to 18,100 yuan per coin, with his account totaling a staggering 2.02 billion yuan. This surge was even more aggressive than those virtual currencies from his past life. But Zhou Yuchen wasn't in a rush to cash out. After all, in his previous life, the peak of Bitcoin could reach $60,000, so this increase was hardly significant. 500 million? Zhou Qing exclaimed. Wow, brother, you're incredible. That's just the beginning. Zhou Yuchen remained calm. Praise me when my assets surpass 10 billion. On the way, Zhou Qing was too caught up in asking for details to play games. After enjoying a hearty meal at a northeastern restaurant, they headed straight to the TV station. The studio was packed. According to the program rules, there were 3,000 scoring audience members on site, ranging in age from 20 to 50. They were randomly selected by the TV station from online voters to ensure fairness. As soon as the siblings found their seats, Yang Lei's manager, Li Hui, approached them. Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, there's still some time before the performance. Would you like to rest backstage? Zhou Qing's eyes lit up, and she tugged at her brother's sleeve. To her, the chance to glimpse the mysteries of a celebrity's backstage was a rare opportunity. Soon, led by Li Hui, the siblings headed backstage. The TV station provided each finalist with a spacious lounge and dressing room. When Li Hui led the group into Lounge 5, Shen Jingyun and Yang Lei were already focused on their makeup in front of the mirror. Shen Jingyun wore a blue long dress, her delicate collarbones subtly visible, and a diamond necklace that sparkled under the lights. Even while sitting still, she exuded an aura of dignified elegance that made others hesitate to approach her. Yang Lei opted for a red version of the same dress, also adorned with a diamond necklace, clearly styled by the fashion and jewelry brand she represented. Zhou Qing, long time no see, Shen Jingyun greeted with a smile. Jingyun, you look absolutely stunning. Zhou Qing exclaimed as she gazed at Shen Jingyun in the mirror. Even I, a woman, am falling for you, let alone men. Your compliments are much nicer than those from your brother. Shen Jingyun laughed. Sitting nearby, Yang Lei sighed and said, Dear, having you as my guest performer might have been a mistake. You're so beautiful, you outshine me. No way. Zhou Qing quickly responded, You're both gorgeous and have such elegant charisma. Sharing the stage will definitely cause a sensation. Jingyun, you're right. Zhou Qing is indeed more articulate than her brother. Yang Lei agreed with a smile. Zhou Qing took out 7 albums and a pin from her bag, tasked by her classmates to get autographs. Yang Lei cheerfully signed each album. Thank you, Sister Yang Lei. Zhou Qing carefully stored the signed albums, her eyes crinkling with joy. Zhou Yuchen called to his sister, Don't disturb them while they're doing their makeup. Come over and have some fruit. The siblings stayed until just before the live broadcast at 8 o'clock. Did you hear? Came murmurs from the audience. Among the 7 singers, only Yang Lei chose an amateur as her guest performer, while the others invited top stars. Really? Is she giving up on the competition? Well, I don't have high hopes for her. Upon hearing the doubts, Zhou Qing wanted to turn around and argue but was stopped by Zhou Yuchen. The only way to respond to skepticism was with an outstanding performance. Soon, the peak singer finals began. The 7 contestants drew lots to determine the order of appearance, and Yang Lei was 6th. Those who made it to the finals were the strongest vocalists in the current music scene. Those who couldn't sing well had long been eliminated under the harsh competition rules. On stage, 5 singers took turns performing their latest works, each showcasing exceptional vocal skills, complemented perfectly by their guest singers. In the audience, Zhou Yuchen listened with excitement, eager to take the stage himself. Zhou Qing was so thrilled that she was shouting at the top of her lungs. Brother, they sang incredibly well, and the songs are well written. I'm worried for Sister Yang Lei and Sister Jingyun, Zhou Qing said with concern. Zhou Yuchen smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, as long as there are no mistakes, they'll be fine. Although these 5 songs are good, some even classic, they still fall short compared to As You Wish. Plus, they all tried to impress with high notes at the climax, which has become monotonous for the audience. Sure enough, by the time the 5th singer hit their high notes, the applause had noticeably thinned. Zhou Yuchen thought to himself, this was the perfect moment for As You Wish to shine, as the song's gentle tone and natural emotional crescendo would stand out against the others' forced high notes. Introduced by the host, Yang Lei and Shun Jingyun gracefully took to the stage. Under the spotlight, their appearance caused a wave of astonishment across the audience. Wow, they're stunning. Their beauty is out of this world. 2 goddesses. The guest singer is a goddess too. I'd vote for them just for their looks. Hearing the surrounding exclamations, Zhou Yuchen smiled. Indeed, Shun Jingyun and Yang Lei's appearance tonight was breathtaking, like celestial beings descended to earth. In the backstage area, the singers who had just performed were also captivated by their presence. Music industry veteran Sun Huan joked, with looks like that, why even compete? Just give Yang Lei the championship. Gushioer praised, she's so beautiful. It's a shame Shun Jingyun isn't pursuing a career in acting. When the screen displayed the songwriter's information, a stir erupted in the resting area. Zhou Wuming? Sun Huan exclaimed softly. That name sounds familiar. Zhang Yang pondered. Gushioer suddenly realized, I remember now. He wrote Fairy Tale. My new song lost to it back then. Yes, Fairy Tale swept the music scene that year. But then he disappeared. Zhang Yang added. Sun Huan sat upright. Let's listen carefully, he might surprise us again. This conversation spread nationwide through the live broadcast, and the name Zhou Wuming quickly became etched in the audience's minds. As the beautiful intro began, Shun Jingyun raised the microphone slowly. You are the distant road, the light in the mountain fog. I am a child walking in your eyes. With just those simple lyrics, the entire venue fell silent. It was the first time Zhou Yuchen heard Shun Jingyun sing. As her voice filled the room, its clarity, reminiscent of a mountain stream, immediately captured everyone's attention. Her singing was not only pure and clean, but also carried a unique warmth that touched the heart. Compared to other talented singers, what set Shun Jingyun apart was her emotional control. Her voice seemed magical, with just a few notes able to immerse the audience in the emotions she created. This was precisely why Yang Lei chose her to start the song. When Yang Lei joined in, her ethereal and clear voice added another layer of depth to the song. The 2 singers alternated, gradually building up the emotions in the song as wished. The mountains and rivers are unharmed. The fireworks are ordinary, but you gaze as you wish. Children sleep soundly, just as you love deeply. As they entered the second climactic part, the lyrics instantly resonated with everyone. Images of revolutionary martyrs bravely sacrificing flashed through their minds. As the emotions intensified, the singers' voices soared, culminating in a harmonious chorus. And I will dream of your dream of reunion, wish for your eternal wish. Walk the long road you walked, such is the love for you. At this moment, both singers on stage were teary-eyed. Their voices seemed to transcend time and space, speaking to those who had sacrificed for the country. Xia Nation is now on the path to revival, just as you wished. The audience fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause that nearly lifted the roof of the studio. Yang Lei and Shun Jingyun exchanged a smile and bowed in gratitude, receiving even more enthusiastic applause. According to the program rules, singers were not allowed to speak or solicit votes on stage. After the performance, Shun Jingyun, a newcomer, quietly returned to the dressing room to change out of her stage outfit and took her seat in the front row arranged by the production team, instead of joining Yang Lei in the singers' hall. As Yang Lei entered the singers' hall, she was taken aback by the standing ovation from all the singers and quickly expressed her thanks. Gushioer inquired about the guest singer's whereabouts, and Yang Lei explained that Shun Jingyun preferred to stay out of the spotlight and was participating because of her fondness for the song. There's probably no singer who wouldn't like this song as wished, Gushioer praised. It's brilliantly written, and you both sang it beautifully. The song's creator is Zhou Wuming. Didn't he write Fairy Tale 4 years ago? Sun Huan suddenly asked. Upon receiving Yang Lei's confirmation, Sun Huan grew interested. Back then, his Fairy Tale topped all the charts, and I thought a new giant in Chinese music was emerging. I hadn't expected him to disappear without new works, and many said he had run out of inspiration. But now, it seems that's not the case at all. Yang Lei seized the perfect opportunity to undermine Huang Xiangfei and calmly stated, I specifically consulted teacher Zhou about this matter. 4 years ago, the other party was only willing to pay 50,000 yuan to buy out the copyright of Fairy Tale. At that time, teacher Zhou urgently needed money and had no choice but to sell the 3-year usage rights for 30,000 yuan. This experience made him feel that his hard work was severely undervalued, leading him to shift to another field of work. 50,000 yuan to buy out the fairy tale copyright? That's a joke. Gu Xiuer exclaimed, drawing immediate attention from everyone present. In the entertainment industry, where everyone is astute, it was clear there was significant conflict between her and Huang Xiangfei. Yang Lei noticed the implication in Gu Xiuer's words and shrugged, adding, indeed. I even saw the contract they signed with my own eyes. Sensing a subtle tension in the live broadcast atmosphere, Sun Huan deftly changed the subject. Is the next song you're performing, Stars and Seas, also one of Teacher Zhou's works? Yes, Yang Lei nodded, then explained in detail. Teacher Zhou is truly a genius creator. Originally, I planned to perform as Wished, solo in the second show, paired with the highly challenging Left Hand Points to the Moon, but because I couldn't find a suitable co-singer and Jingyun really likes as Wished, I rearranged it to the first show. After Teacher Zhou learned of this change, he felt that as Wished, a song rich in emotion, needed to be followed by a more powerful piece, so he created Stars and Seas. In his words, if as wished is to comfort the predecessors and show that the current era is as they desired, then Stars and Seas is to inspire people to conquer an infinite future. This explanation left everyone in the audience in awe, marveling at what kind of creator could continuously produce two such magnificent works. I'm really looking forward to hearing Stars and Seas now, Sun Huan said sincerely. At that moment, more than 100 million viewers were watching Peak Singer on TV, and Yang Lei's conversation spread across the nation, instantly boosting Zhou Wuming's fame. Ding! Zhou Yuchen heard the system notification sound. Congratulations to the player for surpassing 100,000 in real-world popularity, unlocking the popularity value exchange function. Upon hearing the term popularity value, Zhou Yuchen immediately checked the system panel and indeed found this new option added to the attribute column. Player, Zhou Yuchen. Physique, 14 average person 10. Mental, 10.8 average person 10. Popularity value, 100,000. Attribute points, 8. Skills, National Martial Arts Master Level 3, Hacking Skills Master Level 2, Culinary Mastery Level 99, Investment Skills Master Level 2, Chip Development Expertise Level 99, Tai Chi Visualization Mental Technique. Items, Real Scroll 3 times. What is popularity value? Zhou Yuchen asked in his mind, and the system immediately provided an explanation. Popularity value can be used to exchange for all items in the system store, with every 10,000 popularity value equivalent to 1 item attribute point. But these attribute points cannot be used to enhance the player's personal attributes. Zhou Yuchen realized. So that's how the game store works. Zhou Yuchen looked at the competition results on the big screen and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Entrusting Yang Lei to perform the song on television was indeed a wise decision. Not only did it help him understand the rules of the system store, but it also revealed a quick way to gain popularity. The first round of the Singer Showdown was unsurprising. Yang Lei won first place with an overwhelming advantage thanks to her song As Wished. According to the competition rules, she earned the right to choose her performance order for the second round. For a grand song like Starry Sea, performing last was undoubtedly the best choice. Sure enough, after the other 6 contestants finished, the national pride evoked by Starry Sea reignited the entire venue, and Yang Lei easily claimed the second round title, far ahead of the second place. With the announcement of the competition results, Zhou Yuchen's popularity exceeded 300,000. Just as Yang Lei walked onto the stage to receive her award, the system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Congratulations to the player for completing the task of helping Yang Lei become the Peak Singer champion. You are rewarded with a lottery chance. Zhou Yuchen immediately used the lottery and received a skill scroll for mastering singing skills. Damn, I don't want to be a singer, he muttered inwardly, but accepted the skill anyway after all. Having more skills never hurts. After the performance, Zhou Yuchen left the venue with Shun Jingyun and Zhou Qing, while Yang Lei stayed behind for the singer's dinner. Jingyun, your singing was amazing, not at all inferior to Yang Lei's. Zhou Qing couldn't hide her excitement along the way. Shin Jingyun smiled and said, it's because your brother wrote it well. It suits my voice. What do you mean by wrote it well? Zhou Qing asked, puzzled. Don't you know? Your brother is Zhou Wuming, the creator of As Wished and Starry Sea. What? Zhou Qing's mouth dropped open in surprise. When did you learn to write songs, brother? Zhou Yuchen calmly replied. After I got out of prison, I learned a lot of money-making skills, and songwriting was just one of them. Sometimes the way you talk can be really annoying. So what if you're a bit smarter and learn things faster? It's nothing special, Zhou Qing pouted. Shin Jingyun laughed. Zhou Qing, it sounds like you're actually complimenting him. Zhou Qing slapped her forehead. I guess I am. That's what happens when neither your IQ nor EQ is high. Zhou Yuchen changed the subject. By the way, Zhou Qing, did you know that your sister Jingyun wrote a fantasy novel called Magic Girl? It was published by Xiahua Publishing House 3 days ago. Zhou Qing's eyes widened in shock. Xiahua Publishing House? Wow, Jingyun, that's incredible. Your brother is just flattering me? Can't you tell? Shin Jingyun said modestly. This is not flattery. A book picked up by Xiahua Publishing House is definitely not an ordinary one, Zhou Yuchen said earnestly. Xin Jingyan admitted, honestly, I didn't expect my first book to be recognized by Xiahua Publishing House. Zhou Yuchen felt a spark of inspiration and turned to Xin Jingyan, asking, do you have any ideas for your next book? Xin Jingyan shook her head gently. Not so soon. Zhou Yuchen's eyes lit up with excitement, and he suddenly had an idea. You might find this amusing, but 3 years ago, I planned to write a Western fantasy novel intended for international publication. I've already completed the story outline, but unfortunately, my writing skills weren't up to the task. He turned to Xin Jingyan, speaking sincerely, Jingyan, how about I share this story with you, and you take the reins? What's the title of the story? Xin Jingyan asked curiously. Harry Potter. Zhou Yuchen said slowly, articulating each word. In his previous life's memory, this work was considered the most successful masterpiece in the history of Western fantasy literature, translated into over 70 languages, with global sales exceeding 500 million copies. The author, Rowling, became a billionaire because of it. Ever since he learned about the publication of Xin Jingyan's Magic Girl, he had been pondering whether to share the story of Harry Potter with her. Whether it could achieve Rowling's level of success would depend on Xin Jingyan's writing prowess. Can you write me a story outline? Xin Jingyan asked after a moment's thought. No problem, Zhou Yuchen replied. By the way, I have to go out of town tomorrow and will probably return by Tuesday. You can leave Xiaoye to me, focus on your work. Xin Jingyan readily agreed. Since Zhou Qing would be staying at Zhou Yuchen's house, Xin Jingyan also stayed there overnight. The two women chatted in the child's bedroom until 1 in the morning before finally going to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Yuchen headed straight to Yanhai Airport with his suitcase. After parking his car in the airport lot, he boarded the 11:10 a.m. flight and landed at Ruwei City Airport at 2:55 p.m. Without time for a meal, he immediately took a taxi to the jade auction. The taxi driver was quite talkative and, upon learning Zhou Yuchen's destination, enthusiastically began discussing this year's King of the Bids. Brother, that's a hefty piece weighing 500 kilograms, with a small skylight on top revealing imperial green glass jade. If even a fifth of it is that quality, it could sell for at least 3 billion. The driver spoke animatedly, as if he already owned the jade. Does the King of the Bids have a buyer? Zhou Yuchen inquired. I heard many big companies are interested, but with a base price of 2 billion for an unknown, the risk is too high. If they lose the gamble, it would be a significant financial blow. The driver shook his head while explaining. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the jade auction, but Zhou Yuchen was stopped. It turned out that entry required meeting one of two conditions, either being a member or paying a 1 million deposit, which would be fully refunded after the auction ended. Zhou Yuchen chose the latter, paid the deposit, received a pass card, and was finally able to enter the auction. The Jade exhibition hall was bustling with people, with hundreds of stalls displaying numbered raw stones. Enthusiastic onlookers were intensely examining the gamble stones with flashlights in hand. Zhou Yuchen, who knew nothing about these gamble stones, did not linger at the ordinary stalls. Instead, he made his way directly to the most eye-catching front display, where 3 highly anticipated raw stones were showcased. The most prominent among them was the number 1 Stone King. The 2 stones beside it were about a third of its size, labeled as number 2 and number 3. Each stone had a small window cut into it for buyers to inspect. Perhaps many had already examined them repeatedly over the past few days, as only a few people were scattered in front of the display. Zhou Yuchen stepped forward and used his first reality scroll on the number 1 raw stone without hesitation. The information revealed. Item, Jade Raw Stone. Source, Old Mine, Mayat Kina. Value, between 30 and 40 million inch. This result astonished Zhou Yuchen. The base price of the Stone King was a staggering 200 million, yet its actual value was only 30 to 40 million. It was a colossal trap. Anyone who bought this stone would lose everything. Turning to the number 2 raw stone, with a base price of 50 million, Zhou Yuchen used his second scroll. Item, Jade Raw Stone. Source, Old Mine, Mayat Kina. Value, around 300 million inch. Though there was potential profit, even if he could secure it for 100 million, the 200 million profit wouldn't solve his urgent financial issues. Moreover, such raw stones often fetch 3 to 4 times their base price at auctions, making 100 million insufficient for bidding. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuchen used his last scroll on the number 3 raw stone, with a base price of 40 million. Item, Jade Raw Stone. Source, Old Mine, Mayat Kina. Value, around 2 billion inch. This figure thrilled Zhou Yuchen. If he could acquire this raw stone, selling it would provide enough funds, combined with his current 4 to 5 billion, to purchase the Hongda mobile battery manufacturing plant. After using all 3 scrolls, Zhou Yuchen immediately went to the inquiry desk to learn about the auction details. Upon discovering that a minimum deposit of 10 million was required, he promptly showed the committee his bank balance and successfully obtained an entry ticket. After leaving the exhibition, Zhou Yuchen had a casual dinner and checked into a 5-star hotel. That evening, his daughter, Xiaoya, called him, crying inconsolably. Since their reunion, father and daughter had been inseparable, and their bond had grown stronger. The sudden separation for a few days was hard for the little girl to adjust to. It took Zhou Yuchen considerable effort to calm her down. The next morning, Zhou Yuchen received good news. The committee had decided to move the auction of stones, 1 to 10 up to 2:30 that afternoon. With his keen insight, he immediately understood the committee's intention. If the main event were left until the end, buyers would hold back their resources, affecting the sale prices of other stones. Conversely, auctioning these heavyweight stones first would cause the unspent funds to flow to other items, benefiting both buyers and sellers. At 2 p.m., Zhou Yuchen entered the auction hall and settled into his seat numbered 88. He took out his phone to browse business news. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a crew cut sat down next to him. The man had an ordinary appearance but possessed sharp, piercing eyes and exuded a menacing aura. Sensing Zhou Yuchen's gaze, the man turned to look at him. Zhou Yuchen offered a polite smile, but the man quickly turned away. At that moment, a handsome young man in a suit entered the venue, and immediately the middle-aged man exuded an intense hostility, indicating a significant grudge with the newcomer. Zhou Yuchen wisely lowered his head to continue looking at his phone, avoiding any involvement. At 2:30, the auction officially began. A skilled auctioneer in his 30s expertly engaged the crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. Each raw stone from lot number 10 to 4 was sold for 4 to 5 times its starting price. During the auction, the buyer of lot 8 failed to profit, losing over 20 million, while the buyer of lot 5, a young man named Zhao Bufan in the front row, gained at least 200 million in profit. It turned out that Zhao Bufan was the son of Zhao Feng, the president of Fengya Jewelry Company. When lot 3 came up, Zhou Yuchen immediately raised his paddle, bidding 100 million, a 2.5 times increase over the starting price. The room's attention instantly shifted to him, with many bidders lowering their paddles. Even the middle-aged man beside him looked on in surprise. Before the auctioneer could stir the crowd, Zhao Bufan raised his paddle to 120 million. Zhou Yuchen unhesitatingly increased it to 150 million, prompting Zhao Bufan to turn and stare directly at him, raising it to 160 million. Unmoved by Zhao Bufan's intimidating glare, Zhou Yuchen pushed the price to 200 million, 5 times the base price, causing all other competitors to withdraw. Zhao Bufan angrily gestured with an inverted thumbs up at Zhou Yuchen. At this point, the middle-aged man beside him spoke up. "Young man, you've stirred up trouble. Fengya Jewelry Company has deep ties with the local mafia. You should leave quickly after the auction. Thanks for the warning. I have a flight booked for 8 p.m. tonight." Zhou Yuchen nodded in appreciation. The auctioneer excitedly called out 3 times. "Is there any bid higher than 200 million? 200 million once. 200 million twice. 200 million thrice. Sold." As the auction hammer fell, Zhou Yuchen declared loudly, "I want to cut the stone on site. If it's a success, I hope the auctioneer can help me sell the jade." The auctioneer, with a gentle smile, said, "No problem at all. Just a reminder, if the jadeite is cut on the auction site, our company waives all fees." As soon as he finished speaking, several stonecutters pushed the cutting machine onto the stage. The third piece of raw stone was securely fixed in the machine. With the sound of the cutting machine buzzing, all eyes were instantly focused. With the first cut, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "It's increased. This is imperial green glass jadeite." Zhou Yuchen quickly stepped forward to see a flawless piece of jadeite before him, completely translucent and pure without a trace of impurity. "Should we continue cutting?" the excited stonecutter asked. "Yes," Zhou Yuchen decisively replied. "I want it all revealed." Half an hour later, 3 pieces of glass jadeite weighing a total of 26 kilograms lay before the crowd. Although only one piece was the precious imperial green, the other 2 were bright green, their value still astonishing. Standing nearby, Zhao Yifun's eyes burned with fury. If not for Zhou Yuchen, this rare jadeite would have been his. The thought filled him with a venomous hatred. "Sir, do you wish to auction these 3 pieces of jadeite?" the auctioneer inquired. Zhou Yuchen waved his hand and said, "Sell." His words invigorated the jewelers present. In the current jadeite market, such high-quality jadeite was rare. If crafted into top-notch jewelry, it could greatly enhance their reputation in the industry. After intense bidding, the 3 pieces sold for a total of 2.24 billion, far exceeding expectations. This result heightened the bidding interest for the second piece of raw stone. Zhou Yuchen exited the bidding at 250 million, and it was eventually acquired by Zhao Yifun for 350 million. Zhao Yifun immediately requested on-site cutting, but half an hour later, his expression was grim. The stone did contain jadeite, but its value was only around 280 million, resulting in a direct loss of 20 million. As he left the stage, he shot Zhou Yuchen a hostile glare. Zhou Yuchen thought to himself, "What does losing have to do with me? You look decent but are so petty." Finally, it was time for the bidding of the king's stone. The owners of several jewelry companies in the front row straightened up, ready to compete fiercely. After a heated bidding war, the international jewelry company, Ryder Jewelry, secured the King's Stone at a staggering $860 million. They also requested on-site cutting, but the result was shocking. Amid the uproar, the face of Ryder Jewelry's Asia-Pacific president turned ashen, and he left without even taking the cut jewelry. After the auction ended, Zhou Yuchen had just collected the deposit from the organizing committee and was about to hail a taxi back to his hotel. Suddenly, Zhao Yifan appeared with a group of burly men in suits, surrounding him. The taxi driver sensed trouble and sped off. Zhou Yuchen glanced around. The suits couldn't hide their thuggish aura. As a master of Tai Chi and Xing Yi, he calmly looked at Zhao Yifan and asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Yifan gave a sly smile. "Congratulations on your $2 billion deal, brother. We should celebrate." "Thanks, but I have a flight to catch tonight." Zhou Yuchen politely declined. Zhao Yifan's expression turned cold. "Look at what my friend here has at his waist." One of the men opened his jacket to reveal a black handgun. "And now?" Zhao Yifan asked smugly. Zhou Yuchen remained unimpressed, not sure if it's real or fake. "Why not have him fire a shot?" "If it's real, I'll go with you." Zhao Yifan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're saying?" Zhou Yuchen patted him on the shoulder. "You don't have the aura of a killer. You haven't taken a life. But your friend with the gun, he's different, at least 5 lives on his hands. But one gun isn't enough to take mine." Zhao Yifan's face darkened. "If you're not going to cooperate." Before he could finish, a loud shout interrupted him. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man running towards them. Zhou Yuchen recognized him as the man who sat next to him at the auction. The crowd watching from afar showed no intention of intervening. "Are you all right, brother?" the middle-aged man asked, feigning concern. Zhou Yuchen sensed an ulterior motive. "I'm fine," the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. "Robbery in broad daylight." He raised his voice, clearly trying to draw attention. Before Zhao Yifan could respond, he yelled again, "Oh my, there's a gun." Then, with a swift kick, he sent the gun-toting thug flying several meters. Zhao Yifan was furious. "Get him!" More than a dozen men charged forward. Zhou Yuchen noticed the middle-aged man's unusual behavior and recalled his animosity towards Zhao Yifan at the auction. He realized the man might be using this chance to eliminate Zhao Yifan. Worse, he himself was now caught in the crossfire. Acting quickly, he used a serpentine footwork to dodge a few punches and kicks, retreating to create distance. A few of the thugs pursued him, while Zhou Yuchen ran, keeping a close eye on the scheming middle-aged man. The middle-aged man moved with lightning speed, executing the fierce and ruthless techniques of Bajiquan. Each punch carried a powerful hidden force. Within seconds, four strong men were groaning on the ground. He moved swiftly towards Zhao Yifan, delivering a heavy punch to his chest. With a dull thud, Zhao Yifan staggered back 2 steps. Initially, it felt like a sharp sting, then he lost all sensation. Zhou Yuchen, with his extraordinary hearing, realized the deadly impact of the hidden force. Though Zhao Yifan seemed fine, he would likely die within a week from internal organ damage. "Brother, I'll hold them off, you run," the middle-aged man shouted. As Zhou Yuchen retreated, he glanced back and asked, "Who are you?" "Just a passerby who can't stand injustice. These guys are after the money you made from selling jade, so get out of here." Seeing that the act had played out enough, Zhou Yuchen replied, "Thank you, big brother. I'm leaving now." With that, he turned and sprinted away. The onlookers whispered among themselves, "That guy runs really fast. Of course, he has to." Competing with Ruiqing's local tyrant Zhao Yifan for the number 3 raw stone and revealing jade worth 22 billion. He'd better run fast to stay alive. At that moment, a sharp gunshot rang out. The first man who had been knocked down had pulled out a gun and fired, but the bullet missed the middle-aged man and instead hit Zhao Yifan in the chest. The middle-aged man swiftly moved and hid behind a large tree. He tightly gripped a stone in his hand, ready to use it as a deadly weapon at any moment. Just as tensions were rising, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the distance. The armed thug's face changed dramatically, and without a second thought, he turned to flee into the shadows. He knew all too well that if caught, he would face not only a death sentence, but also the relentless revenge of Zhao Yifan's father. For him, leaving Ruiqing was the only way to survive. 3 police cars arrived with sirens blaring, their flashing lights piercing the night. A team of officers quickly disembarked, led by a lean, stern-looking man in his 30s. The middle-aged man gently placed the stone down and stepped out from behind the tree. "I'm the one who called the police." The lead officer's gaze fell on Zhao Yifan's body on the ground. "Is there an injured party?" "He was shot dead by his own subordinate," the middle-aged man stated succinctly. "A gun?" The expressions of all the officers turned serious. The middle-aged man then recounted the events in detail. The lead officer turned to Zhao Yifan's subordinates, his eyes sharp. "Is there any issue with what he said?" One of the thugs stiffened his neck and said, "We just wanted to meet that young gentleman, not to rob him. Do you believe that yourself? The lead officer sneered. Where did your companion get the gun? The thug's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Two don't know. Assault with a firearm is a serious crime, especially when someone has died. The lead officer's voice was stern. Everyone, come with me to the police station. Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, retrieve the surveillance footage immediately. We must find the gunman. Two young officers sprang into action. The middle-aged man tried to explain that he was just being a good Samaritan, but he was dismissed. When the police asked about the whereabouts of the young man who was being robbed, Zhou Yuchen emerged from the shadows. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuchen requested to see the officer's credentials. The lead officer presented his badge, which identified him as Lu Cheng, the head of the criminal investigation team. Zhou Yuchen then showed his own credentials. Captain Lu, I'm Zhou Yuchen, a technical advisor for the Yunhai Police Department. Though they were both in law enforcement, Lu Cheng insisted that Zhou Yuchen come to the station to give a statement. Zhou Yuchen had anticipated this outcome ever since the gunshot rang out. He glanced at Zhao Yifun's body and inwardly smiled wryly. Soon, additional police forces arrived to take Zhao Yifun's body and his subordinates away. Zhou Yuchen and the middle-aged man got into Lu Cheng's police car. On the way back to the police station, Zhou Yuchen learned about the background of the man who saved his life. The middle-aged man, named Xian Yanhai, was a recently retired Special Forces instructor who had come to Ruiqing just last month. Although it was confirmed that Xian Yanhai took the opportunity to kill Zhao Yifun, Zhou Yuchen still expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Xian's life-saving actions. At the police station, statements were being taken simultaneously in two interview rooms. Zhou Yuchen sat in one of them, detailing the events at the auction, including Zhao Yifun's attempt to forcibly celebrate with him, and he emphasized Xian Yanhai's rescue process. Consultant Zhou, did you know Xian Yanhai before? No, I didn't. Then why did he risk his life to save you? Zhou Yuchen silently praised the officer's sharpness and explained, we were seated next to each other at the auction. Maybe it was his innate sense of justice, or he felt a connection between us, so he decided to help. Xian Yanhai is just a retired Special Forces instructor. How did he get into the auction? Officer, we only met today and exchanged fewer than 5 sentences. I'm not aware of his other circumstances. In the adjacent room, Xian Yanhai was also being questioned. I retired 3 months ago and haven't found suitable work yet. Ruiqing is known for its jade, and I want to get into the jewelry business. A comrade who owns a raw stone shop introduced me to the field. He answered truthfully. Did you know Zhao Yifun before? I had only heard of this well-known figure in the jade circle, but met him for the first time today. What about Zhao Feng, the president of Fengya Jewelry? Similarly, I had only heard his name, never met him in person. Why did you help Zhou Yuchen? We were sitting together, and I thought he seemed like a good young man. Someone I'd like to be friends with, Xian Yanhai admitted candidly. The main reason was that he had over 2 billion in cash. Saving his life, and then asking to borrow 20 to 30 million for business seemed reasonable. He probably wouldn't refuse. You've got quite a plan, the officer remarked with a meaningful look. After comparing their statements, the police concluded that Zhou Yuchen was simply a fortunate colleague who had drawn the attention of Zhao Yifun after acquiring a sky-high jadeite. Xian Yanhai, on the other hand, had helped with the intention of borrowing money for business. Neither had the motive to kill, whereas the deceased Zhao Yifun had attempted to rob Zhou Yuchen. After discussion, the police decided to let them go. Consultant Zhou, sorry for taking up your time, Lu Cheng said, escorting Zhou Yuchen out of the interview room. Zhou Yuchen glanced at his watch and smiled. It's not too late. I can still catch tonight's flight. I can give you a lift. Lu Cheng's offer was interrupted by a sudden, sinister voice. Are you Zhou Yuchen? Zhou Yuchen turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s. The man's face was fierce, his bloodshot eyes showing signs of recent tears, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing directly at Zhou Yuchen. That's me. May I ask who you are? Zhou Yuchen asked calmly. Zhao Feng, Zhao Yifun's father. The man replied coldly. Zhou Yuchen had already guessed the man's identity, but remained calm. Mr. Zhao, I am deeply sorry for your son's misfortune. My condolences. I prefer to be the one giving condolences, Zhao Feng replied with an obvious threat in his tone. Lu Cheng frowned and immediately spoke up. Mr. Zhao, are you threatening Consultant Zhou? Think what you like. Zhao Feng responded coldly. At that moment, Xian Yanhai came out of the interrogation room. His pupils contracted sharply upon seeing Zhao Feng, and a fleeting look of murderous intent crossed his face. Zhao Feng's gaze swept over Xian Yanhai and Zhou Yuchen. Every grievance has its source, every debt its debtor. I, Zhao Feng, will not let the person who killed my son go unpunished. With that, he left with his entourage. Lu Cheng quickly reminded them, Consultant Zhou, Mr. Xian, Fengya Jewelry has a lot of influence in Ruiqing. You both should be careful. No worries, I'm heading back to Yunhai soon, Zhou Yuchen said, turning to Xian Yanhai. I heard you want to borrow money for business? That's not a problem. Why not come to Yunhai with me? There are more opportunities there. Staying in Ruiqing, I'm concerned Zhao Feng might target you. Xian Yinhai raised an eyebrow. If I go to Yunhai, how much can you lend me? How much do you need? 50 million. Xian Yinhai stated directly. No problem. All right, I'll go with you. Zhou Yuchen was surprised by Xian Yinhai's straightforward agreement, feeling suspicious but deciding to take it one step at a time. The two left the police station and took a taxi to the Jade Public Market parking lot. Xian Yinhai retrieved his car and drove Zhou Yuchen to the hotel to check out and collect his luggage, then headed straight for the airport. Along the way, Zhou Yuchen noticed a black Santana following them through the rearview mirror. Mr. Xian, aren't you going home to get your things? Zhou Yuchen asked. I suddenly don't feel like going to Yunhai anymore. I'll drop you at the airport and then head home. Xian Yinhai replied coolly. Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly. Mr. Xian, is it that you suddenly don't want to go? Or did you never plan to go? Xian Yinhai's gaze hardened. What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, you have a deep grudge against the Zhao family, don't you? Zhou Yuchen pointed out directly. At the auction, the look in your eyes towards Zhao Yifan was full of hatred, and you exuded a murderous aura. When you saw him troubling me outside, you took the opportunity to act heroically and used hidden strength to severely injure his internal organs. Even if he hadn't been shot by his own men, he wouldn't have lasted long before coughing up blood and dying. Upon hearing Zhou Yuchen's words, Xian Yinhai's face turned grim, his gaze sharp as a knife. Who exactly are you? Previously, he had dismissed Zhou Yuchen as just a wealthy heir. Even after learning that Zhou was a technical consultant for the Yunhai Police Department, he assumed Zhou was merely a tech expert. But now, Zhou Yuchen not only accurately pointed out his plan, but also saw through his technique of using force against Zhao Yifansamething that was beyond an ordinary person's ability. Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly. Let me finish. Mr. Xian, you claimed at the police station that you wanted to borrow money from me for business, but it was just to create a plausible reason for your so-called act of bravery. In reality, you never intended to do business, let alone travel to Yunhai, right? Xian Yinhai didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, if I didn't plan to go to Yunhai, why would I take you to the airport? Because you were protecting me, Zhou Yuchen said, looking him in the eye. You know the Zhao father and son's character too well. With Zhao Yifan dead, Zhao Feng wouldn't spare me. The best chance to ambush me would be on the way to the airport. As a soldier, you couldn't bear to see me suffer because of your vendetta, so you found an excuse to escort me, correct? After a long silence, Xian Yinhai suddenly laughed. Indeed, the real experts are among the people. I should gouge out these eyes of mine for not recognizing a true master right beside me. Zhou Yuchen spoke seriously. If you can protect me to the airport, it shows you're a man of integrity and loyalty. Can you tell me why you want to kill the Zhao father and son? Xian Yinhai's voice was eerily calm. At this point, it doesn't hurt to tell you. I was a special forces instructor. During a mission, a comrade took over 10 bullets for me and died in front of me. I've been taking care of his family ever since. 3 months ago, my sister-in-law jumped to her death from a hotel one morning. On my way back, my comrade's father was hit by a car and killed, leaving only an 80-year-old child. Was it Zhao Yifan or Zhao Feng? Rage ignited in Xian Yinhai's eyes. Zhao Yifan was infatuated with my sister-in-law's looks, drugged her, and took photos. The old man was killed by someone Zhao Feng sent to silence him. If I hadn't returned quickly, who knows what would have happened to that child? The Zhao father and son deserve to die. Zhou Yuchen said through clenched teeth. Xian Yinhai said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I will do my best to ensure you reach the airport safely. Zhou Yuchen looked ahead at the 2 vans blocking the road. They're already here. Xian Yinhai stopped the car and quickly scanned the woods on either side. I'll hold them off. You run into the forest. Running won't help, Zhou Yuchen said calmly. Given Zhao Feng's personality, he will stop at nothing to eliminate me. He might even target my parents and child. The only solution now is to take out Zhao Feng under the guise of self-defense. Suddenly, a group of burly men wielding machetes appeared before them. There were about 12 or 13 of them, their arms adorned with fierce tattoos. Leading them was Zhao Feng, whose face was as dark as a storm cloud. 3 black Santanas blocked their escape from behind, with 7 or 8 thugs holding baseball bats, cutting off any retreat. Seeing that Zhou Yuchen showed no fear and even suggested taking down Zhao Feng, Xian Yinhai looked at him in surprise. Mr. Zhou, you don't seem like an ordinary person. Let's talk after we get through this. Zhou Yuchen quickly pulled out his phone and opened the recording app. Take down the leader first. I'll clear the way for you. But once we're out of the car, don't say anything unnecessary. I need to record Zhao Feng's words as evidence for self-defense. As soon as they got out of the car, Zhao Feng sneered with a cigar in his mouth. You two are quite bold. I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Mr. Zhao, everyone saw it. Your son was shot dead by his own subordinate. You're seeking revenge on the wrong people, Zhou Yuchen said solemnly. Zhao Feng's eyes were cold. I've already investigated. If it weren't for you competing with Yifan for the raw stone, he wouldn't have acted against you. If it weren't for this Xian bastard, Yifan wouldn't have been shot. The shooter must die, and you two have to accompany my son in death. You're being unreasonable. Your son tried to rob my money. I'm the victim here. How am I the perpetrator? Zhou Yuchen deliberately raised his voice. Power is the only reason. Kid, today your life and the money in your account are mine. Mr. Zhao, I'll give you $1 billion for our lives. How about that? You have no right to negotiate with me. Zhao Feng waved his hand. Brothers, kill the Xian guy and capture the Zhou guy alive. The thugs swarmed forward. Zhou Yuchen moved like lightning, bending down to pick up a stone from the roadside and accurately hitting the forehead of the leading thug. The man immediately bled profusely and fainted. The two thugs following him lost their balance and fell to the ground, dropping their machetes. Just as Xian Yanhai was about to grab a fallen machete, Zhou Yuchen surged forward like a whirlwind. He picked up a knife and swiftly tapped the temples of the two thugs trying to get up, knocking them down. Witnessing Zhou Yuchen's astonishing skills, Xian Yanhai realized that he was facing an even more formidable martial arts master. Take down the leader, Zhou Yuchen shouted, reminding Xian Yanhai, as his machete turned into a flurry of cold flashes, cutting down the incoming thugs. Zhou Yuchen, a master of Xingyi Quan and Tai Chi, was most skilled with the spear. Although he had never studied sword techniques, his extraordinary strength, speed, and reflexes meant he didn't need any intricate moves with the long knife in his hand. The blade flickered rapidly, and his attack rate was 4 to 5 times that of an average person, with nearly every strike drawing blood. In less than 60 seconds, 5 or 6 thugs were already groaning on the ground. While Xian Yanhai's martial skills didn't match Zhou Yuchen's, his extensive combat experience allowed him to seize the right moment. Taking advantage of the chaos Zhou Yuchen created, Xian Yanhai moved like a leopard, targeting Zhao Feng, who was hiding behind the crowd. A thug swung his knife with a shout, but Xian Yanhai smirked coldly and displayed his special forces expertise. A swift side kick hit the thug's wrist, sending his knife flying. As the thug fell, Xian Yanhai effortlessly caught the falling blade. Unlike Zhou Yuchen's raw style, Xian Yanhai's knife skills were sharp and ruthless. His blade cut through any resistance, severing the arms of 3 thugs in an instant. Covered in blood, he moved silently and relentlessly towards Zhao Feng, who was now visibly terrified. Zhao Feng had originally thought dealing with these two would be easy, but he found himself facing 2 true beasts. In less than 3 minutes, his men were in disarray. Confronted by the menacing Xian Yanhai, Zhao Feng tried to stay calm, retreating while pulling out a gun and firing 3 shots without hesitation. Xian Yanhai's instincts kicked in, and he dodged left and right, narrowly avoiding the bullets. One bullet grazed his face, close enough to smell the gunpowder. Just as Zhao Feng was about to fire again, a spinning knife forced him to dodge. In that brief opening, Xian Yanhai closed in, landing a heavy punch to Zhao Feng's throat and snatching the gun away. Zhao Feng clutched his throat, trying to speak but unable to, and fell heavily to the ground. After dealing with Zhao Feng, Xian Yanhai turned to Zhou Yuchen. Zhou stood confidently, his knife pointing at the remaining thugs wielding baseball bats, like a warrior holding a pass alone. Xian Yanhai fired a shot into the air and shouted, Zhao Feng is dead. Do you still want to fight for him? The thugs exchanged glances, dropped their weapons, and fled. Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath, dropped his knife, and pulled out his phone to call the police. After briefly explaining the situation and location, he walked over to Xian Yanhai and looked at Zhao Feng's body. Got a smoke? He asked. Yeah, Xian Yanhai replied. The two of them stepped aside, lit their cigarettes, and began to smoke in silence. First time seeing blood? Xian Yanhai's gaze landed on Zhou Yuchen's slightly pale face, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Yuchen took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke swirling in the dim light. A few years ago, I was in a gang fight in Sucheng, but this is indeed the first time someone's died, Zhou Yuchen said calmly. You don't have the aura of a martial arts master. Xian Yanhai squinted at him. Have you perhaps reached the level of Huajin? Zhou Yuchen nodded in confirmation. I just broke through a little over a month ago. This made Xian Yanhai gasp. Becoming a martial arts master in your 20s is something the martial arts world hasn't seen in decades. You truly are a genius. That's what many people say. Zhou Yuchen replied, then asked, Mr. Xian? I told you. Xian Yanhai raised his hand to interrupt him. As long as you help me get my revenge, my life is yours. Just call me Lao Xian. Seeing that Xian Yanhai wasn't joking, Zhou Yuchen nodded. All right, Lao Xian, what are your plans now? Going back to the army? I quit before I decided to take revenge. Zhou Yuchen's eyes lit up. How about coming with me to Yunhai? I'm planning to start a mobile battery factory and need reliable security personnel. With your skills and military experience, could you help me form a security team? Xian Yanhai pondered for a moment. I do know quite a few comrades who can't find proper jobs. How many people do you need? What's the pay? 30 for now, with a monthly salary of 10,000, plus full benefits. We might need more people in the future, and veterans are the best candidates. That's a good offer. My comrades should agree. The two talked for another half hour before several police cars and ambulances arrived with sirens blaring. Leading the team was Zhou Yuchen's acquaintance, Lu Cheng. The officers were shocked to see the bloodied thugs lying on the ground. Zhou Yuchen handed Zhao Feng's gun to Lu Cheng. Officer Lu, looks like I'm not leaving tonight. Lu Cheng took the gun and glanced around the scene. Are you guys all right? Almost didn't live to see tomorrow. Zhou Yuchen replied with a wry smile. Lu Cheng looked at the gun in his hand, then at Zhao Feng, who was no longer moving. Who did it? I did. Xine Yanhai admitted. They had the numbers and Zhao Feng had a gun. So I had to use force. Lu Cheng gave him a long look. In that situation, it's good enough to keep your life. Holding back would have been suicidal. You two, come with me to the station. Zhou Yuchen and Xine Yanhai nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Yunhai government compound, Shen Qinggang received a call from Zhu Jiang while having dinner. He immediately got up and went into his study. Old Shen, the director of the Ruiqing Police Department, Wang Guodong, just called asking about your future son-in-law. What future son-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. What happened to Zhou Yuchen? He's involved in 2 murder cases. Shen Qinggang's expression turned serious. Did he kill someone? No, he didn't. Zhu Jiang recounted the entire incident in detail, unable to hide his amazement. 2 unarmed individuals took on over 20 armed thugs and a handgun, not only coming out unscathed but also capturing the gang leader and seizing his gun. It's more incredible than a movie. Stop with the snide remarks, Shen Qinggang interrupted. Old Zhu, you should know what kind of people Zhao Feng and his son are. As Wang Guodong put it, they're rotten to the core, but we've never had concrete evidence. Xiao Zhou and Xine Yanhai have done the public a favor this time. This is definitely self-defense, Zhu Jiang affirmed. Xiao Zhou was smart enough to record Zhao Feng's words before they made a move. Zhao Feng intercepted them to avenge his son, but ended up biting off more than he could chew. Shen Qinggang angrily retorted. Zhao Yifan was clearly shot by his own men, and Xiao Zhou is the victim. How did he become the killer of Zhao's son? When have these bastards ever cared about reason? Zhu Jiang sighed and continued. One act of bravery led to Zhao Yifan's death, and a case of self-defense took down Zhao Feng. But I do think Xine Yanhai has issues. Wang Guodong thinks so too, but there's no motive for him to kill. Zhu Jiang paused. But even if we find one, it doesn't matter. He openly took down the Zhao father and son, and there's justification for it. I understand, Shen Qinggang said, frowning as he walked out of the office. Seeing this, Daiwan asked, do you need to go to the police station? No, it's not official business, Shen Qinggang replied, picking up his bowl and chopsticks. Daiwan relaxed instantly. Then what personal matter is troubling our chief Shun? Tell me about it. Zhou Yuchen, Shen Qinggang answered briefly. Daiwan's expression immediately turned serious. What's wrong with Xiao Zhou? Shen Qinggang explained the situation and sighed. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. When have you ever seen him provoke others first? Daiwan retorted. It's always others giving him grief. Old Shen, he's already fulfilled the bet, earning over 2 billion in 6 months. What do you think? I admit the kid's got luck on his side, Shen Qinggang said. As for the matter of Xiao Ye's surname change, let him and Jingyan handle it. I'm staying out of it. I'm not asking about Xiao Ye, but about Xiao Zhou and Jingyun. For words, let them be. I neither support nor oppose. Daiwan smiled. I feel the same. In reality, both of them knew that this stance effectively meant supporting Zhou Yuchen. At that moment, Zhou Yuchen, who was resting in the police station's interrogation room, heard a system notification. Congratulations, player, for completing the system task. Gain the approval of Shen Qinggang and Daiwan within a year. Reward: 3 attribute points and a lottery scroll. Zhou Yuchen was delighted, as the approval from the couple not only brought him rewards but also cleared the obstacles between him and Shen Jingyun. I want to draw a prize, he thought, and a golden wheel appeared before him. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.